Rivington III here, coming to you live from USC's Galen Center in Los Angeles. Guys, let's take a moment to go behind the scenes and just see what's going into the production of the World Finals. Right now, the Grand Final stage in the process of being built in preparation for the League of Legends Season 2 World Finals. It's quite to see because over 80,000 pounds of equipment is being hoisted over this stage to shine down on players and fans alike as we see them battle it out to call themselves the #1 team in League of Legends. Ladies and gentlemen, there is still one more epic matchup between CounterLogic Europe and Team WE. This matchup is going to be before our two epic semifinal matchups that will decide which teams will be battling it out on the World Final stage just behind me on Saturday here at the Galen Center. Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion to the Season 2 Championship playoffs begin now.
My God, what a start, and they are loving it.
抓一，但是苏要被换掉一个。
This is insane.
Securing themselves into the World Championship. One more shot to go. The Nexus falls.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are joining us, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee Diamond-Smith.
And I'm Joshua Jatleesman.
So we're here at day 4, the day that was never meant to happen. It is the Extended World Playoffs, and as you can see, the construction is going on behind us right now here in the Galen Center. And wow, we are broadcasting across the globe to all you guys, and hopefully things will happen all to plan today. The Galen Center, as you can see behind us, it is all under construction right now. This is where the finals will take place. They will be played in just a few short days. It will be October 13th for you guys. If you are unaware, there are still 5 teams remaining, of course, in this. And, well, you're all aware. We do, of course, have the quarterfinals to play out, CLG versus Team WE, and then, of course, the 2 semifinals, will be Moscow 5 versus Taipei Assassins following this game, and then the Zubu Frost await the final winner. And who are they going to play? That's the question. Of course, all teams have decided to get here eventually. They've earned the right to battle. They had those 3 hard-earned days, and it was definitely a hard-earned game for CLG. So Team WE, of course, don't forget as well about them. Apparently Team WE, by the way, they were up from 5 AM that day. So that was an incredibly long day for those guys.
It's going to be so tough to see how these teams actually come into it. They've decided on the one game. They couldn't quite agree on the necessary things, so it ended up defaulting there. One team wanted a new coin flip. CLG didn't want that, so they finally decided on blue side for CLG, one final match. Yeah, just straight up one game. And that's I mean, in itself, that's a dangerous, dangerous thing to do. Yeah. I mean, thanks, thanks, Chad. That's all you're going to leave me with. Because they could come into this with some just solid cheese strats. I mean, everybody's been talking about the cheese strats. They could just throw just some scary level 1 fight that just turns in their favor. Either team, of course, no particular team. Either team could do this. We've seen CLG with level 1 fights. We've seen Team WE with level 1 fights. They could just go straight full-on cheese and win this game. And even Crepo said it's going to be one game, time to bring out the cheese. We've yet to see any of it from CLG. It's strange, though, because they were very limiting in their practice partners coming up to this, saying, we want to save our strategies. Even though it seems to us it's someone's going to know that you're going to try to play long game and stall. It's all of that. What are they actually hiding, if they're hiding something? If they are, now's the time to bring it out. Yeah, so without further ado, let's get into the game. Let's get on with this. You are going to get to see our mocked up backstage. Obviously, we wanted to do this when we were at LA Live. It did not happen. We had the 2 games, though. Let's get this 3rd game underway. So, playing as the blue team, it is CLG EU. So there is Wicked on your screen, looking pretty cool, calm and collected with his
sunglasses on. Of course, next to him is Snoopy. Snoopy obviously feeling a little bit cold here. And there is the stun. There is the stare.
He had that one amazing play as Cho'Gath in one of the games that didn't end up finishing over at LA Live. Froggen, you can see these guys, they still have the state of mind. They're taking it easy.
They have the spirit.
It's the spirit that could end up carrying them, because we went back and re-watched some of those games, and the early ones, WE was really in control, and it wasn't until later in the day that CLG EU really took hold of some of those series games.
And even the game that CLG won, WE were 9-1 up in that game. Yellow Pete, of course, he has been having some torrid times against Wei Zhao. And there's Crepo, of course. You know, that bottom lane was definitely struggling. We're going to come to that one in a short while. Crepo, of course, always happy to be on camera. You know, that guys, while we saw it, I mean, it was an 8-hour day, they managed to keep their spirits up. They were singing their way to themselves. They looked like that they wanted to finish the day out. Obviously, we all
Everyone
wanted to finish the day out. But they would really seem to have the spirits kept up. We've obviously seen them. They've been at the Riot offices throughout the week. Both teams, all the teams have been there. The remaining teams, they've all been sat practicing. As far as I'm aware, CLG have been practicing with Taipei Assassins, though, which in itself may lend a benefit to either team. I mean, we don't know how the tournament's going to play out yet. That could actually be dangerous if they were to both make it to the final. But that's a long, long way ahead, Jat.
It really is. And CLG, they stopped WE from being able to initiate fights on them in most of it. And so much of that, I think, was from WE having their main practice partners being Invictus Gaming. We just look at the group stage, the way Invictus played. They were all about just diving in, creating fights for them. And as soon as they didn't have that to play against, it seemed like they got lost a little bit. But now WE's had so long, in a sense, 3-day break from not being able to start fights. Have they figured out how to start fights? And really, we're going to see pretty soon here.
Yeah, so let's check out. As the red team, it is going to be Team WE from China.
So WE also set and waiting. Their spirits seemed maybe a little shaken near the end of that last time. They thought they had it with the 2-0.
FCZF there on the screen. I mean, we watched it. We watched, obviously, the replay of these things. There's Wei Zhao. He basically buys all the wards throughout the whole game and nothing else.
It's strange. The team really keys off of all three of their big carries. They have Messiah, Xiaomei, and Wei Zhao, and there's Messiah, of course. He's one of the most popular players on their team. He was matching up really strongly against Froggen in all those games. Really the only person who managed to outfarm him. Here we have Clear Love. His presence in the jungle is going to be so key for them, because Snoopy keys so much of what CLG does. And he had some tough times on those Nocturne games, but the earlier matches, when he was on Maokai, he was really able to support his team well.
Yeah, and there's Xiaomei. He's been doing a fantastic job in that top lane. You know, him and Wicked, they've been going at it. If we look back at it, and that Olaf in that first game was very, very strong for him. Actually, technically game 2.5 as well, I guess we could call it. But or 1.5, I'm not sure what point you want to call it of. But obviously he had Olaf in those two games and looked really strong against Wicked's Malphite.
It's strange that they shied away from that Olaf. Now that they've had the time to review the tapes, essentially, of what they went through, they had the advantage from preparation standpoint on CLG, just jumping out early in all those games. And it was just a matter of, once they'd played so many games, once they'd gotten so fatigued, once they'd kind of fallen back on their base play styles, that's when CLG seemed to have a bit of an edge. So with this one-game set, they could really come out swinging and knock CLG EU right out of this.
So now that we've met the teams, we want to hear what you guys have to say. Your questions about the World Playoffs, of course, and I'm sure there's plenty of them, will be answered right here on the stream, of course, by our very own Freak and Riv. That's going to be coming on later on, obviously, for the semi-finals. #LOLWorlds, where you want to tweet us your questions. Of course, at League of Legends as well is the Twitter. So be sure to get those in. We're going to have, hopefully, a player joining in Freak and Riv later on as well, so we should have a lot to talk about when we get there. Will be a lot to talk about after this game finally concludes. But we want to get this game underway, so hopefully things will start off, and we are, ladies and gentlemen, into Champion Select.
And there's no surprises, as we've seen in all of the previous games. Twisted Fate, a Nivea band, the Blitzcrank band also coming out. This is just standard. They don't want to give Wicked Aurelia. Orianna ban as well. This is actually the same bans we've seen almost throughout the whole weekend. These are the power picks from both sides. We did see CLG picking Orianna actually in one of the games, but since they banned it out, they're no longer going to be able to pick that away. And all of those were target bans, leading to
Jace.
potentially this first pick, Jace.
So Jace getting picked up. Of course, the last match we saw where CLG were 55 minutes into it, pushing WE's base, they had done that dilemma in the picks and bans where they left Aurelia and Orianna open and basically said, we're going to give you one of them because we're going to get another. And obviously it's looking like Jace is going to be picked up. How would you pick against Jace?
This leaves Maokai open, actually, and they banned out Cho'Gath, so there it is, because they don't want to let Snoopé have that. The great thing about this, though, is Alistar is on the table, so they can take away the Maokai, and Snoopé might just default right back to the Alistar. It's been a while, actually, for him, because it's always banned out in pretty much every game in Korea in the past forever. And they picked the Maokai and the Corki. That's the interesting part, because Ezreal is also available, and the fact that Wei Xiao didn't go for Ezreal is a little strange. We saw he didn't have the best win rate throughout the tournament. Maybe teams are shying away from it a little bit, because he was very dominant in Ezreal in all of those games, especially early. Maybe they just don't respect necessarily Yellow Pete's ability on Ezreal and decide they're just going to try to bully him up with Corki.
Yeah, and of course these teams have had that extra few days to practice. They've all been working hard, so they've obviously had plenty of time to practice exactly what the picks and bans they wanted, what they want to take away from this one. Skarner possibly coming out from the jungle. Like you mentioned, Alistar is available. It's a little unusual that Snoopé is not going for it. Clearly, they must have a tactic in play that they feel it would work well for.
And they could potentially even think that it's a bit of an Alistar bait. We saw when SK got a hold of jungle Alistar, RNA, they just picked the Singed against it, and it was really just super tanky guys who weren't necessarily vulnerable to the Alistar ganks, and they just let that go aside. The Skarner has been very successful in most of these things, and it's a matter of CLG picking their fights. Skarner does an excellent job of that, just with his Impale pulling people in.
Yeah, and Kog'Maw coming out. Does that mean there's going to be a new support in that bottom lane? That seems to be working very well, certainly with the Kog'Maw. It's been on standard lanes. I'm trying to think whether CLG picked it. I mean, we had that many games. I'm trying to think which one they actually used the AD carries on. But of course, you know, we highlighted before the Yellow Pete versus the Wei Xiao.
And it's going to be tricky for them here because they have been losing the lane on things that are generally strong there. This is a comfort pick for CLG EU with the Kog'Maw. They're just trying to get to late game in all these ways, and we can see already across the board, they knew they had success, WE did, on the Olaf. They brought him back for Chow Mei in that top lane. The Leona, the Maokai, all this stuff is telling me that they're trying very hard to start fights. They knew they weren't doing a good job of it in the last games, and they're trying to make sure that they can initiate. It's so hard against CLG with the disengage from the Jace acceleration gate, and if they get something like Karthus here, we saw the double wall in the game that CLG came back from 9-1, they just couldn't get in on them. But with the Leona ult, with the Maokai, I think they're going to be able to engage almost regardless of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the potential to go Karthus here, of course. So you can have that wall of pain, the acceleration gate, you can just speed away. Obviously, with the Shirelias, I think it was they were using as well. That's how they were just disengaging from the fight very quickly. And you heard when we did the player audio clips, you know, Snoopé shouts out, disengage, disengage, even before they even started the fight. There is the Nunu, almost certainly going to come in alongside that Kog'Maw. And will it be a Karthus picked up for... Well, of course it will be. It's almost like we know these teams.
It's the double wall once again. So much move speed coming up from CLG. And the Vladimir, immediately, they wanted that pick. It's weird because I was expecting potentially something like Ryze just to get more roots and get more team fights starting. They think they have enough of it with Leona and the Maokai. There is a lot of strong disengage coming out from CLG EU. With all of that, though, this is a much stronger initiating team that WE has had in the games where they couldn't start fights. And a composition, even though we haven't seen exactly with CLG against WE for CLG EU, it's something that they're all very comfortable with once again.
And they can all dive at the same time. They've got dive buddies, that's the main thing. Leona could go in, Maokai could follow, Olaf Axis, he could be running in there with Ragnarok going, Vladimir ultimate across the whole team. They've got the entire team just going to enclose and engage at once. But I guess you could say the same for CLG. They want to pick someone off. They've got that Skarner. They're going to hook onto them, drag them back, and immediately you got the absolute zero if they do close in. Of course, you've got the acceleration gate, the wall of pain. There's a lot of utility in both these teams. Jat, which sort of team would you favor from them two competitions?
If they actually decide to team fight, I actually like CLG EU's composition. If the fights just crash on into them, it's very hard to engage onto a Nunu and onto a Karthus. So if they fully dive in, they would have enough to kind of repel WE back, which does favor them. It's all a matter of will WE pull ahead early and how well is Clearlove going to support with that Maokai. When he's been on the carry junglers like Nocturne, it hasn't been that successful because everything on WE revolves around Chow Mei, Messiah, and Wei Zhao, because it's really just all three of those getting farm, and then FCZF and Clearlove support them. That 3 carry 2 support setup for them works very, very well.
Sorry, my eyes widened there. I thought I'd not spotted no smite, but then I suddenly found it. But there's no teleport, interestingly, from this game. We are seeing a cleanse, of course, on Cogmore. Kind of expected. It's one of those champions. Hasn't really got a great escape, so it's going to get in there. But we are, ladies and gentlemen, finally into the game. Will it ever end?
Here it
we
comes.
will certainly find out. It is going to be CLG EU. They are going to be playing as the blue side and Team WE as the red side. Let's get this one underway, Jat.
And here we have both teams just running out. There was the one clash we saw in there. I'm almost going to call it an epic 5-game set that we had over at LA Live. There was just the one time they actually fought at level 1. They've now had 3 days to prepare. Do they come out with anything special here at very early stages of this game? There's a defensive formation coming from WE. They put the Maokai saplings off. That did pop. They have the early ward up there. Both of them have the spot. So WE with the pings down, they've seen what COGEU is doing, but since there were only 2 members there, they're not thinking that they're going to be too aggressive. So a lot of just back and forth, not much. Krepa warding over that wall, so they have double wards coming out early. Really just defensive play from both teams. Maybe late invade here by WE.
Yeah, Snoop is just getting forced backwards. But we do see Grippo putting that ward over. And then if anyone's watched the video with Skara, that was the reverse position of where he failed 3 times to try and put that one down. Perhaps not remind him of that one later on.
And there's actually a compilation put together by a fan of that epic 58-minute game. 80 wards were killed by COGEU when the fans were going crazy. So will WE ward that heavily? And will they try to take wards away from FCZF? Because for the most part, come mid to late game, everything will be warded by Leona. He doesn't necessarily build items. He'll go double GP10. You never really get an Aegis. He never really gets a Zeeks. He just wards for everyone else and allows other people to complete items. That's their style. That's very much different than COGEU, who's now walking over ward, invading the blue buff at about 1 minute 50 seconds. They're trying to stop Olaf from taking that level 1 blue that he took over the weekend. Will WE try to harass this?
Well, Messiah's well aware that they are in that position. He knows that the blue buff. Here comes Sao Mei with that axe straight across. They're going to try and force them back. There's going to be a 2-man invade. There's also an invade in the top side, so Wicked's having problems up there. He's going to try and steal it away, trying to prevent them from doing it. It'll be an epic steal if he gets it. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the other side. The blue buff has been picked up by Snoopy, so he's managed to get in and smite it, as well as Clearlove. So both junglers doing a successful invade there, and with the help of their teams. And we also see, and of course, the lane swap straight away, Jack.
And they're really just mirroring each other because both Snoopy and Clearlove just went right back into their rates through the ward, so everyone knows where everyone else is and no one's actually gained an advantage yet. The 2-1 lane swap is exactly what they planned last time. Xiao Mei had that solo 1v2 lane. He did an extremely good job laning up against it. Wicked is also an amazingly good 1v2 laner, but this could just be WE trying to get things happening. The Leona lane is much more aggressive than the Nunu Cog, and they could potentially get more pressure early with this swap.
So Wicked's going to have his work cut out. Let's have a look at this mid lane though. Froggen versus Messiah, very much even throughout all the games in terms of farm.
And what happened the last time these guys did this matchup, it was Froggen getting a very early lead early, and then Messiah actually overtook him. Messiah seems to be a slightly better farmer than Froggen. Hate to say it for the Froggen fans, because in these games, he has been out farming, and up top lane, there is a lot of harass going down into Wicked. He's going to have to burn through all of those health pots almost immediately. If there's going to be a lane that creates action right away, it's going to be that top lane with a Maokai dive, or maybe just a straight-up tower push, because that seems to be what WE is keying off of early.
Yeah, just 6 and 5 CS in those very, very difficult 2v1 lanes. We are well aware how hard they are, but you can see Olaf still got those 2 health pots. Meanwhile, Jace and Wicked has already burnt through a lot of them. So they're going to push the tower, but the problem is Wicked's had no damage done to his tower at the moment. If we can look down the bottom tower, I'm pretty sure we can see Yellow Pete is starting to burn it down. He's going to have a lot more damage going down onto that turret. As soon as he can put it down there, you can see Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei's trying to cause as many problems as he can. Would you believe it? We have a pause already. Well, and we're in the dark as requested.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't like the lights on us during the game.
We didn't like the lights on us during the game, and now we're in the dark. And you can still see, though, you know, it proves we are live. The construction going on behind us. These things happen. And as the pause comes in, I can only imagine the players have asked for something in there. But, Jan, I mean, how do you assess the situation straight away?
Very early on, it's actually just a bunch of trading back and forth. They're just splitting up objectives. We saw the blue steals, and then both the junglers really just finishing off. There's the lights. And I still think Wicked's in trouble. He burned through all those health pots. I think Chow Mei is going to be able to keep his tower successfully saved. The axe spam, the undertow with him being pushed up against his tower, clears the way very quickly. I don't think the Nunu Cog can get very aggressive on him until maybe level 7 or 8. And that's just a matter of them. And we're actually back into the game. The pause is done. That was a quick, just small audio issue that they've solved already. Not the 2-hour delay we had earlier. And here we are back into the game. Let's see what happens.
It's just a team comms issue, so we are back live once again, as you can see, straight back into the game. 4 minutes gone, and really the difference being Team WE slightly farming better. Snoopy is going to come up, but he's going to walk straight across that ward. He's going to get spotted. In fact, I think he's already probably been told by Wicked, don't bother. There is a ward there, so we're going to keep a close eye on the farm between these lanes, because Wei Zhao has been farming out quite successfully more than Wicked, and you can see he's already got that 7 CS difference.
And going down, everyone on WE, in the games they won, and even some of the games they lost, they were out farming COG EU early, and they have to win the early game, because when they don't, we know COG is going to be able to just hold the fight off, and here could be that 3-man gank that we thought might come early. This could be action. Wicked, low health, does have flash and heal, so they have to get an ignite down on him early if they're going to try to do this dive. But they could very well, the creeps are not quite lining up. This is going to be a monstrous wave when it does hit the tower, and Wicked doesn't really see this coming. Clearlove trying to throw down some scouts, making sure that COG doesn't know this coming, and they don't. They're slowly pushing this wave into the tower. Wicked going to be in a lot of trouble. They're going to try to start this off with the Leona dive. She's going to get her armor aura up, try to take the first hit. If they do that right, they're going to get a kill.
So here they go, Leona comes around, Clearlove shows himself, they're going to twist it advance, he's going to drop without any choice whatsoever. He's still not gone down, finally he does go down there. And you can see FCZF taking a lot of damage, but it certainly was not enough. And a very, very successful gank from Team WE.
So well executed. The Leona, they got the ignite down, they made it so his heal didn't matter, COG was not on the case. First blood, and they're going to get some tower damage out of this. Also, Snoopy's map presence is gone, so they know exactly where he is. They do not have to worry about ganks. That's a very strong early move, and they might try to dive Snoopy too. Same tactic.
They're doing the exact same thing, and Snoopy's surely going to go down. He's going to try and catch up to FCZF, and he flashes out of the tower damage. Beautifully executed by Team WE. No! It's going to be Froggen with the ultimate. He will pick up that kill off the back of that one. But it does mean he's burnt that ultimate, but it's a saving grace there. It also gives the assist, of course, to Snoopy.
Really clutch, hitting 6 barely at the right time before he could pop off that Requiem, and that is something WE didn't quite account for. They would have been able to trade Tower Egg or slightly better if they'd realized he'd hit level 6. That's a potential miscommunication, but that's still a good thing for them. Getting the kill onto Snoopy will... Actually, that didn't set him back much. It allowed him to complete that Philosopher's Stone. That was a good thing for COG, actually, that they traded that kill with the Snoopy dive.
Yeah, they had to get that final kill, and like you say, it does give Snoopy a little bit of Philosopher's Stone. Meanwhile, the two ADs, very much even in gold, but of course that 1-0-1 gives Wei Zhao a huge advantage. He's already gone back to base. You can see 2,200 gold to 1,750. Big difference, and he's already picked up the phase there off the back of that one, as well as the Dawn's Blade.
This is going to be a very painful lane for Wicked. They're going to have to provide him a lot of support. You can see Snoopy already on the left side of his jungle. They need to be aware of what could happen to him here. They have the ward up in the top river. They could continue to dive here with Clearlove, and they're putting deep wards and trying to catch off Snoopy. They do see him in the jungle, so they might know what's coming. Wicked, much caution here. They're going for another blue steal.
Yeah, the blue steal perfectly timed by Team W. Remember, they picked it up on the first time, and their blue, however, because Snoopy is in that jungle, is very much safe. You see Olaf is backed away there. Snoopy's going to get caught out. Twisted advance. That's going to be the Vladimir ultimate. Snoopy will drop off the back of this one. He's just about surviving. Finally, you see the ultimate poking off there from Messiah. He gets the kill, and they are going to back away from this one. Completely safe. There is no Karthus ultimate available, of course, because he just used it. And now Team WE in a very strong position in this just one-game playoff.
They've really came out strong, and if it's about starting fights, they've done it with tower dives and with invading the blue, and they might just go for Wicked once again here. He does hit the level 6, so he does have a lot of help, but there's no one here to help him. If they can get the wave to the tower, which is Wicked is trying his best to make sure they don't, spamming the wave back, he would be dead. They're going to camp this and wait until they get in on here. Wicked might see this coming, and there we have a dive onto top lane, killing it, Chow Mei.
Chow Mei's going to go down the back of this one. He will do, yes he will. And that's going to be, though, Clearlove. You can see Wicked in all kinds of danger at this top lane. Here's the minion wave. They're going to come around. There's the Leona stun. He knew it was coming, but he's going to get dropped again. He's trying to take FCZF. One more tower hit. He will get it. That was a great turnaround. They are going to lose the bottom tower from the top tower on the back of that, but 8 minutes 30. That was a good save there from Wicked.
He really needed that. The fact that they committed 3 people there, and only got the kill trade as well as giving up the dragon. 3 members top CLG EU counters with 3 members bottom. They didn't even need a jungler gank to kill Chow Mei, so that was actually Wicked essentially outplaying his lane opponent even though they are in completely different places and granting his team this dragon, which might put them right back close on the goal total.
Yeah, very tight game here, very tense between the two teams. That's going to be the goal total. Just going to be catching 11.7 to 12.42. Still slight advantages to Team WE, definitely in a stronger position. The blue buff, of course, still not been picked up by Team WE or CLG EU. I wasn't sure whether we're going to maybe engage off the back of that, but we are seeing the AD and the support now heading south. There's the blue buff. Team WE going to secure this one.
This is something WE has kind of been known for. Now that they've taken the top turret, they'll go immediately and try to take the bottom one. They're trying to get the global gold advantages, and CLG EU getting that dragon actually hurts this quite a bit. You can see they're going down and checking it. They were planning on taking it right then. Sorry, guys, it's gone. Now it's on for them to push this next tower. They might even try some 4 or 5 men dives here just to make sure to get the towers down. Wicked is all by himself. He's been shut down a fair bit in that lane. He's trying to catch his farm back up. This is a window WE needs to take advantage to because they have to fast push these towers down. Otherwise, Wicked's going to free farm and catch back up.
Yeah, Wicked already 10 CS against his counterpart, Olaf. Of course, meanwhile down that bottom lane, CF, ZZF, and Wei Xiao pushing onto the lane. Yellow Pete is fell 10 CS behind. That's not the end of the world, though, as a Cogmore versus a Corki.
That's really right on pace with the Nunu Blood Boil. He's actually doing much more damage than Wei Xiao. Snoopy with the Oracles already, only with the Philosopher's Stone, so he's got to be very careful with that, clearing out the wards, trying to make it unsafe for WE to do that fast pushing. This is actually somewhat of a tricky situation. We did see some very good early plays by WE, but the counters by CLG have kept them in this, and now WE might be a little bit lost. Can they push the towers without vision? Right now, they might not want to take that risk.
So fast Willie the Ancients looks like he's being pushed out by Messiah. Messiah again still out farming Froggen in that mid lane. Has just gone back to buy, and he can still see got that 5 CS advantage and the kill advantage, of course. I tell a lie, it's not a kill advantage. He used his ulti, didn't he? Dirty tactic you can use as picking off them kills from anyone on the map. But you can just see he's farming up massively. 3,600 gold, pretty much even between the two, so it's not too bad. Just a 100 gold difference, and really the difference seems to be that top lane. But as it stands at the moment, we are seeing Wicked in the top. He's covering off the fact that Froggen's gone back. Clearlove is with the double buff. He's picked up the Oracle as well, I believe. I just caught a glimpse of there as we pan past. Really, the advantage stands still with Team WE.
And that's actually a safe Oracles for Clearlove because he picked up the Heart of Gold and Philosopher's Stone before he completed it. So even if he loses it, he will have some golden farm when the game gets going. With this, though, you can see they have a lot of GP10 items double on Olaf, so Chow Mei, if they just keep farming off, he's going to get a little stronger than Wicked because of all that gold generation he's creating. And they've just kind of went into a shoving top lane, free farm back and forth, bottom lane Snoopy is just camping, waiting for wards, and they are a little bit stalled out here. WE wanted to take the dragon and then snowball that into more towers, but because CLG took that dragon, WE is a little bit lost. Their mid-game plan is off. They now have Oracle spotting out. They're going to do a dive behind, but the good deep warding by CLG is repelling their attack slightly, and really it's a matter of Froggen having to play very, very safe, and all these invades are getting just pushed aside a bit by WE because they haven't been able to create much action aside from those early tower dives.
Of course, we know they have to try and prevent that. Storm, they're diving on towards Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete's going to go down in the bottom lane. Has not got an ignite on him though, so he's going to turn safe from this one. No! It's going to be FCZF, turns it back around. Very nice play. The Garth's ultimate will pick up the kill though. And that is going to be Wei Xiao just about escaping as well. And honestly, I thought he got away with it, but really nice play from FZZF.
Really aggressive, and it caught them out. Now they're going for a blue steal, but there are 2 members here. WE is not going to be able to get this one.
Yeah, Wicked this time wants to get in there. Of course, the smite not available for Snoopy though, so they're going to have to fight for it. They do have Carthus coming around. He's the one who want to pick this up, so they don't want to take it away from him too heavily. Cao Mei at the top, just farming out freely, and there is Frog, and he's going to get that nice and easy.
But all these wards that have been cleared out by Snoopy with the Oracles is just stopping WE from being full-on aggressive. They did have that 2v2 engagement that again got turned around by Froggen, so that's something they really have to keep track of when this goes on, as Froggen is actually getting pretty big off the back of this. He's getting out-minion killed by Messiah, but the fact that he's picked up 2 kills with his Requiem makes it really hard for WE to dive on. Their main strategy in teamfights is to go in with Leona, Maokai, and Olaf, and if they're walking through a hugely fed Karthus Defile, it's going to be trouble for them in the late-game teamfights.
We are seeing the 600 gold advantage being built up by Wei Xiao. versus Yellow Pete, of course, just dying down that bottom. 2-0-2. Wei Xiao again, very, very strong throughout this entire tournament. Has been fantastic. And honestly, gold slightly in Froggen's favour, actually, because he's picked up those 2 kills and has been slightly out CS'd in that mid lane. Now, I mean, late team comps, how are we looking between these two? Obviously, we can see Team WWE trying to push the pace a lot more this time. But CLG, they're going to want to stall the game out like they always do.
And there'll be a point here. Xiao Mei is going to be able to dive through everything, get on Yellow Pete, and try to kill him. The instant that Yellow Pete can solo Olaf is when CLG wins the game, because other than that, they won't have enough to touch onto Yellow Pete and clear him out. So it's a race against time for WE. And just stepping back a bit, with the way WE lanes in this game and all the others, it's very clear that they have some of the best individual players in the world, because CLG has them. As they might see a dive here, they really want to do something. Here they come!
They're diving on towards Yellow Pete down the bottom. That's going to be the ultimate for FCZF. He gets dropped in seconds there. Clearlove diving on towards him. Crepo's also in danger. FCZF can try and pick this one up. Wei Xiao picks up the kill, and that was a double on that bottom lane. Very nice play from Team WE. They really are collapsing and pushing the pace on CLG.
That's the second tower. They found a way to create this. They've started their things, and it's up until 20 minutes they've been killer this entire tournament. After that point, they seem to get a little lost. They know that they have now taken down the second tower. Look for the mid to go down next. They're going to try to dive Froggen. They have very good coordination. FCZF is diving in fearlessly. The Dragon is up. Xiao Mei is up in the top lane trying to farm out, but Yellow Pete is as well, so this Dragon could have a lot of poke back and forth. WE doesn't realize Kog'Maw and Nuni aren't running back there, and we could see a bit of a Dragon concede or a poke back and forth here.
See Skarner on that Dragon point at the moment. Wicked down that bottom lane, farming off Freeney. Yellow Pete's trying to pick up some free farm. That bottom tower, they might just exchange the bottom tower, you know, for the Dragon. I'm going to try and keep my eye on Wicked. The pings have gone down on Wicked. Froggen also taking a bit of damage. Wicked's going to get closed in on down that bottom lane. You can see Wei Xiao going for it. Clearlove is there as well. The acceleration gets used by Wicked. He's going to walk through a ward, which means Twisted Advance can get on him, but immediately knocks Clearlove back. He's going to try and turn the damage around. He's got Skarner coming in now. Snoopy is there. Snoopy's hooked in. There's the ultimate from Froggen coming out. Wei Xiao's the target. If they can take Wicked, that has shut him down very nicely. He had a 3-0-2 on the back of that one. So that has really picked up the gold nicely for CLG, and that's definitely put them back in the game.
The timing on these Froggen ults has been perfect. It's on such a long cooldown, 173 seconds right now, but every time they need it, it seems to be up. WE needs to create action in a much faster pace off the back of this one, because those ultimates keep turning it around and keeping CLG in the game, and now that they have the Oracles, 5-man Dragon, the timing of this is just so clutch for CLG EU, and WE, they are good at creating the action. It's just they have to do it faster, because with the turnarounds, they're putting themselves in a hole, and all the plays they've made have been equally countered by CLG EU, and it's only a 1,000 gold game now with the second Dragon of the game going to CLG.
So CLG pushing that bottom turret. They're going to try and get on it before Wei Xiao gets back down there. You can see they're desperately trying to push the pace, but unfortunately, the minion's not really with him. We're watching Froggen right now. He's going to have Clearlove coming around the side there. Has got that Oracle. He's got to be very careful. He's completely spotted out. Messiah and Xiao Mei on that turret as well. Clearlove just waiting. They're going to try and force the minion wave here. Snoopy, luckily, might save his bacon yet. Snoopy's appearance there, I think, completely oblivious to the situation, definitely caused that gang to back off.
Snoopy has a tendency to always be in the right place, though. They just realized Froggen was potentially vulnerable because they know that the other two outer turrets have been taken down.
Going for the FCZF.
The target is going to be the third one, and here's Snoopy. He's going to have to flash over the wall for the safety. But they have a sense of what's important right now. They know the middle turret needs to be defended, otherwise WE would be able to push out. And now with 4-man stacked down on this bottom lane and the turret already being at a third health, WE's not going to be able to hold down this one.
And they know exactly where FCZF as well. They've pinged on top of him. Not stood on, yes, now they've just put a ward straight there. They know exactly where he is. And that is the first turret of the game for CLG EU. And the gold still very even between them. Just a 500 lead for Team WE. And actually, you know, after such a, I wouldn't say a disastrous lane phase, but they've definitely dragged themselves back into it. That play down the bottom from Wicked definitely baited them in nicely.
Everything's been about them turning around WE's aggression. All those tower dives, which have been successful, there's been an equal number that got turned around by Froggen's Requiem. And even in the mid lane, the fact that they are outlaning everyone, it's been turned around by the Dragons. Olaf and Wicked are very dead even on minion kills. Vladimir versus Karthus, he's only got the 13 advantage. Wei Xiao, even though he has the 3 kills, just the 20 minion kills and the fact that Kog'Maw has the Blood Boil to buff him up from Nunu, all this is actually boding well for CLG right now. They're going to be fine keeping this pacing of the game. because I think they have it late.
Okay, so if we're talking late game, we're going to start talking team fights. The team compositions of these two, how would you put it in a flat-out 5v5? Wow, the damage coming out towards Messiah there. That was a Deathfire grasp used up, but Froggen was baiting it in. Flash is out of there, Clearlove coming in. He is still on the base turret, so he's going to be taking the damage. Absolutely zero on Clearlove. Clearlove goes down. Froggen drops as well. FZZF is going to drop on the back of this one. Messiah also going to be targeted. The Carthus ultimate is going to come out. You can see now Snoopy coming from the side, going straight for Messiah. Hooks onto Messiah. There comes Wicked from the bushes. Getting onto him, and that's going to be Crepo going down. Oh, sorry, Wicked going down as well. Wicked diving on them. Xiaomei gonna get back away from this one. Very, very tight fight. 3 for 3. Wicked thought he could maybe pick something off the back of that, but Xiaomei managing to survive, and Wei Xiao with a really clutch Valkyrie.
More action in that fight than we saw through the entire set of the WE CLG EU game at LA Live. WE is coming to fight, and CLG is all about trying to counteract that. Again, a fearless initiation by FCZF. You've seen he's died 4 times, but he's been part of 8 of 10 of their kills. Same for Clearlove. They are just pushing down, and now this mid tower is in trouble. Wicked does not potentially have the mana to save this, but he can repel them back with those auto attacks from his Brutalize. With that fight, just in general, again, the Requiem was up, and since he had the blue buff, it's coming back up very shortly again with that Deathfire Grasp. He's making sure he has it so that at the tail end of all these fights, it's turning things around. That has really been the key for them, is Froggen's ultimate.
So Froggen now won't have it for around about 60 to 70 seconds. Meanwhile, the damage from Wicked is going to build up. As you can see, a Warmox was built by Olaf in there. Going a lot more tanky this time around. Something we've seen Xiaomei doing quite a few times, I believe.
He'll go for a whole bunch of health. Last time was a Frozen Melt, and then he'll stack just base resistance items. He'll go Negatron Cloaks and Chain Vests. In this game, he's probably going to end up building one of each, and then just trying to dive straight through the Froggen and onto Yellow Pete. And if they can do that, they'll be successful in team fights. This is going to be very, very close. They have an Aegis of the Legion already completed there by Snoopy. Clearlove is yet to reach that, so they do have an aura advantage. CLG EU, that is, if the next team fight happens fairly shortly. Karthasalt is already back up again, so those windows are becoming non-existent for WE every time they're going to have to deal with that Requiem. Because of that, they should soon get a bit more magic resist. You see the Abyssal Scepter already coming out on Messiah, and they're going to try to finish off this mid tower here. They're going to get it.
Yeah, they've got it. They've realized they forced CLG down a long way that bottom lane. They shut them out in the jungle. Just kept the pressure on. So CLG now 3-1 down in turrets. Team WE definitely with the better lane phase, possibly the better mid game. As we are 21 minutes gone into this game, we will start approaching those end builds. CLG, well, we saw 55-minute games before. Are they going to continue pushing the pace on the mid lane tower? I think they will.
It's a good window for them.
They are not ready for this one, and that is going to be a very quick turret. Olaf had been caught out on that top lane. Wei Xiao was down the bottom. CLG reacting very quickly.
And Wei Xiao has had problems with this in the very same series. He does, since he outfarms Yellow Pete so well, finishes off, gets those side lane turrets down, or not turrets, minions down, and here they're trying to chase him out. He's taking the right path though. Good just awareness by CLG EU. They're taking out the mid turret. With everything that's happened, the fact this is a 600 gold difference really just goes to show how well CLG EU is staying in this game, because all those early kills, it really looked like WE might run away with this. Dragon's coming up in 10 seconds, though. They are grouped around it. They're ready to fight if CLG wants this. They're not letting CLG get to this Dragon, and they will clearly initiate off of it if CLG tries to stop. I think they're going to end up giving it to them, though.
Wei Xiao rejoining his team, so they are all there, stacked in. Surely CLG are not going to fall for this one.
They're trying to push mid and maybe take a turret. They're going to have to peel off this Dragon immediately, and from that, we could see a very good fight.
They should. They're going to pick up the Dragon, and they're going to go straight for it, and CLG didn't bait them away. That's what they wanted. They wanted to force them in towards that inner turret, and I think they realized they were not 100% confident they could win that fight.
And this is how CLG EU wants to play. They don't want to take any risks. In the games they lost against WE, it was because they engaged on WE towers. It's because they took the fight to them. They're much more comfortable when the other team brings the fight to them and countering that. They are much more about counter initiation, about staying safe, than they are about creating their own plays. It is just their style. And this game especially, WE is taking it to them very strongly, and we're seeing a great clash of styles so far.
They are pushing the pace on that top lane. Now, Yellow Pete had gone down that bottom. He'd started clearing the wave, and now he's reacted. Now he's making his way up. They realized that they are in the jungle. They could have possibly gone for Baron. They could have turned things around. We're at 24 minutes gone. It's not out of the question. And they can see Yellow Pete in that mid lane now. He's farming up as much as humanly possible to try and catch up on Wei Zhao. Still a 40 CS difference between those two. 233 to 314. The big goal difference for Wei Zhao currently. They are just continuing pushing the pace, but again, blue buff stolen away. Team WE really taking it to CLG.
And they do leave the Baron a little bit exposed. Xiao Mei actually getting a bit cut out. He's trying to run away. He might have to burn his ultimate. No, they do decide to go away. And this is going to be that Baron dance that we've seen so much of in the past. They're going to try to get a whole bunch of wards onto FCZF. You can actually see he's the only one on the team with wards, and this is how they play their mid game. He'll try to stack as many as possible. He could only get 3 in this instance, and everyone else is just worried about completing their items. Coming down the line, there's a BF sword now onto Yellow Pete. If he gets onto that Infinity Edge with the Nunu Blood Boil, that's going to be the point where CLG EU gets really scary in team fights. That point is approaching very quickly, and WE has to act fast.
Pepper warding up their Tribers. They're going to take the top turret here, CLG. Team WE nowhere near reacting to this one. And they will have the damage capabilities to take it down pretty quickly. You can see it's at full damage. There's a pings in that mid lane. They're well aware that Yellow Pete was around there. They're going to put the pressure on that mid turret, you know. Team Messiah's there. The rest of the Team WE are pushing down heavily on that mid lane.
They're really just going to try to take this turret. They're out of minions, though, so they will have to back out. It looks like CLG is going to be here for the actual turret defense. They're trying to tank out the turret, but they just don't have the health or the armor right now to take it down. They do have the Aegis of the Legion on a clear lift, so they can match CLG EU with the auras. They also have an Abyssal Scepter on Messiah, which will help them. But here again, we see Wei Zhao coming through the bottom. That wave is super pushed. He's going to have to clear that out, and CLG EU now gets to come in around Baron, clear all of FCZF's wards out, and really create surprise for them. And will they actually, if that ward wasn't seen in Baron, they would have tried to take it. Even with that, they're going for it because they saw so many members of WE out. They saw Olaf as well.
Clearlove has put that sapling in there, and they immediately react to it. CLG EU trying to sneak a Baron in there. Of course, there's not a massive crowd cheering behind them. As soon as something like that happens, the crowd generally goes wild. They don't have that situation, so maybe a slight advantage for any one teams that tries to sneak it. We saw it a couple of times. Obviously, they had those 2 members. I think it was Team WE, wasn't it? They tried to 2-man the Baron a couple of times. And, you know, it's not so much they can hear it.
They can feel it.
They can see it in front of their eyes. The crowd are going mental, and they're like, what's happening here?
Now there's just more oracles coming out. FCZF, they know the ward's there. They might be pretending that they don't see it and hoping to bait CLG EU into a team fight. They need to start creating. It's going to be so hard in these team fights. They're going to be trying to dive onto Yellow Pete, but they're going to have to go through Karthus Defile. Froggen's going to try to die in the middle of things just to pump out damage while he's dead. And everything's going to be about trying to get onto Yellow Pete. But do they have enough dive? Leona, Maokai, and Olaf are all going to be flying in. Wei Zhao's going to be having to deal with Wicked, Froggen, Wicked, Froggen, Skarner, Nunu, all just trying to dive in on top of him. And they don't feel strong enough to actually force a fight around Baron, which is going to be really, really dangerous for WE because they know CLG EU scales up amazingly.
Sneaky play there from Wei Zhao. While the rest of the team were positioning, he just snuck straight round, took that red. Very cheeky. To get in there, 10-8, 27 minutes. Yes, you know, I can see them. They're trying to bait them in here. Team WE want to fight this. Clearlove was around there. I wasn't sure whether they were going to just pile straight up there. Again, nobody has a Shurelias yet. Nobody can engage quicker. CLG definitely could disengage. They could throw that wall of pain down as well as the acceleration gate. They could definitely disengage much quicker. And it looks like they want to engage here. Wicked really wanted to push that one.
We talk with CLG EU, and everyone on that team wants to disengage except for Wicked. He's always the one just getting antsy and ready to go. He has his buttons on his initiation skills. If he's Malphite, it's on Unstoppable Force. If it's Aurelia, it's on Blade Surge. Constantly, he just wants to go. It's about the team talking him out of it. You could really see he was ready to go there. And now WE, just so much poke back and forth, and we have seen this countless times before. This is where WE lost the games at LA Live. This is where CLG EU is at their most comfort, and they see Wicked in the bottom lane just farming out. He's out of mana. He has to go back to base and run all the way back. But WE isn't even capitalizing on this. They're not pushing the tower. They're not forcing Baron. They're really just kind of lulled a bit. They don't really know what to do. And this is the struggle that they had at LA Live. They have to make something happen in these situations, and it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, it's like usual. Like we said, 20 minutes gone into the game. They get to that situation. CLG just know how to play the late game. This is their field of expertise, if you will. Team WE trying to try and push it on towards this bottom turret. Are CLG going to try and collapse around the backside? They can see the clear ups there. They might catch clear up out. Instead, Team WE want to engage this one. Messiah's taken very low. Froggen's going to get dropped in this one, but they're all stood in there. And no, Froggen still has not gone down. There's the ultimate. Now he's going to get dropped. Messiah's going to go down off the back of that. You can see Wei Xiao's also down. Olaf's down. TLG picking up multiple kills off the back of that. You can see Messiah also going to get dropped in there. Wicked dive straight in. They can take the Baron off the back of this one. Snoopy is still alive, but more importantly, Yellow Pete and Wicked are there to tank it out.
That fight was so forced by WE. They initiated through a wall of pain, which made everything lackluster. They're now forcing down this Baron, and this is CLG EU's experience coming in. They know how to team fight. WE has the individual skill because they win the early game and they win the laning, but they just can't seem to get the fights, and CLG EU is masterful. This Baron is tricky for them. They're doing a very good job tanking back and forth. Closest target always getting hit, and there they get the Baron. They've won the team fight. This is mid to late game. How does WE come back for this? Because all of the early game, everything they've tried to create was just lost in that last team fight.
They've also pinged the blue. The Froggen wants to get there quickly. Nunu had spawned just in time. Not that that's a massive thing, but Crepo is another man with the Baron on. So, 4-man Baron for CLG. 13-12 into this game. Gold advantage for the first time with the CLG, and we're going to check out the replay with the audio from the players.
Stay out.
Really fucking good job, guys.
Stay out.
Really fucking awesome job.
Okay, let's see. 20 seconds for me.
20 seconds, and they were happy with that. I think you can safely say. It was a pretty awesome job, I believe is the words that Wicked came out with, and definitely an advantage for CLG EU. Dragon is being taken away by Team WE, though, just above. We're following Snoopy right now, and we can see Team WE are picking up the Dragon. As it is, there we go, and that's definitely going to make the gold very even, just 800 gold between them. CLG EU all backing, all want to buy. They've cleared out all the objectives they needed to, and the builds start to come out here.
And this is the struggle now for WE because they've tried the forcing, and it's been repelled. You can see they did finally get the Shirelia's Reverie to start fights, but that's not really going to help them because they've been taken to a point where they lose the team fights. They were just shown very clearly that they can't take CLG EU heads up, and that's before they got the Baron buff, that's before they got all that gold. The Infinity Edge finally been finished by Yellow Pete. The Zeke's Herald coming out onto Crepo. Last Whisper onto Wicked for increased poke. CLG has been known to just stall up this advantage and wait until the one next team fight they win ends the game. But I think they have a big enough edge here and enough poke they can actually take some of these turrets out. And W is going to be forced to go in on them because in the previous sets, when WE has not acted, when they're behind like this, they know they don't come back because they know CLG doesn't make the mistakes. Whether they try to bleed them out here, or whether WE tries a last-ditch effort much earlier than previously, will really decide if this is another 60-minute game or not.
Either way, but I think we can all agree that these are very tight teams. They are very close in terms of skill. Team WE definitely have the stronger lane phase. They were 9-1 up even in the game they lost. They seem to outplay CLG in that laning phase, but CLG EU, again, we see clawing back into this one. Looks like CLG may take the turret down. Yes, they will. Wicked, of course, alongside Yellow Pete. They have that double AD damage on that turret. They can shred it down very, very quickly. I think that's the first time as Shirelia's Reverie was just used there by Team WE. They really wanted to escape that, but this is the first time I think we've seen Shirelia's on Team WE. Normally, he just doesn't even have a chance to save for that, putting it all on wards. This time he's gone for that item.
And they have double Shirelia's Reverie as well. Clearlove picking it up, so they are looking to maybe initiate in the right situations, but with the Baron buff and with all the poke coming out from CLG EU here, it's going to be tough for them to hold off that turret. You can see Yellow Pete, only a couple hits on the turret, but CLG is patient. They will get those 2 hits 50 times, and eventually they'll take the turret down. And they don't actually seem to be pushing off to the top or the bottom. You can see a huge stack up on the top lane. That may take the turret by itself, and the pressure just staying there. They have flash up in a few seconds on Snoopy. If they want to start a fight, it would very well be that flash impale onto someone from Skarner. But knowing CLG, they're probably just going to play it safe and poke.
Wei Xiao would almost certainly... Wei Xiao, sorry. Get his name right. Eventually. You can see they're definitely getting a little bit of poke on there. Yellow Pete is hitting that damn turret. He's slowly but surely working it down. Wicked there, quite happy to eat a sapling. Top range, the wave has been taken down. 212 CS to 147, that top lane definitely gone in favor of Wicked as we've moved later into that game. I say lane, it's not so much a lane now, but you saw the damage, the shred on towards Salmei there. Salmei realizes they've got to fight something here. That turret is being shredded by Yellow Pete and Wicked here. They're doing a heck of a lot of damage, and they've already taken it down to below half.
But here we go, the Baron for CLG EU is out. They know they have a lot of gold to go farm with. They're going to take the blue buff, and there's also the outer turret. They don't need to get the inhibitor turret on the mid there. They got 2/3 of the health. They're going to play it safe like they always do. They want to take the Dragon when it comes up. They're going to try to get as many turrets out as possible. They win the team fights. They prove that. They can't dive through Frog, and they can't get through Krepo. They do not have dive to get through Yellow Pete. They just don't have the damage or the team fight capabilities unless they find some sort of a perfect fight. And that's why CLG takes it so slow. They have the Frozen Heart now onto Snoopy. They're really just waiting until WE tries to force something. They might get this turret, but even that is too tough for them because look at the damage that comes out from Froggen just with the DFG and a couple hits.
Yellow Pete also in there, shredding down his health, and we talked about, you know, the fact that he gets that Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, he can really rip apart Salmei. Salmei has got that Randian's Omen, but honestly, it doesn't seem to be enough. Now that Yellow Pete has that Infedge, and you can see the waves, the top, the bottom, all starting to stack up here. CLG could rotate to whichever lane they want, but they feel they can take this middle inhibitor turret. Honestly, they could probably tank it up. Snoopy's going to go in, he's going to tank it, they're going to take the inhibitor turret. You can see Yellow Pete just taking it down. Wicked comes in, that is the first inhibitor turret down. That is a huge advantage for CLG.
They realized they'd harassed Xiaomei down enough from the outside of the base and could just go up. The Olaf was not a threat. They were very confident in their ability to take down that turret, and it is the double AD that helps them with this. They're slow pushing it here. At some point, WE is either going to have to force a fight that they'll have a low chance of winning, or they're just going to get bled out by CLG. In the past, they've been bled out by them. There will be a last-ditch effort at some point, but it's probably going to be after the next Baron. CLG's going to want to try to harass that down. There's a bunch of wards out that they will have to clear before that happens. There's a lot of time before we'll end up seeing that, but for now, the siege is on.
The siege is on. Are they going to go for the exposed inhibitor? Will they just try and force a fight there? You can see they're clearing out the waves. There's a big wave along that top, and no, Snoopy's going to go back, which means the rest of the team will back off and buy some more items, some big, fat, juicy items. And like you say, timing out that Baron. It is due in 49 seconds. They're going to be well aware of that more than we will. They're going to go and purchase some items. Let's see what they're going to pick up here, Jack.
So we actually see a Guardian Angel starting to come on Yellow Pete. He hasn't quite been able to finish that. Another Reverie completed, this time for Krepo, so if they do want to try to speed Snoopy up, he's going to be able to jump in and get that. The Aura items have been out for a while. The Zeke's Herald, the Aegis of Legion, and the Frozen Heart all helping. It's just going to be so difficult for them to dive through and get onto Yellow Pete. Not sure what WE's action is here. They might have to try to steal a Baron. They might have to try to pick Snoopy while he's clearing wards in the jungle. Or they might just have to wait for some kind of tower dive. But we know in the past that CLG EU doesn't let that happen. They're all about counter initiation. They're all about bleeding their opponents out. And this safe style, once they have this kind of lead, we haven't seen a team actually disrupt them from it.
No one that seems to be able to drag the game, force the late matches in CLG EU. And honestly, their team fights is generally pretty damn good when they get to this stage. Oh, Snoopy's in there. He thought about hooking someone in, actually, and forced the flash from FZZF there. So we're not going to see any Leona flash engages. So that's immediately taking one weapon from their arsenal. Meanwhile, Salmei walking through that ward. The rest of CLG, they're going to try and bait this one out. Salmei may come around that corner. Yes, he is. They're going to catch on him. Salmei getting shredded there by Yellow Pete and forced away very low. Now they could try and force that Baron. They're
really going to try this, but there is the risk that Clear Love could flash in and smite it. CLG might be worried about this. If anything, they're going to try to peel this immediately unless they see that he's going to flash in. They get the wards down. They might just rush us down. He's going to try to steal this. It's going to be close. Either way, they're just poking him back with so much damage he can't even go in. They're going to get it.
They're going to get it, and you can see this just through Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao trying to push it off from range. Oh, they nearly got the steal, but the smite comes out from Snoopy there. And actually, off the back, you can see Clear Love went down to Froggen.
Froggen again with the clutch Karth Assault, taking out Clear Love. That's the jungler down. That's 5 men with Baron and the exposed inhibitor, and many low members of W. They're going to take this inhibitor, and if they get a team fight on the end of it, they will push through, but most likely they're going to take this, take the towers, and this is even more control. It doesn't look like WE can even get close to them right now.
CLG just going straight for that inhibitor. They didn't even bother with the creep wave. They didn't need it, and they are still going to disengage. They have a huge creep wave going in there. They realize they've got an advantage, but 15 seconds spawn. They're going to pick up the dragon. They're going to pick up that huge creep wave at the bottom, playing it 100% safe throughout this game. CLG really brought themselves back into this one. Honestly, in the first 20 minutes, I thought WE had this.
It was like the first 20 minutes of all the games we've seen between WE and CLG, but what comes into play for CLG EU is their team play, their teamwork, their motto, just their emotion. They control everything. WE now trying to just get something here after giving up Baron. They took out a mid-turret, but they're going to have to back up right away. And this is actually early for CLG. We're only at 38 minutes, considering the control, considering the fact that they have the inhibitor right now. Next lane for them is bottom. There's an outer turret there. They're going to try to roll through both of those and take it out. And even the tanks for them, Chow Mei, he gets shredded in a couple seconds. There's no way he can run through all of CLG right now to get to Yellow Pete. There has to be a fairly large error here from CLG EU if they take this game away. They're all sticking together. They have outer turrets up. The risk of backdoor is fairly low. WE actually all grouping up in a triangle brush. They're going to try to get some kind of surprise initiation because this would be their last-ditch effort. They're either going to do this or try to backdoor mid. Either way, this is their move. This is what they're trying to create. This is going to be interesting.
Here they go. You can see them making that move around the side. Are they going to get spotted by that Cogmore ultimate? Oh, the sapling would have got spotted there, surely by Snoopy. They realize it, they've pinged it. They're going to try and engage them on their CLG. Let's try and gather in this bush. We want to go for the center. TWE cannot. They're going to have to back away. That's not the move they wanted. And again, just caught between two minds.
They didn't want to engage a full 5v5, but they got caught by a Carthus wall.
And Messiah getting hooked in there. They tried to go for it. Salme trying desperately to close in. Clear up now on the back of this one. They're trying to get in there, but MCZF getting melted. Messiah's going to get dropped there by Yellow Pete. They do take Yellow Pete down. Carthus actually dropped. Sorry, Yellow Pete's still alive. And there goes the Carthus ultimate. And that's going to surely be the end of the game. But you can see the double coming out. Froggen picks it up. Wei Xiao, the one surviving member, has to back away. They have enough to finish this game. They're going to have Super Minion Wave coming up the mid lane. Yellow Pete's just quite happily to tank this one. He's got a creep wave coming up. He's just going to zone out, zone back in, and surely this is the game.
If Wei Xiao would have been finished by Wicked, I'd say this is the end of the game for sure, but with this, he might be able to fend so hard. 2 Guardian Angels here for CLG. Only 15 seconds left on the death timer for Clear 11 FCZF. Instead, CLG EU is going to try to take the circle of inhibitors here. If they can get the third down, even if they just take the turret out here, they know they have the game in complete control. None of their Guardian Angels even got popped in that fight. They are sitting so pretty right now. There's no reason for them to force it through, and that damage from Yellow Pete is the reason they're so close here. They couldn't even touch him when they tried to dive through, and that was a hard dive through that they did in that last fight. Total control right now by CLG EU.
Yeah, I incorrectly called it. I thought they dived on towards Yellow Pete. It was Froggen, then they managed to catch out. So they got one of the big carries down. But Yellow Pete now so prepared, so shredded. He's just doing so much damage to them on the back. And Wicked as well is also laying down a lot of damage. He's got that Bloodthirster, got that Last Whisper and Brutalizer in there. He is doing a lot of the damage as well.
This is the triple threat that a lot of teams bring with the Kog'Maw. If you bring Cog, you make sure to bring high damage in your top lane, high damage in your mid lane, and then just support tankiness from your support and jungler. Because you just try to split the other team up. You make it so they can't do everything they want. Nothing does really more late game damage from a caster perspective than a Froggen sitting in your team with his Defile on. Nothing does more from an AD carry perspective than a blood-boiled Kog'Maw. On top of that, you have a Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, Brutalizer coming out from Jace, so there's just way too much threat coming around from CLG EU, and WE just doesn't have the resources to take it on. How are they going to hold off this last inhibitor? There's 2 waves of super creeps that are going to be pushing in. CLG doesn't have the Baron buff, but I don't think they care. They're going to go in, take down that third inhibitor. If they don't win the game off of this, they might win it off the next Baron. They do take it slow, so we can't call it yet.
Well, they're waiting for Crepper to get up there. Of course, that Blood Boil, a massive part of it for Yellow Pete. As soon as he does get in there, they put the ward down. That's going to get cleared straight out. Him dodge the axe out. Right, get launching damage towards Team WE. See MCZF eating the brunt of that. Froggen's just hanging off in the background. He knows they're going to likely to engage on him. And still, CLG very patient here, despite the fact they've just clearly won a big team fight. 9-4 up in turrets, 18-4 in kills. Massive gold advantage of 8K currently. 42 minutes gone into this game. Could be the fastest game we've seen CLG possibly win here in the Team WE quarterfinals. The game that never ended but could well be over shortly. Team WE started off so well. There it is. That's going to be the Vladimir ultimate. They're going on towards Wicked, but Messiah already damaged done. Snoopy is going to get dropped on the back. You can see Wicked diving in there. It's actually a good fight for Team WE here. Could they get the damage down? Salme tried desperately to get in there, but Yellow Pete again off the side, shredding them down. Guardian Angel pop by Messiah. He's going to spawn. They're trying to take Yellow Pete down. They will. They're going to get him down. FCZF drops off the back of the Frog and Ultimate. And there is Yellow Pete. Come back from the Guardian Angel, as of course. And CLG come out 4-on-1. Surely the game is now over. Chat, it is going to finally end.
The game is over. CLG moves on. They will face Azubu Frost in the next semifinal. Look at them right now. They just look relieved, happy, waving out to the crowd of online viewers. They won that game playing their style. They were more aggressive than they were over at LA Live. That bodes well for them. They just kept it up. The late game team comps, they got the Karthus. Falling back on a Kog'Maw was a great move for Yellow Pete because he had more of an impact than Wei Zhao in that game for really the first time in this series. GG, congrats to CLG EU.
Really well played. You know, the pressure must have been so intense on them because that lane phase, they were definitely falling behind. There's no doubt about it. But they managed to just hold themselves together. That big play down the bottom by Wicked drew them out and absolutely fantastically just got them back into the game.
It was the turnarounds on the tower dives, often just triggered by Froggen's Karthus ultimate. That was a close one in all seriousness because WE was on the brink of turning that for so long. But then really, once they had that one super force team fight through the wall of pain, you knew CLG EU had taken control. It's all those races against time you see them play so much. After a certain point, you know they've taken control, and it's just Snoopy staring into their souls after then. They move on. They're confident. They're good to go.
He's had time to perfect that, I believe, and he's definitely worked his way into it. So, what a fantastic match. And of course, you know what that means? It means it's going to be a Azubu Frost versus CLG EU. It's the OGN Summer Championships all over again. What a game that was. If you missed it, it went all the way to a 5-game epic, to a blind pick epic. And well, Azubu Frost came out on top of that one, but honestly, I just don't know which way to call it right now.
They've been so strong in the past. CLG EU and Azubu Frost, they have so much history. There is a clash there because Azubu Frost is all out aggression. We have a replay of the last push with the player audio to see how pumped up they really were.
To bottom hits. Stay back to bottom hits. I can wall and we can poke more, but...
Wall to disengage.
Yep.
Go get chunked.
Come,
Blast chunked.
Run back, run back, run back.
Backwards.
Run backwards. Just run backwards. Run backwards. We need Olaf, we need Olaf.
Olaf.
I'm in GA, I'm in GA, I'm in
I've got
GA.
Olaf.
They're gonna kill me again.
Help, Wicked, help, Wicked. Vlad.
Ulting.
Vlad has to die,
I kill him.
Good job. Finish game.
Awesome!
Yes! This is it, guys? Oh, fuck yes.
Wow, how calm did they sound through that fight?
It just shows maybe just how collected they were, but maybe just the difference of the environment we have here. They don't have the vibrations from crowd noise. They don't see the 1,000 people out in front of them. And it's very much almost more controlled. They have more time to think about it. They didn't seem to be as emotional. Another thing from that could be they'd played that game so many times. They've been ahead. They finished it slow. That's how they like to end games. They were so controlled in the end there. And that was just crisp execution from CLG EU.
Yeah, they've gone to bed thinking about that match, and finally it played out their way. And Team WE, you know, they don't need to be too down on themselves because, honestly, they performed fantastically. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an amazing end to the quarterfinals. Finally, it is over. We are going to go over to the semi-finals next. Let's take a look at the brackets to see how things stand. And honestly, wow, just look at those games. How good are they? CLG EU versus Azubu Frost. That will be coming up later on. But first up, it is going to be Taipei Assassins versus M5 BenQ. What a fantastic game that could be coming up. I mean, you've got two ultra aggressive teams.
And that could very well be the highest kill, most aggressive game of this entire tournament. Taipei Assassins won their quarterfinal matches in 26 and 30 minutes, respectively. The IG versus Moscow 5 quarterfinal was just an overall bloodbath. I know the first kill was 26 kills to 24.
Yeah.
They're going to clash into each other over and over again, and Taipei Assassins are scary strong coming into this against Moscow 5, who really, if you count Hanover, the world champions defending, every one of these Asian teams, when they ask who they most fear coming into this, a lot of them say, I want to play Moscow 5. TPA is going to have their chance here, and that game is going to be incredible.
So, if you were to call it right now, what sort of finals were you thinking for the semi-finals? Taipei Assassins versus Moscow 5. so close to call. Superfrost versus CLG. They had a best of 5 recently. It was pretty popular.
It was best of 5. It went all 5 games. We wouldn't have a blind pick here, and we also have the best of 3. It's really too close to call in almost both scenarios. We've been talking with some of the pro teams, and they're mixed whether they think Moscow 5 is the favorite or TPA is the favorite. I'm not going to reveal who said who just so they don't get the bad calls, but it's been so close amongst all this. I know COG EU is practicing with Taipei Assassins, so they're going to be really practice coming into this. If they meet in the finals, it's like, what should we really pick those scrim opponents? They're going to know each other very well. Really, the rest of this day, when we complete all this, no matter what happens, the finals are going to be awesome.
Okay, so coming up, it's going to be Freak and Rivenson. They're going to be bringing you, of course, the Moscow 5 versus Taipei Assassins semi-final. Do not go anywhere. It's going to be fantastic. And, of course, they're going to have 2 awesome guests. It's going to be Hotshot GG and Dan Din. Do not go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the USC's Galen Center for the League of Legends World Playoffs. The semifinals about to begin. I'm Rivington Bisson III. With me, as always, is David Freak Turley. But Freak, before we dive into all the grandness that is the semifinals matchup, let's go over a little bit about that last quarterfinal match.
So that quarterfinal match was quite a few days in the making, of course, as we all know, and these games did go back and forth. But in the end, it was CLG really playing their game.
Yes.
They picked that late game composition. Nunu Kog'Maw, so much damage with those two. Karthus as well. Froggen having a great game. And they, even though there was a nice frontline dive there from Team WE, they had Olaf. He had a pretty decent lane, had a bunch of gold, Warmogs, Randuins.
Right.
A blood-boiled Kog'Maw will melt anyone he pleases. And ultimately, he was just so beefy. He dealt so much damage. And really, I think Crepo, Yellow Pete, they had such a good lane overall that, Kog'Maw, despite having a bit of a weak laning phase, he's there for the late game, had such a good start overall, played the mid game so well that once it became 30 minutes or so, CLG just had the team fight presence.
Freak, and we said it before, it was actually a key to victory for them. Don't focus Wicked top. He just bounces back all the time. And with such an awesome team, coming from WE in the beginning, the Leona, the Maokai, and the Corki, all very safe at early tower dives. They were able to snowball in that top lane. What prevented them from keeping the snowball in the game?
Well, basically, it was the kind of thing where once they set up, back to the 2-on-2 lane down there, and they had, Corki and Leona up there against Kog'Maw, etc. They set up a lot of really good moves, and that is where they want to gank, right? That snowbally team, it worked very, very well. They got those ganks going. They played that early mid game exactly perfect. But it's just what happens when you play against CLGE. Jat was saying that WE needs to make some pushes. They need to keep pushing forward. They need to press the advantage because there's always going to be that tick-tock in the back of their mind saying, it's Nunu Kog'Maw, it's Nunu Kog'Maw, it's Nunu Kog'Maw. If they can't keep that pressure going, it's still going to be scary. And in the end, Nunu Kog'Maw, they got the items. It eventually became late enough that CLG made enough moves picking up dragons based on tower dives. They made enough moves picking up just enough turrets, and they went equal enough in those fights. Those really, really amazing Requiems coming out from Froggen allowed him to kind of carry the mid game. And then finally, Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer was done. So, they just held on long enough. They held on without losing too much of their base long enough that items were eventually bought.
Well, we have some opinions, but we also have somebody here who has some other opinions, maybe some professional ones as well. Guys, joining us today here at the Championship Playoffs is going to be Dan Din to talk about the previous matchup a little bit. Dan, how you doing?
I'm doing really good, guys. And really, I totally agree with you guys. It's just a matter of early game versus late game. You look at World Elite, they have very durable, very tanky, lots of damage, so they can just go in there and kill somebody and back out. And at the same time, COG has experienced this. They've experienced it for 8 hours the other day. And they actually built their comp around it. If you look at Kog'Maw, he's got that cleanse so he can escape. And he also got that Karthus, because with the expectation that World Elite's going to be diving all day, having that extra damage from Karthus can really turn the battle around. And so I thought that, COG coming into this, expected this. They expected to lose the early game, and really they're just clawing and hanging on, waiting for that mid game, waiting for that late game, and just powering through it. Because with the type of team comp that COG has, they're very susceptible to getting dived early, but the moment that 30 minutes hit, they have the Karthus for a long-range nuke. They have the Jace for the long-range nuke. And if they dive in, you have all that damage. It comes to a point where Olaf just can't run in anymore. He's going to get shredded. He's going to die. The Blood Bowl is just too much. And one key factor that I felt that just played against World Elite is there was no Frozen Heart at any point.
Yeah, that Frozen Heart really massive because it's an area of effect slow, right? It's affecting a lot of auto attackers. You've got Jace, Skarner, and Kog'Maw who all want a basic attack. What's kind of the threshold? When do you rush a Frozen Heart then?
Really, you want that Frozen Heart by about 20-25 minutes. As a Maokai, as soon as you get that Philistone, as soon as you get the Heart of Gold, you either get that Shirelia Reverie or you build that Frozen Heart right away. And having that, they would have been able to power through mid-game and really not allow COG to come back as quickly and just hopefully close it out.
So what was the big turning point then? What made that early mid-game shift to the end game where it was CLG's favor?
The biggest turning point in the game was actually the team fight in the forest. The moment that Karthus wall went off, it cut off all but one player onto World Elite, and the Maokai went in with the Twisted Advance anyways, forcing the entire team to run through that wall. That wall, by that point in the game, is absolutely huge. It shreds about 40 MR and armor, and getting every single member on the team shredded is just going to absolutely destroy you. And really, some members at that point didn't want to go through, and some went through. So it also created a distraction, making each individual player to actually assess, am I going to go through, am I not? And really, not every person went through at the same time. They weren't able to shut down one person right away.
So what could W have done different? You mentioned the Frozen Heart and the initiation on the wall. Was there any other major move that W could have done, early, mid, or late to change that game around?
Really, the moment they had the advantage, aside from that Frozen Heart, they were very, very aggressive. They need to time their aggression a little bit better. There was one dive on bottom where they were able to pick up multiple kills, and that was right after Karthus had used his ultimate. And almost every single dive after that, it just happens to be they dive with the Karthus ult up, and they came out even, or they came out one behind. So making sure that they gank mid a little bit more, because if you think about it, if you put a lot of pressure on mid, there's no global presence elsewhere to counteract that. So if they were able to shut down Froggen a little bit more, put more pressure there, it would have been a little bit more successful.
Now, Dan, if you find yourself coming into a game where a team like Counterlogic Europe just wants to force it into the late game, what are your options to stop that from happening? Because it seems to go in their favor every time they get it.
Definitely. COG EU is one of those teams where they like the very, very late game. They go for that hyper carry late game comp, and they depend on their team fighting skills and their composition into the late game. To counter that, you either have to shut them down very hard early, shut out the game, not let them come back at any point, or you just have a composition that's even stronger late game and play at their pace. And then when it gets to that late game, if you team fight as well as they can, but with a stronger late game composition, you can start taking matches off of them.
Right on.
Alrighty, well, thank you, Dan, very much. But early in the day, we asked you guys to send us questions on Twitter by tweeting at #LOLWorlds or at League of Legends. Well, we've got some of your questions right here, and we want to answer them. So let's see what we got.
All right, so we are going to see what questions we have. Necrofrania, who's the most successful champion this tournament, Freak?
I gotta say, I think it's Shen overall. You look at pick and ban rates, and you got Ezreal up there at the top tier, and Alistar and Shen over there. But I think Shen's been the biggest playmaker overall. I think win rate aside, that he's been setting up the most matches. He's been first picked so very often, and you look at the one really dominant game from Mach Noon there, where he carried his team in the group stage. I think he's kind of had the most impact because you can bring in Alistar as a tank, and there are lots of tanks. There's lots of crowd control, but Shen is one of those few guys left who's got that global presence, who's been picked a lot, and he affects the match so much. So that having Shen in the roster really makes another team respond to him very, very heavily, and teams have to continually practice how do we fight against Shen.
I like it. I like it. I'm obviously going to throw out my choice as well. I'm going to go ahead and say Ezreal. We don't have the perfect statistics on there. We saw Ezreal throughout this tournament getting quadra kills, very high pick ban rate, and we've just seen him pretty much in every game that's been played.
He's really common as well.
Right.
There's these 4 attack damage carriers that are getting played a whole lot this tournament.
For sure.
And there's others in the roster as well, but there's been 4 that have been played the most, and Ezreal is really his hot pick among those.
So I believe we have more questions that we'll be answering within the next matchup, guys. So keep asking them. #LOLWorlds, so you guys can be sure to get that questions in. We're going to answer them as well. May just come up before Jat and D-Man come on for the next matchup as well. And for a little bit more insight, because we're not even done here yet. The championship playoffs just has tons and tons of things coming at you. We have him, man himself, Hotshot GG, up here with us in the casting booth now. George, how you doing?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Oh, well, we're doing pretty fantastic. How are you feeling so far, with what's been happening with the teams, the strategies we're seeing, and now what's going to happen with Moscow 5 TPA?
It's really been a roller coaster of emotions. The game that just happened right now was exceptional. CLG EU is behind by so much gold, and they always come back in the end. Their team comp was really, really good, and they played really well, and it was really close.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. As far as Moscow 5 goes and TPA, they're both exceptional teams, and I put them on the same level. So.
Right on. Wow. All right.
So you pretty much own Logic Gaming. You own that team. You own that brand. Do you get heart attacks every time your European team's in a tournament? Because it seems like it's comebacks every single time. That's got to be stressful on you.
Well, it is stressful, but I also have to kind of detach myself and be there for CLGNA too. So it's kind of, I have to find a good balance between sticking to my own team and my own my own team and my own fans, but also I always root for CLGU. They're my favorite team, other
than yourself,
our own, obviously. And they're a really good group of guys, and I really enjoy living with them and training with them.
So then what do you think about them up against Azubu Frost next time? You know, they just matched in a BO5 just a month back and you know, started at 2-0. Now the semifinal is a best of 3. Do you think another 2-0s coming out?
A 2-0?
Yeah, you think they're going to win against Frost?
I'm not sure about that. Frost has a really good mental game. Like, their ability to stay in the game, just mentally, is impressive, and it really matters. CLGU has the, I guess, maybe team comp advantage and maybe kind of like a individual player advantage, but Azubu Frost has great teamwork, and they just have the most awesome mental game. I cannot applaud them enough for it.
So speaking of mental games then, you know, you've been in a lot of tournaments. You've been competing at the top level since pretty much League's inception. So you've been in a lot of really stressful situations, you know, where it's down to the wire, you're 2 games from elimination, there's a lot of money on the line. How do you mentally prepare yourselves when when every single game is like the most important match of your life?
I mean, I don't think any of us really prepare. We just go in there, guns blazing, and we just try to do our best, and we react to the situation as best as we can. None of us really train to be, or none of us really prepare to be, you know, in front of the audience and to be under that pressure. So.
All right. Do you start out with your hands shaking a little bit and you get used to it, or are you calm to the point where you play a match and you're like, okay, it's game, you know, we'll go hard?
Always first games are stressful, and these 2 teams that just played, they had the stress of first game and their only game. So I'm sure both these teams were really, really stressed out at the very start of the game.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. And you could see like how intense it was because Snoopy actually baited a flash from Leona, even though his team was around there, and they kind of waited. Leona just ran out, and she was really under pressure. You could feel it, and it was intense.
So you think those feelings of pressure and emotion did weigh on them?
Yeah, of course. In a best of 1, it really weighs on you, and you play more passive. Like, again, Snoopy had the ability to do Baron with their team. They ran for that Baron, they started doing it, and the second that Sapling was thrown over, he backed off because he could have secured the Baron. It was most likely that they were going to get it, but he didn't want to get outsmited by Clearlove, and the team didn't want that possibility, so they backed out. And that's a decision he probably would have not taken if it was a... I mean, that was a decision he probably would have taken if it was a scrim. He would have tried to steal the Baron, or secure the Baron.
Cool. You awesome?
You know, pretty great insight. Hotshot, coming into these matches, Freak said, you know, what's the preparation? You come in guns blazing. But coming in here, what's the atmosphere for that and the intensity? How much does that play on you guys?
It always weighs heavily on us. Sometimes the crowd cheering, you know, if they're rooting for you, it's a good thing, and it gets you going, and it gives you that hype, and it basically puts this mentality that we're ready, guys, we can do this. But sometimes the crowd cheers for the other team, and you have to kind of put that aside and be like, we need to show these guys what's up. We need to win over this crowd. So, I don't know. It's hard.
All right. So in your mind, coming up from Moscow 5 BenQ and Taipei Assassins with a very favorited suffocation strategy where they keep the pressure on. We see that Moscow 5 BenQ, especially with their Eve game, played very much into the late game so they could get their burst composition into roll and into fruition. How do you think Moscow 5 is going to counter that, and where do you think the mechanics come in for both teams? Is it fights or is it that laning phase?
Well, I think that the laning phase from TPA is really, really good. They have some solid players that they're not ganked easily. And Moscow 5 likes rolling through those early game advantages where Diamond ganks really, really well. And so I don't think we're going to see much failure from TPA side in terms of dying to those ganks.
Okay.
And as far as team fights go, I think Moscow 5 has a more impressive team fight, but TPA always has these really nice strategies and these really great laning phase executions, so I can't really give a favorite. Okay, I'll give a favorite. Never mind. I changed my mind. I'll give it to TPA this time.
All right.
I actually think that Moscow 5 has a better mental game, but again, I think that it can be won in the laning phase from TPA, so it's going to be close, really close.
So then, you know, when you come in here, one thing I want to talk to you about is gaming houses and how teams prepare for major tournaments like this. Now, talking to Dan backstage, he was saying that gaming houses aren't mandatory; they're just really useful. They help keep people sort of in line because, you know, if you got a guy next to you 20 feet away, you can wake him up, get him out of bed, and say, "We're scrimming, bro. Like, let's get the games going." How do you feel about gaming houses? CLG's got one recently.
Well, gaming houses can't hinder your performance. All it does is help anyone on the team that that kind of needs that structure and that sort of thing. And since it doesn't do anything but help your team, you know, it's not really it's not necessary, but it's always an added bonus. So you can go on without them, but if you're trying to grab every advantage that you can, then you should probably go into a gaming house and get that going.
So what does it mean then if M5 BenQ actually ends up winning the whole thing? I think they're the only team left in this tournament without a gaming house.
They're just so talented. They're just a group of individual players that are just so talented and prepared and structured that they can win the Worlds without even having a gaming house. And I would be impressed. And they're coming close. So.
Okay, so let's talk about the regions left in the tournament. We've got 2 European teams, 2 Asian teams. The American teams actually had a very unfortunate drop very early on. Do you think North America is behind the times? Are they just not prepared, the 3 teams that showed up? What led to America's early exit, first of all?
Well, I actually made a post on Reddit about this, and basically I outlined the teams that NA had to practice against and the teams that kind of EU, well, I would say not really half of EU, but basically CLG had to play with, and the teams like the Asian teams had to play against. And it was like 9 to 10 pro teams that you could just constantly scrim against 12 hours a day. And the NA side, there was really just Dignitas and TSM that were a top level team. So there's a really big training distinction. Like, even if Dignitas and TSM tried their hardest to train, they would only be able to scrim each other and maybe like 1 or 2 American teams like MME Ferris and like Orb, you know. It's really hard to get exceptional practice in.
So then what would you do? Would you keep trying to go to the Korean tournaments or keep trying to travel abroad? Would you take like a mid-season break and try to practice against the world's best elsewhere? Or
so
how would you level your game?
This is a really hard struggle that NA has to kind of find on their own. Do we want to try to develop the scene as a whole and try to encourage each other to, you know, create a better NA, or do we want to just every team kind of fend for themselves and go to the across the world if they want to train and get better themselves? So I guess that's a decision that has to be made come Season 3.
All right. Well, we're going to see if that ends up being the case. Season 3, of course, starting up, I think, early next year. I don't remember the exact time frame or if it's been announced, so, you know. But, you know, certainly a lot of exciting matches, you know, in store for you guys as this tournament goes on. So, Hotshot, thank you very much for your insights. Looks like the players are getting ready pretty soon. So, Riv, what do we got in store?
You know, it's going to be our first semifinal matchup between Freak, 2 huge regional superpowers, M5 BenQ and the Taipei Assassins, to come out very strong. We've seen a little bit from M5 BenQ and from Taipei. We'll have to see what this game brings out.
So it's interesting because these teams, I wouldn't say they're untested by any means, but they came through as regional buys, both in winning in the region, automatically into the quarterfinals. And in their quarterfinals, they 2-0'd the opposition. That's a really good track record so far. Yes. These guys are, for all intents and purposes, very much undefeated, and that's a great place to start. But you still got these teams that are kind of traveling across the world and trying to set themselves up. We are in for a treat. These guys have never played each other before. TPA said M5 was their most respected team in the world. They called them the best team in Europe. And M5, you know, they've beaten one of China's best teams, but can they keep that up?
And you know, Freak, let's figure it out. Let's get these teams introduced, guys. Starting as the red team, they are the dominant powerhouse, hailing from Taiwan. It is the Taipei Assassins. Freak.
We have them here up on stage. You can see the camera going through, waving to the camera, smiling. These guys a little bit confident going in there. And actually, talking with Wicked before these matches started. CLG EU's been playing TPA for practice these last few days. Since Saturday, they've been playing each other. They're on opposite sides of the bracket, so if those teams do meet, they would play in the finals. And Wicked said that he thinks TPA will win this match. Hotshot, again, the same thing, said that he really thought TPA, Taipei Assassins, had a great shot in this matchup. But I know the internet, reading all those comments, a lot of people expect that Moscow 5 victory, that M5 BenQ versus Zebu Frost grand final. But a lot of predictions here for the Taiwanese team, so there's some good things.
Can you blame them? You know, what has Moscow 5 shown us on land before? It's that they always take those wins. They really only falter offline.
They've only ever lost to one team.
Online, I should say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's really M5's play is that they will actually practice strategies online, but when LAN comes, it's their A game. But TPA, again, they are proven on LAN. You know, they go into the GPL, they win a lot of games there. 3 losses, I think, in that entire league. They've come through demolishing a lot of competition. You know, Sword 3-0'd the group. Sword beat CLG EU. TPA came up and said, that's nice, Maknoon, but 2-0 is going to be your fate. Thank you very much. TPA, really, really good.
Hey, guys, we have heard from TPA. We have seen the team. Let's meet their challengers, starting as the blue team, the champions from Europe. It's Moscow 5, BenQ.
And what a star-studded lineup. You can see their bottom lane on screen right now. They have been one of the driving forces here for M5 BenQ, and they've really brought out, I think more so than most other teams, a lot of unique picks. Gosi Pepper had run that jungle Zyra earlier in the quarterfinals. AD Kennen was a very big pick back in Kiev. They're one of the first teams to bring out Misfortune that we've now seen Woong bring out from Azubu Frost. These guys very, very innovative as well. And their roster is star-studded. You know, there's a long history to M5 BenQ. It started with Alex East trying to put a team together, ultimately ended up teaming with Genja primarily. Genja said, guys, I want to bring Darien into this lineup. Darien's my homie. Let's bring him into top lane. They found Gosi Pepper, who we saw at the very, very beginning. And Gosi Pepper said, I've got the guy for the job for jungle. We're going to bring in Diamond. And Diamond, it's funny for him because he came into that team not only 1800 ELO, but only knowing Lee Sin.
1800 ELO?
Yeah,
that's bad.
Well, you think that, right? But it's a team game. Individual skill, of course, it's very, very relevant. But Diamond, I mean, you know, he starts knowing one champion, of course, still favoring that Lee Sin. But he's so strong. It's teamwork based, right? That famous M5 counter jungling is not just because he runs in there and kills a guy, steals golem, and walks out. It's the team overall playing so strongly. Yeah, there's Darien up on screen, and that's, you know, all the solo lanes or the bottom lanes pushing to the turret and allowing everyone else to collapse together. So any star performance you see from any individual on this roster is really the whole team coming together and being strong as a unit.
And Freak, as you said before, you know, Moscow 5 piecing together a team that didn't work for them in the beginning, and then somehow coming to light now with one of the best teams in the world from Season 2 on. Taipei Assassins just grabbing their house actually a few weeks before Season 2 started, as we just talked about really what that means for a team and how well they can coordinate in scrims and just how they're practicing. It's going to be very big for them. However, on April 7th, Freak, that roster was changed to add in BB and Toys. So we'll see if that really affects anything for them. They still have Mistake, they still have Stanley Top, and their team is very good on paper and still great on Summoner's Rift.
And they are phenomenal overall. I mean, these guys, again, not losing many matches. The regional champions coming through with just giant victories the whole way out. And this is the good thing, right? These are two rosters that have been together and solid for at least 6 months each. And that's a really good sort of time frame for a team to really gel together and solidify. Both these teams just all stars throughout that entire roster. And, you know, we had a couple of predictions, but I really can't call it either way.
You know, let's find out what we kind of think of what's going to happen in the match, guys. We have our keys to the match, as always, so let's look what both teams have to do right after we get this awesome checkout of what these teams feel about this life-changing semifinal matchup in this next video.
Taipei Assassins had faster wins than any other team in this tournament so far. If they continue that kind of fast-tier play, it's going to crash up against Moscow 5, who also plays really aggressive.
Moscow 5 is always ready to come in very strong, but people don't know that much about Taipei Assassins, so it's going to be an amazing matchup if they bring out something innovative.
他们很厉害，然后我们很尊敬他，我们也很想跟他们一决胜负。我们想知道我们可以把他们逼得怎么样，甚至从他们手上拿下胜利。
果我们明天可以打得跟今天一模一样的话，我们绝对可以打赢看看。
So Taipei Assassins are just going to have to get really aggressive against Moscow 5.
There you see it. It's all just about the aggression. But let's check out what TPA, those Taipei Assassins, have to do to beat Europe's best team. Freak, first off, they're going to have to free up little balls in the jungle.
He is a superstar player. He's so strong overall. He's been playing even on the North American server since beta. Actually, had school, went to university in Canada. Actually, was friends with Big Fat LP, which is where he got a screen name from in the first place. And this guy's been in the scene just forever overall. And his all-star champion is Alistair. Now, I don't think he's going to get it. I think M5's done the research and know to shut him down. But what Lil Balls needs to do is really set up his teammates. He needs to be able to go aggressively and get his teammates ahead. He can't sit there and camp and be forced to counter gank over, constantly. He needs to actually create aggression, get his teammates far ahead. He can't sit there and camp Stanley. They really need to get someone farmed on that roster. Lil Balls needs to make the plays. He has to be free to be active.
And the next one, moving in from Hong Kong to join them in Taiwan, Toys needs to carry.
Toys is such a very, very big deal, and he's up against some of the fiercest competition in the world with Alex Ish. Alex, a heavy roamer, makes a lot of plays throughout the map, and he's pretty much the one mid laner who roams more than anyone else. So Toys needs to take that and realize that he needs to put on a lot of pressure. He needs to push Alex down. We saw actually in the Invictus matchup versus M5 where Alex gave up a couple of kills to the mid laner from Invictus, where he got shut down by Cassiopeia as Evelyn, and that was a really good job by Zatai. Toys needs to embrace that and do the same kind of thing, force people down, bring himself up.
And with one of the most versatile champion pools of any team in League of Legends, and the most versatile way to use them, Taipei Assassins has to know they just cannot ban out Moscow 5.
Yeah, that team has been together for so long, and these players are so experienced that there's no way they can shut down M5 just based on picks. TPA has to come up with their own strategy, and this is something that Dan Din said. I talked to him backstage, and he was saying that these Asian teams in particular will pretty much prepare about like 7 strategies and just refine them in practice. They're less about the counter picking, they're less about the counter so much as saying, okay, we're gonna go with strat A or strat B or strat C, and they'll refine and refine and refine it, and they need to make sure their champion select is based on themselves because they're an aggressive team. You saw Jat in that package saying they win their games the fastest of any team here. If they put that aggression on from second one and don't let up, they just want to make their picks happen, kind of champ select for themselves and not for M5, and just keep it going.
So, now we know Taipei Assassins' keys to victory. Let's see how Moscow 5, Ben Q, can assert their dominance over this matchup. Freak, the first one, much like Wicked, they just need to leave Darian alone.
Yeah, Darian on an island is the best place for him to be because you saw his matches against Invictus and it just did not matter. He got shut down, 0-4 on Olaf and then ended the game 8-4, just picking up kills all day.
And on Xin the first game.
Yeah, in Xin Zhao, he had a really bad start as well, still got the Sunfire Cape done, still became the tank, did fine. They don't need to have Diamond to run around babysitting him. He always comes back. Darian is so fearsome, actually. If you think about SK Gaming a few months back, where they had a kind of a roster swap where they sent Kevin down to AD carry, and they had Ocelot run up to top lane.
Yep.
It was rumored that it was Kevin quitting top lane because he said he could never beat Darian. Now, that might be unconfirmed, that might not be true, but I heard it. And, Darian is fearsome. Like, you got to believe that's absolutely a possibility here. And, you look at players like Alex Ish here on screen, those are the guys you actually want to get farmed because they'll have more of an impact early mid-game. Darian will always show up late, let him do it.
And the next one going on, this one really focusing on Diamond Procs, having, I believe, at least 6 dragons within the 2 games of Invictus, 2 of those being steals. They need to continue to maintain objective control.
This is really how M5 turned around the early lead that Invictus had, where IG really turned on the pressure, got a lot of successful ganks, really kind of pushed the game away from M5 in the first 20 minutes. But what Diamond and Ghost Pepper did, specifically the 2 of them, was they would actually do up on Dragon. It was crazy. They would time the opponent's wards, say, okay, the ward is done, Diamond would start it, Zyra would come over from behind and sort of help him out and pick that kill off, and while top, mid, and the AD carry are still fighting in lane, they're IG didn't realize that they were actually sneaking a dragon in, and M5 did this multiple times and continued their gold and kept up throughout that game. It's a trick that M5 needs to continue here, where that early game is going to be rocky against TPA. They need to find something in that early mid game to still keep the gold up. That's going to be objectives like turrets and dragons.
And for Moscow 5, with Toys and BB being so scary throughout this tournament, they really need just to adapt to the right carry.
This is what really happened, again, with the IG matchup, where everyone on TPA is so strong, they've all got a lot of damage. Any of them can actually carry that matchup. If Stanley has an amazing lane up top, he's going to do really well. Toys and DB the same way. They've got to shut down the guys putting out all the damage.
So, guys, we are going to be looking into jumping into Champion Select quite soon. Looks like both teams have got themselves in to see what we will have for your picks and bans underway here. We said they should not try to ban out Moscow 5, but TPA still has to do what they can to try and get the advantage from Champion Select.
So here we go. The thing is going on, and we're seeing the first few bans come out. Now, M5's first ban on Maokai plays to their common strengths. They have fighters. Like, that is how Diamond plays the jungle. It's Lee Sin, of course, being banned out right here. Shyvana, Udyr, those are his top 3 jungles. He'll go to those 3 over and over and over again and try to set up those situations. M5, though, they've got their own sort of roster tier of champion selects. Nunu, Sona, if not that, Zyra for support, Ezreal and Kog'Maw, the big 2 AD carries here. So they're kind of setting up these counter actions. Now, you're seeing them drop out the really common picks here, and they want to give themselves, a Shen top lane. They want to give themselves maybe that mid Evelyn or a nice team comp for a Kog'Maw in the background. So we're going to see what they run for right here. Typically, when you've got first pick, the first few picks in general that come in here, you look for something safe, something that works with kind of everything. Nunu is one of those examples where, he can synergize for an aggressive bottom lane, or he can play kind of a protect the Kog'Maw composition. We saw that from Counter Logic Gaming Europe just a few minutes ago, where it was Nunu Kog'Maw in the bottom, Karthus scaled throughout the mid, and they had everyone else kind of play just defense across that board. It's really, really scary for them.
Freak, surprisingly enough, they do go for that Kog'Maw pick, even though they don't have the Orianna in the game. But, however, Blitzcrank is taken out of the lineup, so it's a little safer to play that Kog without as much crowd control, especially grabbing Shen for the safety.
Exactly. That makes a lot of sense. When you put Shen and Kog'Maw together, it really opens up a world of possibilities. Nunu's kind of relative power absolutely drops when you take Kog off the field, and when you put Shen in there, you don't necessarily need an Orianna. You just need some kind of burst healing or burst shield, because, if Nocturne Leona or Nocturne Malphite or something like that jumps onto you, it is a scary place to be. Right? And so you need some kind of survival tool, like a Shen ultimate, like a Stand United, and that's going to give Kog'Maw pretty much free reign to fight, and that's kind of what's gone down here. So you're seeing that Shen Kog'Maw, really strong combo. Alex Each going right back to that Evelyn. He forced Invictus to ban Eve the very second game, and we'd seen her banned so very much, but picked up immediately by M5, and they're like, yep, we're going to go for Eve. Again, whenever it's available, a very, very strong roamer, sets up a lot of opportunities, will scale throughout the game. And the crazy thing here, this is the second time we've seen M5 pick Evelyn and not care about that mid lane. He does not care what he's up against. Like, we saw the Cassiopeia counter pick against Invictus, did not care. Lost a kill in lane, but still scaled throughout. Went like 8-3 in that game. Had a phenomenal job. Diamond still trying to figure out what his champion is, but you're seeing M5 already set up for a late game scaling composition. Grabbing this Yorick here in this means they're also not burstable anymore. No matter who TPA tries to kill out, they're still going to be able to put a clone back on someone, whether they revive Alex Each, whether they revive Genja, no matter what it is, the guy's going to come back to life and continue fighting. It's a really strong setup still here for M5.
So now, knowing with those picks, do you still think they may go with the Vayne? That would be a super late game team coming from Moscow 5, Ben Q, but they've, last time they actually showed Zyra and then went to select Eve and took Zyra later. So they've tend to do that quite a bit on M5's side.
Actually, Vayne would make quite a bit of sense here, because they're against a not hyper-aggressive lane. Whenever you're against a Kog'Maw, he's not the biggest lane bully. It's not Corki, Ezreal, or Graves.
You gotta wait
who are
so
going to
long
jump
to
into your
attack
face. Right, yeah, he's got to swing at auto attacks. He doesn't really spam abilities much at you. He's not a great poker. You can take some damage, but if you've got Nunu Vayne together, that late game is ludicrously good. And especially when you've got a Yorick on that team, even if Vayne does die, again, she will come back to life and continue wreaking havoc. IPL 3 was actually the tournament that was defined by Yorick Vayne. You saw teams have to ban out Yorick to deal with that kind of situation. It made it really, really awkward. And it's weird here to actually see Taric picked up with the Kog'Maw, because that's not a lane synergy you see very often. You typically see Taric as an aggressive laner, as a bullier, but they're saying, no, we're going to pair that up with Kog, and they've got a really weird mix of lane control, where Taric can stop any aggression, but at the same time, they've also still got Kog'Maw just being Kog'Maw and really kind of scaling himself throughout. So you're still seeing, a lot of potential pickups here, and really no guaranteed overall strategies. The mid lane still not picked up for Taipei Assassins, and still that total bottom lane and the top lane, or possibly jungle, really still not picked up for M5 BenQ.
Freak, they're going to have to be really safe in this bottom lane. Unless they choose to do some type of swap, Lee Sin, or at least Diamond Prox himself, starting on that blue side, likes to start those red champions and could go for that early bottom gank. So that Tarek, although isn't the best synergy, as you said, with Kog'Maw, is going to help. We see them actually going for the Vayne pickup and the Xin Zhao.
So this is M5 really playing a very similar strategy to their very first game in this tournament, where they've got that Evelynn in middle. They're not worried too much about the matchup. They've got, you know, just a hyper scaling bottom lane Kenja going with the summoner heal on Vayne to keep himself alive longer, and Xin Zhao's going to be forced to play the role of main tank. Actually, no, Xin Zhao will play main tank. He's actually going to be in the jungle. It's York up at the top lane, and York should be able to farm himself up some decent durability. Xin Zhao's going to be much more of an assassin in this lineup, and that's going to be a little bit hard for him because I don't know if Xin Zhao Evelynn can completely kill off that Kog'Maw. He's got the Shen shield still available. There's a stun and a heal from Tarek. I'm actually not sure that M5 BenQ can kill off Kog'Maw. So right now, that point we talked about, adapt to the carry, I don't know if they can completely adapt to BB in this game. It's going to depend a lot on how that lane matches up. As they're seeing the rest of this champion pool come through, looks like Taipei Assassins going for a Karthus pickup. So it's interesting, M5 playing a team very, very similar to what they ran game 1 against Invictus. TPA running a team honestly very similar to what Counterlogic Gaming Europe just ran just a few minutes ago. Both these teams actually ridiculously good late games. You know, a mix of teamfight presence in the middle. But these are awkwardly similar teams. I'm actually not sure who comes out ahead here.
Freak, I'm gonna put it out there that I feel like Moscow 5 during that mid to late game is going to have the better initiate. You're looking for Kog'Maw and Karthus to really start to tear out some damage. Alex Ish will be sure to find one of them in the beginning, and you're going to see Nunu iceballing Kog'Maw, completely shutting down his attack speed. So once those are out, the cooldowns from Bear Stance and Dazzle waiting to come back up, and Taunt, if they don't hit those perfectly, it's going to be a very tough fight because Moscow 5, like Hotshot said, like Dan Din said, they have amazing fighting mechanics.
This is going to be really awkward as well. It's going to be very difficult. Yeah, you know, M5's fighting mechanics are amazing because Genji's going to have really no chance of getting shut down. It'll be very difficult for him to get kicked out of this matchup. It's difficult. Neither team has amazing hard engage. There's a little bit of poke on both sides, a little bit of pressure on both sides. But this game, I feel like it's going to be the story of AD carries, of late game carries who aren't going to get caught too much and will just start eviscerating the front line. I think it's a matchup more about gold than about positioning because there's no ideal positioning on either side.
Yeah, it's going to be that catch somebody off guard the entire time, hide in the bush, allow Nunu's ult to start something, and, you know, continue a very long and sustained fight with the Yorick ulti on Vayne. And that's going to be, you know, the #1 objective for them as they come into this matchup. TPA, as we said before, that suffocation strategy that Moscow 5 may not be able to get away from right away, but we'll be sure to see them fighting hard as they come into that mid to late game. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is underway. Your first quarterfinal match, or semifinal matchup, I should say, of the League of Legends World Championship Playoffs. Here we go.
Alrighty. We get ourselves up into this one. The blue team, once again, M5 BenQ. The red team you're seeing on your screen right here is Taipei Assassins. This is going to be an incredibly epic matchup. It's a best of 3, and the winner of this match, the winner of this best of 3, moves on to the $1 million match, that grand final. We're seeing who's going to win between M5 and TPA. Later today, we see who wins between Azubu, Frost, and Counterlogic Gaming Europe. While that's a rematch, that Frost CLG match, that's a rematch of a tournament just a month ago. These are teams who have never seen each other. And once again, TPA saying they most respect M5 of any team in the world. M5 have come through as a heavy favorite here. There is a lot of questions to be answered here. The last Mandarin-speaking team left in this group. There's a Korean team left there from Asia. But we're about to be whittling down this roster very, very quickly. You're seeing TPA open up pretty defensively. You're seeing M5 as well opening pretty defensively. Neither of these teams looking for early aggression.
It looks like Alex Ich just using that invisibility to his advantage right now, just staying slightly out of range, seeing a glimpse of each of the champions on Taipei's side as they are hovering that top side. Coming into this, they do have that Udyr in the jungle. I usually see an Udyr focusing blue. What do you think they could be proposing with this, just top guard? Do you think they're going to be aggressive from Moscow 5, or they're going to go right around to blue?
They could jump there in at any time. This is one of the really difficult things here, is especially, I actually want to look at Shen real quick and see if Stanley has even learned Vorpal Spike, because if he has saved his point, Stanley has saved his first skill point, so they could absolutely give Lil Balls a lizard buff and gank right away, but instead it looks like they are going to go aggressively after all and go for an invade.
Looks like they're coming around at just the right time. That blue buff spawning 5 seconds ago, they are going to push them off of this. Moscow 5 kind of conceding here. They're not putting too much pressure. Alex East coming around from the backside as well. The top is Zin. The Dazzler goes down. Too much focus. Little Ball is going to help his team now. Diamond with the flash. Alex East in poor positioning. And it looks like Taipei Assassins, although in somewhat of not a solid position, they will be able to just walk this back and forth. They force the flash from Diamond, and that's going to be very good. You're not going to see huge aggression from him, and that'll kind of shut down his presence out of the jungle.
So this is interesting overall. Oh my gosh, Toys actually teleported into the bottom lane to deal with Genja. I have not seen this in quite some time, but they are lane swapping, and it's just like the Koreans play against Caston. They're putting a 2-on-1 in that mid lane. Any sort of melee mage to run the mid lane, especially one without great long-range tools. Like if it's Gragas can 2v1, it's not really that big of a deal, but someone like Evelyn or Cassidon is going to have a really hard time fighting that 2-on-1 there. So that might have been why Tarek got picked up, is once they realized that that Blitzcrank was banned out, they said, you know what, okay, let's go for an aggressive mid lane here. You know, you can't do the same thing with Leona because Leona must jump on top of you, but with Tarek here, they can shut down Alex. They have a completely free lane for Kog'Maw, so he's going to have gold this entire matchup. This is really, really good.
You know, TPA formulated this perfectly. They went into the jungle and made sure that Moscow 5 wasn't in lane. They weren't soaking up experience. Then when they brought these lanes into sight, they did not give Moscow 5 enough time to react, so they're going to have to stick with what they have for now until they can really have to go back or are forced out of lane. So TPA with a very great strat mentally right now.
And yeah, I think they hope to actually give that Golem buff away to Toys at the beginning. They know Udyr can jungle without that kind of buff, but Toys wants that mana to survive the lane. At the same time, they're pushing up for a gank.
And this is what you get out of a squishy AP carry going down for first blood for Moscow 5.
That is the perfect play right there. That is exactly what they need to do, is they know he's got a bit of a weak matchup. They got Diamond around the jungle fast enough that he did show up for that gank. That's a really, really great play. Even got the blue steal as part of it. That's really good counter-strat orchestration here by M5BenQ. Alex still with a bad lane, only 2 minion kills. You've got to remember that. That's a very big disadvantage, but at the same time, it's still risky for it's still difficult for both these teams this early game.
So we see Udyr coming out to middle. Looks like he could try to get some help on Little Balls, showing some presence, going back into the jungle. They had that ward on Wraiths, so he could retime it, actually putting another one down. Diamond with both buffs, making his way through the jungle. Gosu joining in mid, so Alex can get a little bit easier of a time here. We see Mistake's hand is raised, and we're going to get him fixed up. And probably just pointing out a few things with his headphones. Could have a little bit of a sound issue. But these guys right now, with that lane swap, you saw Karthus go down, and I'd say Vayne is a pretty good counter to that. You can condemn him away if he's getting close. You can just dive away from the lay waste. That's going to be, like you said, a fed lane for that.
It's difficult on both sides. It's interesting. So as far as the lane goes, you're absolutely right. That Genja's going to have a really good time fighting Karthus one-on-one. She's got Tumble to dodge lay waste. She's got Contempt to push him back. In general, she should be pretty safe. The difficulty, though, is that he's not worried about the lane too much. He's just trying to farm and survive, and as long as M5 doesn't keep showing up, he'll be okay. The difficulty for Vayne actually is team fights. Yes, she can condemn him back, and that makes it a little bit nice, but if she's ever to fight, she will be in range for Wall of Pain, she will be in range for Lay Waste, and she's almost definitely going to be in range for Defile, especially if you played Suicide Karthus, who just runs into the front and tries to soak up hits and tries to just, get you in range for everything. You've got to sort of realize, like, even if Genja has a really good team fight and Karthus dies, he's got to realize, okay, well, do I stay in Defile and keep team fighting and hope to out-lifesteal it, or do I get zoned for 7 seconds, get forced out of the battle because of Defile and because of Lay Waste, and come back later? Leaving 7 seconds for BB to fight people as Kog'Maw is really, really scary. So Genja in a bit of a tricky spot. I think that's actually why partially TPA waited so long to pick their mage, is they were trying to see what was going to come out from M5. When it's Vayne that comes out, Karthus is a really, really good pick here, and actually can really screw with her early mid game. When we used to see Kennen be more popular, we saw Kennen as a counterpick to Vayne because that's slicing Maelstrom the same way. If Vayne is to fight at all, she's going to be in range of slicing Maelstrom, and if she's to fight at all here, she's going to be in range of Defile and Lay Waste.
That could be very tough for them. They have that oriented team that wants to get into the fight. They have Xin, they have Nunu that's going to have to get in there to ult, if anything, to slow people down with that Ice Blast as well, and you just have a team that wants to get in. So they're going to have to, at some point, leave him to himself, so he's got to be careful.
And this is interesting, too, because, while both teams are a bit late-game oriented, TPA's lineup is all about kind of getting in and sticking to it. They've got hardcore initiation. Udyr, come out, Kite, at all. He's just simply got to go all in. Shen goes all in. Kog'Maw's going to fire from the back, and that's fine. But, you know, Karthus and all these guys are going to kind of just go in and just kind of go for the push and fight hard and stick in that battle. That's kind of how TPA is going to get into those fights, and that really plays, again, to their advantage because they will try to push out, you know, Vayne and things like that. M5's lineup is much more... I mean, they've got the hardcore initiation, but it's very much about burst damage. We saw this synergy in the very first game where it was Xin Zhao on top of Evelynn. Xin Zhao does a percentage of your current health with Crescent Sweep. It's going to hit everyone for a lot of damage. Evelynn's going to hit everyone with her ultimate for a percentage of their maximum health. So at the very start of the fight, if TPA is not positioned well and their team is melee heavy, it's aggression into the fight, it's get close together, they can all get hit by those ultimates and all get chunked down to half health the second the fight starts. That is a scary place to be in. I mean, we just saw that first team comp, you know, 3 of them dealing percentage max health damage. Right? You know, again, Xin Zhao, Evelynn, and Kog'Maw. Without Xin Zhao, Evelynn, and Vayne, all of them will continue to keep scaling with the game for free. Again, it's a late game team composition, a lot of burst damage at the beginning, and it's just kind of held in the back by a late game carry who will keep killing people off. So you're going to look for these fights to be, you're going to look basically to the first 4 seconds of the fight. Where is M5's initiation good? Did Alex get free roam? Did Genja get free roam? If yes to either of those, great. They're going to be in pretty good shape for the fight overall. TP has to go all in their persistent damage. If they actually catch someone with their all in, with Shen into Udyr into Taric, that person should die. They've got so much persistent damage with Karthus, with Kog'Maw, and even with just like Shen and Udyr kind of punching things in the face, they can kill someone in those 5 seconds. So, you know, does M5 get the right initiation, burst someone down, disengage the right target, have him re-enter, or does TPA catch that one target, kill the one guy, and then move on onto a 5v4? That's really the sort of make or break point on these team fights.
You know, he takes it into his own hands, and I think really the person to watch for this, and when it gets into the initiation, is Alex Ich. Really makes Eve into a hard initiator for what it's worth. We saw him diving Kid completely within 5 members of Invictus Gaming during their games to set up and start the fights, pretty much from like just, it was a requiem hitting somebody. You saw the life disappear. Alex would take so many cooldowns, and then he would flash out of the fight. And that's what you're talking about, Freak, because if TPA cannot use those first cooldowns right, can get those sustained hits in, they're going to get bursted out of the fight. So we're going to watch for Alex Ich to really come in here and start these out. It's going to be scary, though. You have Taunt, Dazzle, and Bear Stance. So if they don't get those fights right, as you said, it's going to be pretty torturous. We should see this coming into late game. Alex does not like to fight. We saw him going down to Cassiopeia on Zatai quite a bit in the Invictus game. He was just having trouble in lane. Here, seems like he's actually doing a little bit better in the start. And the mids have dodged back and forth. Obviously, he does have that double support in mid with him, so he won't be going against Karthus in the orthodox middle AP carry gameplay. So we'll have to see if Alex can really get himself formidable enough to do the initiations he did in that last game, because that Eve was really a factor for any of the team fights to begin.
This is actually, and she is a huge factor. You're absolutely right. You know, Alex is going to be a huge playmaker for this M5 lineup, but it's different here. What TPA's done, again, despite the Karthus dying, of course, that's a little bit harsh. It's a lot of free gold for Genja and that kind of, actually, you know, Genja got some. Actually, the first blood went to Gosu Pepper. But the really difficult thing here, though, is Alex will scale with gold much more than that top laner than Darien would. You know, the first game where Darien was stuck in a 1v2 had a very abysmal early game as Xin Zhao, or he was in the 1v1 and had a very rough early game as Olaf. They weren't relying on him for the composition. That wasn't really him. You know, he wasn't the linchpin of the strategy. Right. In this, when you've got an AP Evelynn, that is the linchpin. She needs to get that burst on. They don't have the safe damage output. Vayne is catchable. You know, Diamond being on Xin Zhao as a jungler means he's not going to get a lot of gold. He's not going to hyperscale. It's not the same as getting a soul in Xin Zhao. He doesn't have the option of buying Yomu's in a Bloodthirster or a Trinity Force or things like that and really scale himself up. He won't have that. He'll have Wriggles. He might have an Aegis. And that's going to be most of the items you're going to see. He'll kind of stop at Wriggles Aegis and try to go from there, but you're not going to see that build stretch much more. And you look at Darien. Darien's on Yorick. Yorick is not a hard carry. Yorick is there as, you know, a sort of half support, very brutal laner, but he's against Shen. He's not going to shut down Shen. Shen's got free sustain, he's got a shield. You know, that lane matchup is not great for M5 there either. It really is on Alex to join Genja on top of piles of gold. You know, Alex needs to become Scrooge McDuck and actually get those coins in his pockets because he does need to support and be another damage threat here. I don't think they can rely on just Genja here.
You know, Freaking, it may come into play here. Jat was talking about it within the last game of when they switch up the lanes, it becomes very easy, and some people forget that other other people are going to show up in the jungle that much sooner. So you'll see, you know, especially there's a Karthus on the map. A lot of people will forget that. And even when you're playing with them, they'll go in for a very hard fight in the tower dive and then forget Karthus is on the map. And those little things are going to give the other team increments to get ahead and ahead. And we'll have to see if this mid lane swap, we haven't really seen too much invading other than that level 1. Since those two are in mid, I think the buff control is kind of just going to be left to each team. And these dragon fights are going to be very big in the early game.
Dragon's going to be a huge deal for M5 because as soon as we get to the mid game where the lanes start hitting level 6, TPA has like the ultimate dive comp ever, where they're going to try to leave Karthus alone and let him sit in his lane and just farm up, and I think he's going to be reasonably safe. What they're going to look for is getting BB farmed, and as a side benefit, shutting down Alex Ish on Evelyn. That's really the goal here. You know, the way a jungler really works, I was talking with Dan about, you know, the role of a jungler, and he was saying that you know, a jungler is there to put your team ahead. It's there to push forward, kind of amplify a teammate. You don't gank as a jungler to shut someone down so much. I mean, of course, you remove them from lane, they get a little bit behind, but you gank to get someone ahead. You gank for a teammate, not against an opponent. That's really how you think about jungling, is it really is there to bolster your teammates. And the fortunate thing here is I think they really want to gank to bolster BB. He is the major carry here on Kog'Maw. He will be the most receptive to gaining gold because he needs to make sure that he has enough you know, levels and items and whatnot to withstand Alex's burst and withstand Diamond's burst. If he can do those, he's good to go, smooth sailing. He can just solo Xin Zhao, withstand the burst from Evelyn, and just be fine, right? He's going to have a great time. The secondary benefit, though, is that lane right now, it actually will be a gank on Alex Ich on Evelyn. And yes, again, removing someone from a lane will, you know, stop them getting a little bit of gold. It will stop them getting a little bit of experience. It will slow him down quite a bit. And those intersect very, very, very well. And the problem is, you know, for M5 really, is Diamond will love to counter gank. And he will. He'll do a really good job of showing up and supporting Alex, supporting Ghost Pepper, trying to shut down BB. But here's the issue. TPA has Stanley on Shen, and they've got Toys on Karthus. So as long as they gank that mid lane, they send the jungler in, the support's already there, they're going to have 5 members participating every single time they go mid. The Global from Requiem, the Global Stand United from Shen, they're all going to be there. TPA can bring 5 people to a fight every 3 minutes. And they should. Every time those spells are up, they should go back to mid and crush Alex's hopes and dreams. If they can rinse and repeat that, they're going to have a really, really good time of this. What M5 has done is they've brought Ghost Pepper to the mid lane. They've sent Nunu as a support to Alex, which is a little bit harsh because now he's going to get less experience having to share that lane. But I don't think that Nunu is necessarily enough to keep that really happening. That I think really TPA has a lot of keys here in this early mid game. They can just push through, you know, ignore the first blood. Toys is going to be okay. His flash is still up. He's going to scale throughout. He'll get that Rod of Ages, sustain in lane. If he's really stuck in a 1v1, it's not going to be that big of a deal. And I think he's going to survive this overall.
You know, Freak, something we haven't brought to point as well is even if that late game starts to go in favor of Moscow 5, you have the double teleport, the Stand United and the Karthus teleport. So even if Requiem is coming from across the map, he's going to be in your face. We're now back into the game after everything is situated. 1-0 here. 4 minutes and 43 seconds on that, and I'm a liar. Call me a liar, this guy right here. So we are going to just take that a quick second. It looks like he liked it at first. There's a monitor and mouse that they're just kind of working out here. So once he gets that situated, we all know that stuff's not working right. You don't want to go any further. You want to get it situated. So as we were saying, that teleport strategy that could be used, it just adds to the versatility of the composition that they do have good initiation to start, Stand United, that Wall of Pain, and then the teleport in if Karthus has to Requiem from across the map to start. So that late game could be denied a little bit. Well, let's look at the matchup between the King and Queen of hyper late game carry. That Kog'Maw versus Vayne. Now, a Vayne can be very scary and can definitely outplay a Kog'Maw. Stun him against the wall, that fight's over. But Kog'Maw has the upper hand from the start.
Yeah, so the thing is here that Vayne really has the best dueling of the AD carries. She's got the condemn against the wall you just mentioned, the invisibility, the tumble, all the damage. She is absolutely right, the queen of AD carries. And it's great that she's a great duelist as well, because she is right now dueling up against Karthus, and she'll be able to play that matchup correctly and completely dominate that one. Now Kog'Maw, I think he's got a bit of a better lane there. He's supported with the Taric, and that was actually a pick for the lane more so than just sort of the team comp. So that ended up working out as a shutdown. And yeah, he should have an easy time of this one, and he will, I think, in general, outscale unless unless assassins get too big. So Vayne can tumble and go invisible for a second and push someone back. That's her safety net. It's decent. It's there. She can kind of keep herself a bit safer. Kog'Maw does not have that. Kog'Maw just has range. But Diamond can reach that as Xin Zhao. Alex can reach that as Evelynn. So you've got a very weird mismatch here where there's no assassin there for Genja. Genja shouldn't be under a much pressure. Yes, Karthus will be painful, but if he has the lifesteal and the positioning on Vayne to survive it, then Vayne is untouched and Vayne will continue to fight. It's really on Alex and Diamond. It's a different matchup here, right? Because Genja is going to be on himself. You know, can you dodge? Can you play well? Okay, Genja, then you're fine if you're good enough. But it's on Diamond and Alex for gold, really, right? Yeah. Do they get farmed enough? Do they get the damage? Can they shut down Cog? And if they can, there's not as many options here for BB. He can cleanse a slow, but that's about it.
All right, guys. So I'm pretty sure we asked you to ask us questions. LOL Worlds is the hashtag, and you guys did. So we're going to answer a few of those right now as the players get themselves situated and we get this underway. So as your social questions come in, we will be sure to get those answered. It's going to be Bobby Ray 25 on Twitter. He's saying, Freak and Riv, do you feel the metagame of each region will merge into a world meta?
Well, it's interesting because there's actually different approaches on each side. So Dan was talking about, you know, how a lot of the Asian teams play, where they'll prepare their own individual strategies and rehearse them and get them very prepared and kind of go for it. And the Asians in general seem to be very aggressive. They're a little bit M5-esque. And so what I was thinking, you know, as a point was that, you know, these guys don't. You know, these guys haven't played M5 almost ever. They rarely leave their region. M5's kind of an enigma, but they've got a lot of great teams to practice against. And you know, the only European teams that most of these Asian teams have seen is CLG EU, who plays so different from M5. But realistically, those Asian teams actually just play very similarly. It's aggressive. It's a lot of counter juggling. It's a lot of early movements and great team fight presence overall. Even in this tournament, though, we've got different strats. CLG EU is late game focused, and the only team that really does that, or them and CLG NA, where they avoid team fights early on and then try to win at the 35-minute mark. Now, I think that you know, teams will keep their own strategies.
And guys, I believe we are now jumping back into the game. We do see the lane movement going around, so let's get the action back underway here. 5 minutes into the matchup. We are in that bit of a top lane here. It is 5,300 gold to 5,600 gold. You can see Stanley and Darian just kind of duking it out. Stanley preemptively shielding up to make sure he dodges that ghoul damage. Darian just pushing out his mana from that bar. Stanley will have a little bit better time in this lane, but like we said, Freak, that is not a fight lane. Those guys are not going to take each other down. Alex Ish being pressured very hard in mid here. As you see, Gosu Pepper is still forced to go around the map. He is still making sure his lanes are okay, and that's going to be bottom from Genja as well. Alex. Huge damage there. Nice dazzle. BB taking a turret shot. This is the pressure here. This is the stranglehold suffocation that Taipei Assassins wants to throw on. Nunu can't always stay middle. He still wants to support Vayne. That's going to become a tough lane. Genja's not too hurt right now, and he's actually farming just as well. As we see Toys, the flash, the initiation, the dazzle goes down, but he flashes out perfectly. Diamond coming in to deter this attack, and they also waste the Summoner Exhaust there. One attack from Alex. You can see him always doing the little bit amount of damage, getting the upper hand as much as they can.
And that was really, really good. Diamond knew that was a prime counter. It was a prime gank attempt right there. Was waiting in the wings, immediately jumped on, put on the crowd control, and a great move. 2 flashes used to try to jump on Alex. Alex, the one flash of himself, got himself out. Really, really good plays. But I want to talk about this top lane a little bit. Stanley's making some cool moves. Whenever a ghoul chases after him, if he can do it, he actually runs into the brush and forces the ghoul to stop and actually hit minions instead. So you'll see when the lane is actually more neutral right here, Stanley will jump to the brush to kind of deter those kind of moves, and it allows him to push back to his turret. That's a really good move to do against Yorick to keep that lane kind of in your favor. But you're seeing that matchup still much better for Shen. He's winning in minions, and he'll continue to do well. And now being the first to level 6 as well means he can really support these gank attempts and really just snowball his side lanes ahead. You won't see Karthus get tower dive nearly as easily again.
So not usually seeing the Dorans on a jungler. Xin going for that first. Diamond feels like he just wants lane presence to get out here and wants to be a little bit more tanky. You can see him going down towards bottom lane or into the blue brush. He doesn't see that Karthus is there. And you are going to get some invasion here into the jungle. Just a ward from Diamond. That was his only one. He was backing previously, so we may see him go back to buy. Gosu joining again with even mid. That Blood Boil on. Not going to assist too powerfully much, but obviously help her get out of some sticky situations, especially with Dazzle. And you can see it, Little Ball's doing the exact same thing, pretty much just mirroring what we saw Diamond Prox do, heading around, warding the jungle, making sure every one of the bushes is clear, and we can see they're getting quite aggressive here. The roam comes in from the jungler and support. This is the benefit of having those guys in mid, but like I said, there will be others there. Little Balls may have forgot that right away, and here comes the Stand United into the fight. This means that Stanley, or rather, that's going to be Darian, now having quite a fun top lane freak. But, as I said before, they weren't controlling objectives. They go and take it.
And that was a really orchestrated move. We talked in the pregame about M5 having team-based counter jungling. Well, they actually sent Karthus all the way from bottom lane to walk over, saying, we're going to steal the blue. We have the numbers advantage. We know we will outfight an underfarmed Evelynn. We know we will outfight them. We've got Stand United. They simply walked over, and M5 knew it. M5 knew they had complete control, did not even contest anything. Now, they had waited in the brush. They knew they couldn't win the fight, but they knew they could at least burn Stand United. And so they burned one of those not summoners, but one of those very long cooldown ultimates. It's a very, very big move there.
So we're seeing great defense from Moscow 5, Ben Q in mid. Usually you see the AD carry support switch coming in to really drop a lane as soon as possible and push that person around for the roam. But they've really swapped the lanes just back to normal. That kill going to Genja. They're saying Vayne could be starting to get a little strong. We see Gosu coming in. They go for a mistake, however. The Dazzle goes out into Zin. The 3 talent has not popped him up yet. The crowd control is great, but there is the teleport as well. Stand United is not going to come in this fight, so they are faced with the amount of champions from TPA they have here, and they're still forced to back up. Very low mana and health coming into that fight, and a scene, Little Balls right here, seeing LHH as he's forced to run in the bush. That ward gives him a bit of vision, and there's the speed buff steroid coming in for Alex to get out safely. TPA now grabs their own blue buff, but Alex sits on the wing to try and take this one away. Pressure coming in as well from Diamond. They do have that ward. They do not get the steal on it. Goes to Little Balls.
And that bottom lane fight really should have gone in M5's favor. There's 2 rules really of fighting in general. Number 1 is if you're on a 2-on-2, you always attack the AD carry, because if you don't attack him, he'll attack you back and he'll win that fight. And that was the rule that Genja was following. You saw him jump up and try to focus down BB's Kog'Maw. The problem was that wasn't a 2-on-2, it was a 3-on-2. It was a free kill completely, and the team focused onto Mistake. They exhausted Mistake. They stunned Mistake. And Genja went for the entire other champion. If he landed 3 attacks on a Mistake, that would have been a kill on the Terror, or at the very least forcing his flash out. But that's not what they did. They completely did not go for him. And they would have been 300 gold for Genja without a doubt if he went for the right target.
So we see 10 minutes coming into the game. The pressure not so much causing falters, but a little bit of miscommunication there. We did see 10,900 gold to 10,400. Very, very close in the economy situation. And it is 1 kill in favor of Moscow 5. We saw them grab that. It did go over to Gosu, rather, in middle, but we got 2 assists on it. That's going to be going to Diamond as well as Genja. So 2 good people to get that money early in the game. And we can see Genja quickly not just going for straight damage, but trying to really scale that W up with the Zeal right off the bat.
And that's really how you kind of play as Vayne, is you've got a lot of base damage because of Silver Bolts and Tumble and all that. And so what you're really trying to go for is just speed. It's getting into fights, you know, engaging and disengaging. She's a little bit short range because she doesn't have those long range poke tools like Kog'Maw does. And so she's going to kind of keep setting herself up and get into and out of fights as fast as possible.
Ward clearing going on now, coming from Little Balls, double buff on that Udyr. The lane is pushed up quite a bit, but they know that ward was just taken out. He shows himself bottom. This is going to give some help. This is a perfect chance to counter. Now that he is gone, he's going to walk away quite a bit. We see him coming back here. Diamond's going to know that procced him to just stay. Little Balls is still very much so interested in this fight. Diamond has backed, so still Moscow 5 must be careful. Great job, Gosu Pepper using the mentality to act as just a live ward in the bush to keep Genja safe.
And right now you're seeing the sort of matchup for TPA is that I think they're happy to kind of scale throughout this game. And I think they want to keep putting pressure on Alex and get a lot of gold up there and keep him from farming. I think this is the one time you would actually gank to shut someone down, because they don't want to give Alex Evelynn those roam opportunities, because you know, he's at the level now, being level 8 really, where he can actually shove minion waves out. You just saw him do that now, and he's going to roam around the map and look for an opportunity. If they can keep Alex down and burn his spells, he can't do that.
And we see quite low health going into a fight. They initiate down bottom. A beautiful job there. They called in the Stand United for the fight. Diamond Prox coming in very big. He charges in to get the kill. Alex Ish coming up with that one onto Kog'Maw. BB trying to blast out the true damage. And we are going to find Mistake on the chase. Stanley is quite hurt as well. Darian coming down to assist the fight. This is going to be huge for Moscow 5 if they can continue to micro themselves out of the damage. Little Balls is left by himself as Poison flashes away. The triple kill for Moscow 5. Darian coming up huge. 4 altogether.
believe that. That roam coming through, and of course, it is complete control for Dragon. They could even go to mid if they wanted to pick up another turret, but I think they're going to recall back instead. They know if they're low on health, they could get counter-pushed instead. So you're going to see Darien come back, walk to that top lane. You're going to see Genja just kind of get his health back up, life-stealing that whole bottom lane. But what a good opening there. The move down from Darien to show up to that fight in time. The Ghouls putting out so much damage. That was amazing. You see that TPA lineup really trying to use their ultimates for the engage to make that happen. Let's watch a replay and see just what those moves were. Darien, really the MVP in that fight.
Пока что. Дарьян, давай, пизди их. Хорош! Хорош, Дарьян! Удира лучше! Удира!
Будет за медлом, будет.
Давай, хорош! Дракона! Хорош,
Барашка!
There you have it. Such a strong fight coming from Moscow 5, and they really controlled it from the beginning. It was an amazing thought by Taipei Assassins. The initiation from everywhere but the lane itself. The Requiem comes in, the Stand United comes on, and the only real initiation you see from bottom lane is a few steps forward so Shen can get that taunt off. Everything worked perfectly, but kudos to Moscow 5's bottom lane for getting out just an inch in time.
And that's really, there's two things to point out there as well. Is the one is you look at how well sort of coordinated M5 BenQ is. The only one even talking in that fight is Alex Ish. Everyone else knows their jobs exactly. No one else to talk. No one has to say anything because they all know each other so well. That roster is so stable that it's clear, it's concise, and it's just Alex saying, here's where we're going. Okay, Darien, cast this. Guys, go in here. And he's just the mastermind making all those calls. And that's the first team I've really seen play like that. Well, you know, a lot of them will just yell for every kill. If you listen to like CLG, actually if you listen to Curse's sort of in-game chat, you can't hear anything. I've tried.
A little aggression here on the Genja, and he gets stunned up twice. A very nice job from Dazzle into Bear. And he gets pushed out of lane here. This is going to be big. Taipei needs to get some ground in these lanes.
And this is the difficulty, though, is they just try their major engage using all their main cooldowns. So they're coming back the next 30 seconds, that's a big deal. But if you saw how CLG EU did it, is they actually counter-engaged with Requiem. They actually let the fights come to them and then turn them around. Now, I think TPA should put the aggression on. I think they have the team for it. But that's really the difference here, is that if you're kind of going in with those spells, it's much harder to turn those fights around.
See the blue buff going out. Alex Ish grabs it away. Doesn't even have smite. 15 minutes in the game. Gosu Pepper goes down for this. So kind of a back and forth there. You did lose a champion. It's going to be a kill coming up, I believe, for Bebe there. So, or BB rather. So he's going to be getting himself some gold. Both the AD carries kind of building up the same way as Kog'Maw. That cheaper build as well, coming in with the Zeal, able to use that W Bio-Arcane Barrage percentage health damage that you're always going to be doing. However, that only comes up every so often, so you'll see him trying to get himself within range in the fight. Coming up from the backside, here's the assassination up until mid-game. Alex Ish doesn't want to fight, but there you can see just how aggressive he is once he gets the chance.
And once again, it's going to be how he plays that matchup. He is an assassin against a mage with not a lot of defensive escape tools. It's going to be kind of over and over that kind of story. And now next time, Stand United will not be back up. Alex Ish on Evelyn only has 45 seconds to go until that ult is back up. Meanwhile, it's more like 2.5 minutes here for Stanley on Shen, and that is a mismatch that M5 is going to need to do. You heard Jat during the WE-CLG match where he was saying that you know, they've got to put those windows in between Karthus ults.
The teleport coming in, Toys now coming out as well, and here the Wall of Pain takes down Gosu. The Wall of Pain is down. Genja's going to be able to run out, and he just continues to lose his support. Obviously, he's happy to not go down, but that is going to continuously feed that bottom lane.
That's exactly fine, and every single time, you know, it's a 3-on-2. You don't need to focus the carry. Do not get caught up in the fact that kills are for shutdowns. Kills are for golds. In a team fight, kills are for shutdowns because you don't want them fighting you. But as far as ganks are concerned, ganks are there to just give yourself and your teammates 300 gold and split that 58% assist gold with everyone else who's in that fight. That's what it's for. It's there to get Toys farmed because he knows that mid lane, it's risky. Alex has his ult back up. Now, he's got no ignite, but he's going to have enough damage here, Sorcerer's Shoes, and a lot of extra ability power to keep putting that pressure and really make life super, super miserable here for Toys.
Freak, I think this is one of the times like we've seen either of these teams not start dictating fights you know, before towers have gone down. They're staying in their lanes. There's been only ganks. Usually we see a huge tower dive coming in. Genja face checking the bushes. They go in without any vision, and it's going to be huge. The Requiem comes down onto Genja. They give Mistake against the wall, but he's forced to dash away. Beautiful job knowing he could do the damage there as he dazzled Mistakes, or he rather condemned Mistakes so he could not dazzle, and got some extra damage. And these guys really playing their mechanics to the top of their limit. 8 kills into this game. It's 5-3 in favor of M5 BenQ as they continue their aggression. There's really no snowball to either team. About of a 3K gold lead here. Genja once again stunned up. They can't get inside for Bear Stance. His flash was up, and that could have been a considerable kill for them.
That was really risky overall. You just see Genja kind of playing this matchup by the skin of his teeth right there, using Summoner Heal to bait out the flash from BB. And as soon as he came in there, he was like, Summoner Heal, fight me. And BB was like, no, we're good, thanks. And just simply backed off from that one. But that's kind of the gameplay you're going to see from M5. They're going to fight these very sort of neck-and-neck, tooth-and-nail battles that are just extremely close overall. And the way they're going to really tip is if Alex gets to finally roam. He's not been able to run into these matchups very much. He's been fighting his lane opponent, stalking Toys here in the jungle. This could be good for him.
Toys not really catching him there. Huge damage coming out from Alex Ish. Will he flash over for the kill? And it looks like he may be able to get Landmass Q out. He lands it, makes it out alive.
Alex playing that one right. Again, he's got the Deathfire Grasp picked up there. It's exactly what he wanted to do, was simply turn those around and just assassinate Toys. And you look at Toys' build, he's got those flat magic resist blitzs, he's got a lot of ages, but he needs more. He needs some actual magic resist. Normally you see Rabbidan's Death Cap come out next, but right now he needs a Negatron Cloak. He needs to not get one-shotted by Alex in lane, because that will keep happening every minute.
Oh, BB not looking so good right here, but the Condemn just going off a little bit, and it pushes him towards his turret. That's not really going to be an initiation here for TPA. Good damage coming out, however, from BB. He did get that BF sword. He knew he needed damage versus the Silver Bolts of Vayne. That right into Phantom Dancer was not going to work for them, although would help to shred those tanky champions coming in. And there it is, the initiation onto Genja, the Ice Blast to BB so he can't attack, just back and forth. Great job down bottom, but TPA continuing the aggression as well, so great job from them.
And there is a lot of poke potential there. Anytime Dazzle lands, BB is guaranteed to land that the arcane, the ultimate there, the living artillery as it's called, to get some free harass down. That last time I thought he would have landed that for a couple hundred damage right there. There's not a lot of sustain overall on Genja. You see, two sort of builds there from Vayne. One of the main ones is rushing Bloodthirster, and that lifesteal would really keep Genja alive. But as you're seeing here, as he fights the Lizard buff, there's not a lot of lifesteal for him. He's just got those 2 Doran's Blades, so that poke will stick around quite a bit onto Vayne. They should keep that pressure going.
A few of the turrets now pretty hurt for Moscow 5, meaning those prep turrets could really mean a lot after an objective fight here if it can be forced by Taipei Assassins in the right formation. They will be able to push that mid turret. Don't know how hurt that top turret is. It's actually still got some health. You can see Darian doing very well in his lane. Now Genja and Gosu Pepper trying to defend theirs as well. It is not too hurt, so they have a good lane going down bottom. A lane that can both get Genja farmed as well as keep Gosu somewhat alive. He's gone down quite a bit for his team this game. The only one to have the 3 kills on that board, and that's the person they want dying if somebody's going to go down. So they've done it in the correct fashion if it were to happen.
Mistake just waiting around trying to find Gosu Pepper out. The ultimates are at both Requiem and Stand United. TPA is going to look for another fight as Evelyn comes from the back. Expect all ults to be burned. TPA, they could be okay. Actually, Lowball's waiting around. If they go in, he's going to be in good shape.
Yeah, that teleport's just coming up for TPA Toys. Here we go, though, on to BB. So much damage. He tries to cleanse. He looks like he's going to make it out of this one. Just on the outside of Gosu's Absolute Zero. They do a ton of damage. TPA cannot stay in the fight with the amount coming out from Genja. He is just able to focus whoever he wants from the backside. And you can see Diamond creating such a frontline presence.
Wow, so much damage was available there. I can't believe that turned as easily as it did. With Stanley there, Lowball's there, everyone there to tank, it just did not matter. They just completely burned through Tarek's health bar, no matter what. Happy to kill support, happy to bring everyone's health bar down and simply make the fight happen. Darian did not have to be involved whatsoever, and they still won that in a 4v4.
Slowing down Toys. No, they do not choose to initiate. There's too much turret damage to be had. They played that one smart. Toys as well, trying to keep himself safe here with Little Balls. They're going to have to watch this turret go down. The first turret of the game, 22 minutes in. I think that may be the longest time it's taken for our turrets to fall. Moscow 5 BenQ and Taipei Assassins playing a very cautious semifinal matchup.
yeah, they really do not want to overextend, because if someone does move in a little bit too far, there is so much chase potential on both sides. I mean, you look at the M5 lineup, if someone overextends, they've got Vayne with Blood Boil, who will chase that guy to the ends of the earth. You've got so much flow coming out from Nunu and from Yorick together that no one's going to get away if they overextend. Meanwhile, the same thing is there for TPA. Shen, Tarek, Udyr, that person is going to get completely locked upon, just locked down really, and then everyone else is going to fire upon him, and Karthus and Kog'Maw will have a lot of damage on the front line. Both these teams are about just enough disruption, about having just enough disruption that the back line can just shred people down. So you're seeing more ganks than turret pushes, because turret pushes can be countered, but ganks, they kind of got, they have more of those questions answered and can kind of push through a little bit more safely.
So Freak, let's take a look at these builds. We do see that Stanley is going for possible late game Frozen Mallet, but switched over to go for that Wit's End to stop the damage coming in from Eve. Usually we'll see that tanky top laner take the role of, well, as I just said, the tank, but we look over to Darian's side. He's gone for Triforce. Nobody on their team is really building to be that single tank. Is their amount of power really allowing them? But Alex, he's coming in huge right here on the top turret. It has been prepped to be taken down, but his focus is only Stanley coming up with the kill and able to make it out. 8-3. Alex again providing for himself.
And just over and over, he's got a safe lane and just turns it around to gold.
Here comes the Absolute Zero. Big damage on Mistake. It procs. Another shot could come in. He might lead this one to Diamond. Mistake is not the focus anymore. Little Balls gets taken down as he tries to come in. Darian picking that one up. And again, they'll get another one. It's going to be Mistake as well. Here comes Toys. Toys could get dropped. The heal coming out. If he can turn and fire, they may be able to stop it, but there's no mana. It's only going to be Toys having his way with bottom lane now. The 4 for 2, or 4 for 1. Alex stays alive.
He's just having a field day here, constantly pushing through on this map. They're making a lot of difficulties here. Alex is not getting shut down. He rushed that Deathfire Grasp. He used it to great effect, picking up kills on Toys, I think twice in a row now, just kind of soloing him out in that lane and making a lot of pressure happen overall, and he's been able to roam. He's been able to show up to those fights. The kills at bottom lane where they picked up Mistake and put some pressure on the turret right after. You know, the pressure up that top lane, just diving Stanley, you know, pretty tanky Shen under his turret, and it's interesting because that's like the one downside you would expect to see from Shen going double gold per 10 is he would have a bit of a weak mid game as he waits for that gold to kick in, and just, you know, would you know it, Alex shows up and capitalizes on that disadvantage. We're seeing a complete repeat of his first Evelyn game, I should say, and just picking up kill after kill on the opposition.
And a huge item coming out from Darian here. Actually just picked up his Guardian Angel. Always focusing his ult onto somebody else now. Doesn't even have to worry about himself. Is really taking that top lane. 209 minion kills to 137. And as I said before, Freak, he's had such a good lane, he's not even needing to build the HP for that lane. You can see, as we were saying and poking at before, Shen having to go for Wit's End for the magic mitigation, as well as that phase to build into the Frozen Mallet later for that health. What's the advantage of just having Darian not have to do that? It's always damage coming from that lane now.
It's interesting because I guess, you know, because he got this early kill, he's able to push forward. Rushing that Trinity Force allowed him to really be a huge menace overall in battles. It let him out-duel Stanley, pretty much. It let him to kind of stop counter pushes.
You see the wall of pain going down, and you can see the confidence coming from Moscow 5. They are waltzing through this fight right now. Taipei Assassins with Darian on the outside. 4v1 right now. Darian taking all the hits. The Guardian Angel not even popped. We see Alex Ace going into the middle of the fight. Mistake could go down here. He will fall to Genja. We see coming up huge. Vivi onto Alex. That area of effect damage not going to be coming out for them anymore, and they are forced out of this fight. TPA using the turret to their advantage here. A good kill coming out from Darian as he takes down Little Balls, but the chase is on. BB does have that blue buff. He just decides to turn, though, as both teams just go in an all-out fight regardless of the area around them or the situation of the turret.
This is one thing that M5 is best at overall, is they are so supremely good at getting in a fight just long enough. If you actually just sat there watching Darian the entire time and it's like, yes, I'm in the front line, fight me, I'm Guardian Angel Yorick, fight me, I dare you, keep, go for it. Pop the Guardian Angel, don't mind if I do, fight me, do all the damage, haha, we killed your carries, and then got low enough and just walked right out. His Guardian Angel is going to recharge over time. That cooldown's going to come back up. I think he might, you know, and he had the self-control to say, yes, I will happily lose my Guardian Angel. You will tunnel vision me, and you will kill the very tanky Yorick. Next fight, I won't be quite as reckless. I'll get down to 10%, and I'll walk out. I'll ult someone, I'll walk out. It won't be a big deal. no big worries here from Darien. He's going to have that kind of gameplay where he's going to be very comfortable in his own skin, knows that there's no surprises really in store, right? No one's going to pick him out of nowhere. He knows the kind of damage BB's putting out. He knows how much damage Kog'Maw can deal. He knows what Toys can deal. He knows, yeah, okay, you've got Requiem, that's nice, but then no one else is going to chase him out. So he can walk out of those fights so securely and just tank damage. And because he has Trinity Force, because he has those ghouls, he will actually be a pretty reasonable damage threat. By picking up that Triforce, it gives him just enough presence to say, yes, here's the damage output that you actually care about. If I go for a squishy, he'll actually take damage. You must actually deal with me, even though you don't want to. Even though I'm Guardian Angel Yorick, you must deal with me. You must focus me and push me out.
Yeah, Freak, that's something actually we talked about with Dan Din earlier and how Moscow 5 BenQ approaches fights. They leave a few that can take the area of effect cooldowns away, causing the other team to only have pinpoint focus attacks. That's when they go in. They leave a few people to take away some area of effect, another few, they go into the fight. We saw that happen. You just explained. Darien, I'll take all the damage. Alex Ish flashed right into the fight. Both of those were wasting so many cooldowns while staying alive and able to trade back. This has brought them now 13-6. They have an over 10,000 gold lead just about, and it's going to be 28 minutes into the matchup. This spells Baron.
M5 going to make a good move for this. I think they're more trying to bait a battle out here. They were trying to sneak it because they only sent 3 members there. They wanted to try to put some damage in. They had ward coverage. They knew they could back out pretty safely, but Alex on the flank.
Alex is coming in from behind. This is what we said he would do. He goes away from Toys. You can see him just blowing all the cooldowns. They've separated from the fight. Genja as well, or BB rather. BB trying to come in with that passive. The Requiem goes down, and it's not going to be enough damage. Genja more than happy to stay in the fight. Fires down on Little Balls. Mistake is in his eyes next. Gets the double kill, the triple kill. No, Alex is picking up Shen, and they're going to have an open turret for that first inhibitor in mid, but it looks like they're making a straight beeline for Baron.
That is the right play. Once again, they had simply separated the champions perfectly. You saw Diamond kind of go in and out against Toys' Karthus, and it simply kind of require him to stand there out of range of anyone else. It was just perfect positioning. It's a free push onto Baron, of course, with no one else alive. They don't need to wait around for Darien to revive. It's not that big of a deal. They'll simply pick up the buff, pick up the golden experience, walk themselves back out very safely. They've got time to recall. Not a big deal. His replay is coming out. Let's see exactly what went down. Now watch Diamond. He comes in, knocks up Toys, walks back out. Toys cannot do anything in this fight. He's simply unable to deal much damage. Finally gets shut down. Still not in range of anyone. Now watch Darien at the bottom. Genja. Genja's got no one to focus in. Easy kill on Little Balls. No one there to touch Vayne. Walks up. Mistake. Not a problem. Stanley, the last one alive on Shen. They focus the targets. And they focus the carries properly. BB went down first. Toys went down second. Little Balls went down third. And then Mistake and Stanley the tanks went down last. They had exact perfect target prioritization. Alex flanked around the back, bursted Toys, prevented Toys from getting himself in the middle of the fray, and Genja, playing his champion right, said, yes, if I'm stuck near a Karthus, it will suck, so I won't be anywhere near Karthus, thank you very much. We'll kill BB, I'll come from around the side, you guys do with Karthus, I'll kill things on the other side of the map.
Team Guardian Angel now coming into play for M5 BenQ. They are starting to sport those around. It looks like Diamond is trying to get his up there quite soon as well. He does have the chain vest. They have pushed TPA back into their base. Moscow 5 now controls the team fights within this game. Genja, Gosu, Pepper, and Diamond still holding that Baron buff. Very strong in their own rights with Darien on the front side. The Guardian Angel just about to come back up for him in about 5 seconds. This is why he's pushing the turret so hard. If it comes back in this fight, it's going to be huge. There's so much focus on him, and they're not going to see it come back up. BB going down, has to cleanse out of this one. Toys is just standing there doing so much damage. It doesn't look like the focus is that right for Moscow 5, but they're avoiding all the damage that they need to. An ace coming out for them, a triple kill coming out for Genja. And it looks like they may be able to push on to the Nexus turrets in this one. They have a lot of tank behind their champions. Diamond and Gosu on the front. The first Nexus turret goes down 23-7, 31 minutes into the game. That's all Moscow 5 needed for game 1 as they take it from TPA.
Wow, what a perfect play right there. That was amazing. M5 BenQ, the assassin composition did what it was supposed to do. It exactly did what they wanted. And this, you know, it worked out better than I thought it would. And in retrospect, of course it makes sense. You look at what Diamond did on Xin Zhao. Now, this was a champion with this comp that was on Darien before. And Darien, when he was top lane of Xin Zhao, had a bad start, went Sunfire Cape, tried to be a tank and just sort of survive for the team.
Right.
And Alex had the gold. Alex, had the Deathfire Grasp, he put all the damage down, he was there to shut down Kog'Maw. Well, you had the same kind of situation, really, where you had, a decent game from Diamond, 2-0 and 15. He got some gold, not super farmed, but again, if you have tank Xin Zhao and he did enough damage, low gold Xin Zhao really has the same damage because you didn't buy damage items the first time, so he actually performed the exact same role. Jumped in there, pressed Crescent Sweep, got some armor and MR for pressing that button, dealing a lot of damage, and just went through and tried to focus down on Cog. And Alex, again, a similarly rough start to his early game, got a lot of damage taken to him, very, very rough start, but still pick up Deathfire Grasp, still dominant through the mid game, still a stellar performance going 5-1 and 10, performed the exact same role. I made sure I watched Kog'Maw in that last fight, and BB, he didn't make any mistakes. He was in the back line, he hit who he could, but the front line of
jumped
Guardian
super hard.
Yorick, Diamond super farmed, in the end, or at least super tanky,
Yeah.
Gosu Pepper on Nunu, what's he going to focus? There's nothing there to even attack. Even a Guardian Angel was there on Evelyn. There's nothing for him to kill. He swung as much as he could. Nothing took enough damage. Burst from Evelyn, burst from Xin Zhao, ran backwards, took another set of damage to the face. You actually saw Yorick flash into him to land more abilities, and then he dropped.
Yeah.
And there's nothing there for him to survive. Now you could say that Stanley could have used Stand United at some point there on Shen. That would have given him a couple more seconds to survive. But by that point, everyone else was already still dead. That front line was tanky enough. It was brutal. Let's watch that last fight. And actually, this time, I'm going to watch Genja and see what he did to keep himself alive. As we come in here, just watch him. On the backside, there's the invisibility jumping in. Look at that focus. Just forces Stanley away. Drops him down, still on the outside. Focuses low balls. No big deal. Kills him. Toys still outside of the file range. Completely immune to counterattacks. Genja not once was even attacked in that battle. His front line was voracious, just shoved themselves in there, and he said, yep, I'll kill a tank, yep, I'll kill a tank, just kept going through on individual targets, and there was nothing there to dive him, because there were the assassins in front causing way too much havoc. And that kind of goes to prove the best defense is a good offense, because when Xin Zhao is diving your face, you're not worried about Vayne anymore, you're worried about not dying. And you will die anyway, because holy cow, will an ulted Vayne crush your team.
Freak, it really comes back to the window that Moscow 5 was able to play with late game. They just have to fight without Stand United up, without Teleport up, and without Requiem up. Or vice versa, 2 out of the 3, 1 out of the 3. The pressure they continue to have, like I said, Alex Ish going to come in. He is going to be the hard initiation. Deathfire Grass, explode your face, and you have no idea what happened. You're just left clicking buttons to try and do something in Death Defy form. That was pretty much the game coming from Karthus. So they just came in so strong every time and understood those windows, understood they weren't going to get a teleport or a Stand United. And we even saw in that last fight, there wasn't even enough time for Stanley to Stand United because he still has it up.
Yeah, he was killed right away. And M5, I think, they're the first team I've seen actually play around Stand United and play around Requiem perfectly.
Right.
I never saw a single instance of them getting into a fight and being like, oh, right, Karthus pressed R. Double kill. Never once. Never once. They knew it was there every single time. I never, ever saw them get caught out. When you looked at CLG versus WE, they would get into those fights, a guy would run back and it was like, oh, right, of course, and then 200 damage and the guy dies. And you've seen that with Shen as well, where they will dive onto a turret and get that shield and be like, oh, crud, I forgot that shield's there. I mean, you saw Alex East try to dive Karthus around level 6 or 7, and the Stand United came and he was like, great, Stand United, I'm going to walk out, I'm not going to overcommit, no big deal, and happily just wasted that cooldown. Again, those Requiems never turning around for kills. And I can't stress this enough, M5 played around globals so well, they were never caught out by them. They never overextended and forgot that they existed. And it forced TPA to actually use them offensively. It forced them to say, hey guys, team fight starting, Requiem. And M5 was like, okay, so Requiem's being used. Great, okay, 200 damage, thank you very much. We'll continue on now, thank you, because our health pools are still here. And then there were no surprises left. M5 never got caught out by those globals. I mean, they really seem like the most well-rehearsed team here. I liked everything they did in that game.
Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this with a do-or-die semifinal Game 2 between Moscow 5 Ben Q and Taipei Assassins. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the live USC Galen Center matchups we have going here for the League of Legends Championship Playoffs. We're into our semifinal matchups right now. Moscow 5 BenQ taking on Taipei Assassins. Our first matchup left Moscow 5 guessing right in the beginning, but they figured out the lane swap really wasn't anything that was going to throw them off guard. Just left Gosu Pepper to do a little roaming early, and then they were able to start off with some really nice barons, some great dragon control, and to continue the match to a W.
And this matchup was really two people holding that early game down. It was Diamond preparing for that really big... I mean, it was the first blood gank onto Karthus, setting up Genja for a great start, and it was preparing for that counter gank that was a 3-man dive in mid. He got the first 3-man dive for the kill. He was there for the second one, stopped Lil Ball's mistake from getting that kill onto Alex Ish, and so he made some really, really great moves in that isolated lane. Darian, he was left to himself, and he did win that. It started out a little bit rough. He was down in minions, but he started picking up kills, and Darian came down and picked up that triple kill at the bottom matchup, and that really set them apart because he was such a huge tank that he got so far ahead in items that he was no longer really threatened by anyone on that roster anymore. Darian was happy to walk into the front, take the damage, get killed by Kog'Maw, but set up the rest of that fight. So those two members, huge for them.
So ladies and gentlemen, throughout the tournament, we've been spotlighting playmakers on each team, figuring out who's doing the best and who's going to give us some great stories throughout this championship. In this next piece, we caught up with Moscow 5 BenQ as they spoke about Darian, who we were just speaking about, having such a great game as well, and how they harness the power of his unique playstyle. Let's check it out.
Darian, solo top. Darian's the top laner for Moscow 5.
Darian's one of these players that have always had a bit of an attitude about him.
Darian is an absolutely fearsome top laner.
Ну, он иногда любит повыпендриваться. Особенно это иногда, так сказать, раздражает, когда особенно мы проигрываем. Он такой включает мод «мне пофигу» и, так сказать, ведет какую-то свою игру. Ну, а так, в целом, он адекватный. Если его заставить нужное время и поговорить с ним, то можно ему что-нибудь свое объяснить и заставить его, так сказать, нормально сыграть. Ну, а так как игрок, он вполне хорошо нажимает кнопочки. И, в общем, он нас вполне устраивает.
He really just dominates his lane in a lot of situations. The first time we saw Darian on LAN at IEM Kiev, he pretty much forced bans from the enemy team. His top champions are fearsome and can take over a match.
Darian is one of those players that he'll either win the lane, in which case Moscow 5 will destroy the opposition, or he'll lose the lane, in which case he'll farm, and the rest of the team will just carry on doing what they do, and then he'll come back and they'll destroy the opposition.
Ну, вообще, что вразумить? Если, как показала сегодняшняя игра, мы его не особо вразумили, поэтому мы, так сказать, надеемся, что он сам себя вразумит и сыграет достойно, попытается, так сказать, ну, так сказать, так много не убирать и не подводить нас, и не делать игру тяжелее, как это было сделано сегодня. Так, ничего мы ему не можем сказать.
Ну, сделать можно многое, но команда меня заверяет, что 0 во второй графе — это все, что от меня требуется.
So everyone, you can see some caveats in everybody's play, but they love the guy because he can press the buttons really well.
He presses the buttons really well. I can do that too. If you give me Sona, my face will hit the keyboard and I will just cast every ability perfectly.
I want to play with this guy.
#1 Sona, NA. Just do this and I'll win all the games. I'm great. Anyway, we're in a Champion Select, so we should move on, and our jokes are horrible.
All right, guys, let's see what we got for the Champion Select. Obviously, Mistakes, Blitzcrank, and Diamond Prox Lee Sin find themselves on the bench.
Yeah, so these guys right away actually starting with similar openings here. I think that they, honestly, if I'm TPA, I'm actually pretty satisfied with the champions that came out there. I think there were just a couple of play mistakes that really screwed them over, with the exception, of course, and this is exactly what IG did, is like, you know what, you're right. Evelyn really is terrifying. We should probably remove that champion. Otherwise, though, I think they're happy with everything else. I think they have the tools that can kill off Vayne. I think they're okay with Nunu, or will first pick Nunu, not have a big deal. They might actually kill off Yorick, but that's the only other ban I could see them going as an adaptation. I think everything else was not too terrifying for them in the matchup so far.
We'll have to see what they do. That Jace gets banned out as well. Very hard champion to gank. TPA is very good at being able to get out of their lanes. Very slippery. Sona goes out as well. So we said don't try to ban them out, but it looks like they're trying to poke at some of the compositions that would be created by these champions.
Yeah, M5, that last ban on Nunu was a reaction to the Sona ban, because I think they were really thinking about, you know, M5 seems to really prioritize first picking that support. You saw them first pick Nunu last game. They're really trying to set themselves up for really strong lanes there and left everything else out there. And so that, you know, that makes a lot of sense. They're trying to give themselves some really good presence overall in that matchup. But, you know, dropping out that final support, you know, Zyra's, of course, still available there. And it looks like they're going to grab Diamond up there onto Udyr. Now, he was Xin Zhao last time. It fit the composition pretty well. This time, they're saying, you know what? Lee Sin's dropped out. You know, they ran Udyr against SK Gaming very successfully in the European regional. So, of course, no screener to that champion. Might just bring that back out again.
Have to see what they do. TPA going with somewhat of a safe strategy / will be able to fight for quite some time. That Orianna always giving a team quite a bit of utility and movement in a fight to get in or out. Looks like they did like the Yorick pick last time. Into that Guardian Angel makes him one of the most formidable champions to be messing with the double comeback to life. They do lock in the Kog'Maw. They're looking for that late game damage again, Freak, and they're still waiting for that Darien lock-in.
That makes a lot of sense. Once they started looking at Yorick, I was like, you know, when you see an Orianna in there, Orianna always screams protect the X.
Yeah,
she's an amazingly dominant, you know, mid lane mage, but transitions into a very powerful support by the end. And it, of course, still has a damage output, but is really good at keeping someone alive. There's a lot of disruption there, some shields, things like that. And as soon as you see Orianna, you've got to start thinking about champions like Kog'Maw or Vayne, who are going to really scale throughout that match and require protection, but if they're protected, kill people really hard. When M5 looked at Yorick, I was like, well, Yorick is going to protect the X champion. Yorick, in fact, revives X and makes Kog'Maw or Vayne come back to life and keep dominating. Now, Genja was never really killed in that last match, so it didn't matter too much, but you always have that for the backup option and can be really powerful. So they've both denied Kog'Maw and given themselves a synergy with Kog'Maw. This had to have been a champions like adaptation from M5 to pick it so early.
We're seeing some champions we have seen recently and some solo queue play as well. And we're going to see it locked in actually as Tarek, still staying on the cold side. Toys picking up Tarek for his team. Little Balls goes with a safe support jungler Maokai, looking to really set up the ganks instead of getting them for himself or his lanes.
I don't actually like these picks here from TPA, going Maokai, Tarek. I would have really liked to see something like Nocturne Leona or Shyvana, something like that. You know, Shyvana Orianna, an amazing combo as well to open up, because they already know they're against a crazy fearsome backline with Yorick Cog. Now maybe they're trying to like withstand Yorick clone plus Kog'Maw damage output with Maokai, and it can make sense, right? If you have, you know, Tarek up there with the Shadow Aura, 30 armor to nearby teammates, Maokai's Vengeful Maelstrom minus 20% damage as long as you're standing in the area, Orianna's Ball grants a shield and bonus armor MR, so maybe they're trying to just like tank through the Yorick ultimate and tank through Kog'Maw, but that means they've got to really be able to sit there in a group and not worry about the rest of that damage out. But that's worrisome, because who's going to do the damage on the backline here for TPA instead of going for something assassin-based? So it's a little bit risky, but you know, we'll see what happens here. M5 only their support left to pick, and they've grabbed Zilean you know, really early on, and that's without a hyper-scaling and a hyper-carry top laner.
Yeah, I feel like TPA is really building for the team fights here. Every one of those champions that they have is going to be able to assist in that team fight. The Shatter, the Command Shockwave, as well as Little Ball's ult, so that's going to be huge for them. Alex Ish going for that Zilean once again. We did see him play this in the tournament. This is really also a protect the Cog. They can get him in and out, or, well, start with Genja on the initiation, depending on who they choose as well, or Gosu. We'll have to see. You have Vayne being picked out, as well as Mistake holding on that top laner right now. He will be going on to Tarek, but he's going to be choosing out that Nidalee.
And yeah, there is that support Zyra here. So this is really, it's really crazy, because you've actually got both team comps going protect the carry. You've got Type A Assassins, you've got Stanley on Nidalee. It's a heal and an attack speed buff. Tarek, a decent enough front line. Maokai, a front line. Orianna able to provide shield and durability. And it's just like, guys, let's all just put our cards, let's put our eggs in a BB's basket. Let's give him a nice big backpack. Let's ride in that and hope he can carry us to victory. Because this is really just a team that says, good luck, BB, we're relying on you. And it's really kind of the same thing here for M5 BenQ, because they didn't go for like, and normally when we see Zilean from Alex Ish, it's because they have Jax or they have Olaf on that lineup, where, you know, yeah, they've got Genja in the back line being awesome as that carry, but they've got a big frontline tank, you know, running in with bonus movement speed, running in with that revive, and just chopping someone to bits. They don't have that. That Udir's going to be useful, he's going to be disruptive, but it's jungle Udyr. He's not going to have crazy farm and be a super beast. And it's York. We saw York last time, did not need help to be tanky. He just went Guardian Angel, went Trinity Force, was beefy in the front line, didn't require anything special. They don't have reckless aggressors here on M5. They've got just a front line that says don't walk past us, and Kog'Maw in the background killing people. And if he does go down and die, they do have Zilean to revive him. So both these teams going a little bit light on damage and saying, okay, BB, okay, Genja, it's on you.
Not that I'm, you know, I don't know very much for Stanley's top Nidalee play, but I feel like they've forced themselves into a composition that wants to use everything from their champions. And if they don't get that right on Taipei's side, you know, if Nidalee can't get in there, yeah, she's going to want to be able to throw heals on Vayne, get that attack speed up, get other things happening, get that shield. So I think if those don't correlate for them within this matchup, they're going to find themselves coming up short. A lot of their initiations last game on Moscow 5 that was 100% ready, that Stand United Requiem attack bottom was an amazing engage by Taipei Assassins and would have taken 99% of any professional player off guard. But Moscow 5 on their game is ready for these little things that Taipei Assassins is going to have to do to really get their composition to come to fruition.
And so here we are. The game is started. Let's get ready for Game 2 of these semifinals. This is do or die for Taipei Assassins. You see them on your screen. They are down 0-1. The Galen Center getting prepared for the World Finals to take place on Saturday. Moscow 5 BenQ. They are one game away from qualifying themselves for that grand final. It's 1-0 in this best of 3. They are winning in this matchup. M5 wants this. TPA needs this to stay alive.
Getting that sapling pull. There's going to be a little bit of an invasion here as they saw Darien leaving the bush. They're being very quick on this as well. They have given up the fact that they are now in the jungle, and we're going to see a rotation here that top side. Moscow 5 is going to start going after the other blue as well. TPA is going back, though. Freak, this could completely be a strategy where they push that in there, and then they're going to be waiting for this fight. However, they don't know how many members are on the other side, so they're really walking into danger here.
They got spotted. I mean, their opening play was really cool. Use saplings, use traps, put some wards down. Make sure you keep track of the opposition. They know their level 1 is so much stronger. And they've got the stun on the Gosu Pepper.
Gosu not looking good, and this may be the first blood coming out, and BB comes up strong. A full assist to the rest of the team.
He's not even going to bother casting the passive. Finally shoots it out at the end. No kill there. Great moves by TP. I'm surprised they picked that up, though, because they got spotted by Zilean on the way through mid. Gosu should have known they were coming across right there, but still a great initiation coming out overall. And, you know, I'm looking at this roster, and yeah, just it took like one flash to make that happen. I mean, really, really good opening. TPA off in the driver's seat. They did get that 400 gold to BB, but the one thing to remember is he has not spent that gold yet. BB does not have that gold in his he has the gold in his pockets, but not on his character. So that level 1 fight, that top lane's still going to be just the same as always.
Great farming help coming in. They're trying to get the junglers through as fast as possible. We do see the smite is down onto Diamond, and he holds his smite on Little Ball, so he's going to be looking to get around the jungle and get out quite quickly. With that assist, it's going to help him get those items that he needs to keep scaling into this game. Looks like we do have boots pots going on to Gosu. He blew one of those as he went down, so that lane is going to be aggressive, but they're going to be looking for fast kills and then to get back out. Freak, they have no vision to be safe in that lane. 2 minutes and 30 seconds in, another invasion coming in here. The red buff dot, or the dot, is still there for Diamond. He can see that they're taking this because the skull is still on the map for him. He looks to go in. He will not be able to get it. It goes to Maokai, and they're going to be forced. No, actually, Little Balls, or he did get that, sorry. Diamond does pick up his red buff. They take out Mistake in this situation. Alex coming up with a kill for himself. Genja forcing himself into this fight, flashing over the wall. And BB rather could pick himself up a kill here. Beautiful shield coming from Orianna.
And that makes it 3-1 overall. These invasions so strong from TPA. We said they had a better level 1 team. They're happy to invade, and they're just pushing for it. I'm so actually surprised that M5 said, you know what, yeah, let's keep fighting you at level 1. Let's please put ourselves in these terrible situations where we're about to get picked off. And that was brutal overall. So much damage dealt back onto them. Poor Gosu Pepper still not even level 2. You know, the rank 1 Stranglethorns is nice, but not putting out a lot of punishment overall. That was pretty risky. This opening for TPA so good.
Very scary. BB now 2-0-1 as Vayne this early in the game. Vayne is a late game carry, but will still put out the pain if given the chance to do so within these early levels. Only 4 minutes into the game, Gosu trying to throw out the harassment. They know they don't have too much control over that lane, as I said before, with the wards, so they're really trying to push these guys out of lane as much as possible. So if there is a gank, they're not affected by it as much. Zillion, Alex Ish playing the role for everybody on his team, and really everybody is assisting each other right now.
And the one thing that M5 needs to do right here is to realize that BB has still not gotten back to lane to buy any items. So despite all these kills, despite everything, at this second, he's on equal footing to Genja. I guess I'd call it the top lane, but those dual lanes there are identical right now as far as power is concerned. There's a little bit of experience in the lead, but that's about it. The golden items, it's a wash right there. And so M5 needs to hold them in lane as long as possible and keep Vayne from buying. The second she buys, she's dominant in lane.
These are where the words would come into play. Gosu could find himself out, but he calls the time in his head and says he feels right for Little Balls. We've seen him around the jungle. I'm going to time this seedling and throw it in the bush. Really throwing Little Balls off there, but he still has a chance to come around the backside. You can see the cautious play. Mistake a little too aggressive there and really telegraphs this one in. No chance for an attack on that.
But they can perfectly zone this lane. You look at the minion wave, and actually, it's now actually bigger on TPA's side, so it will push to the turret, and so M5 can kind of sit on their heels and wait. They won't lose too many minions if they just simply wait in the background and let it push to their turret. Because the wave is so much larger on the other side, you're not expecting to have your minions really pick off too much in that wave, and they'll be pretty safe overall.
Alex Ish getting a little harassment done to him, but Diamond procs perfectly there as he makes his way through the jungle. That's really not what TPA needs. The huge attack onto BB out top. He pushes back Genja. Great mechanics to really push out the damage that's going to be coming at him in the fight. Stanley putting Gresham down bottom here. 3-1 in this matchup. The gold, like I said, going to Vayne. But Freak mentioned she has not bought yet, so the aggression in the lane can really be thwarted if Diamond finds himself top at the right time. A lot of mana being used here by Alex Ish. He's going to be thrown in, but Diamond's there once again. The 3v2 situation, rather. Alex not in a good position, not level 6, and he will go down. Diamond cannot assist.
And that is, again, them putting the pressure on over and over and over again. And this is really, really good. Little Balls with so much crowd control. And the beautiful thing was they pulled Mistake down to support mid once they sent BB to go back and recall and buy items. That Mistake says, you know what? I don't have too much money. I don't need to buy just yet. It's not that big of a deal. It's only 400 gold. While you go buy BB, I'm going to go support someone else on the map. Let's put a gank together. Let's go ahead and make this happen. Let's make that fight go down. And look at that, a beautiful start.
Oh, wow. They get Genjo right out, and they are able to take him down. Mistake picking himself up a kill. BB kind of focusing back there. They may be able to get another kill. They forced a flash on Gosu. That's going to be quite big for them. This lane can now continuously be aggressive, Freak.
The mechanic there for TPA was really, really strong. After that first kill, notice that Mistake walked forward and made sure he pulled turret aggro. As soon as a turret hits a champion, it will stay on that champion until he leaves range, no matter what. No matter if someone swings at you, no matter whatever happens, until that guy dies or leaves range, it will stay on Mistake. And so he sat there and said, yes, hit me, hit me, hit me. He, and Ghost Pepper knew he had to flash to escape that, because Vayne would have kept stutter stepping, walking over and swinging, walking and swinging, walking and swinging. He was 3 hits from getting the kill, forced the flash. At that point, there was too much pressure required. He got out.
Stanley going aggressive on Darian here. You can see the sustain coming into play a bit as they damage trade equally. You can see just how confident Taipei Assassins is right now with a few of their purchases. Quick Chalice buys going in both lanes of Stanley as well as Toys. The Boots of Mobility onto Maokai as well. Little Ball's trying to get these ganks to happen more often and get them to happen in favor of his teammates. He's been doing a great job. Right now he has 4 assists. And like I said at the beginning, Freak, when you grab Maokai, it's going to be to set those lanes up for the ganks. You're grabbing all the extra gold.
Exactly. It's very ironic that when you pick a tanky jungler like Maokai, they're actually called aggressive junglers because they show up for ganks and they fight champions a lot. And they transition into tanks late game. He's so happy to get that gold, of course, because it gets his gold generation items really quickly. And actually, instead of that, he's continuing to play aggressive. He's actually going Boots Mobility early on instead and using that for further gank potential. Now to go through these builds some more, you're seeing kind of a sustained war there. Stanley going Chalice. Uh-oh, here comes Diamond.
Toys is on. They are going to lock him down. Command Shockwave comes out. They get a little bomb damage there. The blue buff is going to keep Toys on the aggressive. He is going to be able to throw out a few more auto attacks. Each one scaling with a bit more damage. The Ping's top lane as they have Taric off to the side of it. Stanley trying to heal himself up in that bottom lane bush. Continuously pushing that lane. 63 to 52. The matchup still in anybody's favor there. Nobody really has the upper hand. They both have pretty good regen going down for themselves right now. And you can see him really no mana still staying in that lane. Top lane still being addressed quite a bit as the junglers both leaving their red buffs right now. You could see a little bit aggression towards that top lane. The wards are down for both teams here as they start to really figure out that the abilities are up. Everybody's starting to get their ultimates, Freak. The team fights are going to start to come to fruition a little bit here.
Yeah, I think, and then one big thing here for Stanley is he's actually got Summoner Teleport overall, so he'll be able to show up to those fights much more frequently. I think TPA definitely wants to keep moving in and put that pressure on because they want to keep the aggression going. They've got enough of an advantage. They can actually keep pushing that advantage. Vayne is such a good duelist. We talked about that in the post-game to Game 1, where Vayne was able to go on and do whatever she wanted and just simply be that queen duelist. And so they want to keep putting her in fights where she can win. They want to keep putting Toys in those battles as well. He's got enough mana regen. He's got good enough cooldowns that he will keep putting pressure on the map as well. The overall team fight here, 10 minutes into the game, is just better for TPA. I think M5 would love to let this kind of sit down and, just let turrets take a bit of damage and just let that, fight equal out.
Alex East in a dangerous spot. He throws down the Chrono Shift. They're still attacking, and they allow him to go down. But there's a little bit of crowd control here still. Can they go for it? And they will. Drop him a second time with that Ignite on. Diamond trying to go for the kill, but Little Boss flashes out perfectly on top of the ward. The teleport comes in from Stanley, and it looks like they may continue to dive. The flash is forced out. So many summoner spells used in that fight coming into 10 minutes in the game, but TPA grabbing an upper hand there.
And they're going to keep that pressure on, that Summoner Teleport being used, forcing the flash away from Diamond, and that severely limits Diamond's opening potentials. Look at who he could gank. Trying to gank Nidalee, she can pounce away. You try to gank Orianna, she's got that command dissonance, and there's not enough crowd control from Alex Ish on Zillion to make her stop down either. You try to gank for BB, he's got Condemned. There is really no opening for Diamond without Flash. These solo lanes, or really every lane for Taipei Assassins, is safe from Udyr's pressures. And so they're going to be happy to keep scaling through this game and keep putting pressure on their lanes. Look at the minion count differences. 93 to 59, 83 to 53. 86 to 74. Even Nidalee's winning her solo lane without any aggression from other sides.
Freak, I gotta hand it to BB right now. He is connecting so many third silver bolts and just keeping Genjin down in health. Always about 10% HP. Rolling into the turret to take one shot and back out. The mechanics of BB right now are completely winning that lane. Stanley definitively winning his bottom lane, but now allowing Darian to farm. We've said, don't focus Darian top. We have to free up little balls. That's not where you want to be. Darian, very much like Wicked, can be beat the entire game and still come back to be a formidable opponent towards that late game. So we'll have to see what he can do now with his turret being the first to fall, Freak.
Well, it doesn't really help him very much with that turret down. Of course, Darian now has actually even more avenues of getting jumped upon. But the thing is, TPA, they don't really want to get Stanley fed. They don't really want to shut down Darian. So even though he's available, it's not really the best place to go.
BB dropping out a turret up top. A lot of focus from Moscow 5 as they know they're losing turrets. They get themselves golden experience to trade that one off after a 2-turret loss. We're going to be focusing towards mid here. The pings are going down. It actually comes from their own team. TPA is just saying, I think you guys are pretty safe up there. We got vision of Moscow 5 in mid, and you can see BB taking some extra shots. These guys are just really playing a calm game.
And this is really, you know, the kind of play that M5 needs to make, because, you know, they know that those outer turrets will go down regardless, because they know they've got absolutely no map control right now, and TPA will eventually kill those turrets regardless. So what they want to do is say, you know what, you'll kill them, I get it. While you're doing that, we're just going to set up dragon takes, because, you know, when you're down 4,000 gold, 4,000 gold means a lot when everyone's got like 10k. It's a very, very big margin, and absolutely TPA is very far ahead right now. But if everyone has 20,000 gold, or 30,000 gold, or 40,000 gold, then 4,000 gold means a lot less. And they want to reach that kind of situation. So yes, they'll trade 1,000 gold for 1,000 gold. They'll, you know, kind of get in these fights that aren't champion versus champion. You know, they're going for dragon, the other team goes for a turret. They're going to farm somewhere, the other team farms somewhere. They're going to try to trade those sort of moot advantages and just kind of let the game push on forward. They're going to try to buy, you know, some time and push themselves through this matchup, because they've still got a pretty much impossible to kill Kog'Maw. There are no assassins really here on Taipei Assassins. You're seeing a safe build from Stanley. He's got Wriggles and a Chalice. He's not like rushing Trinity Force. He's not looking to chunk someone out with a Death Cap or go for against his Rage Blade. He's simply there to be a really annoying sort of force in the mid lane, or sorry, annoying force in his bottom lane, kind of mess with Darien, and just kind of toss heals to BB and let him scale. So it's really up to M5 to farm out their solos, get tanks in the way, and then let Genja get some gold.
So Taipei Assassins super bringing out their suffocation strategy right here. If you guys want to rewatch this, tell your friends. This is exactly how it's done. Moscow 5, a definitive game last time. They really come out huge. Everything was crumbling in their favor. The kills from TPA, like we said, the Stand United and Requiem down bottom last game, those were all going in favor of Moscow 5, those little instances. TPA is creating all of these for themselves this game. They destroy top lane, they leave BB now to run, they destroy mid lane, and now suffocating that bottom lane because they knew Darien was going to be down there to farm a broken down turret. So these guys are completely controlling the map. Like Moscow 5 usually does, they get to a lane as soon as it's ready to be pushed. They don't give the other team time to rotate over, and we can see Moscow 5 right along the base of their own entrance, just running back and forth, trying to find where TPA is going to play cat and mouse.
And what's happening right here, though, is M5 is completely stagnating pushes on those secondary turrets. You know, like we just said, M5 knows their outer turrets will fall down, but they know that middle turrets are much harder to go for. And of course, as I say that, TPA is about to kill a secondary turret here. But you saw them kind of get forced. There we go. Yeah, so they push them back, right? These secondary turrets are hard to kill. They're deep in enemy territory. It's much easier to bring reinforcements around. It's very hard to take them out without getting pressured. And so you're seeing that over and over where M5 is able to defend this kind of situation. Now TPA is harassing. They're putting some damage down, but they're not killing them off. And while this is happening, you can just see at this top lane, Genja is just left alone, farming and farming and farming and trying to catch up in this game. Now certainly nowhere near the kind of gold that Vayne has on BB, but again, their strategy is protect the X, protect the Kog'Maw, and get him to late game, and when he finally reaches that, that's where M5 is going to shine. They just need to wait another 10 minutes. 3
members of Moscow 5 with 129 minions, actually. All of them the highest in the game right now as they tie each other for that score. Really nobody trying to farm it out. Finally, BB breaking that one down, goes up to 100 and plus 30. 6-1 at 15 minutes into the game. 22,000 to 17,000 gold. We can just see who has accrued the most, and that goes to 56,000 on BB. Vayne being very strong, the dazzle onto Darien, and they're really just trying to get shots onto this turret. Now firing onto Darien. Freak, the pressure is here in each lane, and they're really spreading themselves thin, but making it work.
This is exactly what TP needs to do, is again, they know their mid game is so much stronger, they will just keep pushing for turrets. This is exactly what they want, and you'll see them keep cycling through. And they've sent Nidalee and Orianna as the solos because they're kind of the most safe. They've got the most mobility, they can heal themselves, they can pounce away or crowd control the opponents. They're going to keep sitting in those situations. Lowball's actually here to bait a counter engage, sitting in that brush for a little while, trying to see if they would jump on BB and mistake, but that's not going to be the case. They're just simply pushing for turrets as hard as possible over and over and over. And again, because M5 wants to stall, TPA wants to close this out. They will simply, no matter how hard it is to do, they are just going to keep pushing because that's the only thing they've got left to do.
Freak, coming into this portion of the game, however, we see that Moscow 5 is forced out of a lot of these fights. It seems in or out of the jungle, Taipei is bringing a stronger team right now.
And this is just because a lot of it is honestly gold-based, that their level 1 team is strong. This is kind of what happens when you bring an early game focused team, and like you'll really have with Tarek Maokai and such, and you not so much with York, who's got really terrible at level 1, is they just want to go for pressure early on, make those fights happen, and they actually made those fights happen. That's the really thing for an early game team, is you've got to actually fight to do it.
Stanley very low on mana, initiating too hard here. His team is really split between left and right. Toys taking a bit of damage there, but they get the damage onto Gosu and Alex. They've done a great job at just taking those cooldowns. Stanley was really caught out of position there, but Moscow 5 knew they didn't have the engage. TPA was forced to run back and forth and make sure he could get out alive. You see Alex each running away, blinking as Genja farms that bottom lane. It's still 154 minions for BB to 122 for Genja. Very much different game for the AD carry here. And this is absolutely going to have to be a game where Moscow 5 adapts to the carry.
Yeah, and they've got to just shut down BB, absolutely. It's going to be hard to do it, but that's what they've got to go for here. And you're just going to see it be so difficult because TPA are going to be reserved. They're going to be smart about their movements. You're seeing Stanley once again running to that top lane. Now, they don't have a Shen like they had, but they've got a Summoner Teleport, which is just as good. He will shove around that top lane, be very hard to catch with Pounce, with Wriggles, putting extra wards down to make sure he's not watched. And he's just really, really controlling the sort of map movements of his opponents. He's going to get nice and farmed. He's going to keep his gold going up. M5 completely controlling Dragons here. This is how they're going to keep their gold up in this game as they try to stall it out and push forward. But you're just going to see constant pressure. These turrets still able to fall. They're finally going to look for their 6th here as Stanley continues to shove this top lane. And now he's finally transitioning into an actual fighter. He's got that Phage, the Trinity Force finally coming up next. You know, he went for Chalice Wriggles just to be a sustained monster and to really mess with any counter pushes here. But that's going to be the gameplay, is just pushes. You know, BB's going to pick up gold on the back of that even though they've been splitting up and pushing constantly, he's still up there in minions. But I mean, look at the gap now. It's 132 to 158. Genja is catching up. That's exactly what M5 wanted, is Genja. He's got to get closer and closer on those items. He's got Phantom Dancer, but he needs Zerkgreaves, he needs Infinity Edge.
Going after Alex. He does not have his ultimate up. Stanley able to take him down, but this is going to be the fight between Alex and Stanley and Diamond, rather. Too much speed coming from Nidalee, the escape artist in that Cougar form, and we're going to have to see if they go for this now. TPA trying to force down onto the Baron. It looks like it will be. There's Darian just on the other side, about to throw a ghoul over, but it's not going to be enough. Do they pursue him? No. They looked like they were going to be the side of the wall for another twisted advance attack. Stanley finds no mana for him, though, but it's not going to be any cost for him in that form. Continues the pressure on, gets as much as he can, and really, Freak, what they're doing right now is just keeping Moscow 5 out of their lanes, allowing the little bit of push here, and great job by Stanley for not allowing Darian to back.
And this is one of the most difficult things to do, is to actually close a game out. They know there is a team that's trying to stall. They know Genja is just trying to get gold, and they're tooth and nail defending their secondary turrets, because they know as turrets fall, TPA will still scale ahead. No matter how much that Kog'Maw farms, they know if every turret is 150 gold to everyone on the team, they know that Dragon's 190, Baron's 250. If they can keep picking up those margins, they will keep scaling themselves forward. They will absolutely, push themselves farther and farther ahead, and so they're trying to keep these advantages together. And with no one getting caught out too much on M5, they're stopping those pushes. But Stanley making a big play, actually pushes out Alex Each, actually makes a 5-on-4 happen, and then baits the rest of the team top lane. TPA have actually created openings on the map. They've finally given themselves these windows to take major advantages and push on through more.
Oh, Genja taking so much damage from Stanley, but he's able to trade it back here. He may have enough mana to get this. That W is still on. Throws out the living artillery, but here goes BB. Slams him against the wall. The Yorick ulti is on, so he will come back to life, but he's instantly brought back down again. Trying to stay in this fight. It is going to be Diamond Procs going down. A huge initiation for BB, and he finally falls. The shutdown going to Darian in this fight. Alex East's Chrono Shift is down. Darian there to keep that pressure on. Gosu can lock them down in the turret. Stanley gets out of that, and it's just huge pressure from Taipei Assassins right now. Darian is, however, able to clean up a few kills for his team. It's now 3-3, a 4-3 now. Finally, the last auto attack and double kill for Toys. The ace onto Moscow 5.
He almost killed Lil Boz by running a freaking bomb into him. But they did survive that one overall. This turret low enough they could backdoor it. Toys, yep, there's the shield. Says Lil Boz, come on, dude, thank you. She almost died to the turret as a result there. TPA, flawless team fights, and actually M5, they did almost pull that one back. Genja got caught out, he took a lot of damage, but they kind of collapsed into that fight really, really well. They nearly turned that one around, but that fight was really carried on the back of the gigantic gold lead that Taipei Assassins built for themselves. M5's power is always team fights. Let's watch that last fight with player audio.
来，我死了！
保小维，
小维，对，这波可惜，慢慢来，他复活，应该可以再打，慢慢来，注意一下球女就好。
哎
，Stanley 可以 ，Nice， 这差一点，
好可惜哦。
啊，可以，慢慢来，这一定有，进来了。
Absolutely amazing. You can see Mistake on the front line of those calls right there with the rest of his team. Once it got a little hectic, but Mistake took right back over. We see Alex doing that for Moscow 5 in these fights.
And you're seeing that, both these teams, and you can see just how good they are at team fighting, is they have that one caller who's making the play, saying, here's what we're focusing, here's how we're moving, this is the focus here. And again, I want to reiterate, I've heard so many teams on their comms just incredibly hectic, everyone barking out orders. That one captain there making the calls. I mean, this is a looking like a game 3 coming up in the semifinals. Honestly, now we're at the 4 best teams in the world. Neither of these teams had lost a map up until this point here in this tournament. It looks like they're gonna trade 1-1 as this game moves forward. And I mean, these are just top caliber teams, and they're relying on that one captain to make those plays. And it's just interesting to see how do top teams differ? M5, amazing team fighting. TPA here, clearly amazing team fighting and great plays as well. And it's that captain role that seems to be a really big difference.
Freak, with how the game went last time, Moscow 5 was so in the driver's seat. I pointed out that, Taipei Assassins kind of had a composition that relied a lot on itself. But each lane fended for itself. That composition of reliance is totally out the window. They can all do what they want, and their team composition has become that much stronger, allowing BB to run by himself. He can pretty much 1v3 any situation against this team. There's not enough crowd control to just lock him down. Those dodges of him and his mechanics this game have been paying dividends for his team. Right now, 3-1-4, 5-0-5 coming in from Toys in mid. Toys another key to victory. Get him fed and play around his game and strategy, and it's just been huge for these guys. And whenever Stanley gets in trouble, we saw him going into that last fight really tanky enough to take on the cooldowns for the fight. TPA has just turned this one into their favor, now dictating these fights and on the front step of Moscow 5 space. Looks like they're going to back off here. Dragon should be coming up quite soon. That was about 17 minutes that it went down. 12-4 here. They are in an 8,000 gold lead right now for Taipei Assassins.
The good thing here for TPA is that they've got 2 healers on the roster. They've got Tarek and Needly, both of whom will keep the health bars sustained from that team. You've got 3 points in the heal of Tarek. You've got, I'm going to guess 5. You have 5 points in the heal for Needly as well. So they've got a decent amount of sustain here, plus the Chalice there on Needly giving her some nice mana regeneration. I mean, this roster is about sieging. And when you consider one of the biggest long-range nukes is going to be Time Bomb, it's very easy for Toys and Oriana to shield that damage output as well. Honestly, TPA, as long as they've got the mana for it, are going to be near immune to long-range harass. And that's really the only tool M5 has. Because what M5 needs to do is try to swipe out minion waves, which will be very difficult. They don't have a Nivea or Karthus or Caitlyn or things like that that'll sweep waves out really, really easily. So they're really relying on kind of getting into the fight, taking a bit of flack as they do it, and trying to harass back TPA. But as Taipei Assassins heals themselves back up, they're just going to put themselves over and over again in these long-range sort of siege situations where they're just at odds, and they're going to take some damage, and they're going to hope to heal it back. Stanley now with the Golem buff is a huge deal here. He's going to have a lot more presence in those fights.
So Darian, forced to build a little bit differently this game. We saw him go straight Triforce into that Guardian Angel. Now really not building himself tank either. Where are they going to find that front line for themselves to come from, Freak? Stanley is getting quite tanky, and they're really able to just come into these fights a lot stronger.
And the difficulty here is that, they're going to hopefully rely on Diamond to be a tank, but, with him going Manamune into a Trinity Force here, they don't have that front line. You heard Dan talk about the fact that the team needed a Frozen Heart, and Randall's Omen was in that mix as well onto Olaf in WE versus CLG. They need, very directly, a Frozen Heart in this matchup. They need that to help shut down BB on Vayne. No one else, except for Toys, is a gigantic damage threat. Stanley, very utility-based. He added a Spirit Visage there just to be a bigger tank. He's got Mercury Treads overall. He's honestly just a mobile, low cooldown tank, trying to be as disruptive as possible and toss heals onto his team.
It looks like he may be able to get out of this one as he just gets into that bush. That passive going to give him some movement speed. And you can see him turning around, knowing the aggression. TPA now going on to the Baron. It looks like they will be able to grab this one down. Will be nice for them. They wait on it, though. If they can get some damage, it will stop the Baron from healing. They keep that tick in. They're just waiting for them to come out. They're really baiting this fight out. They know that M5 is too spread out. Coming in from the side, it's going to be Diamond. He tries to steal it on Udyr, and he's not going to make it out alive. BB takes him down 13-4. A huge push by TPA coming up.
And that was really smart how they played that one out, because they kept trying to bait Diamond into flash over the wall. They did not want to risk that smite. You saw, again, you know, with the WECLG match, where they had control over Baron, they knew they'd probably get it, but Snoopy was afraid of getting out-smited. And they went, okay, we'll push it. Okay, hold on. All right, now Kog'Maw got vision. Okay, but wards are swept. Okay, go back in. And they bursted it down at the last second. You saw Diamond's flash come in after Baron was killed, because they just psyched him out enough to get full control.
Hero Freak, oh my god, coming in so big. Genja, Chrono Shift down, but they continue to fight him. Genja will come back up, but he's going to be obliterated once more. No, he makes it out towards the top side. We do see that Darien falls. Genja forced away from and then back towards his turret. A double kill coming in. Huge game for BB here as he comes in to finish off this one with his team, focusing down onto Diamond, but it should be the inhibitor. They're going to gain some huge ground here as they turn Moscow 5's base into shambles. Moscow 5 not exactly flustered, but I think this is the first time we have seen them not be able to answer his strategy. The suffocation from Taipei Assassins just too much. Huge damage coming from that Orianna Shockwave, but she is forced to bring it back. No, yes, coming out huge toys. Just back down to his team, and it's going to be that first Nexus turret, the second Nexus turret, the Nexus now, a Game 3, Moscow 5 forced to defend on the fountain, and it's going to be a huge matchup. Your first semifinal match going into a best of 3 between Taipei and Moscow 5.
And what a match that was from second number 1 TPA coming out with the strategies, jumping in and you know, invading onto the jungle. You saw them kind of run in there, put a ward down, really put down traps and saplings, make sure there was no counterattack from M5. And again, that level 1 team so strong. They said, okay, you're not starting blue. We know you can't start blue because we warded it out and made sure you weren't there. Cool. We're going to go back to our own golem buff. Make sure Maokai has that. Make sure he's got mana to spend and make sure that we're happy here. Cool. Okay. Now let's move forward. Now we're going to invade your red. You know, we're going to kind of suffocate that a little bit, make sure nothing was available there. And they completely did. They suffocated Diamond's Udyr. Now Diamond did make a nice move. He actually stole Lizard buff that entire time. They had the awareness. They had the mobility to say, yes, okay, we can get that buff. We know where you're going, because M5 the same way. They had actually warded blue themselves, and they knew just where TPA was going. But the team collapsed together. TPA spent a lot of time, 4 men strong, you know, just jumping in there and saying, yes, we're gonna go, we're gonna invade, Lizard is ours, let's steal stuff away, it's gonna be fine. Again, they still had the other golem warded, so they knew where a lot of the movements were available. And on the back of that, Stanley, he went and sold the bottom lane and it had Summoner teleport. So even if something went wrong, he could teleport in onto a secondary ward and make that a full 5-man push, no matter what happened. So TPA's level 1 from the get-go was controlling. They got the kill on Zyra early on, that first blood, thanks to stuns and condemn and everything else. A lot of damage available. They just kept pushing forward and forward and forward. And again, I'm surprised that M5 decided to fight them there, because that level 1 team was so strong, because there was so much disruption. A level 2 Maokai just tossing out crowd control. Vayne just on the back of that, probably going to do a little bit more damage than Kog'Maw will at level 1, just for the extra mobility and just the extra moves she can make, and heal at level 1, a little bit better than cleanse at level 1 overall. Just so many moves coming out, and just TPA completely capitalized on the back of that. They kept the pressure on the entire time.
Yeah, a huge, and I got to give it up to BB for this game. He played each lane he was in, since he was pretty much in every lane after taking that first turret, amazingly. Hitting every third bolt he could, pretty much just, you could just compare it to Sivir dazzling and hitting, or Taric dazzling and hitting the Sivir boomerang. You block out your lane so early, and they're not even able to come back whatsoever. They kept Kog'Maw under the turret. Although he's a good farmer, they just could not come back. And we have more of that coming up next. Game 3 will decide which one of these teams will compete at the World Finals on the stage right behind us. Everything is on the line, and we'll be right back with a quick few messages after this with a special interview. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm Rivington III with me, as always, David Freak Turley here, still live from the Galen Center here at USC Stadium. And we're here to discuss a few of the matchups, and we're lucky enough to be joined by Solo Mid's very own AP carry, Reginald. Reginald, how you doing?
Good. Just here watching the matches, and they're really, really great matches, so I'm really excited for the third game.
All right, Freak, I know you had a few questions to start off with, so I'm going to kick it to you.
All right, first off, predictions. We're into Game 3, first semifinal. Are we going to see Taiwan or are we going to see Russia in the finals?
I think Moscow 5 is going to win for sure.
Why is that?
Mainly because the first game, it was a very standard game, and Moscow 5 just completely sweeped them. And I think that TPA was only able to completely snowball this game because the early game started 3-1, and usually teams never beat Moscow 5 early game.
So what do you think M5 has to do then to not repeat that early game loss?
Moscow 5 has to completely be safe early game, mainly because they're so strong early game. They pick early game champions, and they're very, very well coordinated early game. So if they don't make the same mistake twice, they'll win for sure.
So TPA has to come out with like a level 1 team and like really push it to them, or is there something else they could do here?
So Moscow 5 has always been very aggressive early game. They always counter jungle. They always make plays. Like if you notice the first game, they pick Evelyn. Evelyn's a roamer, and they were able to pick up kills. And I think that if they want to beat Moscow 5, they would have to be really safe and make smart plays and drag it up to very late game and play even with Moscow 5 throughout the middle game, where Moscow 5 is the strongest. Or they catch Moscow 5 off guard by being very aggressive, picking up kills like they just did, and snowballing the game completely.
Do you feel like Moscow 5 can play a standard strategy that they always have against people's innovation, or are they going to have to bring something out?
I think that Moscow 5 will win, like, playing standard, mainly because if you watch Moscow 5 play standard, they're very aggressive when they play standard, and they always have an advantage. They rarely lose games, and when they lose games, it's usually because they're playing against CLG EU, where they bring it completely late game, 70-minute matches where you see Moscow 5 lose matches rarely, and Moscow 5 only loses matches when they're losing early.
So what did it take to get them to this state then? What made M5 BenQ such a terror overall, where they're a global favorite? You know, you just say, you know, the only way to beat M5 is like super crazy late game or like super crazy early game. What made them like the most dominant team for the middle 90% of the game?
So amongst the Koreans and Europeans and North Americans, I think that Moscow 5, out of all those teams, takes it the most serious throughout NA and Europe, mainly because Solo Mid, CLG, you see all these other big teams, they stream. Moscow 5's all about winning tournaments. They practice seriously, they always practice off stream, and they never leak out their strategy. They're very innovative, and they always come to tournaments with new things. Like they came to this tournament with Evelyn, and they completely swept the floor. Whereas you see like other teams, they go into the tournament relatively playing standard. You still see Moscow 5 with these crazy comps like Zyra and Kog'Maw, where you do completely true damage when you die. Like Kog'Maw and Zyra both do like around 1,000 true damage together just by dying. And like they bring out these crazy comps. They're very, very innovative, and that's why you only see them lose games when they make horrible mistakes.
Right on. All right, guys, and we are going to have another question. It's actually be coming from our social media as we branch out to Twitter to see what they have to say. So it's from Clinny Lowell, League of Legends in the Twitter name. I like it, Clinny. We have, why do you think Alex...
No, she was banned. Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Evelyn was banned actually by TP in the second game. I think he was happy to pick her, both times actually, coming out both against Invictus and Taipei Assassins. Game 1, crushing faces Evelyn, that roamer playing aggressively, making a lot of plays early on, and actually did force the ban away. TPA banned it game 2, IG banned it game 2. Actually worked for TPA this time. They made the early leads happen. So Alex really, he is forcing those bans. I think he would have been happy to pick Evelyn again because both times, game 1, they're like, yes, we'll bring out Eve.
Right.
Once it's banned, they'll pick something else.
So coming into this, we know Moscow 5, like I said, are they going to need innovative strategies or not? Do you feel they're a team that will, somewhat like Team Solo Mid, find a strategy and modify that to the best of their ability, or they are one to come out with strategies of their own?
I think that Moscow 5 is the team to come out with strategies on their own, and I think that they are, like, if they don't bring something new, they're still very strong standard. So, like, I'm not really worried that Moscow 5 will falter.
So you think M5 in the finals?
Yeah.
Who's against M5 in the finals? You got Kenalogic Gaming Europe and Azubu Frost. Who's against them?
I think that I'm rooting for CLG EU versus Frost, but Frost has been phenomenal this tournament, and they haven't really lost a match. I think that, like, if I were to bet, I would bet Azubu Frost and Moscow 5, but I'm definitely cheering for CLG EU, mainly because a lot of the members on their team are my friends, so I'm hoping that it's European final.
Wow. All right. Well, thank you very much, Reginald, for your insights, and good luck to you guys in Season 3 as well, and it seems that you're going to be playing as well in Season 3, so good luck to you individually as well as your team. And, we're going to be going into Game 3 now of this semifinal. It's on the line. Reginald's saying that it's going to require early game aggression or crazy late game from Taipei Assassins, but we're going to find out because Champion Select is now underway. Who's got what it takes?
All right, let's see what we do have as we get into Champion Select. We are going to be taking these guys for a ride here. Or they're going to be taking us for quite a ride. Maokai going out first. They did not like how they had made that happen. And Diamond Prox, again, they get his Lee Sin benched.
Yeah, and now M5, they regretted not banning Maokai there in Game 2. Yeah. That was their first ban in Game 1. And they're like, oops, yeah, so Lil Ball's a little crazy. Okay, we're going to step that one back a little bit. Evelyn getting banned out, still licking their wounds from that one. And third time in a row here, M5, they are banning out Jace. They do not want to deal with Stanley's Jace. He picked that one the very first game against Najin's Sword, and I think Sword regretted that one a little bit. So they're removing a lot of those crazy aggressive top laners. And Taipei Assassins, actually, they were all about that first pick Orianna. They banned it both times now that they were on the second pick team and simply first picked it when they were blue. So TPA giving a lot of respect to Orianna as a champion, wanting it for themselves, giving, of course, every single time respect to that Lee Sin from Diamond, and then freeing up that ban onto Evelyn because Evelyn a bit scary. So we'll see what M5 goes for right away. And, of course, now without Nunu and Sona dropped out, they're like, great, we get Nunu. Let's win this.
Yeah, this is going to be big for them. They can go a lot of ways with this. You can obviously go poke, you can go straight to the tower, you can just go for an aggressive lane like they had in Vayne, and then roam the map as well. Blood Boil opens up so many possibilities. It's incredible.
Yeah, it does open them up for the typical sort of counter, the late game hyper carry strategy. And we saw it actually from TPA in their first match against Sword. They had Orianna, Kog'Maw, Nunu. We saw CLG run that out in their third game against Team WE, where they had that Nunu, Kog'Maw scariness. And then once again, you got Nunu here. I've got to expect the Kog'Maw coming out.
Yeah, it could be very big for them. They pick up Sona right away. Obviously, Nunu's on the map, so they're not going to grab that Sona as well, but they still want it. That poke and lane is going to be huge, especially if they can't initiate the fights that they want. And they're going to be getting little balls on Mundo, so even more poke for the composition itself.
So right away, TPA is showing me that they want to play a counter strategy. They want to get some picks out. M5 has to pick an AD carry, their mid, or their top laner here. Okay, yeah, their jungler's in. Okay, their support is in. And they've finally shown, if this is the Kog'Maw pickup, it is going to be not only a crazy aggressive jungler who will make a lot of plays and often steal some buffs and steal some gold, but they've said, yes, Nunu Kog'Maw is our bottom lane. It's late game. It's scary. Come at me, bro. And honestly, with Sona in this mix, I think this is pretty okay for TPA, honestly, because I think Sona's a good matchup against Nunu because she can poke at him from out of Ice Blast range. If they do grab, and the insta-lock there on Ezreal, this is the lane I expected to see. Sona Ezreal is very long range. It's a lot of poke, and there is no sustain here for M5 BenQ. Nunu and Kog'Maw here are going to be kind of left to absorb damage and have very few openings to counterattack back. Even if they do counterattack, even with Blood Boil and Ice Blast, I still think Essence Flux wins that matchup, and that Sona Ezreal are still going to win a 2-on-2 fight. So it's going to be on the junglers here, because the general gameplay here, I expect TPA's dual lane, if they 2-on-2 at all, to win that matchup. On the flip side, though, if one jungler does better than the other, you'll see that matchup flip. As far as an equal trade goes, I like that for Taipei Assassins. And they've now, this looks very similar to a prior strategy where they've run Anivia with Mundo together. There is a lot of area control here.
Yeah, they're just looking to completely disperse that fight. Anivia's ultimate, great at disengaging and make a team split, and then you lock them down with that Mundo and Ezreal as well. We have the Sona for disengage or engage if they want, but like you said, that lane matchup could favor the bottom for TPA. You do see that Genja waiting to pick here, as well as Gosu. They really only have that Nunu coming in for Gosu as well as Kog'Maw for Genja. So they're picking, obviously, for other champions on this. They're looking to counter somewhat here. They have a little bit of time left, and what they're looking at is really to be able to dodge and get back into a fight. The reinitiation after the cooldowns have been wasted, really. Dodging that crescendo, getting out of range of BB, as he's just been amazing in his positioning this entire matchup. It looks like they find safety in Yorick, as well as Shyvana, which have been a really big mainstay since the first time we've seen Moscow 5 in offline play.
Yeah, this makes a lot of really good openings here for M5 BenQ. They've got, once again, the Protect the Kog'Maw composition is coming through. They've grabbed Yorick to clone that and make him really, really powerful. TPA, again, actually running Needly as a counter lane here to Yorick. Really wanting to shut him down. Now, I don't think she made any really major plays on Darien early on. They did keep him locked up in his lane.
Yeah, they kept him there.
It kept him from roaming, because he had that triple kill in game 1 that really turned the game around. But I didn't really see Stanley doing anything all that different otherwise. He's going to be there split pushing and setting up a lot of moves for his team, but without that crazy Vayne scaling, without the crazy Orianna scaling, I don't know, it feels like a very different composition here where, I don't like TPA playing split push. I don't like TPA playing for the late game because they've got Nunu Kog'Maw with Gragas there to completely split up a team. If Mundo or Needly tries to dive in, Explosive Cast will shove back the back line. It will push Needly even farther into the group, and then she'll just get eviscerated right here by a blood-boiled Cog. And I don't think Mundo's got enough presence there to follow that up and make that a kill. M5, I think they've got all the champions they need to make this a really, really powerful Game 3. Now, as far as level 1 power is concerned, TPA is pretty strong. Ezreal, Anivia, Dr. Mundo, Sona, all these guys are great, great, great early on. But I think TPA's got to make something in the first 10 minutes or it's going to start really running away from them.
I got to ask, Diamond Prox, amazing on Shyvana, and it's not a necessity, but what is your feeling about the lack of hard crowd control for that Shyvana jungle?
It's not too bad overall, and he's actually not even bringing Exhaust in, so he's not looking for all that much gank power. And when you look at really his lanes, you don't really need to gank for Nunu. I mean, they have some gank presence, they have slows, they have damage, but you don't really care. Gragas doesn't need ganks, he can just escape. You never really want to gank for a Yorick, because he doesn't contribute much to that gank either. They're looking at Diamond, I think, to just be hyper-aggressive and deny jungle. And the problem is, though, he's against Dr. Mundo, who's going to be really good in the jungle and get the farm anyway. The Shyvana pick I don't love a whole lot. But you can at least use the Dragon's Descent to push back aggressors. They've got pushback from Gragas, pushback from Shyvana, and that might be all it's for. It's one of the junglers he's comfortable on. It's a fast clearer. She does a lot of damage overall, so if something does dive in, she can support that. I don't expect her to run in and try to kill Ezreal. I expect her to run in and kill not Shyvana, but to kill Needly, maybe try to kill Dr. Mundo, and kind of sit on the front line with Darien. And they'll just kind of all coalesce around Genja and have that nice little bubble there. And then it's fine. You don't need crowd control. You just need damage, and that's acceptable really overall, especially when you've got Ice Blast, Absolute Zero Explosive Cast, Body Slam, things like that to keep them in place. Then yeah, just sit in the front line, be there, and just let Kog'Maw kill everything. That's pretty reasonable. So I think that Diamond's going to kind of sit in the jungle a little bit more, farm more than you would normally see him on someone like Lee Sin or Xin Zhao, where he'll
Another
gank
safe
pretty
game.
frequently. Yeah, he's going to be a little bit safe. You know, they're not looking for any crazy major moves early on because it burned them a little bit in the beginning where they you know, tried to stop the counter jungle. So I think it's a more reserved game from M5. And it's just like, Genja, just have a safe lane. I might even see M5 go for a lane swap just to give Genja free farm and to let him get to that late game.
Yeah, TPA was really focused just on how to hold and start the aggression in the game. We saw the turret at 22 minutes. That's quite a late turret. They were allowing Moscow 5 to grab Dragon. We'll see if it happens again. It really didn't affect the game that much for him. Jumping into the match now, we are ready to get underway with your last matchup, do or die for both teams as we come into the semifinal match. Moscow 5 BenQ versus Taipei Assassins. One team is going home and one team is going on to the World Finals.
Yeah, these teams are guaranteed $150,000 for being one of the 4 best teams in the world. By all rights, the 4 best teams in the world. You're seeing them in front of you today. After this match, we've got another semifinal as Counterlogic Gaming Europe does take on Azubu Frost for the other final slot. Yeah, the remake of the OGN Champions Summer League. But here you've got the Game 3 for the best teams in the world. One of these guys is going into the finals. You know, we've heard a lot of the audience call M5 BenQ a heavy favorite. Reginald favored M5 BenQ as a heavy favorite, but a lot of these other players, Hotshot and I think Wicket as well, saying that TPA had the advantage here, and TPA once again playing aggressively.
Pressure and poke start off this invasion. They did get a little bit of damage onto Alex. He is going to not exactly use that to advantage, but have to stay in the back for this fight. He's really going to be able to only throw barrels out, maybe get his Ignite off if the fight were to happen. But I'm talking about something that won't. These guys are headed down a little bit here. It looks like they're going to try to Flash Frost over that bush and grab somebody if they can. They found Gosu! He is forced to flash out, which then gives them the aggression they would love to have in that bottom lane, Freak. It's going to make it very good for them. Diamond trying to clear out his jungle, knowing that they could be close. They have the ward down, and he says, I just figured they took it already.
And this is actually really smart. TPA already planned to go for red from minute 1. If you look at the top river, they already warded where Shyvana's running by right now, looking for the lizard buff invade. So they know that's happening there as a counterattack right now. And so Lil Balls with the lizard buff knows that there was one coming by, and he's going to go for the steal himself. And the thing is, though, TPA is not actually not really ready to stop that. So despite all their early move, that lizard buff is really just going to trade hands no matter what.
This is just the mechanics of knowing something is going to work and that you're safe doing it. Genja in lane by himself. Here comes from the poke from Mistake. Once they hit level 2, he's going to be able to heal that back, but they're going very aggressive here. Not even worried about Gosu, but Gosu body blocks a Mystic shot, keeping Genja in this fight. They look for the kill, but the flash is forced.
And the thing is, though, Genja, his summoner heal is still available, but the Ignite's already been burned from BB. They did not have the damage to pick up Genja. So this matchup actually really good for M5. Now, Ghost Pepper's low on health. He doesn't have any potions left. He will take some harass, and that's going to be on Mistake. He's got a ward in that brush. He's got that ward there because, again, he wants to poke in that brush. He doesn't want to let Ghost Pepper sit somewhere safe and immune to counterattack, so they want to go for some pressure here, and you'll see Mistake come in. There's the nice pressure. You know, lower the counterattack damage and just walk into the brush safe and sound. And that's going to be nice. There's actually no wards here for Ghost Pepper. He opened with boots, which really hurt his lane control. This lane is going to be so hard for M5 because they've got no ward presence whatsoever. You're going to see so much poke come from TPA unless they make any major mistakes, and it'll be hard to capitalize because Ghost Pepper, his exhaust is down. There's not a lot of options here for M5 to counterattack.
Oh, Diamond coming on the backside here. He gets the first bit of damage down. The Twin Bite hits. The Ignite is off. A beautiful Flash Frost from Anivia keeps them from following, and Low Balls will be forced back into his own jungle. He may be able to get some experience here, but you can see how Diamond Prox is using this to his advantage. He is just going through the jungle now, stealing what he can, knowing Little Balls cannot face him. This bottom lane pushing quite hard. Freak, you said it's going to be hard without wards, and even with the composition, Mistake wants to Q all day long. He's going to be doing damage to minions, and that wave is going to continue to push, making it even harder for them.
And the one good thing here for Taipei Assassins is that Mistake has that Fairy Charm early on, so he's going to keep healing on Sona. I mean, look at M5's health bars. They're so empty right now. Kog'Maw is out of potions. Nunu out of potions. There's no sustain there. Genja not having a good time of this one. He's got that 3 lifesteal from Masteries and the Summoner heal if he gets into a pinch. Now, hopefully TPA remembers that that's still up, or otherwise they're going to get baited into a bad fight. But other than that, there's not a lot of recourse here. M5 going to keep taking harass. Maybe they lose their turret, but, you know, ultimately it just makes it a really, really scary situation for Genja.
You know, Freak, I really like Sona as a matchup to Nunu. The heals usually just negate the Flash Frost, and to the point where you gain an advantage in the lane. You can carry it off of that as well as the poke. Little Ball's coming in mid here. Alex taking a cleaver, but he realizes that, you know, it's kind of just aggressiveness in mid. I'll back off from this. You do still have Little Balls around that area, and we have seen that Mundo gank come in quite hard. Is actually going for his Wraith. Stanley pushing top, keeping Darian down at low mana, but keeping him in that lane as well. Stanley is trying to keep him farming these minions at the turret, but he just wants to keep pushing them in as well, denying that experience as much as possible. You can see Darren trying to just throw his mana out to get minions in his favor. 27-27, he's keeping it actually quite even. There's really no lead in any lane, and as I say that, I look down, it's going to be BB with 34 CS to Genja's 18.
And that is a huge lead. That is, again, that bottom lane being so incredibly amazing, but this top lane is super safe as well. Of course, we just pan away from that, but Stanley knows that there is no exhaust on the opposing jungler. The Lizard buff is timed out by now. He doesn't even need wards. You know, Darian can't follow up. He's out of mana, so he can't slow. Shyvana, again, has no crowd control as well. This Nidalee is super, super safe. Still has all 3 health potions. There was no reason for Nidalee to leave until that 7.5 minute mark when Lizard buff comes back out. You know, Darian finally recalled back and got some mana, but even still, there's not a lot of options here for M5 to stop Stanley. He will happily stay in this lane and happily keep pressuring. There is no way to stop him in this top lane.
Both junglers feeling comfortable in the opposing enemy's jungle. We can see Mundo going down bottom as Diamond Proc smites away the big Wraith. He will be coming from behind. There is no ward here, and it looks like he will take a bit of damage. Goes for Gosu, though, and they're playing in a safe position. No real damage taken there. Alex pushing his lane into Anivia. Not exactly the best last hitter at the turret, but they are both level 6, so she's going to be able to clean up quite easily. His Toys more than happy to just auto-attack a siege there under his turret. 7 minutes into the game, no turrets, no kills. First blood still to come out. Somebody to get that gold lead. It is 7.5 thousand gold even right now.
And they are just absolutely splitting this gold. The one thing that's going well for M5 BenQ is that their bottom lane is able to clear off the minion wave and then run to their jungle and pick up the double golems down there. They've done that at least once now. That helps them keep up in gold. It's about 65 gold every time you clear that wave out, and that does, you know, scale up throughout the game. But it's the one thing that's going to keep Genja in this game because this lane's still a bit of a mismatch, still very difficult for him.
See Mundo again. See Hotshot building those Doran shields onto Mundo when he plays them as well. Little Ball's taking the same into consideration with that health regen as well as a little bit of armor and health. So we'll see him trying to really utilize that to get himself out in lane to be more aggressive. He's going to soak up some experience here in mid as Alex H goes back. Very well timed on the minion wave, crushing into the turret in middle. Aggression here up atop. Stanley just trying to throw down. You can see the damage trade completely in his favor this time. It's a different game. Darian did not have that swap lane to farm against, and that just the one player. So it's going to be a little bit different for him this game. We can see him falling behind.
There's a really good piece of teamwork coming on, though, from M5 BenQ, is that Diamond now at 7 minutes has picked up an Oracle's Elixir. What this means is he's about to hit level 6 and have his ultimate so he can initiate for fights, and he's got Lizard buff again for the next 2 minutes as well. And Alex Ish in that mid lane, who loves to roam and is on Gragas, has now surpassed level 6 as well. There is a ton of roam opportunity for M5 BenQ, and when you want to roam and pick up kills, you want to sweep out wards with that Oracle's Elixir. So you're going to see Diamond run around the map, sweep out those side lanes, and suddenly M5 is going to run in for fights very, very soon. In the next 2 minutes, expect a lot of ganks.
Darian forced again under his turret. The attacks come out from Stanley. The hits go down. The damage trade about equal there. You can see Stanley probably trying to rethink doing that once again with the turret shot. Darian playing each instance that he can to get that damage back. A little bit of a gold lead here going in favor of TPA, but they tick together, keeping about 100 gold difference. Toys picking up that blue buff. It is now up for Alex Ich, and he is forcing one more wave again into the turret here for Toys. Mundo at the top of his jungle. Little Balls in his build. Still really hasn't bought too much for himself. He's only 8 CS behind, 8 minions rather, behind Diamond Procs. No real aggression from them in the lanes, Freak. But you said once these buffs are distributed, the junglers find themselves. They're going to be aggressing. Here we see Toys getting damage done to him. A beautiful exploding cast coming from Alex, but he's just not able to get the kill down as the flash is forced.
That was a really, really nice move. Every skill shot landed. Ignite used as well. The flash down for Toys is a pretty scary place to be in. Now he's got some counterattack damage available with the Golem buff. You know, with his Ignite available, he should have a decent shot of this. But he was forced to recall, buy some new items. Alex You know, we said that Toys needed to bring his A game and really be the big carry and shut down Alex. And that ended up being, you know, somewhat the case in Game 2. His Game 3, though, slightly in Alex Isha's favor on Gragas. That's a very, very big deal because their bottom lane's not in great shape. Their top lane, not amazing either for M5 NQ. And so they need some of that pressure to really come through that mid lane. They need him to show up and get some gold.
Little Balls not knowing that Moscow 5 has been taking those golems, as you just said, and finds himself a little bit of damage. And here comes Alex and Diamond. They are going to come down behind the entire team. There are really no wards there, but once they get into this bush, they are going to be able to see them. Is it too late, though? Mistake does have the ulti. He chooses to use it. Bebe still with shift up, and they walk away from this one quite easily, Freak.
And they needed that ultimate to come out early on. They could not have waited until Shyvana dove in. Now, Explosive Cask was down. I don't think they really counted that cooldown from Alex, but even still, just the pressure, you know, from Shyvana and just the damage output coming in, and possibly the body slam from Alex could have been enough. Toys not in the best place right now against Alex either. He'll land the stun, should be able to walk away from this one. Explosive Cask, though, up pretty soon.
This is a great trade in damage. Alex knows he's winning, but he has to be careful. The minion wave coming up on him started to really trade that in Toys' favor. Little Balls just on the backside as well. Alex, however, playing a very aggressive mid on this Gragas right now. The blue buff on him continues to farm away. Diamond coming in. They go in on mistake, but he flashes out. A little bit of crowd control from the exhaust, but really, as we said before, no hard crowd control to lock these guys down.
That was actually incredibly impressive, though. Both of them completely dodging those fights out and dealing a bunch of damage to Genja in the process, and Lil Balls waiting right there, actually, still putting the pressure on. Now, the one thing that's gone really well for Diamond is that he has gone for the early oracles. He's smoked a lot of wards in doing so. So he's put out a lot of pressure early on. But he's not put pressure on that top lane. Stanley, you know, I criticized that needly counterpick. Turns out it's a really, really good counterpick. Rushing that Chalice gave him the mana regen he needed and the magic resist to actually out-trade Darien and keep the pressure on. And again, knowing that he's needly, knowing that there's not a lot of pressure coming in from Shyvana, knowing that he's not the focus here, that M5 would leave Darien to his lane, allowed him to keep the pressure on and actually snowball his other lanes forward by killing off turrets.
Once again, the Chalice into Spirit Visage coming up for Stanley. He's going for the same exact build. If it's not broke, don't fix it. 104 minion kills coming for Alex as he just continues to bolster that number coming into this. Freak, I really got to hand it to the junglers right now. Little Balls and Diamond playing very well. Whenever a gank comes down, they're there, counter-ganking or initiating the gank. They have really been the ones that are keeping this game at 0-0.
They're absolutely kind of making a lot of plays here. Alex, though, taking a bit of pain there. Oh my gosh, this is not good for Little Balls.
That was a really great ultimate. Little Balls, I thought he was going to disperse them away, but he throws them under the turret. So he forced the ultimate there. We have heard Reginald say you can use the Gragas ulti quite a bit, so it's not too bad that he has it down. And you can still see that he's playing aggressive.
Yeah, so yeah, these junglers are trying to put pressure on the map overall. You know, show up to ganks when they're available. But they've been counter ganking so well that no one's been able to really put the pressure on. And this is M5 playing so intelligently because basically TPA counterpicked every single lane. They saw Yorick come out early and counterpicked with Nidalee. They saw the duo lane come out with Kog'Maw and Nunu, and they counterpicked there Sona Ezreal. They saw Gragas come out. They counterpicked with Anivia. I think with the exception of the jungle, every single one of TPA's lanes was basically picked second and reacted every single pick. And they've tried to build themselves counter lanes in every single situation. M5, despite having a late game composition, are actually surviving this early mid game very, very well. With the exception of that early turret kill, there's been no major advantage. M5 will still scale throughout this game. They've still got a really great team composition at the end of the day. And, you know, this looks a lot like Counter Logic Gaming Europe versus Team WE, where that late game just gets scarier and scarier. There was a Nunu Kog'Maw. That is the epitome of a late game team. There needs to be some more pressure here from TPA.
Just look at this lane from Stanley up top. He has so much more confidence this game. I said if it's not broken, don't fix it. He plays Nidalee versus Yorick again. You can see him taking some damage here, trying to jump past, get some minions in his favor during this fight, but he's going to be forced out of this one. However, he took that turret down way earlier than last game, at least 10 minutes before that, knowing he would win his lane definitively, pushing Darien in. There's going to be a lot quicker roam now, a 2,000 gold lead coming from TPA, and they're going to be able to control the map just as they did last time. So that play from Stanley is just huge this game.
And you're seeing Lil Balls finally now picking up his his own oracles on Dr. Mundo, finished the Heart of Gold. It allowed him, said, okay, you know, I've got the gold income now from that Heart of Gold. I can start moving around and doing more things on the map. But you're seeing differing builds come through here, right? You're seeing a Wriggles Lantern be the focus here for Diamond. He's going to move in and try to, you know, put a lot of pressure on the map. And here comes a gank at the bottom lane.
Diamond getting hit up. Freak, we said it before, the jungler is always there at the perfect time, stopping these ganks from happening or going in anybody's favor. They finally do drop the second turret of the match here. No, they're forced off. Almost getting it. Great job by Genji to just focus down on those minions, but they do have that turret prepped for a kill. Alex Each looks like he's grabbing Wraiths and may head down for an assistance here, but they have to know that a lot of time has been taken, so what do they consider to be something that's worth their time right now?
Genji's baiting out because he's got a bunch of teammates coming in. Darian flaking around the back. This is going to be bad.
This is going to be big, and there is Darian. They did spend enough time down bottom taking out BB.
Nice move overall. You're going to see now. They get map control for it too, of course. They've got that Oracles, they've got all that pressure. Stanley will trade for a turret, and actually, this is a really good turret to trade for. It is very hard to kill secondary turrets here, so this is actually, I think, an advantageous trade overall for TPA.
Freak just looks like one of those games that bottom lane will soon be forgot about with all the focus top. That Baron's going to be next. They get a kill, or they get Dragon rather. Beautiful steal there, looking for the kill. Baby is still down. Goes to Pepper with a sliver of health. Looking top as Alex Ish tries to hold off Stanley. Toys here on the chase, throws down the wall, just missing out. Diamond, the ultimate passing in front of him as well. Moscow 5 walks away from this one, but Toys on Anivia grabbing Dragon.
This is actually really good. Stanley chasing this one down. Must force that flash. Alex just dodging those attacks. If any basic attack had landed, that Lucifer buff would have been enough to chase that one down. Alex was out of mana, and that's really the great thing about Needly is she can fight tooth and nail for a while. Everyone can get low on health and low on mana, and then she's like, well, great, Cougar form costs no mana. I'm going to assassinate you. Thank you very much. Really good situation there. And with that Dragon Steel in there as well, they've actually pushed themselves very, very far ahead. That's normally really the skill there for Diamond. And I think there was some coordination there, TPA saying, you know what? Yeah, our smite, you know, we're not going to kill it, but Anivia can last hit it. We'll smite early and make that happen.
And that who has the most gold? Anivia, 5,600 for Toys. So right behind him is actually going to be BB. These guys are carrying the game. 49,000 for Alex East, or 4,900 I should say. He hasn't even hit 5,000 yet, so you can see that money domination for Taipei Assassins is really what keeps them winning these fights. Now we do have that first blood coming in for Darian, but it's going to be that money that really helps TPA in these fights as they get together as a team. We've seen Moscow 5 has very strong mechanics, but Taipei Assassins is finding a way through that, and they're really taking these fights in their favor. The Dragon Steel helped them a lot with the control of gold. They have 3 turrets down on the map. Freak, the entry of the jungle becomes so much more heavy for them now. They're able to just initiate so much more. Stanley getting himself in a pretty sticky situation here as he makes his way into the bush, dodges the Flash Frost, or Ice Blast I should say, and they make it out for the teleport. So really, TPA just continuously pressuring the aggression until they find a fight they want.
This is really exactly what is happening here, because M5, you know, they know M5 does not want to fight yet. They know that they've, just like Reginald said, picked that early game dominant team, even though they didn't start out 3-1 like last time, but they're actually starting to win their lanes. You're seeing 156 to 120 at the top lane, 180 to 170, actually pretty much a wash in the middle, but the big difference is 150 to 110 at that bottom lane. You're seeing a Bloodthirster Phage versus just a Zeal among the AD carries, so you're absolutely seeing TPA with a big advantage early on. They know that the fight is not there for M5, that they are just happy to, M5 actually must really sit in the back and defend, and so they're turning that advantage into turret. A very fortunate Dragon Steel, to be fair. That was very close, that was neck and neck, but they're going to keep that pressure on. They're going to let Stanley overextend just a little bit, because he knows there's not a lot of damage yet here on the other team, and they're going to let him kind of move in and really go for pressure here, trying to turn these around, get more turret advantages, because then, you know, as Hotshot I think said, where, you know, you've got to accrue enough of a gold lead early on, right, that when it comes to late game, you're still on equal footing, because, hey, if you're richer, you've got items, who cares what your champion is?
Forced out of the fight there. Taipei Assassins continuing to keep the aggression on as they are now in the jungle, trying to get the smite out, and they do grab it. You see that going to BB, so that's going to be very effective for him in these upcoming fights. Taipei Assassins, they've, up until this point, it went a lot faster than last game. Oh, Genji getting aggressed down here, down in the bottom. It does not look like he's in a happy place, and it looks like the ultimate will be able to wipe him out. He will not be in position for Cathy and Surprise. A little bit on mistake. More than happy to take it as they wipe out that wave as well, trying to stop the damage on the turret. You can see Toys clearing the experience as they just continue to deny And this is really what we saw Type A Assassins. I was just about to say they're not doing this as fast as they did last game. We got to this point where they took down the turrets, and then we've extremely slowed down. This is when we saw Vayne running around, taking down turrets one after the other. Type A Assassins rolling back into the flow of things here. They're going to micro the damage from the turret in and out, and they're going to be able to take this one down as the minions finally come in. They have such control over the map, and even for this to happen, a great job mentally knowing that the rest of M5 was really hurt or backing. There's not even a chance for Baron. They have all the time to walk around.
And this is really, TPA playing this, and I'm surprised actually, they played it as a split push, but it's actually working out because they accrued that early game lead. I said, my first guess was that I'm worried about playing split push because they're going to be able to, scale on you late game. But with all the lanes winning, that split push is allowing them to actually put a lot of pressure on different lanes, because the difficulty for them is that they're facing against Kog'Maw, who's got Area of Effect, and against Gragas, who's got amazing Area of Effect damage. M5 is really good at sweeping out minion waves. And so what Type A Assassins is doing is putting pressure on so many places on the map that M5 can't stop them all. In fact, they're not stopping them anywhere. The bottom lane second turret went down. The top lane second turret went down. There's now a 5,000 gold lead. Despite splitting, champion kills equally 1-to-1, they're up 5 turrets to 1. They stole the dragon. They're winning in minions because of their lane mismatches, and they're continuing to keep the pressure on. They're still up 50 gold, 40 minions top lane, 50 minions bottom lane, a negligible amount in that mid lane, which is fine. That's not, really the emphasis there. And Nivea is there to put a lot of pressure and stop pushes. If you look at M5 trying to engage on, Crystallized Wall will stop them in their tracks and prevent the rest of the team from following in. If Diamond does dive in with Shyvana, Crystallized will stop anyone else from following up.
So Moscow 5 stopping the amount of deaths this time. By last game, it was about 6-1 in favor of Type A Assassins coming from the blue side. And right now, with the dragons and everything in their favor, they actually have 5,000 gold lead because of the turrets. They went a lot more for objectives this game instead of those early kills, and they're really controlling this matchup. Trying to throw out some damage there. They're just trying to push Gosu out of lane. They cannot, Moscow 5 cannot allow TPA to continue winning those small damage streaks.
And this is TPA, actually. Now that I think about it, I didn't think about this in Champion Select, but everyone on that team has poke. Sona, not the longest range overall, but you've got Nidalee, you've got Dr. Mooney, you've got Anivia, you've got Ezreal. All of them can deal damage 1,000 range away on the opposition. And as soon as M5 picked up that new first pick, they knew there is no healer on this roster. Not a single person, except for Yorick, and a little bit of Gragas as well, can really replenish their health bars easily. And oh, look at that, we're Crystallized blocking out Darien, forcing him to flash away, and that is a loss right there.
See, he's still trying to focus. He is not happy about what happened in that situation. They pushed him out of the fight. Ultimates used on both sides. Looks like they're forced out of this one. The teleport coming in from Nidalee, but it is stopped as well. So he's going to stay bottom lane and harass Genja. So Stanley now versus Genja in that bottom lane as the rest of his team begins to push here. He's going to be able to get some good damage. No, he hit actually Genja with something there. Took a little turret dagger, was forced to walk back. But if his team can keep them up top, no, they can't. They've allowed him towards the bottom. Stanley now forced to fend for himself, flashing over the wall. If he can hit that bush, he's pretty much out of here and gone. His team will be able to help him. And we can see the pressure he's able to push. Just Stanley is dictating where Moscow 5 needs to be.
And look at Toys' build. It's really interesting. He rushed Athene's Unholy Grail, but then immediately jumped onto Banshee's Veil, knowing that TPA's strength, again, is a long-range poke team. Now that they've sieged a lot of turrets, now that they've built themselves a 5,000 gold lead, this actually looks a lot like a Zubu Frost versus TSM Game 1, where their team is so long-range, and M5 has to have a really kind of unfortunate engagement, a very difficult engagement to push themselves in. And the best way to do that is explosive cast, pushing Toys out of position, and just making an omelet out of Anivia. By getting that Banshee's Veil, there's no easy way, as long as he's able to dodge abilities, there's no easy way for them to actually, get her out of position. The explosive cast will get blocked by Banshees. If he's watchful, he can dodge the artillery shots from Kog'Maw and never get that Banshees pop. There's no really other way for them to easily break that Banshees. And so if Toys is on his A game, he's watchful and making sure he's paying attention, he should never get chunked out and never get out of position, and he will continue to be that crazy long-range threat that doesn't allow anything to happen to his teammates.
So both teams have considerably slowed down now. It's still 1-1. There's a lot of caution being played here throughout this semifinal matchup, as it is do or die for League of Legends Season 2. These teams trying to get themselves a ticket here to the World Finals to vie for that $2 million prize pool. At 24 minutes into the game, TPA has a slight gold lead, but at the 1-1 on kills, these team fights really have not had true definition in them. Both teams have kind of been spread out during the fights. You've had somebody pushing bottom. Genja wasn't the last one with Stanley, and then they were forced to go bottom. We see how tanky Stanley is, though. Darien played a huge role in the first game where we saw him get Triforce Guardian Angels. They're not up to that point yet, so they can't be that tanky front line that they are required. The crowd control will not lock people in there for them. And Freak, like you said, the poke strap from Taipei Assassins has obviously just crushed down the turrets of Moscow 5. They're now forced to defend this, really putting vision in their own jungle, trying to defend and catch somebody off guard on a team that is very, very mobile.
And what TP is going for now is they realize that these turrets are much harder to kill. It's very difficult to go for an inhibitor turret. Their split push got the pressure and killed the top and bottom middle turrets there. So they're down to the inhibitors there. This mid lane is the only easily accessed turret left, but like we just talked about, M5's lineup with specifically with Kog'Maw and Gragas are very good at stopping pushes. So M5 are looking to sweep wards, or not M5 rather, but TPA are looking to sweep wards and bait M5 into an unfavorable battle. The entire area from blue team into Baron is just filled with amazing places for Anivia walls. If you go from the Golem area, there's just like a really tiny choke point that even level 1 Crystallize would block out. You go from the other entrance near the brush, again, Crystallize will block that out as well without much effort. If you ever see TPA go for a Baron attempt, expect to see Toys in one of these brushes. Once he gets Golem buff, expect to see him in one of those brushes near that Baron pit, but not actually fighting Baron too much himself, ready to crystallize and block off M5 when they go in. Now he might block off all 5 if they think they can kill Baron in time and just simply pick up the kill, or they'll wait for someone to cross, wall off the rest of the team, and then jump in onto that teammate. Now the problem is if they wall off one person like Diamond or Darien, Darien's flash's about to come up. Diamond, of course, is Shyvana, can ult back over or flash back over. Alex can body slam or flash, and again, everyone at M5 has flash. So I would not expect TPA to try to wall off one member, go for a kill, because it means, they'll have to turn around, Baron will get some health back, they'll just flash back over, Crystallize will be on cooldown, and then M5 can go back into the fight. So what they want to do is finally clear out enough wards that M5 has to guess when they go for Baron. And when they guess, they need to get to the point where they see someone at the bottom lane, like Genja's trying to farm at the bottom, or Stanley split pushes, forces Genja to defend, and then teleports to his team. Once they've blinded all the ward vision, and once they've done that with their Oracle sweeps and started out Baron, they can deal a whole bunch of damage, they can pick that out, and just crush it down really fast, and Mundo, Nidalee, and Ezreal are really good at that. And then they can kind of go together, wall off the engagement, pick up Baron, and then siege again from there. With Baron buff, it's very easy to siege.
As they are going for it, I feel that some of Moscow 5's points of victory are now being nullified as everybody on TPA is acting as the carry. Very nice barrel coming in from Alex. A lot of damage being taken off there, and that is something that is considerable in a fight, especially on BB. If you can separate him from Mistake, there is not much peel that will stop the fight from happening. Stanley off on the side, but can get to the fight very quickly. True Shot Barrage going out. It looks like the blue buff actually goes to Toys on that one. Again, stealing a buff for himself. Actually stole Dragon last time. The initiation goes down. This is the damage that they needed. They are able to get a good amount down. They do drop 1 for 1 right now. BB finds himself on the ground. The focus on Stanley, but it is the escape artist Nidalee to flash out alive, and they're only able to grab 2 for Gosu. A huge fight for Moscow 5.
And that was an unfortunate initiation. TPA burned all of their cooldowns on Ngozi Pepper, but they were all grouped together. They were just touching each other, holding hands, and getting just crushed down by Absolute Zero, getting crushed down by Shyvana's initiation, and the barrels coming out from Alex Ish. That was the exact fight they needed, killing out the AD carry. M5 now has map control, and they're going to immediately jump for the biggest thing they can. They've got to risk it here. They're going for Baron.
They put Genja in the right spot. If they did not have him for this, they would not be attempting Baron. But good pressure now coming in from Stanley. They have Anivia on the right side, and that just spells too much burst damage for them. They back off.
And that's just so unfortunate. And that and part of that is TPA putting so much pressure on the map that look at the top wave. The top wave is so shoved down. M5 could not counterattack and go for like a top lane turret. Dragon was dead. That bottom lane maybe had enough pressure to push for that, but the problem is they can't go bottom lane because it enables Baron to TPA. So TPA, because of how much pressure they put throughout this map, they've only allowed Baron as like the only counterattack option for M5. As long as that top lane is pushed down, M5 can win fights for days and never capitalize with any kind of major objective. And that means that a team fight is only worth 450 gold per champion. It's not worth more than that. And that actually allows TPA to kind of hold on to this gold lead longer, even if they misstep.
Really just super safe play around Baron. We see Stanley putting down the bushwhacks, acting as semi-wards. Obviously, the team has to walk through them. They start to clear out the Baron pit, and they go to force the fight again. They may have waited a little too long as they were pushing away Moscow 5 there during that portion of time when they were back to base. There it is, the crescendo going off, missing the entire team. Stanley all by himself, forcing Gosu out of the fight. He won't even be assisted. And it is going to be huge damage onto Toys. Diamond now forced out. You can see the area of effect coming from that Anivia ultimate has completely spread out Moscow 5's team. They're all forced to get kills now. The mobility of this team, however, allows them to catch up in these ganks. You can see just how spread out. Genja had to go to the left. We saw them going to the right. Gosu Pepper did go down in that fight as Stanley just had his way with them freaks. TPA dictated that fight from the second one.
And a lot of that was really the Harrier Stanley on Needly completely splitting up that roster, and it looked so much like that prior fight where TPA got jumped on, and it was just like, oh, this is scary. Toys got jumped. Oh my gosh, everyone's just going to lose their cooldowns and get dropped out. Mistaken fully whipped Crescendo, but the thing is, Genja was never there to follow up for that fight. The last one where M5 went up 2-1 in the battle, it's because Genja got to keep putting on damage, on top of the ultimates going off, on top of everyone else dealing a whole bunch of damage. That was not the case this time around. That was Needly pulling so much aggression, and by going Trinity Force here, playing a bit of a different role here, actually being offensive based, he is able to jump onto Genja and really, really ruin his day. Genja must respond to Stanley's moves, and with Stanley being level 18, with Stanley, 3-level advantage there, that really allows him to jump onto Genja and force a response. And so Genja cannot hit targets he wants, he cannot push down on the rest of TPA, and Stanley being so amazingly strong, a lot of magic resist, now going for a Guardian Angel on top of that. There's no easy reaction to Neely here.
They are really shutting down Genja this matchup. He is already out of the base. Don't think he has too much money under his belt, and he's actually going against Triforce, Bloodthirster, as well as a little bit of damage mitigation. I think we're going to see maybe a Quicksilver Sash. I'm not sure. That Negatron Cloak is out on Ezreal, but you can just see 10,000 gold to 7,600 gold. He hasn't even finished the Infinity Edge yet. He does have a Phantom Dancer, but with 31 minutes into the game, you really need to see a lot more pressure coming from your AD carries. Huge props to Taipei Assassins for shutting down that champion.
And once again, they're just going to put the pressure onto Baron. They're going to be ready to toss those crystallizes out. There's Toys waiting in that brush. Gets the wall off into Darien, and his flash is up, though. He should be safe. He's just tanking and baiting time.
This is the damage he needs. He does throw his ult out. The Crescendo Gosu. They put a ward over the wall so they can see better in this fight. The entire team is making it there. Darien gets himself out of life. Two-shot barrage going through them. Not enough damage to take him down. A beautiful void ooze from Genja, but the flash wall from Toys. The initiation is still on, and they're forced to back out of this one as they just did not want to walk through the choke of that wolf.
Now, once again, that is Darien playing his role so effectively, saying, yes, focus me, stop hitting Baron, just fight me, I dare you. Pop his Guardian Angel, but that's fine. He gets to go back to base, buy items, and once again, TPA's attempt at killing Baron is stopped again. Now, they've lost a Guardian Angel for it. That is relevant, but the longer that M5 can buy time, once Genja gets that Infinity Edge, you've seen their team fights be so good that it's just, can Genja actually deal damage? If he can, you'll see these team fights go M5's way.
Really needs that item. Once he hits it, probably about 35 minutes, Genja will become a time bomb for his team, and it needs to be protected. They are going back towards that Baron area. They could have the upper hand here. It's quite low mana for TPA. I'd be very surprised if they try to start this fight. 3 to 4 is the kill score as it just continues to creep up. TPA with a bit of a lead there. And they're looking at an 8,000 gold lead overall with 4 turrets in their favor. This giving them the map control. You can see Nidalee going down bottom. That teleport is up, however, Freak. They're going to be able to play this one very cautiously. They're going to go back, make sure they leave a few that can still poke at Baron. We're going to have BB there. They obviously don't want to leave this one up, but they have to realize they have the Oracles. They're like, they can't even see us backing. We're perfectly fine to do this. TPA is just really playing the clock in their favor right now.
Yeah, but again, that clock is still risky because Genja will continue to scale. Now, finally, you're going to see a death cap come in soon from Toys. That'll be a big damage shift. There it is, picked up there. That's a very, 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 very important buy, but there we go. Stanley getting his Guardian Angel on top of that. Now it's going to be even harder for Genji to survive this. He's got enough armor, honestly, that even Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer, not all that difficult to deal with. Lil Balls, again, preparing for the Baron attempt, running through, sweeping wards, putting another one down, and once more starting out this attempt. Eevee, though, burning his Arcane Shift for this, a little bit of a risky proposition.
See what they do have. That True Shot Barrage is down. We have a few flashes down for TPA, but most of their summoner spells are up. I'd say 90%. All of them except for Ignite Flash for Darien. These teams are definitely ready to dance out this Baron right now. They are in the best possible sorts of their summoner spells and abilities. However, the items in favor of TPA. So it's really going to have to focus this fight perfectly. Darien getting locked up. He took a little bit of damage. That's going to be a tower for TPA as they solidified their advantage a little bit more. We're going to start pushing all of these waves down. You can see the pings going back. They're saying, let's make sure none of the buffs are there. Let's deny everything we can in their camps and only give them the small waves that are coming in. And that's the thing that's going to hurt Genja as well. He doesn't have a lane to farm. He's only picking up minions every so often with his team clearing these waves. So he's not going to get that Infinity Edge super soon.
An aggressive move in, and there's the crescendo.
That's going to be big damage. Darien will go down. The ultimate was used previously. No, actually, he has it back up in time. So they will have some time to create some disruption here. Alex Ish does not like it, though. Flat or exhausted out quite quickly. His damage does nothing as he waits for cooldowns. He does not want his Guardian Angel to go down in vain. You're going to see that fight forced out. He does have the red and the Fates proc going on him. Alex Ish will go down. They're going to focus that Guardian Angel. We see very low health on Toys as well. He's forced to go back into the fight. The portion of it, they know they're going to win. Stanley still giving 0 Fs as he just fights in a 2v1 situation. 35 minutes into the game, TPA completely dictating this entire fight. We have 2 down for Moscow 5 BenQ. Stanley just jumping right out of Absolute Zero as True Shot Barrage hits. And you can see they're keeping them from backing. Stanley is allowing this Baron to go completely uncontested.
And that's going to be the exact right answer here. They had the Baron dance earlier, getting that turret kill, and then finally got themselves into the battle they wanted. They just split up M5 completely. Baron is theirs, 53 to 41,000 gold. This is looking so good for the Taipei Assassins. They've just been strangleholding the map the entire time. Not a single major mistake. The one bad team fight, but M5 couldn't capitalize. That team fight just didn't go anywhere, even when M5 got control, because they had minions where they wanted them. There was no counterattack available. It was only a 300 gold swing, and they were back on it. And you saw just all the moves that were being made. Stanley putting the pressure on the bottom lane, teleporting in when the team fight mattered. TPA constantly forcing M5 off of their turret, make them lose minion waves on their own turrets, and making them run in to stop Baron, walling and burning flashes, walling and making Darien lose a Guardian Angel, just accruing small advantages after small advantages. And as long as they keep doing them with enough frequency, they come back in before the Guardian Angel's back up. They come back in before Flash is back up. They do that enough, and they pick up some kills.
Forcing a Flash out of Stanley. He does have Flash and Teleport down now. Not exactly the window we've been speaking of for teams really to fight in. They do have to get that Infinity Edge. Finally now onto Genja. 36 minutes in. Genja very pushed back throughout this entire game. Has done well for himself. However, he's only going to be about, he's just 60 minions down on BB. BB's had free reign over the map, and like I said, with the lanes being pushed, they don't have much to farm singly, so Genja's been forced to find what he can in and out of Gragas barrels from Alex Hitch. And that's really not trying to hurt each other, really doing that on purpose, but it is going to hurt in general as they come into these fights. BB so far ahead right now, Freak. This Baron buff could cause that tower to go down.
This is do or die right now for M5. There's no teleport on Stanley. He's only a half lane away, but they did poke off the Banshee's Veil from Anivi. You can see that ticking down on the bottom right of your screen. It's about halfway down. That's really their time to go in. They need to get Toys out in the fight.
Oh, very nice stop there. Genja on the right side. They get that. Oh, Little Ball's going down instantly as he gets caught out. They take down Mistake. They have the initiation on this fight, but they choose to halt on it, push out their lanes, and figure out where they can go from here.
So much damage being dealt, and you just saw the explosive cask forcing that fight to go the way they wanted. Lil Ball's just not tanky enough to withstand all of that pressure. But again, there was no counterattack available for M5 BenQ. In fact, TPA will even get the Dragon for themselves despite losing 2 for nothing. They're even going to try for this Golem right here that, you know, again, yes, losing 2 kills is a gold swing. It's about 750 gold, actually more like 800 gold for getting that kill taken away, but it's still not that big of a deal. They've still got map control, and they're still ready to put the advantage on. But now, we're getting to that point where gold matters less and less. That late game finally starting to happen. M5 channeling their fellow continent, CLG EU, into their gameplay and force themselves in that late game. Nunu Kog'Maw will be incredibly difficult to deal with at the end of this game. So right now, what I think is that a Frozen Heart needs to come out, I think, from Nidalee here. She needs to put that on and slow down the attack speed of that opposition, because Kog'Maw's now really scary, Shyvana's now really scary, and even Yorick's going to be a bit difficult. He's got that Trinity Force, he's got some decent damage output, but it's mostly to survive Kog'Maw. Again, these team comps are about bashing their skulls into each other in the front line. They've got to withstand the damage from Genji's Kog'Maw here.
We saw how much pressure Gozu was getting in the early part of the game. He really just went for an item that's going to facilitate Kog'Maw 100%, as well as Diamond procs, but really Stark's, or that Zeke's Herald rather, the lifesteal as well as attack speed, just buffing up, and it's really going to be going to Kog'Maw. You'll see them really sticking together. Gozu has been forced out of the fight, and Stanley's been doing a great job at that. He can only blood boil once. It lasts quite a long time, but that aura from Zeke's is not going to be assisting the team. So we'll see if Stanley goes ahead, focuses Gozu one more time in the fight. They're also missing out a few times now. I think the last time we saw Gozu use Absolute Zero in a fight was in bottom lane.
It's been quite a while overall, and that's really, really significant that that Absolute Zero is going to be a huge deal, because there's actually very few interrupts for it. Now, it won't hit all that hard. He's only level 12, and there is a front line to deal with, and BB and Toys, as they play it right, shouldn't be hit by that damage whatsoever. But the thing is, it's still a significant amount of crowd control, and it really will mess with the front line. Not allowing him to kite, and it really just lets Genja melt that front line more. That's what this is all about. It's just, again, bashing your skulls into the skulls of your opponents, and just saying who's got more gold, who does more damage. And so the M5 frontline is there to just lock up the TPA frontline and say, Genja, look, you've been cloned, you've got Blood Boil, hope you got some items, man. I add Last Whisper and Phantom Dancer all in here now. He's hit that late game point. It's now the Kog'Maw show. TPA needs an answer.
It is kind of crazy how that takes such an effective turn here. He is going to be outputting probably more damage than Ezreal. The 4 or 5 shot Kog'Maw kills could be coming out now, especially with that Blood Boil on. He's going to be able to drop somebody and be out of the fight and play even safer Kog'Maw than usual. Alex is trying to push this lane out. Stanley continuously staying top lane. You can see him communicating with his team on the screen at the bottom as they just kind of chat this one out and figure out how they're going to continuously push this lane. With that Baron down, you can see Little Balls can focus down bottom. They don't really have to worry about too many objectives. And we see a good aggress onto Stanley. He's pushed out of the fight though. That blue buff helping Alex to get that ultimate back in just under 60 seconds. It's actually on a 40-second cooldown just about now. And we'll see, it is rank 3. Everybody's just about level 18 except for the junglers and supports. Diamond knows they are going through his jungle. This would not be the engage that Moscow 5 is looking for.
No, they're just going to keep stealing these buffs. And again, this is TPA knowing that they have map control, and in a general fight, especially in the jungle, TPA is happy to just fight like, oh my gosh, Genja, there's a crescendo, he's going to get almost taken down!
Oh, he does live though. However, Yorick ulti coming in. It looks like he wants to get back into this fight, but the Bio Arcane Barrage not even hitting anybody. He throws out one auto attack that entire fight. Very unfortunate. He did take a lot of damage, Freak. Two blinking emblems right now for Moscow 5 as his tower is being pushed. We do see Alex coming down to help his team, but Stanley is by himself up top, pushing that turret. This is not looking good for Moscow 5. The ultimate onto Little Balls. They are going to drop Alex. The Guardian Angel triggering his Diamond. Dragon's Descent into the middle of the fight to blow cooldowns for his team. Toys, so much damage going down to him, and they are able to back this one out as he comes up from Rebirth. BB focusing onto the inhibitor. It looks like they drop it. Stanley doing so much work up top, going to drop his own inhibitor as well. 2 go down at the 42-minute mark, and TPA looks to just hang out in Moscow 5's base.
Right now a 3-on-4, but they're getting pushed out. Oh my gosh, the counterattack goes to Pepper and goes down! They've now got a 4-on-2 on the map, and Baron's gotta be soon. It's in 10 seconds. That is the most fortunately timed fight ever for TPA, because they're gonna have complete Baron control. There's no way this gets stolen away, and that was just a perfect setup. They dealt so much damage at the start that they forced Genja out, and as soon as Genja had to go heal, you knew TPA had map control. They could simply just push their faces onto that bottom turret, and they would have the damage to kill it out. And you saw them be a little bit pensive, then finally say, no, Genja's out of the fight. It's okay, guys. He's out. Let's go. Let's pick this one up. Even Mundo will respawn in time to allow Baron buffs to go to everybody. Lil Ball's so tanky now, and you look at his build. I like this build. He's got double Negatron Cloak on top of that Warmogs, because he knows that with a Randuin's and a Warmogs, the highest source of damage is actually Genja's W-Pads. It's actually the Bio-Arcane Barrage, so he's adding magic resist to mitigate that. It's going to be so hard for Mundo to drop down here. He's going to be incredibly tanky. You won't see Mundo die again, most likely, unless he gets way too aggressive.
A lot of the team as well went for those Ninja Tabi boots. It looking for the damage from Ezreal, but that's not going to be helping anymore. There's crowd control that they're getting locked up with that is allowing these fights to continuously happen. Stanley teleporting in, so we're not going to see some kind of cheeky backdoor strat. They're all going for the same lane. They're all going to be, not same lane rather, but they're not going to be jumping lanes. They're going to pick that lane and pressure it down. Looks like mid is going to be the first choice with Little Balls in the option to run towards top with his teammate Vivi. They're gathering together now in front of this turret. The attack speed from Essence Flux is out for both Little Balls. There goes the exploding cast. It looks like they will initiate this fight on. The turret goes down. Darian gets caught out. He can't even ultimate the crescendo, stopping them from using the abilities. Diamond Prox goes down. The inhibitor is open. The double kill comes out. Moscow 5 looking very grim right now. Taipei Assassins look to take down the last Nexus turret, and they will drop Moscow 5 from the League of Legends Championship playoffs.
And would you look at that, the cheers, the yells, and the look of relief all mixed at the same time on their faces. Taipei Assassins are the first team to make it to the World Finals.
And online in a major tournament, the first to take out Moscow 5.
They're, well, yeah, as far as internationally goes, they are the first international team to ever beat M5, joining CLG EU in the annals of history. Saying, guys, we made it this far. Would you look at that play? And that was exactly what they said it took. It was early openings. Stanley crushing faces top lane, absolutely took out Darian. I mean, Darian is scary. He didn't feed, he didn't make any bad mistakes, but that lane matchup was brutal. You saw him take the turret down about 12 minutes in, a lot of pressure there. You saw the bottom lane come out ahead, that Sona Ezreal, that counter lane. That was exactly what it took. They knew they were fighting Nunu Cog. They knew it was late game, and they said, yes, M5 BenQ, we know you're late game. We know you will scale like crazy at this game, but we know we can play this game perfectly. We know we can put the pressure on from minute one, win mid, win top, win bottom. A little rocky in the jungle, but that was okay. They won all their carry lanes, every single one of them winning in minions for the first 20 minutes, you know, taking turrets out early on as well, getting control over everything. The Dragon Steel was great, and then once 25 minutes hit, it was, okay, we can bait you at Baron. We've built a 6, 8, 10,000 gold lead. Come at us at Baron. Sweep boards, come at us at Baron. Sweep boards, come at us. What a beautiful play from TPA. Let's get a replay of that last fight with audio from the team.
Damn, awesome.
And look at that. They know that killer instinct is there. None of the calls were even about who to kill because they saw Darian's out of position. We saw it there as well. Darian was definitely catchable. And what I love Mistake did is it wasn't just crescendo there. It was, let me get in a position. Let me make sure I crescendo 2 people because Darian will die right away. But let's catch Gosu Pepper as well. Let's make sure Nunu drops as well. They got those 2 right off the bat, neither getting to use their ultimates in the fight. Gosu not even getting to exhaust or flash. That's how fast he dropped out in that fight. Not able to finish Mercury Treads, was crowd controlled the entire way in that battle. And then at a 5-on-3 with super minions coming in, there's no way you turn that one around. They got their hands off their mice, their hands off their keyboards, just saying, we know we've got this. We know we've got so much advantage here. We've pushed it all the way through. We were patient, and they made it happen. TPA, I mean, from second one, they knew what they were doing. They knew this was, yes, early game pressure will transition, and that is so confident to do that. Where it's not saying, we'll play a standard game, we think we're better than you. It's like, we know we're on a clock. And it's so scary to play an early game team versus a late game team because you can't slip up. You can't give them that advantage. You can't let them snowball ahead of you because there's no coming back once that happens. But every step of the way, they turned it up and turned it up and turned it up and kept that pressure on and completely collapsed on M5.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first semifinal scorecard in the best of 3, going to a full 3 games with hopes that the next will as well for CounterLogic Europe, going up against the Zubu Frost. An amazing matchup for these 2 teams as we have our first world finalists in Taipei Assassins. They're going to be heading up against, like I said, CounterLogic Europe or Zubu Frost on the stage being built right now behind us for the finals. We can see how the brackets have gone out here. CLG EU, a Zubu Frost matchup. Taipei Assassins versus Moscow 5 BenQ, the much-awaited semifinal match going to Taipei Assassins. The final matchup we had before that for our quarterfinals was World Elite going down, actually Team WE rather, going down to CounterLogic Europe. So already amazing matchups on the day. We found a best of 3 going to the final match within our first semifinals. Hopefully the next one will be just as amazing, Freak. Coming up shortly, of Zubu Frost, as I said, faces off against CounterLogic Europe to decide who will join the Taipei Assassins in the World Finals on Saturday here at the USC's Galen Center. Don't go anywhere. Rivington III and Freak. You're going to have Jat and D-Man next. Stick with us.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and what an absolutely awesome game. I am D-Man, I'm here with Jat, and of course I'm here with Skara as well, which you can't quite see on your screen at the moment, but we'll bring him in a moment. We've reached the final match. It is the Zubu Frost versus CLG EU. One team, the Taipei Assassins, has already advanced to the final on October 13th. What an absolute amazing game. Two teams look to join them shortly. We'll see shortly who will earn the right to get there. But Skara is here. Skara, I'm going to jump straight across to you because we have just seen absolutely amazing games. Firstly, help us break down what we just saw. Taipei Assassins beating Moscow 5, the only other team I can think of in history offline in an offline event to beat them in a best of three.
I think TPA has come into this tournament as by far the most improved team in the shortest period of time. No one expected them to be this good, including like any of the teams at this event. We saw them play the first day or like against Najin Sword, and we were just like, oh my god, they're good. Like they blew us away. They had the best games of the day. And today they came back from the most crushing defeat we've had here, by far the most crushing defeat. To be able to 2-0 after they lose a game, it shows incredible mental strength. It shows just great teamwork.
So Skara, you actually said before we went on that you called this one. Why did you call them to beat M5?
I said, like in the car on the way here with a lot of Riot people or a lot of video crew, I said that like I expected either M5 or TPA to win this tournament. And if M5 was going to lose, I thought they would lose here. Like I thought TPA was looking so good against Najin Sword that they could potentially beat M5. After the first game, I was really skeptical. I was like, okay, well M5 is probably going to win. But TPA made me eat my words for the second and third game. They were really, really good.
So in that second and third game, I mean, let's just take it through the series. They got absolutely obliterated in the first one. I think you'd agree. A lot of that was flanking around with Evelyn and just kind of winning team fights. They had it from the start. But then in the second game, even though we've seen how good Toys was on Oriana, they just kind of let it through. Why do you think they did that?
I just think, I don't know. I think their bans and picks for the second, third games were a little bit off to me. Like, for instance, obviously they value Nunu and Sona a lot because those are like Ghosty Peppers. And like, he's probably the only support that gets bans on both his supports in these games. And if they were really looking for a Nunu pick with an Ori up, at least I would say like either ban the Orianna as last ban or leave up the Nunu so that if they first pick Ori, you can at least have Nunu plus another champion that you want. I think banning Nunu there was really questionable. Like, I didn't really see the logic behind that. And it just gave up Ori for free, and they were able to completely dominate the game with Orianna.
And what about the Nidalee? What about Stanley? Stanley has
Holy
just
crap.
absolutely bossed it there against Darian. Darian, he picked Yorick both games, and Stanley just said, fine, I'll go Nidalee both games and destroy you. I think he took the turret, I think it was 8 or 9 minutes we were talking about it, and in the second game, and then I think it was 11 minutes.
It was 11 minutes in
in
the third.
game. Just straight 1v1. Had no help from the junglers.
I think they analyzed M5 really well, and they're like, M5's strength is that their team fight's probably the best in the world. Like, you look at their team fighting, you look at the communication during team fights, how they switch targets, how they call targets, how they stick on different targets in the same team fight, and how they get away. They're obviously one of like top 3 in the world at team fighting, and so they're like, okay, we'll pick Nidalee every game and not even look at team fight, especially against a Yorick comp which wants a team fight. All they want to do with Nidalee is split push and see if they can split push M5 to death. It looks like Darian and M5 don't have much experience against Nidalee, AD Nidalee in the solo lane, especially how the Koreans play with Chalice first, and it seemed to be a deciding factor in both games.
So you've actually had to deal with this affair, but I know at least it was Zion Spartan, at least from Team Dynamic, you guys had to play against his Italy fairly often. What is it that you guys do to shut down Italy? Because it seemed like Moscow 5 couldn't quite do it. Is there anything they could have done to stop that? Is there something they could have picked other than York or maybe somewhere else in the team comp to shut down Italy? Or no?
I didn't really hear you. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so, I mean, this is the
Sorry,
beauty
it's
of live.
construction.
There is construction going on right behind us. Just saying, what did Dignitas do more, whether Crumbs does, to shut down Italy in that top lane? Obviously, we were saying Zion Spartan was a problem against you guys before.
I think at a certain point, like after the second game, they should have just looked to probably ban Italy, like especially if they're looking for a Yorick pick. But even if that wasn't an option, like they didn't want to do that, I think they should have at least anticipated last pick Italy, especially when they pick Yorick early again. Like a different top lane pick would have done really well, like Rumble or even Aurelia would have done extremely well against that matchup. But they just gave the matchup away for free again. I think what happened the third game is that they mind gamed themselves into wanting the 1v2 because they thought Nidalee would start bottom again, and they would just send York, because York is a better 1v2 than Nidalee. But unfortunately, they both ended up going top, and Nidalee won the matchup straight up again, and Kog'Maw lost a lane against Sona Ez, which is one of the most dominating 2v2 lane matchups in the game.
And so, I mean, we can talk about, obviously, the venue we're in right now. It's under construction. You can look behind you. It's coming together pretty well since even we came on air, really. You as a player, obviously, you wanted to be here. How would it feel to come into a venue like this and play here? I mean, this is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it looks crazy. Like it looks like I am in like a basketball stadium, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
it is a basketball stadium. Yeah,
huge. Like
USC's Galen Center.
Yeah, it's absolutely gigantic. I would love to play here as a venue. Like there's a bunch of constructions here, but even with the construction, even the construction looks cool. Like that's the best thing I could say about this. Like even the construction looks amazing. So I can't even wait to see the finished product.
Yeah, I mean they can see it on the screens right now. Obviously, there's going to be seating down there. There's all sorts of secret stuff planned for you guys that I nearly gave away. Actually, I got to make sure I don't give any of these secrets away. And you can see there is obviously the work construction going on there. Now we've got upcoming. We're going to have Twitter questions coming up shortly. But, I mean, we've got the upcoming match. Azubu Frost versus Counterlogic Gaming EU. Where do you stand on this one? I mean, Counterlogic Gaming EU come through from your group. Obviously, they played you guys. They beat you in the group stage. It was a pretty close run game, though.
I think the teams are fairly equally matched. Like I feel like both have equal strengths in different areas of the game. I feel like obviously CLG, if this game has been two parts of the coin, CLG has mastered the defensive portion of the game. Like they're masters of it. They're 100% like they 100% believe in their late game over any other team, and that's what they go with. They go with their strength every game. They try to drag you into their strength and play with you on their terms, and they win every time they do it. It's up to Azubu Frost to look to make plays, with champions like Diana, Malphite, Alistair, stuff they've done before. and have been able to turn the game really, really early into your advantage. Like, I don't think they want to look for a late game comp against CLGEU just because that's a little bit questionable. I honestly feel like the bans and picks were obviously very important in every game, every series, but in this set of series, like, definitely look to see like Oriana ban and pick almost every game.
So you say that CLG goes for late game every time, and the bans and picks are maybe even more important for this, with the early game comp going out for Azubu and the late game comp obviously coming out for CLGEU. What would you ban now against CLGEU? Because WE did seem to have success getting rid of things like Aurelia and Anivia. Do you think they're going to let that stuff through, or do you think they're going to try to ban out some other late game heroes?
I think they're just going to go for Aurelia and Anivia, definitely. Maybe they might let up Aurelia, but I don't think any team will give Anivia to CLGEU. Not just because Froggen's strength, like, Froggen's obviously one of the best Anivia players by far, but Anivia also lets your team like turtle like perfectly. Like, it's the best, like one of the best wave clears and just the best turtling champion. But Aurelia, like, is a possibility. I can maybe see an Oriana ban or a Karthus ban even, because they've been having a lot of success with that. Really, it's up to Azubu Frost to figure out what exactly they're looking for, because like, if they're looking for like a Malphite-oriented comp, maybe they want to look to bait like a Karthus. Maybe they're looking to maybe they're looking to like bait an Oriana and then look to just dive it with 3 divers. It's really hard to tell, and it's not something that I would recommend, like diving a champion like that. I don't know. It's something that obviously they prepared a long time for this, or at least I saw them taking notes in the backstage. So they definitely come into this match with a sense of like what they would like to play. I'm curious at what they'll come up with.
Okay, so earlier on in the day, we asked you guys to send us some questions, of course. You've been tweeting Ashlol Worlds. It's the championship channel that you guys are aiming at, and hopefully here are some of the questions that we're going to be asked. It has come from Captain Kickass. 60% of all champions have been played so far. Do you think there are any sleeper champions awaiting to shine? So any secret tactics tucked away for that final game?
I think
I mean, this is definitely a good question for you guys, because I knew you had a few things tucked away. Obviously,
I feel like there's a lot of really, really strong champions, especially coming up for Season 3. Certain teams like certain champion picks over others, so the teams that win here will stick with like their dedicated like 20 champion pool. But I feel like almost every champion is viable in this game, outside of maybe, I hate to say this because I actually like this champion kind of, like maybe Nasus. I feel like Nasus has now reached like the point where like I'm like, okay, I don't even know what comp he can possibly fit into to be like work in a game. But outside of him, I think everything else can work as long as you put in the time and find the team comp to work around it.
So that would still be like 35% of the champion pool that haven't been picked. Do you think there's anything in particular? Because I mean, all of these teams have played multiple games already. There's nothing left in the tank, you think? Is there a Draven to come out
DFG
somewhere?
Teemo mid.
AP Teemo maybe?
Seshwani mid?
I feel like the teams have showed a lot. Like, the only team I expect to be able to take out something new, I feel like Azubu Frost doesn't have much new stuff. Like, they've already showed Lux. I feel like CLGU like has shown their cards for like months now. Like, everyone knows what they play.
Standard. Yeah.
Yes, but they're just so good at it that's hard to beat them. The only team that can possibly pull out something new would definitely be TPA. I feel like TPA might be holding a little bit back, and
scary.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they bring something new out.
Okay, so that is Scar's bid. What do you think, Jad? Is there anything you think out there? I mean, you are the game analyst here, so you guys, you are in the office every day looking at these champions, so you knew secret strong champs that you guys feel that may get used?
There were a few predictions that we had coming in, actually. One of them is that Ezreal was going to get picked or banned in every game, and that didn't happen. That shied away from it just in that last setup of matches.
Today has been the only
so close. Everyone thought it was going to happen. AP Teemo was one of my predictions that hasn't happened yet, because I think it's absurdly strong in a lot of scenarios. You just have to find the right matchup mid, and it just hasn't presented itself yet. You could probably run it against an Evelyn, but people are too scared of letting Evelyn through because it's just been mopping the floor in team fights. Draven was a prediction, but all the Draven players are gone. I know I'm a Cutie Pie was maybe thinking of doing it. COGE was scared of it. Other than that, it's been a pretty diverse tournament, and for the most part, I've been pretty happy.
So, that is it. Thank you very much for joining us, Skara.
Thank you very much.
So, next up, we have the match between the Korean powerhouse. It is Azubu Frost. Do not go anywhere. It is going to be CLG EU. It is the OGN replay. It is all on again, Jat. And honestly, how are these guys going to compete against each other?
I mean, Azubu Frost has shown they're potentially one of the best teams in the world. They had a best-of-5 set against CLG EU earlier, we've alluded to a million times. They won it 3-2. They dominated their group stage this time, and they took down TSM in that 2-0. It was kind of close. They won the team fights. That was a pretty good set for them, but they've been looking really strong. Whoever wins this gets to go to the World Finals and face TPA, who looks unstoppable right now. How are they going to shut down Stanley in the finals? I was confusing my words there a little bit.
Well, I mean, you mentioned Mac Noon, and honestly, we've had a discussion about the top laners, the top laners. And you know what? Stanley just proved against Moscow 5, he had the nerves of steel. I mean, that is surely the sign of one of the very best players in the world. You know, he's broken onto the scene. Maybe sort of in the American world and the European world, maybe didn't know him really too well. The Asian scene certainly knew him. The teams that have been out there knew him. CLG EU certainly knew him. And, you know, we have teams like this. This is where you test your mettle. This is really where you become the strongest players of the world. You know, if you've got the nerves. Just thinking back to the Moscow 5 game, we were talking about it. Diamond Prox was really off his game.
It seemed like they might have been. The nerves could have affected them. We have $1 million on the line for the finals here. Even
pressure.
That game was a difference between a guaranteed $250,000 and a guaranteed $150,000, which they had for third and fourth. All of these games just mean so much to these guys, and that was the first time I've actually seen Moscow 5 a little bit shaken, and then you looked at Stanley when all of this was happening, and he was just diving headlong into Nunu Cog with Nidalee, completely fearless that entire game. And that's something that Shy did in the group stage. Really, the top MVPs in this tournament, overall, I have to say, are the top laners, because we saw Shy in the group stage, we saw MacNoon in the group stage, we've seen Stanley now. They've just been so unstoppable. They've created so much pressure up in that top lane, and now we have Shy against Wicked. Wicked respected for being one of the most well-known top laners. Certainly his Aurelia is legendary. If that doesn't draw a pen, we'll see a great showdown, but you know Shy beat up on an Aurelia in a previous match with Singed, and it's just, you know what?
Well, we spoke to Kevin about that, actually. We did get to see Kevin earlier, didn't we? And he was saying, look, you know, he got the early kill. Once you're behind, it's very hard to come back with. The irony that I'm thinking of in this tournament is Hotshot, because Nidalee seems to be back in the action. You know, one of the top champions.
Stuck in the jungle.
And Shen has been one of the top champions. And he's now in the jungle, yet these are two champions that he was absolutely stomping with in Season 1. It's funny. It's funny how things go around in this game. It's, you know, a lot of the tactics that a lot of teams have been bringing into this have been pre-Season 2 or Season 1 things. You know, they've just simply gone about. Circle, everybody's just pulled them back out and says, everybody forgot about this tactic. It works.
The Nunu Cog is a huge example of that in a lot of ways. Even just the resurgence. So much of it was the big three of 80 carries, Ezreal, Corki, Graves. And in that last set, it was Vayne, Kog'Maw, and then a little bit of Ezreal. And it was just kind of an old school throwback. We saw some Sivir bans earlier in this tournament. Nidalee coming back. The team fighting was broken a bit by TPA there because they were back for the split push. We hadn't seen that be successful in a really long time. The jungle invades are getting actually really sophisticated. Every time they invade a red, it seems the teams know what's coming, counter-invade the other red. These guys are adapting very well, and it's just a bit of a cyclical cycle in some of these ways because what's strong that gets forgotten about seems to come back.
A cyclical cycle. That's an interesting choice of words there, chat.
I may have repeated a few repeats right there.
You wouldn't catch me saying anything on the back of that, that's for certain. But yeah, so hopefully we're going to get this game underway shortly. Sorry, we're just ripping on each other right here on the cast. Things we say in previous games, they do come back to haunt you, ladies and gentlemen. So Azubu Frost versus CLG EU. It is the OGN champions. It is the finals all over again. We saw it in Seoul, Korea. That huge 10,000 stadium. The pressure that they were both under. These teams have been there before. Azubu Frost, 2-0 down, came back to win 3-2. So they have that mental strength, that ability to just come back and absolutely dominate. CLG EU are going to be coming into this one thinking, we had that game sewn up. A 2-0 would win this series. But Azubu Frost now know what they've got to do to beat them. How do they deal with that? I mean, the mental anguish must be going between these two teams back and forth. On the back of that, as I say it again, CLG EU have only just beat Team WE, so they've had that playing in their mind for the last 3 days. Azubu Frost have just sat there and, you know, sat back and just worked things out.
And CLG EU, even though they've proven that they have huge mental toughness coming in, they were preparing 100% for WE before this event. Every single waking moment was about defeating WE and moving on to the semifinals. Whereas Azubu, they've been in the semifinals for quite a while now. Even though they had to prep for 2 teams, they were still doing it in peace. They didn't have that one game resting on their entire chance at $1 million. So they should be the more prepared team here. Actually, right after CLG EU won, they went and did their interview, and they went just all off into a room and said, we have to finalize our plans against Azubu Frost because they hadn't had the time to do it before. They were so focused on beating WE, which they did come out very strong. And even they had to come back from a game 1 loss to WE. I mean, going all the way back to Saturday. They took it to late game 5 days later and ended up to finish off the series. I think they have the plan, though. I think they really do against Azubu Frost because when you think back, this is going way back to the actual OGN games in Korea, they were going against the standard play. And that seems to be always when they get themselves in trouble. They were picking Diana for Froggen. They hadn't practiced it. This tournament, they're set on only playing things they practiced, only doing their style. And we haven't seen a team actually been able to beat it yet, now that they've fallen back to that.
Yeah, but we know Froggen wants to play multiple different things in that jungle.
He wants to play Lee Sin mid.
Sorry. I might as well say jungle because he wants to play all sorts of bruises in that mid lane, but they've not allowed him to, unfortunately. But hopefully things will get underway certainly soon. So, Taipei Assassins in the final. If you've just joined us, they've beaten Moscow 5 2-1. It was an epic match. You're going to be disappointed that you missed it because it was craziness. Who would they want in the final? Azubu Frost or CLG EU?
That's a really tricky one. I think, based on how aggressive they are and how well they split push, I think they'd want the challenge of breaking the CLG EU turtle because no one's been able to do it yet. And just seeing it the way they were able to end games with not even the late game team comp, their ability to get towers and Stanley split pushing, I think that would be the ultimate clash of styles that I think they'd like to see.
And of course, they've practiced with each other all week. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get things underway. Starting out as the red team, they have been a dominant force in the OGN. They are the OGN champions. It's Azubu Frost. And there is Azubu Frost, Shy, really one of the players of the tournament so far, Jack.
Says he's only been playing League of Legends for 6 months. The amount of just skill he's picked up. There we see Cloud Templar. He is the just caller of that team. He's the only one who's actually been through his 2 years mandatory military service, and it really shows in the way they listen to his commands. He is the tactical brain of them. Just going through, they're actually looking very confident. Zuba's looking pretty good right here. They're happy.
Yeah, and then Rapid Star versus Froggen, that's one of the big lanes we've talked about before. He was so delighted during the OGN finals. Gunwung there, honestly, one of the best AD carries we've seen this tournament.
And he actually used to play top lane for this team. He's the captain. He goes where they need him. He's been a very strong Ezreal. He's had a couple games, 7 kills, 0 deaths, 5 assists on Ezreal.
Waving the camera.
Doesn't want the sunlight to be on him right there. He's just moving around. And here we have, I think that's Mad Life.
And he's one of the stars in Korea.
Star support.
He is absolutely a superstar, a megastar. He gets more cheers, I think, in Korea than any other player on that team because, they love him.
He has to be the most popular support in the world. Brought out support Zyre, brought out support Lux. He's just an innovator. Right on the other side, though, starting as the blue team, they just took down Team WE earlier today in 1 game. It's Counter Logic Gaming, Europe.
And of course, these guys are
Wicked cannot keep on the Snoopy stare.
He couldn't do the Snoopy stare. He tried his best there. I know, not unknown to you guys. Certainly the American crowd and the European crowd, and to be fair, the Korean crowd as well. Everybody knows them because they've seen them for 3 months in Korea.
They were stars in that league, and they saw them in the finals to that 10,000 fans at the War Memorial. And the top lane for him against Shy is going to be so huge. I have a feeling they're going to leave them isolated. 1v1. Here we have Snoopy. That's a different stare in this way. He's just trying to peer into our souls. Getting a little bit trolled by Froggen in the back, but his early game is so key. We've always said the key to the game, let Snoopy control the pace, because that's always what he needs to do for them. Froggen in the mid lane, that matchup against Rapid Star is going to be so key. They've actually played Anivia against Froggen in the past. He can't do the stare. There's no chance.
He tried. Instead, he just waves. Waves to his fans. And Yellow Pete, you know, we're seeing emotions from Yellow Pete here. He's smiling. He was all super serious business on Saturday. He's definitely come out of his shell a little bit throughout this tournament.
And his Kog'Maw play in the last game against WE was great. He's been struggling a little bit this tournament. There's Crepo spinning around in his chair. They're having a good time. They're keeping it really light in this setup. I think they're going to go for Kog'Maw if I had to make a pick here, because that's what they've had success with. They haven't had success with the big 380 carries, and that's been their fallback. They combo Karthus with Kog'Maw in a lot of these scenarios, and that could be something like what we see.
Yeah, so we'll see how those picks go. They had so long to think about the picks and bans against Team WE. They've just had to sit down, put their heads together, and figure out a plan against the Zubu Frost in the last 2 hours. We had a chance to sit down earlier on with the teams. Of course, this was pre-Saturday. Here is what they had to say about their upcoming opponents.
CLGU랑 그 예전에 경기했었을 때도 되게 힘들었어요. 그래서
You just need to scout their top champions. You need to see who their target players are and try to shut them down. Pretty much offense instead of defense. Like, you want them to think of something against you, not you think of something against them. We're all known for being one of the best teams in terms of teamwork and attitude and things like that. I don't care if you support, I don't care if I'm jungle, I don't care if he's AP carry. Everyone's equal in a team. You're all trying to achieve one goal. You're all trying to win together.
저번보다도 훨씬 많은 팀워크 그런 것도 다 업그레이드 됐고, 그 CLG 이유가 요새 되게 좀 많이 힘들어하는 것 같아서 이번엔 저희가 쉽게 이겨주려고.
Wow, Gunwung saying so winning will be pretty easy. They're not doing well as a team lately. That is confidence.
And even Cloud Templar talked with him briefly. I said, who would you rather have faced, CLG EU or World Elite? He actually said CLG EU. They wanted the rematch. They wanted to beat them again, and they think they can take it.
So we are straight into the picks and bans. Let's get things underway, ladies and gentlemen. This is the game that we all wanted to see. It is a Zubu Frost versus CLG EU, and immediately Jackson Blitzcrank being banned out by CLG EU, aiming at Shy. Don't want that nasty hook that's been going on. It's what Mad Life was using earlier on, and Kog'Maw and Aurelia being banned out by a Zubu Frost. Interesting they went for Kog'Maw. You know, we've seen Yellow Pete playing it quite a few times.
They're really target banning again back and forth. We saw Scar earlier said he's doubtful that Orion is going to get played in the rest of this tournament. Anivia ban targeted at Froggen, and the first pick Jace. This is something CLG has done numerous times here. Not only do they block Shy and the other team from having it, they gain so much disengage and fight control with that acceleration gate from Jace, and that first pick is going to work out well for them.
So how will the Zubu Frost pick against that with the Jace pick? We've seen a number of things from Shy. We've seen Shen in there. We've seen Singed in there. What will they go with against Wicked's Jace? And you can see Shy there on your screen.
The thing is that Aurelia has shown as somewhat of the counter to Jace, and the fact that they pick it first means what are you actually going to do about it? We know that Stanley played an amazing Nidalee in the past game. That would line up against Jace. Taking the Karthus away from CLG EU would be very strong. They banned out the Kog'Maw. They're really just taking out what worked for CLG EU, trying to throw them off their standard play. And even though you say you can't really ban out CLG EU, you can at least try to make them uncomfortable. And you do that by picking their champions and making them play something slightly different than what they did the last game.
And the Alistair's
big time
being
Alistair.
picked up. And Alistair, of course, one of the big, strong champions in Korea. Now, the big question I'm going to have for you now is, has CLGBU been playing Evelyn?
I don't think Froggen's actually been playing Evelyn because it got left off of the picker ban. I think what they did here...
He asked us whether Rapid Star played Evelyn, didn't they?
And they don't think that Azubu plays Evelyn, but I don't think Froggen plays it either, so they actually just saved picks and bans. They got the target out, and they weren't fearful of Evelyn. I don't think they're going to end up picking it themselves here. They get the Maokai.
Happy.
He is looking very happy. They have something planned here.
It's not going to be Nasus, surely.
No way.
After we just heard Skara saying, I can't think of any team comp that Nasus fits into, I would be extremely surprised if they go Nasus versus Jace.
have Scar eat his words almost immediately if that were to happen, but I am doubtful as well. That Zyra, however,
that's a definite support.
Could very well be a support, and if they did that, they'd put Alistar into the jungle, which would be surprising to me because Mad Life's Alistar play against CLG EU in the 5th game of that was crazy. They made a highlight reel out of everything he was doing to zone people out of fights. Coming in with Shen and York would be pretty strong for them here. Seeing as Wicked hasn't picked in Italy, obviously, because we saw how well that matchup turned out. And Shai's had success with York in the past.
So Yorick has been locked in. Looks like it's going to be Shen in the jungle, which means it's going to be Mad Life support. We're just waiting for the final AD. I would hesitate and guess it's going to be Graves. So we're pretty sure what Azubu Frost are going to pick. It could be Corki, of course. He could go Corki, but he's a pretty popular Graves player, I believe, Gunwung.
Gunwung has shown that he really does subscribe to that big 3, pick 80 carries with dashes. Seeing as Ezreal's already gone, Graves is his natural fallback, especially when he has to deal with something like Maokai going on him. In the past, though, teams up against Maokai would generally pick Corki over Graves because the dash range is more likely to take them into a tower. If Crepo gets to play Soraka, he used to play an absolute ton of this. And if they do this, they're going to go for a Morgana potentially. They try to land a Dark Binding and then combo it up with the Jace. This is something that they were talking about earlier. This is a poke comp, essentially. They try to get a lead, they land the Binding, and they combo it down in.
Bringing out game 1, that means Flash Bananas are available to Crepo. That's where it came from, where that phrase was coined against Moscow 5. However, they're against the Azubu Frost, and Moscow 5 are out of the tournament. We'll see how GEU follow them. That is the question. Final pick. Now we're just waiting for that Morgana to get locked in. Expecting it will do. And will it be Graves or will it be Corki? I'd be surprised if they pull out something else. It could be Draven, which is definitely an interesting one because remember CLGEU banned out Draven against Dignitas because they said, we simply don't know how to play against Draven.
That would be a level of research that I think would be absolutely crazy for them. I don't think they're willing to play an 80 carry without a blink, especially against Maokai and Morgana. It's too vulnerable in all these scenarios. Tristana, I can see it because of how they know CLGEU takes it super late game, and that's when Tristana would become relevant because her range would get above 700. But the misfortune, we did see that twice in the group stage already, but that is... Just remembering, I'm kind of eating my own words here. They have played 80 carries that don't have blinks. They did play MF twice, and it was very successful. But this is very dangerous. This is the mid-game strategy for them, because if it does get hyper late, he won't have enough safety to be able to take it over. That's a very aggressive pick by Azubu Frost.
So you're seeing the team comps. You know exactly what CLGEU are going to do because, well, they told us. Simply as that. You know, they told you. I was like, don't tell me. I don't want to know. I just want to see it. I will leak this stuff.
This is a strategy they had prepared really before any of this. It's something they've really wanted to run. It's all about Dark Binding queued into everything else. I'm a little concerned for CLGEU because this does differ slightly from their standard play that they've been so good at. We haven't seen Froggen on Morgana in forever. We don't know his confidence level. They're so comfortable playing Karthus, and that got taken away from them by Rapid Star. So this is going to be tricky for them. They really have to execute well, and it does feel like they're out of their comfort zone.
Well, they said that this is a tactic we discovered 2 days ago, and we've been practicing it since. So that tells me they've been practicing it with Type A Assassins.
That would be a good possibility, and who better to practice against from Type A Assassins, the team that just beat Moscow 5 and also mimics a very aggressive style. If all CLG wants to do is turtle, who better to practice that against than TPA?
And of course, you know, there's no point saving it because TPA know exactly what it is.
So they have to use it now. They have to use it anyway.
Yeah, so Azubu Frost, how do you counter this one? They've got 2 global ultis in there. They've got the Karthus Shen. They've got the Yorick as well to help out. We know a Mad Life is absolutely awesome on Alistar. The team comps definitely are strong in favor of Azubu Frost, certainly from their point of view of being relaxed on the characters they're with.
I don't think they're going to be able to outpoke because we've seen Mad Life's ability to just initiate fights with Alistar before, even zoning out in the start of them. They have a team comp that can create. They have the Shen taunts, they have the Karthus walls, which we've seen. They stopped the double wall strategy from CLGEU as well. They had the Jace Karthus walls before. They blocked that. Really, Azubu Frost done their homework as they all now run out of the base. Everyone up top. They might try something sneaky, maybe a delayed Blue Invade or something along that.
So if you've just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, the semi-final has gone underway. This is the second semi-final. If you missed the first one, Type A Assassins versus Moscow 5. It was epic. And Type A Assassins are now in the finals, waiting to see who they will face on Saturday, October 13th, here in the Galen Center in Los Angeles. CLG and the blue team, Azubu Frost as the red team. It is OGN Summer Championships all over again. Who will be facing Taipei Assassins? Some would say a definite shock finalist, but honestly, they have proven themselves. They come against Najin Sword and Moscow 5, two really of very strong teams, and they've beaten them both cleanly.
So crazy to think that Moscow 5 is out of this tournament here, and a lot of poke going back and forth. These are the last 3 teams in the world that are here. We're going to see one of these, and they'll be playing for $1 million after this. It's crazy to think about. Everything lies on these next 3 games. They've already played that best of 5. They're poking back and forth, and there's a defensive start by both of these guys. They got the wards down where they wanted them, but other than that, it looks like they're just going to go standard in the jungle.
And we talked about the nerves, the pressure, the adrenaline, the shakes in your hand coming into this match. It's just, I can't even imagine what these guys go through when they have to really come up against these big pressure situations. As it is, we're going to get no crazy invades coming out here. Snoopy, COG playing it standard, Azubu Frost playing it standard. They've got to start off, they want to be where they're comfortable.
And we did see a double golem take by CLG EU. There hasn't been much of that this tournament because of all the aggression and craziness that happened level 1. That's going to help them hit level 2 earlier in that lane and try and get onto Woong, since he is vulnerable on MF unless he snowballs the lane and gets very far ahead. Want to look over at the top lane though. How's Wicked going to be dealing with Shy's Yorick? Because Nidalee was able to push on very hard to Yorick. Shy has something in his back pocket as well. He's played a fair bit of Yorick already this tournament, and Wicked actually hasn't been dominating lanes on Jace. He's more been using it for the teamfight utility. Whether he's strong enough to go up against Shy, he's going to decide a lot in this game.
Talk about the pressure on the bottom lanes as well. Yellow Pete, Gunwun. The Asian AD carriers have really been showing strong signs in this whole tournament. Yellow Pete struggled heavily in the last game as well, you know, against Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao was very much out farming, and Wicked already losing a lot of hit points in that top lane, so again, showing the confidence they have early levels in Yorick.
And bottom, they got the double golems, but they haven't aggressed anything before level 2, so Woong happily free farming that lane. And it's tricky for Yellow Pete. He did have that comeback on Kog'Maw, but every time he's been on Ezreal this tournament, he has gotten out-farmed and generally had to stall and kind of wait for his team to create form. And with the Soraka lane, there's just going to be more of that. It is about the farming for him, and he has to prevent Alistair, Misfortune, an extremely aggressive lane, from getting on top of him.
And you know, we're seeing Crepo here on Soraka. It's something he is very comfortable with. I mean, he used to constantly be that strong Soraka player. Obviously, they've won the coin toss. They've got the blue side. So this is probably why they pulled it straight out here. Shy's going to get dived on. A good knock back there. You can see the twisted advance. He should get the knock up. Will he be able to walk away from this one? Shy's going to have flash available. I believe he's just burnt it out. He's going to get dropped down. First blood for Snoopy. Very nicely played in that top lane. And that should snowball for Wicked in the top down.
Great gank. They did burn everything, but it was absolutely worth it. The lane gank, brute force. Shy did not expect them to come up from there, and it burned his flash, so he's going to be very vulnerable throughout the rest of this. Snoopy could very well go straight back there and try the same gank again, because they can pull that off almost whenever they want. It's going to be trouble there for Shy early on.
The bottom lane, oh, that's an open out Templar trying to get on Froggen's action. Of course, he doesn't let anyone take the race, not even his own jungler. Meanwhile, down that bottom lane, the ping's gone down. What is Yellow Pete? Is he just simply saying, yep, they are in this bush, we're aware of it? It's that dangerous situation. Ooh, Mad Life is sat. He wants to get on it. Instead, he is going to show himself in a couple of shots in the back there from Yellow Pete. Just trying to force him out of that bush. So the mid lane is currently 30 to 38. Froggen winning in the CS, something he couldn't do against WE Messiah.
And that's a good start for Froggen. Karthus and Morgana is a farm out lane, and there were not enough wards here. Snoopy coming around again for Shy. Shy has no flash.
Snoopy coming around. There's going to be the sapling going down. Twisted advance knocks him back again. Wicked's going to get the knockback. This should be another kill. And Shy is in all manner of trouble here. Who's going to pick it up? He's going to have Cloud Templar coming around, tried to support him, but Wicked picks up the kill once again. 1-0-1, both those now. That's going to help out the jungler as well as the AD carry, the top lane bruiser.
And just look around the map for Azubu Frost right now. That only good ward for them on the map is that one in the top lane river, but Snoopy was able to sneak around. This is sometimes a ward mid can save your top laner's life, and Azubu Frost did not have it there. If they had the ward on CLG EU's jungle exits like most teams do. They would have seen Snoopy enter the jungle and sneak around, but since they didn't, it cost Shy his second death of the game, and that is a great start for CLG EU. When they come out ahead in the early game, it is really difficult for teams to come back on them. I've almost never seen it.
So top lane could be in trouble. Certainly seems to be brutalized, being picked up by Wicked there. In terms of the jungle, I mean, we're seeing an Oracle, a very early Oracle here from Snoopy.
This is trying to snowball early, but the thing is, this isn't even a naked Oracles. He does have that Philosopher's Stone. It's because he picked up the early kills, and when Maokai starts the game early, he's one of the best junglers in the game. There's not many wards, to be honest, for him to go clear out. He's going to go get them now, but Shy is going to be incredibly vulnerable because with Snoopy having that Oracles, there's no way he can protect against the ganks. They'd have to essentially counter-gank them with Cloud Templar. Once Shen is level 6, they will be able to turn some of these things, but that early Oracles for Snoopy is going to do so much. Maokai, one of the best snowballing junglers in the game, to be quite honest.
This bottom lane actually very even. We're just going to see Yellow Pete go back and buy, so we'll see what he picks up off the back. You can see that's going to be a double Doran's and a Boots, along with a pink ward picked up by Gunwung.
Pink ward by Gunwung, and that's just warding by committee. We saw WE pretty much let FCZF get everything. Different strategy here by Zubu Frost. With the pink ward, they're looking for control of the brush. Alistair loves to camp, and then he'll headbutt Pulverize out of it. They're making sure that they don't have anything down bottom, and Shy is in big trouble. Wicked turning into a huge lane bully, and that's what's going to happen when you die twice early on to a Jace.
He's just absolutely bullying him. We are seeing an early fade straight away coming out. No Doran's Blades, so Yellow Pete feeling very confident in that bottom lane. Going to go for a Trinity Force directly, and look at that. Shy just absolutely forced away in that top lane. And again, Snoopy creeping around. He's in the tri-bush, going to go around. Honestly, there's no reason why they shouldn't lane dive this one.
Rapids, Cloud Templar trying to get level 6 as quickly as possible. He's not going to make... No, he just did get level 6. If they lane dive this, they could try to turn around with the channel. Here it comes.
And Yorick hasn't got his ultimate. That's going to be Wicked. Wicked taking a lot of damage. Wicked will go down. And that was a really good turnaround. Shy coming in there to help out. Cloud Templar, sorry, coming in to help Shy out there. And really very successful defense.
Now was Cloud Templar's plan. He had to rush to level 6 because that was the only way he was going to be able to defend his top laner Shy. They knew that the Oracles was getting cleared out, and here we see a potential invade by Froggen, but that's not going to be able to do much. Farming out that mid lane, still very even. Really had to give it to Cloud Templar, knowing the only way he can protect his top laner was to get level 6 as soon as possible, and he did just that.
So potential overconfidence, maybe? How would you give that one? Mid lane has been pushed. We're seeing Morgana heading south here, along with Snoopy. I think they may try and make an attempt. No, he's just saying, I'm going to take your race against Snoopy. I know you stood right next to him, but I'll keep on that tax.
I think that was overconfidence by CLG. It's strange because we saw, even in their first game against WE, the double tower dive on the Wicked, the second one got turned around by a global ult, and they didn't necessarily see it coming. Now the next time they do it here, there's the Rapid Star ult on Karthus as well that could come in anytime they try to go aggressive. The Alistair MF, Woong, starting to get a slight lead onto Yellow Pete. If they try to get aggressive, Snoopy clearing out those wards. If Snoopy goes in, there will be the Requiem coming in. They have to be very careful in almost every lane right now.
So Woong just using that pink ward to clear out that bottom lane. Snoopy is going to sneak across, but in fact he will pick up the purple ward. So that purple ward just been placed by Woong there, has been taken out already. Aggressive stuff from Froggen in that mid lane, forcing Rapid Star back. He has got Wicked coming down, which means the Dragon is almost certainly on the cards for CLG here. And Snoopy, again, with that Oracle, clearing out the wards. So everything now completely clear. We've got 5 members of CLG all in the river.
And they have to be careful. This Dragon looks like it's going to be... If Cloud Templar goes in for a steal here, it's going to be very aggressive. That's the only thing they can get. They can't win a team fight here. It looks like he might try to steal though, but CLG trying to zone them out.
So you can see the Misfortune ultimate. Here comes the Karthus ultimate. Will it be enough? Do they manage to get the steal? No, they do not. Snoopy gets it. They're going to turn the attention. That's going to be a kill. Rapid Life, Mad Life getting on towards Snoopy. That's an Oracle burn. That's a good turnaround. Cloud Templar's going to go down. Wicked's got away with this one. Crepo might get dropped. Woong's on the back of Froggen. You will get in there. Mad Life taken very low. Hasn't got his ultimate available. Forces the flash from Froggen there. And Woong might be able to pick up on Wicked here. He's going to get another shot. Will it be enough on the turret? Has he got enough to take it? No. Wicked has baited him in. If we could get the camera back down there, we can see they're going for it. On towards the champions. Damn it. Woong's taken down very low. We missed all the action, but he was almost dead on the back. And you can see Froggen is trying to push the pace there.
That was a bit of an overdrive, and I was so surprised that Azubu Frost went into that. They got enough damage out with the Misfortune ultimate that they went in for a 4v5. Keep in mind, that entire time, Shy was pushing the top lane, so he's actually surpassed Wicked in minion kills. Now, CLG did get the Dragon, but that fight was even in most regards, and CLG was lucky to get away with their lives there. Really close fight, and that shows the absolute aggression from Azubu Frost. Really, Moscow 5 is one of the only other teams that will fight down men if they see that window. And that's just a preview of things to come for Azubu Frost, because that fight was well played.
Was well played, but the gold advantage is slightly in favor of CLG EU at the moment. Remember, they did get the Dragon. Was it worth losing the Oracle, though, on Snoopy?
That's going to be tricky. The great thing about that is he did have the Philosopher's Stone. He does have a Heart of Gold right now. He lost the Oracle, but he's not too far behind, because you look at the total gold flow, and he's about 400 ahead of Cloud Templar overall, which is the cost of that Oracles. So losing that does set him back, but it doesn't put him behind Cloud Templar.
Yeah, and you can see the gold difference. Snoopy obviously slightly ahead at the moment. Looking at the top lane, Wicked is definitely ahead in the gold there. No surprise, did pick up a couple of kills. AD-wise, Misfortune, Gunwung are definitely ahead on that one. But Froggen is a long way ahead, though. Froggen could get jumped on here. Cloud Templar's going to come round. Pulls the Black Shield out. Pops his ultimate. Can he turn this into a kill? I'm not too sure. Rapid Star's definitely the target. Rapid Star's going to get taken very low. Cloud Templar using the ultimate to save Rapid Star. Oh! And Froggen dodging out away there. Is the sapling going to get on, though? It didn't go for Rapid Star. Went for Cloud Templar instead. Drew that aggro. And the Ezreal ultimate from Yellow Pete, not quite enough to catch onto them.
65 health there. Froggen living off of the Spell Vamp, and that Abyssal Scepter Rush coming in to fruition there. All the damage from Shen and Karthus was mostly magical. He was barely able to stay alive, and the turn was so close by Snoopy. They're taking a lot of tower damage after that fight, and here comes a Karthus ult. I don't know what it's going for. Maybe bottom? Top? Not quite sure there. Could have just been used to push him off the tower.
It may well just be pushed him off the tower. It definitely wasn't for Wicked there. He was pushing on towards Shy, probably to get them off that middle turret. Froggen was taken fairly low on the back of it. Was expecting to see whether Gunwung was going to turn something on towards Yellow Pete, but it didn't manage to turn into anything. 13 minutes gone in this game. Just 1k difference. 3-2 in kills. No turrets at all. Very tight game.
And how is CLG EU going to progress in this game without Karthus? Because they are so comfortable just playing that style. The front line / mid line of Karthus makes it protect the AD carry, because if, for instance, if CLG EU wants to get onto Woong, they have to go through the Karthus defile, and that is an extremely hard thing to ignore. On top of that, you'll have the bullet time coming out from MF. It's actually a very strong teamfight phase from Azubu Frost, which is out of CLG EU's comfort zone. If they have the most confidence going late game, but comp-wise, it's actually going to be fairly close and well fought. This could really just come down to perfect execution in teamfights and the smallest things. The post-game interview, actually, Crepo ended up saying, Azubu Frost is one of the best team-fighting teams, and we think we're one of the best team-fighting teams. It could just come down to straight-up execution by the end of it.
Yeah, just a case of who would come and approach it either side. Very detailed and very respectful, I got to be honest, from both teams. As it is at the moment, the bottom lane is definitely being won by Gunwung. 127 to 103 CS. Mid lane, we are seeing Froggen slightly ahead. We saw how aggressive he was feeling. We're seeing him right again here. Puts the Black Shield out there, pops the ultimate on towards Rapid Star, tries to dodge those layaways. Has he got enough? No, he hasn't. The Dark Binding caught onto a minion there, and they both back away from that one. Yeah, neither player wanted to budge there. They were just like, we are going to duel this one out. Straight up 1v1, no junglers anywhere near. Shen ultimate wasn't available, just went straight fight.
And quite honestly, that minion saved Rapid Star's life. If he hit the Dark Binding inside of the Tormented Soul, he would have been done. And this bottom lane has really started the turn for Azubu Frost. That impure shots from Misfortune is negating a lot of the de-aggroing of Soraka's heal. It's healing for half as much. They aren't able to just brawl them. Even with that early phase, they're just getting out-pushed. Woong and Madlife controlling the brushes a lot, just keeping them pushed back to the tower, and aside from that, they can't create much. Cloud Templar now with an Oracle's Elixir trying to create a lot for his team. The top lane is actually equalized during that Dragon when Shy was able to free farm, and also during that tower dive. He clawed his way back into that game, and that's the mark, potentially, of some of the better top laners, is when they fall behind, they know how to claw back. And the fact that he's come back from 0-2 really speaks volumes to his skill up there.
Minion boots being picked up here by Wicked. Definitely something we haven't seen him take, I don't think, on Jace. Just keeping my eye across the board. Now, we did see that Phage being picked up very early by Yellow Pete. I don't think he's backed since then. So we'll see where he's going to go. Probably a Zeal, I would guess. No, it's going to go straight Sheen. Okay, has of course got that Vampiric Scepter in there. Has had it for a while. So no surprise. Wants to put just a little bit of proc damage on towards Gunwing. Gunwing also backing off. Probably got enough for a PF sword maybe now. And that's going to be Wicked catch on towards Rapid Star. Trying to force them back. Dragon is available shortly. There is just spawned up. Ping goes down. And that immediately means they're going to push through. Of course, they could go for the middle turret.
We could also see a big fight around Dragon here because this time both teams want to engage. The fact that Azubu Frost was almost able to 4v5 them in that fight was big, but with this, all the poke that CLG has come out with has taken Rapid Star to half health. He's just running up towards his blue buff right now. If we can get a look at that, but they're not necessarily in position to teamfight with how low Rapid Star is. This is going to cause CLG to ping down on the Dragon, but they're going back with Froggen as well right here. This is most likely going to be a fight around the Dragon. It could just take a lot of time to develop because neither of these teams wants to engage. Another great poke by Wicked. Look at Rapid Star's health up by the race. That acceleration gated Shock Blast is really chunking him down.
So Rapid Star's going to have to back out here. You can see Froggen returning to lane. Yellow Pete, meanwhile, is down farming down that bottom lane. Getting all the free farm. Cloud Templar's going to clear out the wards that had been placed there. But Yellow Pete is taking advantage of this to try and claw back some of that CS score against Gunwing. You can see it's a 20 difference he was. It's down to 10 already. Definitely catching in things. Cloud Templar, though, trying to clear out. And you can see Yellow Pete saying no. Tri-Bush Ward, that's safe.
That mid-tower's going down.
The mid-turret has gone down. Wicked's picked that one up. Actually, Crepo gets the last hit. Scumbag Crepo always does. And that is definitely going to make CLG say, now we have complete focus on this mid lane, the Dragon.
And there's a big wave pushing up top, so if they force the Dragon over here, they're going to lose a lot of that experience from the top lane. But because they are poking around this, neither team actually seems to want to start on the Dragon because of the damage it could deal to them. I'd expect Azubu Frost to actually start something here. They do have sort of the strength here with the Misfortune. They're just worried about the poke, especially with Snoopy, who going back to base there. They're sending Cloud Templar up to the top lane to get that experience. He can always come down with the Shen ult. And this is a bit of a stall out by both teams. Normally it's CLG EU creating this, but a lot of this is actually on the tails of Azubu Frost's actions.
Yeah, we just got a glimpse of Madlife missing the pulverize, trying to go maximum distance on Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete already arcane shifted away in reaction, but did just miss out on it. CLG now in that stronger position. There is no wall placement, there's just that singular one down the side. Can they catch on to Gunwing? No! Wicked using a flash to try and get around to him, but the dive points on Madlife, forcing the ultimate from Madlife straight away. Gunwing trying to possess him, trying to force him back, and Wicked there tried to hit out. And that means Madlife is going to be very low for this potential fight. Froggen just waiting, trying to throw out that Dark Bindage blindly into the Tri-Bush, not landing anything. And they are going to pull out the Dragon.
And Woong has no flash for this engagement, but Rapid Star flashing into this Defile!
They're going to go straight into it. Rapid Star will get dropped. Misfortune trying to get the ultimate straight across. He does successfully do that. Rapid Star has gone down. That's going to be the Yorick ultimate used up, and they Dark Binding him. He's not going to be able to do anything from it, and that is going to be the Requiem going out. Not a lot coming from it. Rapid Star, of course, is just a ghost. He will drop down, tries to land more spells, but they did pick up the Dragon. That was nicely played by Azubu Frost there. Managed to get that Dragon despite the fact and not using Shen's ultimate.
And they got the turret. The ultimate was used by Shen. He just didn't teleport in because they killed him before he could get there. Everything got dumped down onto Rapid Star, but because of the Yorick Ghost, they zoned them out long enough to take the Dragon. So honestly, sacrificing Rapid Star's life for a Dragon and a turret pulls them even in gold. And with that as well, Woong continuing to outfarm Yellow Pete. This has been a problem for them almost this entire tournament. These Asian AD carries have been dominating Yellow Pete's lane. Woong, no exception. He's going to be getting that Infinity Edge quite shortly.
Yeah, the light's going wild in the venue here. Dazzling even me as we stand and watch this game. 20 minutes gone. You guys are really in for a pleasant surprise when you get here. It's not so much a surprise. Most of you have seen the construction underway. So I expect the atmosphere in here, Jap, will be absolutely outstanding. Funny to hear, actually, we were backstage with the players. The players were chanting TPA.
That's a strange thing for them.
A lot of them there's a lot of Asian teams.
There's been so much Moscow 5 domination for this too, and TPA really proving that the rest of the world is quite strong as well. And no better than that, just because of how well they beat Najin and how much they destroyed. I mean, they didn't destroy Moscow 5, but in those last two games they looked
the second
really
game they
damn
absolutely
strong.
destroyed them. Yeah, I mean, they really did look very good. So Azubu Frost and CLG, they are trying their best to make it to that grand finals on October 13th. 5 p.m. Pacific time here. And that's going to be Cloud Templar getting caught out by the Dark Bunny. They're not going to follow up, though. It was an Oracle. They really wanted to get the kill, but honestly, they didn't know the position of everyone else. But certainly with the Kalthus just off the side there, Froggen continues to be that farming machine. 199 CS to 172 has gone towards the Zhonya's Hourglass. Pretty standard builds across the board, I think we'll find.
The big thing here is the Aegis of the Legion on Snoopy does give him a bit of team fight advantage. And here comes a fight by Mad Life. No, he's really just harassing with Headbutt and Pulverize. The disengage by CLG EU, as they pretty much always do, they just say, hey, let's fall back, worked wonders in the last Dragon fight despite losing the objectives. So much of this is on Azubu Frost. Wicked pushing down the bottom turret. They're applying a bit of pressure, but this game is one of the closest CLG EU games I think I've seen this tournament.
So the question is, when we start moving into the late game, which we're at 21 minutes, mid-game currently on, CLG tend to turn the tables here. Wicked continuing to pressure and picking up that bottom turret. That is 2-1 in terms of turret. CLG now with that advantage. Of course, the mid turret is the big important one, which they did take down earlier on when they were trying to force that dragon. We're seeing Froggen just off to the side. The wall of pain catching on towards Yellow Pete there. I think they're just trying to bait something in here. CLG EU want to cause a fight here, it seems. And there it is. Madlock gets in. The Pulverize comes down. Hasn't used the headbutt yet. That's going to be the Gunwung using the ultimate across there from Misfortune. The Ezreal ultimate forcing them back as well. But not a great deal. Nobody really dropping below half health there. You can see the accelerator gate. They do catch Rapid Star down a little bit there. And the Yorick ultimate was forced. Very nicely played.
And these fights, it's Zubu Frost really trying to force on, and CLG EU just disengaging, and now the poke is on. This is how they're going to try to win this game. Not team fighting, and then out-poking them. Those Shock Blast acceleration gates crushing. If they land a Dark Blinding with one of that, it's going to be a kill. And this is how they want to play this. They're getting the tower because they avoided the engagement, they poked them down, and they're going to try and repeat this again and again to grind out a victory here. This is what they wanted to do. This is how they play. How many times have we said CLG wants to grind out a victory, but we just saw it because that was everything Azubu Frost tried to dump into that last engagement, and they didn't even get close to a kill. They burned almost everything on that engage, and they got poked right back, lost a tower. They might get a little gun shy here because that hurt them. They need to find a way of flanking. They need to find a new way of team fighting. This is looking good for CLG.
It is, and it's actual early aggression, I guess you could say. Certainly early from the CLG terms.
It is.
They are definitely turning the tables here, and the poke gain, again, coming on. Honestly, I'm not too sure Azubu Frost want to fight for this one. There's a couple minions there. They should take advantage of it. They've caught Cloud Templar and the Dark Bindings, and again, he is unable to get involved in this fight. CLG EU just going to wait for the next wave to come up there. We'll get a couple more pokes onto it.
And poke is actually, even though CLG is a late game team, a bit of a mid-game strategy. The poke is only as strong as the time of the game. Froggen trying to come around the side, but they have wards to check it out. Wicked just spamming those spells onto the tower, and it looks like they're going to be able to take it down again because Azubu Frost right now doesn't have an answer for this poke. As long as they stay here, it's shown they can engage team fights, and the longer they wait in the turret, the lower they get. So they're eventually going to have to back off here.
Yellow Pete actually trying to bait something out, and there it is, the flash taunt from the Cloud Templar, but they immediately disengage. They just back away and say, fine, we will poke you again. And honestly, they are quite happy to just keep forcing him back there. Cloud Templar again taken down. There's the wall. That's surely going to be Gunwung going down. They would just turn everything towards him. Yes, they will. That's the Yorick ultimate dropped on him, and they just back off, say thank you very much. We've picked up a kill. We are not in trouble any way, shape, or form. Very, very well executed by CLG EU. They will take the tower off the back of this one. They're going to go in there. Cloud Templar's got to be careful he doesn't get caught out. Yellow Pete will hit the damn tower.
This is great for CLG EU. We've seen some poke comps executed well in the past, but this one in particular is a little bit better because they have such a strong team fight if they do actually get engaged on. Normally, Morgana, Maokai, Jace are actually very good at initiating. It's just the disengage. A lot of their ability with this comes from how good CLG EU is at disengaging. They have so much defense here. The Maokai ultimate on top of the Aegis, on top of the Soraka aura, on top of her global healing. It's just Azubu Frost really has to try hard to get in here, but CLG is going to continue and disengage. The blue buff coming into Froggen, that top tower, going to be their next target because they push down 2 in the mid and in the bot. Those 2 on the top are going to be next to fall for CLG.
So the Dragon is available. I think Pete just backed off. You can see that he put the sapling down. He's going to be well aware of Mad Life coming around there. Would have seen him putting that ward down. CLG EU, 26 minute gone. It's 5-2 up. Have the advantage. And we do not see CLG EU throw away these advantages. I'm hard pressed to think that the last time in the mid game they have this such huge advantage that they lost the game.
In all honesty, Game 3 of the OGN Finals against Azubu Frost was actually turned around on them. They had a lead and they gave it away. Really, the only team to ever come back on CLG EU was Azubu Frost. Can they do it again? They're certainly the ones who know how, but CLG knows how that happened to them. And here, they knew CLG might have been pushing top. They get this dragon for free, but they're eventually going to trade this tower. And after they get this dragon, Azubu has to go defend. That turret's already going to be gone.
The turret is going on. You can see the Wicked and Froggen already on there. Yellow Pete was coming around the side. He's going to try and collapse on towards Shen. Shen's just going to back away. Instead, they're going to go around. Is Red available? Red is not available, so they're going to keep driving on. Cloud Templar is coming on. Can they catch someone through the jungle? You can see Froggen just around their side there. Catches Mad Life with the Dark Binding. And that means they're going to be coming around the side. Do they want to defend this one? That's the question. CLG EU just poke them down. They did exactly the same thing on the bottom lane.
Azubu already down 5 turrets to 1, and if they're not careful, it's going to be 6, but really, they don't have a good way of defending this. Look at the poke, the Dark Binding, the Tormented Soil, the Shock Blast Acceleration Gate, and really, Azubu's tried so many times to fight them. Now they've already been poked down, there's no way they're initiating this fight. This turret is surely going to fall. They're trying to split push with Cloud Templar, but they're going to lose some members here.
They've gone for a Shy. He's going to go down. He's been silenced and he will get dropped eventually. No! Oh, thought he got away with that one. But you can see just the man got him from the Tormented Soil, and Froggen pushes forward. And now they're in a 4-on-5 situation.
CLG EU might dive this because they know Cloud Templar is pushing mid. They know they have a man advantage. And this could actually be some aggression. Look at Wound getting extremely low. They might just try to take this turret and inhib.
They tried to go for Woong now with the Ezreal True Shot Barrage. Doesn't matter, they could get the inhibitor turret. They will, they've turned it into a real good push here. Still, Shy is in that mid lane. He's going to have to come back. He's taking that turret in the middle. But honestly, trading an inhibitor for an in-outer turret, that's craziness.
That's almost a panic move. They thought they'd be able to hold the inhibitor because they knew that they just get out-poked when they sit there. They were hoping CLG was going to try to do an extended dive, but then when Shy got caught out like that, there's no way they could hold with 3, even 4 members. They would have lost the team fight, and if they would have gotten aced on that inhibitor, that would have been a 28-minute defeat for them. They need CLG EU to make a mistake because that poke so far has been flawless. They need to catch them out at Baron or something creative because CLG EU probably isn't even going to go for Baron. They know how well they poke down at these turrets. They're going to have super minions over in that top lane. If they go for the bottom tower and just rinse and repeat what they've been doing already, I don't see what Azubu Frost does to stop it. They're going to try an all-out, absolute last-ditch effort at initiating when they get to that turret, because other than that, they're just getting starved out of their turrets right now.
We're already seeing that Yellow Pete, with that Trinity Force, already nearly got the Infinity Edge as well. 103, 218 CS, 242 CS for Gunwoo. Gunwoo definitely got a good build on. The problem is the rest of his team are really fighting against an uphill struggle here. The poke comp coming out. Wicked Yellow Pete just throwing it out there. And again, Froggen catching out Shy with that Dark Bindings. Really has been key to setting up the kills, key to setting up the poke. Once someone's Dark Binding, I mean, it's so easy for Wicked to just hit them.
And there's not even an Oracles right now on Azubu Frost. Their Oracles is on Cloud Templar off farming. So they're trying the last-ditch initiation here. Can they get it? There's a disengage coming already.
Because the Yorick Ultimate used on Rapid Star, they've just backed straight away. They can do it so quickly. We saw it in the Team WE game, or sorry, Game 2 or whatever you want to call it. If you guys can cast your mind back, they definitely managed to disengage. They had the Wall of Pain, they had the Acceleration Gate, and again, they just managed to get straight away. Shrevery popped away, and the Acceleration Gate, they just walked straight away. And now Azubu Frost completely separated. COG's going to get in, going to hit this turret. It's already half health. They should be able to shred it down. Mad Life's trying desperately to keep them there. Headbutt Pulverize going down. Actually, they missed the headbutt when Wicked just with the Dark Shield, keeping them at bay. Again, the poke coming out. Wicked and Yellow Pete just absorbing the damage on towards Cloud Templar, doing as much as he can, but honestly, there's only so much tanking you can do against this poke.
A well-executed poke comp is one of the most hopeless things to fight against because you try to initiate and you know it's going to get punished. You try to sit in the tower and that gets punished as well. This turret now at half health. The next Dark Bind that lands will either be the turret or a team fight victory. There it is. He's now at half health. He's trying to take out wards, but he's at half health. all of their team getting lower and lower, the turret getting lower and lower, CLG EU just sitting pretty, safety with the Black Shield, with their disengage. They're trying to use everything to keep them off this turret, but it's only a matter of time until this turret falls and CLG takes their second in hit.
And it just needs one more hit. There it is from Yellow Pete, goes up, hits that turret out, and what is Zuby Frost going to do about this? They are in desperate trouble. There's a huge creep wave on the bottom lane as well. CLG EU could be able to turn this one around in a matter of seconds. Cloud Templar's gone down there to try and clear it out. It means the inhibitor's going to go down. They're going to turn on towards Cloud Templar. Cloud Templar's got to be careful. He's going to get Flash Ultimate on them. That's the Dark Binding lands. Cloud Templar drops an Oracle down. That is the least of their worries though, because CLG EU are ripping through them. You can see they're trying to turn back on, and a quick disengage from CLG EU. So quick to just back away from all the damage of Azubu Frost, and they are helpless against CLG EU right now.
And this is Jace in a lot of ways. The acceleration gate is the key to their disengagements. Obviously the Black Shield helps, and there goes Woom. There goes the tower. They're big team fight here.
Big team fight is definitely going to go CLG EU's way. Rapid Star already dropped the Yorick Ultimate on him. They're going to separate away from Rapid Star. Wicked might go down from this one. Mad Life will get dropped as well. He's sounding the pull. Froggen turns around. Yellow Star. Yellow Pete will go down. Sorry, Yellow Star's on a completely different team. Shy may be able to pick up a couple of kills here. On the back, you can see he's going to try and desperately get on towards Snoopy. This could turn around, but no! Froggen is there again. Just enough mana to land the Dark Binding, and CLG walk away.
And that was a 3 for 2, so it looked like they might lose a team fight there, but they actually came out ahead. 9 turrets down, 2 dead inhibitors, the last one being exposed. Shen desperately fighting against these 2 Nexus turrets. The Baron is a free choice for CLG EU now. Only 32 minutes into the game, and they've pushed and obliterated Azubu's Frost base. They do not have an answer for this poke. Brilliant team composition thus far from CLG EU, and that practice against Taipei Assassin seems to have paid off in spades, because they've only been practicing this comp for 2 days. Imagine if they have 4 days for the World Finals coming up after this.
Absolutely. The question is, what will Azubu Frost do to react to this one? It's looking like CLG EU are almost certainly going to close this game out. How do you react? Do you react to a comp that you probably won't see next time around? Because I'm going to guess, I'm going to throw it out there, CLG EU probably only had this plan for blue side.
There could be a good chance. I actually think this comp would work regardless of side. There's nothing unique about it. They're now down on the Baron. Look at that Dark Binding. Mad Life can't even get close. Everyone else has to sit in the base defending turret. They might try last ditch effort. They might try last fight. But if they do, they're so weak at this point because of all the turrets and all the poke. And they can't even look at Baron now because the Dark Bindings like an assassin are coming out from Froggen. And this Baron looks like it's going to fall. There's nothing they can do up against it.
You can see Gunwung, I think he's maybe trying to attempt putting the ulti across, but if he got caught in that Dark Binding, he would go straight down. Froggen really is an assassin. Sniper landing it. Gunwung's got to be careful. He's just stood there and the Dark Binding going through. They're, of course, on top of that ward, and the rest of the team having to back away from this one helplessly against CLG EU coming in with that Baron team. You can see the damage coming out from Wicked. He's got that Bloodthirst and that last Whisper, the Brutalizer, Ionian Boots. He's just getting the reset, just constantly pumping out the damage there. Again, hitting Mad Life and Cloud Templar. Shy's trying to get in, trying to force the damage, but while they do this, Super Minions now coming through that mid lane as well, just forcing them back. Froggen again off the side there, just waiting to land that Dark Binding. If it were to hit someone right now, they would go down.
And they're just slowly poking down at this inhibitor. They know that Azubu Frost going to get sucked away to defend their inhibitors. Cloud Templar had to go to the bottom. He's clearing. If he wants to go back in, he's going to need a Shen ult. And that inhibitor is essentially indefensible. If they couldn't defend turrets that would fight back for them, how are they going to defend inhibitors against this poke? And this is relentless. Another last-ditch initiation. Can they get it?
Well, Mad Life's going in there. They're trying to get on towards Wicked. Wicked might be able to flash across here. I'm not too sure whether he's got it better. I think he just used it a second ago. They're going to try and capture on towards Wicked. They're doing everything they can. They do manage to get Wicked. Gunwung turning around. He's going to pop his ultimate. Oh no! Interrupted it straight away. Snoopy there straight away. Twisted advance. And that's going to be Gunwung going down. Cloud Templar's trying to back away from this one. He's been silent. He gets twisted advance. He gets knocked up. Rapid Star with the Yorick ultimate across him. That's going to be the ultimate coming out there. Is it enough? No, Sonya's Hourglass from Froggen. Shy's going to get dropped. That's going to be Yellow Pete doing all the damage. Now he Arcane shifts through. They're going to try and close on towards Mad Life. Mad Life is not being able to get it towards it. The turret here. Twisted advance, followed by Dark Bindings. He is dead. It's a 4 for 1, and they're going straight for the Nexus turrets.
That Karth Assault fizzled. He either died or that was a Yorick Ghost coming out. Either way, it would not have mattered in the grand scheme of the team fight. Brilliant execution by CLG EU, taking the first game, and this was commanding a total victory by CLG EU.
14-5, 11-2 in turrets. It is very rare that you see such a massive, massive gap from a 35-minute game by CLG EU. Turning the tides. Tremendous performance there in game one.
One more.
They told us about this tactic 20 minutes ago, or well, 20 minutes before the game. While Taipei Assassins were beating Moscow at 5, they said, we've got a brilliant tactic we are going to use.
And that was brilliantly executed on top of it. You could see Azubu Frost was not expecting that level of poke and coordination and almost aggression from CLG EU. Even though they weren't aggressively starting team fights, they were aggressively pushing towers and objectives. They can't let them get Jace. I think he's the linchpin of that strategy. It's the majority of their poke and the majority of their disengage. They have first pick in the next game. Expect CLG to either ban it or get it taken by Azubu Frost because they're not letting that happen to them again. Azubu Frost is too smart for that.
The question is, who do you leave available if you ban for Jace? I mean, Aurelia? I don't think so. So it's going to be an Aurelia and Jace straight away. Anivia? So what do they leave available now? Oriana's out there, but you know, with the first pick, I would expect probably CLG would be forced to use that as a ban. What else do they go for? They've let them have Alistair. Mad Life on Alistair, normally fantastic. Couldn't get involved because that poke strat, they just kept them at range.
And even with all that, the Black Shield was blocking a lot of his initiations. He didn't have enough damage to break through it. I think they let them get Aurelia or Anivia, in all honesty, because that was hopeless for Azubu Frost. They had no answer whatsoever. They've played against Anivia. They can maybe pick it away. Rapid Star knows how Anivia works. They know how to create. They know how to split push. They don't know how to defend against that. If they do, it could be something like Skarner Morgana to initiate hard, but really, I just don't think they're going to let that happen to him again.
So, Azubu Frost, they went 2-0 down in the OGN Champions, came back and won 3-2. They are now 1-0 down to CLG EU. They've not got the benefit of a best of 5. They are not in the finals just yet, where they will get a best of 5. No blind pick, though. How do you turn this around? Because we just panned across them there, and honestly, their faces look pretty down.
They were down, and it's a matter of their mental toughness. They have it, and playing against a poke comp like that is demoralizing. You don't feel like you have an answer. We have a replay of this last push to just see how difficult it was for them to engage on them right here. So you can see they're just getting down the inhibitor, and it's like always a last-ditch effort, but they only land the pulverize on Wicked. The wall is disengaged. They couldn't get there. They're trying to push down onto Wicked, but look at this. Everyone on CLG is fairly safe. Everything is diving onto Wicked, and from there, Woon had to expose himself because he's the one dealing damage. He has to chase after. Snoopy gets him there in the back. Froggen killed Karthus, and this is what happened. That is a Karthus Ghost. Rapid Star starts to channel his ultimate here, but the Karthus Ghost, the York Ghost actually times out before it's able to get. And that might have been a kill onto Snoopy, but after all of that, even if they'd killed Snoopy, everyone was dead on them. Yellow Pete, Froggen, and Krepa would have had enough to finish this game. And that was just the end of a flurry of just draining starvation of their turrets. And there wasn't much they could do against it. I know I said it many times, but that's just how it must have felt for them, and that's probably why they're demoralized.
So you can see behind us just about, it's still pretty dark down there. There's a lot of lights flashing around, but the stage is getting pretty close. It's pretty close. That is where these guys, they want to be fighting for. They want that $1 million match. The question is, how will they get there? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a commercial. It's going to be CLG versus Azubu Frost. Game 2 coming up soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-finals. It is Azubu Frost versus COG EU. COG 1-0 up currently. But we'll get back to that in a moment. We've got some of the players are having a small break, which is what they're going to do. There's a high-pressure situation. I mean, I don't need to tell you guys, $1 million up for grabs, $2 million total prize, $250,000 for just coming second. $150,000 currently to the team, so they're already sitting pretty on $150,000, which honestly I'd be pretty happy with.
It's a pretty good chunk of change, and really, we already saw one team come back from a 1-0 here. It's not over by any means, and they're taking this absolutely seriously. Both these teams shown they can come back from any deficit. I'll give them a bathroom break for this.
And indeed, and Taipei Assassins came back from an absolute hiding to nothing by Moscow 5. Turned it around very quickly. So, ladies and gentlemen, when League of Legends fans add so much to these esports competitions, back at LA Live, we caught up with some of you guys, and there was a lot of you. We saw honeymooners, Australians, all sorts of people coming in, and we luckily got a chance to speak to many of you guys about the thrill of live competition and seeing their favorite pros in action.
League of Legends fans are the best fans in the world. We honestly are just so appreciative of all the fans that show up at our live events and watch our stream.
All right, I'm Cody, and we're at the World Championships playoffs.
I'm Izzy, and same. We are at the Season 2 finals, supporting TSM.
I'm rooting for Moscow 5.
People is so excited for the game. Even though they are not maybe the fans of M5, they are maybe not the fans of this team or that team, they want to watch the game because this is the thing.
My favorite player is X-Special, Alex Chu. He's a really talented support player, and I met him in real life, and he's a really nice guy.
Froggen, he's easily my favorite, obviously, because, well, a lot of people say I actually look like him. It's kind of funny.
They always have time to talk to their fans and take pictures and autographs.
We met all of Moscow 5. They had a little meet and greet, and that was unexpected completely. And then we met up with a rider, and it was just, it's so amazing.
The pro players really feed off of the energy. They're wearing their headsets, but they can hear people cheering, and they get excited by it. They really they feed off of the enthusiasm of the crowd.
They always cheer for somebody, some player or some team. It's so cool, and that adds so much to the competition. It's like a football match.
Man, they got outplayed.
Outplayed.
Well, what happened was we showed up. We had our friend from last night. He came with us, so we thought he was going to get the LOL thing painted on himself, but he backed out, so we didn't have an O, and it was just L and L, so it was kind of lame. So then
just walked into the venue. They were asking for a random O. I've never seen them before. They're just randomly shouting out, "We need to know, we need to know." Decided, might as well try to have some fun. Got my spray paint, ready to go.
Fans go crazy over all the swag that we're throwing out, and we love to shoot T-shirts out of our Kog'Maw cannon, which is probably the most fun thing I get to do. And
yes, the famous Teemo hat.
Teemo, my favorite champion. He was one of the first champions I played, and he's so cute. If you don't have one, you're not cool.
they can expect us to go bigger and better. We're so passionate about esports and delivering awesome stuff to our fans. This is why we're here.
And this is why we're here. CLG EU versus Zubu Frost, the semi-finals. 1-0 to CLG EU. Can a Zubu Frost come back from a deficit just like Taipei Assassins did against Moscow 5?
And they're going to have an answer to that poke comp. I'm not even... There's no way they let that get through again in the same way and don't counter it. So either they'll let it through and counter it, or CLG just not going to try it again.
So we're into the picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get things underway. And on your screens, Aurelia, the very first ban from Zubu Frost. No shock there. Jace been the ban against them all the way through. And like you just said, Jace has been banned out.
So really back and forth here. Anivia still on the board, and CLG EU actually banning it out themselves. Wow. They were looking to pick Anivia away from Zubu Frost, and they did not let that happen. That was really quick back and forth. CLG had their same scouting report,
Orianna.
Jax and Blitzcrank gone. Orianna is absolutely available, and boom, there it is.
Well, it has going to get locked in, but, well, Orianna, 100% record so far in this tournament. Whenever someone picks it, it has been an incredibly strong pick. What will they use alongside it, though? Will they use something to launch themselves in there with that ball, that Orianna ultimate? Skarner would be a great example. We've seen Skarner. I think Skarner was banned in the last game?
I think they just didn't.
No, I think CLG banned it against Cloud
That could have been it.
I'm pretty sure.
And on top of this, everyone in the Pro Players Lounge is just saying, Orianna, so much control. And it's just offensively, defensively, it's a little like Jason, the fact that she can speed up the entire team at once, but she can also just initiate all these fights. I know that toys on Orianna, 3v1s a lot of times. We've seen other members just kite entire teams with her. She's been so dominating this tournament. Azubu Frost with that Vladimir pick, that could go top lane or mid. What do they have to go up against Orianna? Here's a Nunu pick as well. There was so much value on Nunu and Orianna even in the last series, and we're seeing it transfer over into this. Of course, Nunu Cog. That is just what CLG runs when they have the opportunity to. That's a powerful lineup forming for CLG, and these picks are fast.
They've got the defensive line straight away. So, they've got the Skarner hook to just get him away from Kog'Maw. They've got the Ariana ultimate to get them away from Kog'Maw. Yellow Pete's just going to sit and farm in the background. They're going to get the Phantom Dancer. They're going to get Infinity Edge. They're going to end the game.
That's what they're going to want to do. The Sona ult Crescendo could come through and disrupt some of that, but we haven't seen teams get through Nunu Cog very well without insane split pushing, and that was Stanley's Nidalee. I don't see that in the cards right now for Azubu Frost, but these are power picks, in all honesty, out of Azubu Frost. These are what they like to play. The Ezreal, the Sona, Mad Life legendary for Sona in Korea. It was needing to get banned out a lot of times, even in the set they played in the OGN finals. One of the most aggressive, hardest to deal with bottom lane. Scar said in the interview, Ezreal Sona just almost impossible to deal with. Ari coming in, that's something they could dive through and potentially get to Kog'Maw. We haven't seen much Ari in this whole tournament, have we?
I'm just trying to think, is that the first Ari of the tournament at the semi-final stage? I don't even remember one before.
It might be.
And she's been such a strong champion. She used to get banned out regularly. And there's not really anything that you've done to us to put her off, but, well, that's an interesting one. The stat people out there, you guys, Numero Cruncher and everyone else, you guys will have to get back to us and check whether that has happened. Feel free to tweet us, of course, #LOLEsports. But honestly, I don't know. I can't think of that one. But what will CLG's final pick be for that top lane? It could well be Shen. That's a very good protective comp straight away. That would work brilliantly for this combo. They could get the Skarner launching in, Orianna launching in, Shen going straight in with the ultimate.
This is different than their previous Protect the Kog'Maw strategies, though, because the other ones were all about high damage and high threat. Orianna is burst and control. Shen is defense. It is about Kog'Maw being the primary damage source, which is a separate way of running Protect the Kog'Maw. The other one just being to try to blow them away with everyone. Azubu Frost does have the ability to get onto Yellow Pete and take him out. They're not worried about the attack speed slow. They're actually able to get in, around, and through the Nunu ultimate. This is a good composition by Azubu Frost. They need to win fast with this to win, but I think they have a chance of doing it.
They have a chance of doing it, so you're going to go with the Azubu Frost team comp versus the CLG team comp, despite the fact Orianna's with that 100% record is in there.
I have to do it just because they're picking a counter strategy to what CLG has tried to do, and they're really the first team that I think has the right counter strategy to actually get in on fights. I don't see CLG being able to disengage from Ari and Maokai both if they want to. If they win the straight-up brawls, they'll obviously win the game, but Azubu's ability to force in the mid-game is what they really need.
And of course, with the way the picks and bans went, we've heard it with listeners before, they would have known Orianna was coming, so they've dedicated that strategy to be against to counter Orianna. Could they be the first team to do that?
They better, because if they don't win this one, they're out. They're going to finish third, fourth. Sure, they'll get a nice chunk of change, but they won't have a chance at $1 million. We'd see a CLG EU versus TPA final. Let's hope they have the counter for their sake so we could see a Game 3.
So I'm not against either final, that's for sure. But we are getting into the games, ladies and gentlemen. It is underway. CLG EU versus Azubu Frost. CLG EU 1-0 up. If you've just joined us, Azubu Frost now as the blue side. Have they built a team to counter that Orianna of Froggen? Orianna 100% in this tournament, absolutely destroying the opposition so far. Big smiles across CLG EU's face there. Yellow Pete seems very happy with that. He's got a big grin across his face, as does Froggen. Will we see anything from level 1?
We see 5 members of Azubu Frost going up Wicked with the Scout, though. If anything happens, it'll be a trade of buffs, if I'm going to predict this. But CLG EU actually trying fairly hard to defend their own jungle. We do see Nunu and Kog'Maw going in down the bottom way, and they're scouting it very easily with the Orianna ball. They have those big smiles, because really, they're the ones with Orianna. They think they won that pick and bans, hands down. Most people were predicting that we'd never see another Orianna after her just repeated dominant performance. Azubu Frost letting it through. And level 1 does look like they're just repelling each other. Wards, Fear, no one really wanted to walk into the other team's brush.
So looking like CLG, you might go for the Wraiths. We can see the ward just aggressively in that Wraiths area. Pretty much identical wards back and forth, except Azubu Frost have put one in that tri-bush. Very early one in that top lane. Again, no boots from either supports. We are seeing a pink ward coming out, of course, from Crepo. We'll check that one out when he puts that down on that bottom lane, where I'm suspecting it will go in towards that tri-bush, maybe trying to help for an early gank coming out. But they are going to try and steal away the race. CLG EU backing up from this one. They don't feel they can do anything off the back and go straight in towards any level 1 fight.
And they actually have Nunu Cog up top taking the double golems. There's a ward on this red buff, so they'll see them taking it, and they'll know that they have 3 people here. They might try to scare them away. I don't think Azubu Frost is going to get scared. They're going to take this with Smite. Snoop is going to take his blue buff down on the other side, and this is actually a good start for Azubu Frost, because I don't know if Snoopy can actually get control of any of his other buffs based on the fact that they didn't counter invade a red. That could be an early game win for Azubu.
Could well be an early game.
Snoopy going for the red, however. They're going to expect him to come in here. I swear, they don't have any ward set up, though. And that's actually a CLG ward in that brush. He's popping potions. He's getting the race down, and they're actually going to let Snoopy just come through here. He's scared. He thinks they saw him. He's not even going to go for red. He's content with just the race steal.
So we can see the lanes setting up as they are. I would say standard lanes, because we're seeing the double AD support some top lane this time.
It's almost standard at the fact in this tournament. You see them against each other, whether it's in bottom or top. It is support AD versus support AD, and in that lane, especially up top, you do favor Woong and Mad Life right now. The Sona Ezreal, immense, incredible poke. And Azubu actually is a team that has went out and stated they don't think Nunu's strong. And that's in large part to Mad Life's skills on Sona and his ability to poke down Nunu lanes. Snoopy trying to go up top. Maybe, I think he's just clearing out his jungle. And really, Yellow Pete and Crepo have to survive that lane. There's a big advantage there, really, for Ez and Sona.
And here we are with the mid lane. Orianna versus Ari. Is Ari the answer to the Orianna puzzle?
It's going to be very tricky. Early on, they're just going to be shoving back and forth. We'll end up seeing it once they hit level 6. Ari, very good at roaming around to other lanes and creating action. They might just try to tower dive onto Kog'Maw, roaming up in the top lane. Maybe she'll just try to straight up solo Frog against Orianna. Ari is all about that early mid-game spike. If she can get there in a lead, that's when you'll see Rapid start trying to punish. It's just a matter of getting to that point. Snoopy, early on, shut down in the jungle. He's not going to have much early game presence. They are looking pretty good right now.
And of course, the bottom lane as well. It is the Shen versus Vladimir. I mean, that's a tough lane for Wicked to deal with, I would feel.
And even early on, it is ranged versus essentially melee, and Shy's Vladimir is an early game bully. Isn't always that way. A lot of things do shut down Vlad early, but definitely not Wicked Shen. Getting pressed around, 20 minions to 17. He's staying very even, but I think the overall pressure advantage definitely goes to Shy in that lane.
So Snoopy trying to get up towards the top lane, but Mad Life and Woong had that ward, and he's still going to get poked out, actually. Snoopy tried to just back away. You can see they shredded his health down to half straight away. Meanwhile, Cloud Templar sitting, waiting. Is he going to go for Frog?
Frog might want to flash him into the tower if he comes in.
He's going to go in. That's going to be the Twisted Fate. Pulls him all towards the tower. Has he got the damage to try and pull back onto Cloud Templar? He's just going to force away. But that was the flash burn there, and this big, huge creep wave on the bottom here for Wicked. He's happy to find the turret, though. He should be able to pick up most of the CS and deal with this.
And look at this. Snoopy coming out of base with 2 wards. He's going to try to save Froggen here. Froggen just had to burn his flash for that Maokai gank, so Snoopy needs to ward both of the entrances. He covers one himself in mid lane. Snoopy's going to cover the other. If he gets ganked again by Maokai and he's not in his tower, he is going to die unless Snoopy is there to save him. That's why he's bought the 2 early wards. Really, CLG trying to stall this one out. They know it's going to be a race against time, as it seems to always be for CLG. But if he flash ults or flash gets the gank right here, Froggen's going to die.
Froggen is very close. There's the flash. There's the twisted advance. So Snoopy's luckily there, but the charms landing across Froggen. Froggen will go down first blood to Rapid Star, and Snoopy was not quite there in time. He had just come down and put the ward at Wraiths, but it was not enough.
They didn't get the wards out soon enough, and Snoopy was not in position to stop that. That was brilliantly set up. One gank into the next, what we see so much. Snoopy still level 3, walking through a ward. Azubu Frost saw him, but they aren't backing out. They don't need to. Look how low CLG EU is. They're going to just try to poke back, and he can just escape this, it looks like.
Have they got enough? I don't think they have. Yellow Pete doesn't want to get close to this one, and Snoopy's taking a lot of damage. Immediately, they are really starting to struggle out in the lanes. Azubu Frost, we've seen it before, are very strong in that lane phase, and it's CLG EU that need the pressure on them.
And Rapid Stars level 6 trying to roam up into this top lane. They're going to just take this turret right here or tower dive. When they see that they've been gone, I expect them to just take an early turret. They're trying to jump on CLG. 1,400 gold lead already, and it's going to balloon if they're able to take this turret.
They are pressuring it. They are all over the turret. I'm not sure they got the creep wave to try and take it down. They're going to back away. Mad Lives is backing off. There is another wave coming in. If Woong wants to push for it, they could take it. But instead, they must want to keep this lane phase going.
And when you actually look at this here, 51 mini kills to Woong, 26 to Yellow Pete. So that's Sona Ezreal destroying their lane up top. They actually want to extend that for as long as possible. The bigger lead that Woong can get on Yellow Pete while they have this isolated 2v2, the better. They're winning every lane, really hands down. The gank onto Froggen. Snoopy's down in the jungle big because of the early game. Sona Ez, no way of CLG for dealing it right now. And even the bottom lane is the closest one, shy even in minion kills. That's going to be their really last hope to turn around. Wicked's going to have to Shen ult in and turn something, but that's just going to give them a lane advantage. This is looking great for Zubu Frost early, and they need it.
So potential early Deathfire Grasp going to come out from Ari. The first item's going to go for. The question is, how is Froggen going to deal with it? When Mercury Treads wanted to keep that charm down to a bare minimum. As it stands, Cloud Templar's really helped out with that Maokai. We saw it with Snoopy in the last game, how strong Maokai can be coming out to help with those ganks.
Especially when Maokai gets ahead early. They managed to invade red. There's actually I Will Dominate talking in the back saying, I see other teams play Maokai and he looks like the funnest thing in the world. It's because they protect him early game. He's actually one of the most snowbally junglers. The fact they're able to control buffs and get him the first blood means he's in complete control now. He has the Oracle's Elixir, Cloud Templar running up towards the top lane, going to be clearing out another ward and just keeping the pressure on this map in general. Froggen with those Mercury Treads, even though it's going to help him from ganks, it's going to completely kill his aggression and his threat for the foreseeable future until he gets a huge amount of ability power. This is an immense amount of Azubu Frost pressure, and I can't stress enough how important it is for them to strike soon.
So Orianna just got the blue buff, needs to be careful that Cloud Templar doesn't come around again. You can see he was just trying to pick up those wraiths. Froggen wanted to get on that, but Cloud Templar interrupting them. Yellow Pete and Creppo were ready for that one. They wanted to try and start something there. They are going to try and take the red buff away, which means they're going to help out. Is it going to be Yellow Pete that picks it up? We are seeing Snoopy coming round. Is he going to finish it off for them? Who they're going to give it to is going to be Yellow Pete, so they've realized they need the pressure. They need that extra damage on that top lane.
And this is really CLG looking for counter ganks. The reason they wanted to have Yellow Pete and Creppo down there is because they were hoping that they were getting invaded and Wicked would ult in. Snoopy just going back. This could be a dive onto Yellow Pete. Wicked could try to ult in, but that wouldn't be enough to save Yellow Pete if they get in here before Creppo gets back. They're not shoving the lane very fast, but they really want to kill him here.
Yeah, he is all on his own. We just saw Snoopy back off. The wave now coming in. Yellow Pete has got to be aware. Look at that.
They sense
Spider
it.
sense is coming in. But, oh, and he's hit level 6. Is it going to be enough to poke away? Ari's going to come around, and he's backed away. Wisely done there. Yellow Pete, Spider sense is tingling there. There was no vision at all. And we saw Snoopy go back on that corner. They're just going to have to give up the turret.
And with that, that's 2,500 gold advantage. Only 9 minutes, 40 seconds into the game. Cloud Templar more than happily holding off this mid lane. And Froggen, with the Mercury Treads, can't get aggressive. Ari, despite not roaming anywhere successfully yet, has a Deathfire Grasp at 10 minutes. That roam is going to be a kill when she gets somewhere. She is going to burst down whoever they eventually decide to tower dive. It could very well be Froggen. It's just a matter of CLG stalling. This ends up being the case every game because they are down early and there's no way they can fight now, especially with the way they're playing and especially with their itemization choices. It's all about Azubu Frost pressure here and now.
So CLG EU 1-0 up with a clever little poke comp in the first game. Can Orianna hold that 100% record for CLG EU, or have Azubu Frost figured out how to defeat them? As it is, it seems to be working very well. We see the lane swaps, we see the dragon push. And you can see Gunwoong now down that bottom. Wicked has just gone back. Azubu Frost has got this dragon completely for free.
And Woong's not even going to have to leave his lane. They're going to try to get another fast push tower down after this one. They're not even getting low on this dragon, really. So much healing coming out for Cloud Templar. 3,500 early game gold. This could be too passive for CLG EU. They've fallen so far behind. They haven't been able to counter any of their aggression, and they're getting pushed around by Azubu Frost right now. This bottom turret already at half health. Cloud Templar actually getting caught up by Wicked. He flashes away. Ooh, that would have been a close one. And now the aggression is on. Half health on the bottom turret. They've swapped lanes. Yellowpete's trying to recover. It's on them to keep pressing.
Snoopy still has got that flash. Could also flash impale someone. Is hanging around that bottom lane. But Yellowpete is off on the top. He's farming. We've got, looks like Cloud Templars just coming down to try and see if he can try and stir up some trouble. Poking the Hornet's Nest. Meanwhile, Rapid Star and Froggen just having a little back and forward in the middle. Cloud Templar is still lingering. I think he's been spotted by the ward that was above, though. It was in the tri-bush. He hasn't shown himself. Now he will, and he'll clear that ward out. And that's actually going to cause... Is it going to cause Wicked to go back? No, it's causing Snoopit to come down. They're going to try and dive it. Cloud Templar trying to be aggressive. They're trying to push on towards the turret. The turret at the moment, and that's going to be a flashing gate straight towards the crossing. Wicked is trying to get aggressive. Went for good work, saving out the turret. Might be a little bit too late, though, because that turret is already almost down.
And he had to burn his flash for that, so the next engage isn't going to be so easy. If there is a saving grace for them, it is the fact that Yellowpete got a bit of free farm there and is only 30 minions behind Gunwound. But if they get another turret down, it's just going to snowball into the third turret kill in the mid lane because they're getting a huge amount of global gold kicking here. Orianna is out farming Rapid Star's Ahri in the mid lane by about 12, but the kill advantage is going to even out. And this is just pressure by Zubu Frost.
It is
Turrets
pressure
going down.
But we're also seeing classic CLG, where they've said themselves, you know, we've just got to play safe against the Zubu Frost. Wow, if they get the turret off the back of this, they'll be gobsmacked. Yeah, immediately the True Shot Barrage goes across. That's going to keep them to go away. They did manage to take half of the hurt points off it, but Froggen, if they fall behind, will just stay up the side and continue farming until they get themselves back into it. Normally the half-hour mark. The question is, will the Zubu Frost allow them to get there? Yellowpete, again, like we said, while all that was happening, that positioning, that posturing down the bottom for that singular turret, the outer turret, they were just farming away.
And Rapid Star really trying to work around and find his fight. Smart items actually coming out by CLG EU. The Wit's End on Wicked, because of the double AP composition that Zubu Frost has pulled out, is going to help him a lot when team fights do break out if they try to defend something. Rapid Star, even though he's had the DFD rush, and even though he's on Ahri, has yet to pull any ganks off. And here's a potential blue invade. Snoopy's going to try to come in at the steal, but there's a lot of poke coming in. They get the crescendo!
And there's Tristan advance as well. Crepo's coming around the side. Crepo needs to back the hell out of this one. He's in a horrible position. He's going to have to use flash. He's just trying to bait him away from the blue. But that was Snoopy going down and didn't check where they had Oracles on. Froggen's going to get caught out. That's going to be the Orianna ultimate. Trying to keep Rapid Star away, but Rapid Star will finish it off on the turret. Really great play from a Zubu Frost there. And of course they picked up the blue. I believe it was Woong that's managed to get that one. And they're going to turn on towards this bottom turret. Shine has got to be careful. Wicked is going to back up. There's absolutely no hit points left on that turret. Just a little bit of poke back and forth between the Zubu Frost, and they'll have themselves the second turret of the game.
And they smell it here. As soon as we said that Rapid Star hadn't created with that DFG, he solos Froggen as he tries to come over to the blue buff. They got the crescendo on to kill Snoopy. That's going to put him even farther behind. Second turret of the game. 5,000 gold advantage. Only 15 minutes into the game. Mid turret's going to be next. Everyone on CLG EU frantically trying to keep up, trying not to get caught out of position, trying not to fall too far behind, but they are falling behind fast right now. This is the biggest early gold advantage I've seen someone have on CLG EU this tournament. And it has to be this way for Zubu Frost because this is very much an all-in composition for them.
All-in composition. You know, is Ahri the answer? That's the question. It seems to be so far. Is he getting that charm, doing enough damage before Froggen can pull out the shockwave? You know, it seemed really late in the fight until he finally got that shockwave out.
And he couldn't lock down Rapid Star. The Orianna with the triple dash made it so hard for Froggen to position the ball in the right place. And even when he landed it, Rapid Star just dashed again and got the kill. And especially just looking across the board, no one's that strong yet for them. Yellowpete only has a pickaxe. Like, this is way too early for CLG to want to do things, and it's getting forced way too fast on them. The boots of mobility coming out from Cloud Templar. He's going to be getting a Shirelia's Reverie. They don't even care about the Aegis of Legion. They're all about just getting into fights immediately, not letting CLG EU disengage. They saw enough of that in the last game with the poke composition. And again, Rapid Star seems to be living anywhere but the mid lane, just putting fear into the other lanes. And this mid lane is getting pressured. He could come out of here and try to dive it when they push the next wave.
He's got the charm available, though. He's going to get a straight attack ball from Froggen there. They were ready and waiting to dive on towards that turret. I'm not too sure whether Froggen and Snoopy could have defended against it. It's a 4-man push here from Azubu Frost. And look, they're already backing away from that turret. The turret getting poked down, and it is going to be Goonwung taking down that mid turret. There it is. Rapid Star was the final nail in the coffin. A 5-man push in the middle here. Wicked, meanwhile, is off down the bottom. He's going to have to start joining in here because the Azubu Frost are getting really feisty. They want to keep pushing that pressure. Wicked is going to continue damage on that bottom turret, though.
And if Azubu Frost doesn't pull back right now, they would be forced to dive in. You can see that's why they're pulling back. Wicked's going to get the turret. 3 turrets to 1 is going to be very good for them. He might have to ult away from this as Maokai is racing down to converge on him. He's just dashing away. He's going to try to ult out of this. He does not want to get caught. Good turret trade here. He might just actually try to execute himself. He's not going to be able to outrun Cloud Templar. He'll have to ult out of this if he wants to.
He's going to have to be forced to. And the damage. Oh, no, he didn't want to do that. He is dead, and that was a mistake from Wicked. You can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to get away from the execute. The fact that he used the flash, he burned the flash instead of his ultimate, he really wanted to save that, but now they're going to lose the dragon.
His ult was on cooldown until the very end of that, so he was trying to stall just long enough to get the ult. I still think running into the jungle would have been a better choice, but either way, that's another dragon for Azubu Frost. 4 kills to 0, 3 turrets to 1, 2 dragons to 0, and a monstrosity of a gold advantage right here. Azubu Frost pulling out all the stops with their early game strategy, and this is going to put COG EU's turtling to the ultimate test.
So it's around about a 30% gold advantage, if my maths are correct. And I'm pretty sure there were some stats out there at one point that said if you were around about this level, the 15-minute mark, you were definitely going to win the game. Let's see if that rings true for Azubu Frost, because COG EU are the kings of stall. Have they left it too late, though? We saw it before. I hate mentioning it non-stop, but Moscow 5 game, they were way behind. Massive kill advantage to Moscow 5. They have enough to stall it out. Froggen on Orianna could be able to stall it out just as well as Anivia.
And here we have split push coming in a bit. Woong in the bottom lane, Shy in the top lane on Vladimir. They're camping this lane, hoping to catch more members out of position. And they've done a pretty good job of actually surprising CLG EU with buff invades. They haven't had any control over their own red or blue buffs this whole time. Wicked with his ultimate will try to converge, but they're just hoping someone in CLG comes through their jungle. And there's the pings on Froggen. Are they going to go? There they go!
Twisted advance, he flashed through, and he's immediately had to flash straight out of it. Cloud Templar couldn't get in there. And the Shen? Is that the Shen ult? Yes, it was. Wicked used his ultimate there and cancelled it. Stayed in the bottom lane to continue farming. And that was a good force of many ults there. Really effectively one flash.
And the question here for Azubu Frost is how fast is too fast? How long does CLG have to stall before it's too late for Azubu Frost to start team fights? They've taken all the dragons. The Baron spawned at 15 minutes. How soon do they want to force that? Can they poke down these outer turrets? These are all questions that they have to answer really quickly. It looks like super early on they're actually looking around Baron and hoping to force here. If they do anything, I think they'd peel this if CLG wants to come and save them, because the Baron at 19 minutes is going to be dealing a boatload of damage to them if they try to do that, but they're sweeping it with oracles. They know CLG has no vision. Honestly, if they would have started this 15 seconds ago, they'd have it by now. 2 members of CLG are off taking blue. Yellow Pete's the only one that can potentially scalp this. They might end up just sneaking this and getting it clean.
I believe they got spotted there. I mean, there was a ward there. Yellow Pete took a peek, but he didn't ult it. Now he just spotted them peeling off to the
They're
side
gonna get
there.
this.
Are they going to get close enough? They're not even making the move. Honestly, they can't even fight for it. It's going to be Azubu Frost picking up the Baron there on 19 minutes 44. Very nicely done, and now an 8k advantage.
Here they are waiting in the brush. CLG EU is going to scout here. They're going to go hard for an initiation. Here comes Ari!
Shirelli's Reverie been used up. They've dived on towards it. The Wicked's been caught out. Wicked will drop to the side there. That's going to be Woong that picks it up. Sorry, Rapid Star gets the final kill. And they just have to back away. And CLG EU now really up against it. 5-0. Huge goal difference. I feel I've said these words many times before, but really Azubu Frost are really driving home. They're going to try and catch out Woong here. They need to turn this into a kill. You can see Crepper wants to get in there. Hasn't got the damage. 2-on-1 there. He didn't want to go for it. Cloud Templar comes around. He's going to try and dive onto anyone. Have they got the damage now? Can they force a fight on the turret? You can see Cloud Templar, he wants to push this advantage. The Orianna Bull going out there, and they're just having to step away from it. There's a creep wave coming up. It's a 4-on-4 situation in this middle turret, and they will take it down.
This is unreal. Like, protect the Kog'Maw. There's nothing to protect yet because he hasn't gotten items. He's no kills, no assists. No one on CLG has touched Azubu Frost for 20 minutes. They have been completely taken off their game. This is too far behind to start turtling. CLG has to take action here because they're getting pushed around. You give up an 18-minute Baron, you give up 2 Dragons, you give up 5 kills and 4 turrets by 21 minutes. You're putting yourself in a gargantuan hole. The death cap is going to be completed soon on Rapid Star. They have all their ultimates up. They're only down 1 summoner spell. The gold difference between Skarner and Maokai is over 2,000 gold. Cloud Templar destroying Snoopy right now. Just down the line, there's a 2,000 gold advantage for Woong as well. This is what happens when your team is 10,000 gold up at the 21-minute mark. And just overall, top lane even 2,000. So everyone just 2,000 gold ahead. That's why it adds up to 10. Haunting Guy's Sork shoots on Vladimir, the Abyssal Scepter, so much Magic Pen for their double AP composition. They now have an Aegis of the Legion onto Mad Life. He got that fast. It's just when you get all these objectives so early, you tend to just get everyone with the aura items, and with this Baron buff, they would not be surprised if they dive straight onto an inhibitor turret very shortly.
Well, of course, I mean, it could be Shy diving in there. Vlad ultimate across, just pull away. Cloud Templar diving in. They have such the comp that they could just engage on CLG EU. There's no reason to stall the game out. They could just drive it home. There's a wave coming up on the top lane. They could switch across to that one. They're going to see if they can get a little bit of poking there. You can see that Rapid Star is just off at the side. He wants to see if he can pop that charm out. They are going to go to that top lane. That big wave coming in. CLG EU cannot defend this one.
And this is the smart play in a lot of ways. They're taking the outer turrets before they go for an inhibitor defending turret. Phantom Dancer finally getting completed onto Yellow Pete, so he will be doing a bit of damage. They do have a Rod of Ages on Froggen, but they're indefensible outer turrets. That's 5 turrets to 1 now. Will they try to go out for that other bottom turret, or if they should dive? I think they should dive. It's in their best interest. The wave is getting held. Orianna is clearing it well. But they're so far ahead right now, I don't see how CLG EU could repel this if they go for it.
In OGN Championships, when they got that round back, they managed to pull it back 2-1. CLG was so down on themselves, they knew they'd given it away. Will they do it again? Azubu Frost looking incredibly strong in this game, and they are just going to switch things up, playing it safe, going to clear out that bottom wave and take the bottom turret. They are not in any aggressive, crazy situation. They have it in full control. 11,000 gold difference, 23 minutes gone. That is enormous, almost double in terms of what CLG have managed to gather themselves.
And they've really ended the laning phase remarkably early against CLG, which is stopping them from getting to some of those end game items. Oftentimes they can stretch the game out, add Infinity, and just get the max items. Kog'Maw, not at Infinity, it's not even close. They still don't even have an Aegis of Legion. Another Dragon coming down for Azubu Frost. Their Baron buff is gone, so they might even wait for the next Baron. Their global gold advantage is just growing and growing. Woong going to be getting that Bloodthirster soon. They can probably take this next other turret down without having the Baron buff just because their itemization is so far ahead. The death cap has been completed onto Rapid Star. He can one-shot any member of CLG EU, even if it was Wicked at this point, because they are just so far ahead. This is going to have to be a legendary turtle for CLG EU. They've had a couple in the past, but this is asking for a lot.
It is asking for a lot, and of course it's for a place in that finals. It could take it 2-0 if they can get it, but it's looking desperately dangerous for CLG EU and Azubu Frost. They seem to be the comeback kings. They've proved it once against CLG. CLG desperately fighting for this one. We got Snoopy off in the mid lane, so it would be a 5-on-4 push. Instead, they're just going to take away that blue buff. Starve out any of the buffs that CLG could try and get. Any gold advantage. And it is just growing, like you said. It's now 13.5k. The gold advantage continues. The True Shot Barrage off towards the top lane doesn't have enough damage to take down the turret wave, but it doesn't matter because now Woong is going to push on towards the turret. And there is the charm. It went on towards Wicked. Death by Grasp actually used out there. Didn't know I'd tell a lie. That was just a straight burst. My God, I thought that was the Death by Grasp. We managed to go pops. They're going to go towards Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete having to bash away. They're going to just an advanced crescendo, hitting the entire team. Snoopy's going to get dropped. The Orianna ultimate is just not enough. He couldn't shockwave down, and that is Yellow Pete dropping as well. Snoopy went down. It's a 2-for-0 exchange, and Azubu Frost just destroying CLG.
And it's not even just the gold advantage, it's the level advantage. You look, Crepo's level 9. Mad Life has 3 levels on him from a support perspective. Levels are worth a lot of gold, so it's not only 14,000, it's close to 20 in a lot of ways, and the poke just continues. They're all low, but they have a 2-man advantage. They might end up falling back and healing here because they can shop, they can buy more items. You can't say the same for CLG because when they're turtling like that, when they're losing team fights, they're not getting gold in almost any way. It's total starvation. It's almost a reverse of what happened to Azubu Frost in the last game when they were starving them out at the turrets. They're just starving them out in the lanes by killing them repeatedly. It's really total reversal from the last game.
Complete domination so far from Azubu Frost. 7-0, not a singular kill for CLG. It is really working very badly considering the domination they had in the first game. 30 seconds until Baron is up. You can almost bet your boots that Azubu Frost will be going straight for it. They've all gone back to buy. How is CLG going to react to it? They're going to have to try and pull some absolutely legendary steal and then a crazy team fight.
And Azubu Frost has been back to base. They bought 10 wards. Cloud Templar picked up 5, Mad Life picked on 5. They might actually look to force a team fight here. They know that CLG EU is expecting this Baron. The 1 in 18 minutes was somewhat of a sneaky move. If they give up the Baron, CLG knows they're going to get dove with their Nexus. If they try to contest it, that's the point where they might be able to get a fight at Baron. But they're just so handcuffed right now. They're so far behind. They might just have to contest it. The 10 wards from Azubu Frost, as you can see them, all getting placed throughout the red side of CLG's jungle, will mean that Azubu Frost gets to peel if CLG tries to defend it. They're not going to do this Baron if there's the slightest chance that CLG EU gets to steal it. That's why they're going on it now. That's why they covered the wards. And here, they're just ripping down Baron. CLG EU not even close to it.
Azubu Frost looking good. CLG EU completely back. A free Baron for Azubu Frost now. That gold advantage now, 16,000. Epic proportions.
This is just total domination so far by Azubu Frost. From start to finish, from pick and ban phase, it seems, they have stopped CLG EU's comp from getting rolling. There's no damage on CLG. There's no resist on CLG because they don't have any gold. They don't have any levels. They don't have any kills. Azubu Frost destroying them in every facet. From the very beginning, they took the red buff away from CLG EU. They never gave it back, aside from that one time Kog'Maw had it. And now, they're looking to end.
And this is the domination we saw Taipei Assassins turn against Moscow 5. Are they going to get down on themselves? Will CLG struggle out of the back of this one? Will Azubu Frost finish the game? Almost certainly they will. 28 minutes gone. We saw a 35-minute first game. And Azubu Frost looking very close to picking up a second game within that time. Look at that wound just off the side. Shredded that tower to half health already just from that singular wave. Yellow Pete, he's trying to draw him out here. Yellow Pete cannot go 1-for-1 exchange with Boom Boom.
Nobody can right now, and that can be said about almost every member of Azubu Frost. This is the split push a little bit that we saw TPA was so successful with. Instead of just sieging one turret, they bounce back and forth from mid to top or mid to bottom over and over and poke down slowly on all the towers. Eventually,
the charm.
get one, and there's a charm.
Wow!
Immediately gone on Yellow Pete. Not a chance.
Absolutely dropped in seconds. Very nicely played there, and Azubu Frost now going to take that inhibitor. They're going to turn across and go straight towards the bottom lane. Just going to tank it straight up because that turret will get dropped in a matter of seconds, and they go on towards the next inhibitor. CLG in desperation times here. Azubu Frost are going to take this game. I can confidently say that one. There is no way in hell at 29 seconds they can draw this one back.
Yeah, I can just wait to see some mysterious throw after you said that, but really, I think you're correct here. This is the third inhibitor potentially going down. The Baron buff is up. Yellow Pete's still down. Everyone's full health. They still have ultimates. They only had to burn the R1. It's almost up, and here's the initiation onto Wicked. No way they can fight back.
They're diving straight on. The turret goes down. The inhibitor's going to go down. Shy just forces them away. CLG EU surely realized their goose is cooked. They are going to get dropped. True Shot Barrage goes across. Nearly shreds them. Crescendo. Froggen going to get dropped. Snoopy gets dropped. Froggen just about gets away with the Vladimir ultimate. Will finish him off. Yellow Pete is going to go down. Wicked goes down. It is an ace, and it's about essentially... Oh, Yellow Pete gone. Oh, no, he goes down eventually. I was going to say, did he get away with that one? No, he did not. Azubu Frost taking 13-0. Total domination from Azubu Frost there. Such a strong performance off the back of the last one.
They went all in. They were ready to counter CLG EU, and we've seen two incredibly one-sided games here. It was just domination by CLG EU with their poke composition, and now domination by Azubu Frost with their early game roam. Crush them with Thari, don't let them protect the Cog, and now they really got to go back to the drawing board because that was honestly the most one-sided game we've seen in the entire tournament, and that's counting group stage.
Yeah, absolute domination. No doubt about it, Azubu Frost taught CLG a new one there, and CLG EU are going to have to put their heads together. Can they revert to the poke strat? Will they have anything up their sleeves? They're going to have the blue side. They're going to be back in there. How are they going to counter it? Because, you know, they tried to play safe, but Azubu Frost really pushed the pace on them.
They just knew what was coming from COG. They've had so long to study. They got caught out by that poke composition in the first game. This is the composition they were ready to have. They got their power picks. That Ahri really caught them off guard. They could not hold their turrets in the slightest. Even though the early ganks didn't work out for them, the pressure just pushed them off. They were getting completely crushed really that whole time. 13-0-33. You can see many people involved in all those kills. Fantabulous team play from everyone on Azubu Frost. That's the mental toughness they have. They got destroyed in the first game. They came back and crushed. Can COGEU do the same? The next best of three coming. The first set went all three. This one's going all three. These semifinals are nuts.
So good. Words are being made up about it. Fantabulous. I like it. I like it. That is definitely a word we can use in the future. But honestly, I mean, coming off the back of that, what on earth? I mean, how would you react to it? They're going to have time to think about it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go to a commercial. It is 1-1. Azubu Frost versus CLGEU. Who will Taipei Assassins get in the final? Last game coming up. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Playoffs. Day 4, the extended series. It didn't quite complete at LI Live, but it will complete here at the Galen. Jat, we have just seen Azubu Frost completely respond everything that COG threw at them. Joining us once again, it is going to be Skara from Team Dignitas, the AP mid. And wow, Skara, what an absolute dominating performance by Azubu Frost.
Absolutely crazy that game.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it. We've got the stats in front of us there. So Ahri versus Orianna, is that the key?
No, that's the thing is, I feel like that matchup is actually fairly, good for Ori. The issue here was that they had, the counter pick potential for a lot of lanes, and they ended up picking themselves into an area where, if pre-6, they fell behind, and Skarner is a champion that can't help till 6, and Maokai is a champion that can. So if Maokai was able to make the plays before 6, before Skarner can get big and help his team, they were going to lose. And they counter-picked each of their lane, or they set themselves for bad lane matchups. They last picked Shen, whereas when we were researching CLGEU, Shen actually, we've noticed that they don't actually play Shen extremely well, and they're not very consistent with Shen. So we were actually I was very surprised when they picked Shen there, because I was I don't know how good they are with Shen. And they pick Chen against Vlad, the lane that Vlad wins without jungle pressure. Skarner can't really out-pressure Maokai early. And all Maokai had to do was get 1 kill. So he just went in from 2 different sides of middle, burned flash the first time, and then got the guaranteed kill the second time. And as soon as that happened, the game snowballed out of control because like they just kept trying to recover, and Zubu Frost wouldn't let them recover because they're like such an excellent team.
So then, what does COG do for the next game? Because we've seen 2 really one-sided games. That last one, that was an early snowball, and they kind of picked themselves into trouble. But that first game, that was a really great poke composition. Dignitas has ran some really good poke comps themselves. How do you counter that? Will Zubu Frost let it through? Can they play against Jace? What do you think they're going to do?
I think they're considering the fact that they don't think Wicked can play much outside of Aurelia and Jace. So I think they're definitely go for like Aurelia Jace bans again, just to force Wicked on someone that they think he's weak on. Which, to be honest, I feel like that might be accurate.
Okay.
So we might this game see something that Wicked's more comfortable with. Like I feel like Wicked might look for a Malphite comp this game because Wicked's been really like on the Malphite train for the past couple weeks, especially if Aurelia is banned. And maybe target ban like another like AP mid like Karthus middle, and just look for the identical picks as before, and maybe give them Orianna to try to set back both the AD carry lane and the other lane. Because if only Froggen gets ahead and they're able to control the jungle and the rest of the map, then it's not an issue for them to dominate the game.
So I mean, they're back on blue side again too. So that last time, COG had to ban out Anivia for themselves. Do you think the bans are going to be any different? Like, how important is blue side between these 2 teams' matchups? With everything's been a target ban, so much has been about the first pick. Are they going to work around that? Is it going to make much of a difference?
I think whichever team is in blue side for this matchup has to ban Anivia, just because both teams have probably like the best Anivias in their respective regions, and it's very telling that CLGU was forced to ban Anivia on the purple side. That's how much respect they show Rapid Star. So we're probably going to see another Anivia ban from CLGU, but I'm unsure what they'll target ban now. Like you've seen Maokai and Skarner consistently throughout a lot of CLGU games, so I don't know if they'll target ban like one of those out because that's what they play, but they might have to just to get one of them and deny one from the other team.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, we could talk about the bottom lane. Goonwung has been fantastic this tournament. Yellow Pete seems to have struggled in that bottom lane. Of course, obviously with the Sona comp with the Ezreal, it was obvious they were always going to win that lane, but they absolutely crushed it.
Definitely off the first. Yeah. I don't like. That's just a bad lane matchup in my opinion. Like I don't think Yellow Pete could have played that much better and outskilled an Ezreal Sona lane. Like it's up to the Ezreal and Sona lane to win. Like they have the winning numbers, and it's up to them to like play poorly for the Kog'Maw lane to come back or to even like be in the game.
It's really strange, actually. You look. Do you think there's going to be much contention around the Maokai pick? Because even in the previous set between Moscow 5, those Maokais getting ahead early have really swept a lot of these games over. Snoopy's so good at Maokai, and if they want to go with another quick kind of double AP push comp, you'd think they'd want to control that. But as you said, they're out of bans in a lot of ways because they're going to have to ban Anivia since they're blue side. They want to ban Aurelia and Jace because they got to keep those away from Wicked. So would you expect maybe a first pick Maokai from CLG, or is that way too dangerous?
No, they'll definitely go for early pick Maokais because that's what they build most of their strategy and their team comps around. He's very versatile jungler. He can do a lot of things. I actually maybe might look for a Vlad ban here if I'm CLGEU. I don't think Wicked has much left in his arsenal that can deal with Vlad. He's left with like maybe Jax. If Jason and Aurelia both get banned, Malphite or Shen against Vlad isn't a really good matchup. So they might actually look to just ban out Vlad and force him to pick something where Wicked can, again, counterpick correctly.
Well, I mean, the problem is that they've been banning Jax because that is one of Shy's major champions. So would they try and take that away from him? I mean,
there's no way Wicked plays Jax.
I've never seen it.
Do you know?
Yeah, no. I don't think he's played much Jax, but I guess if you have to, yeah, I don't know. His Jax is definitely scarier than his Vlad, but leaving the Vlad up means like Wicked has a very limited champion pool. I think he's one of the players with one of the tops of the very limited champion pool, not like a player like Macnoon. Macnoon has like he can play like every champion top lane. So like when you play against CLGEU, you know like most of their roster has like very comfortable picks they pick all the time. Like scouting CLGEU is very, very easy. It's just outplaying them that's the hard thing. That's what Azubu Frost has been able to bring to the table. Like they mechanically they are as talented or more talented than CLGEU. So all they have to do is be able to control the ban pick phase well, and they're already set to win this game.
So how do you deal with it? You've just been crushed so heavily. Probably the biggest win in the tournament, I would say, for Azubu Frost. You know, absolutely destroyed the opposition, even more so than Moscow 5 and Taipei Assassins. In the previous game, how do you reset your mind? You know, do you just say we were outpicked, or just just get on with it?
You just have to forget about it. Like, especially CLGU, I know they're a very tight-knit group. They're a strong enough team to be able to get over losses. Like, that's what makes them good. They can overcome losses and learn from them. So if any team was able to pull back a Game 3 after a devastating loss like that, I would give my odds to CLGU. However, I still think it's Azubu Frost's series to lose.
Wow, there's his pick right there. So you think Azubu Frost is the favorite coming into the last game here? Just off the end of that last game?
Yes, absolutely.
So Taipei Assassins, who do you think they would favor right now after seeing these two games? They obviously, I believe they've played Azubu Frost a few times, but they've played CLG a hell of a lot. So surely that's their favored partner. I don't know how the scrims have gone, of course.
CLGU tells me they've actually gone about 50-50 against TPA. So I actually don't know if they'd want CLGU, because 50-50 is not like good odds. Like they may actually look to play against Azubu Frost, because Azubu Frost hasn't seen much of them, but they've seen a lot of Azubu Frost throughout the weekend.
Yeah, there's a lot up for stakes as well. 150,000 already in the bank. They're going to be happy with that one. 250,000 for the loser for second place. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go into the picks and bans. Thank you very much, Skara, for joining us once again. Let us get those bans on the screen right now, and we will see which way exactly they will go. Immediately we can see the Jackson Blitzcrank ban going in there, but the Ari ban coming out from CLGEU. Aurelia, Jason, and Nivea banned out by Azubu Frost. How are they going to pick? Wow, that does surprise me. First pick, Ezreal.
It's not an early pick Maokai. It's not an early pick Orianna. They're letting the option come back through, and they actually go with... Would they go with Karthus over Orianna, even though it's been so dominating thus far? Really, even though Scar said the Ari ban wasn't about that, CLG has a different motto for that. They thought the Ari was really impactful to that game.
I expect
even
Maokai
drawing
here.
a ban.
Oh, of course, Skarner.
And a Skarner.
He prefers it. Cloud Templar prefers Skarner. He said he wanted to show the world it.
Here it is.
Chance. Here is your chance. Oh, change it to Zyra possibly. That could be a support Zyra, of course. It's something that Mad Life has certainly played before.
Right now, so much is up in the air here. I don't see why they would first pick a Zyra unless they have strong counter picks lined up for the mid lane, because Karthus and Orianna are both extremely important. There's such control picks in a lot of these ways, and if they actually go in with this, that's just leaving it open. There's the support Zyra, so now CLG gets their choice between Orianna, Morgana, and Karthus for the mid lane, and they don't even need to pick it here because Azubu Frost has made it very clear that they're not going for Maokai, and they don't care about the mid. What kind of message does that send to CLGEU, and how are they going to respond?
Well, of course, we've seen Lux being played by Azubu Frost. It could be an AP Zyra. I mean, we've seen Lux in both positions. Could they go for Zyra in both positions, and maybe just leaving it out there to CLG and say, you don't know where we're playing this.
And now we see CLG getting that Maokai. They're very good at Maokai.
That's what they wanted.
But in the Game 5 against Azubu Frost for OGN, they did have Maokai and they fell behind early. That Morgana pick worked out very well. They could not deal with those Dark Bindings. They had the poke, but it's poke without Jace, so I don't know if they'd have the disengage. Crescendo, amazing for disengage in a poke comp. But on top of Skarner, Skarner ends poke comps. He goes in and picks a guy, and he just creates a fight off of the end.
Have they got something else up
Anything
their sleeves
they
other
must.
than Jace in that top lane? Some poke. And are they going to react to it with Draven? Honestly, the picks and bans could be wild here. If they're not going to go with Jace, they're not going to go with Aurelia, what are they leaving open? Is it going to be a Malphite, just a hard engage with that Crescendo, with the ulti from Morgana, flash ulti in there, Crescendo across to keep them all packed up? Is this something different we're seeing from CLGEU again on the blue side?
I think it could just be more of the same. The Malphite is what we predicted. That's what Scar did. We see the Vlad. What has Wicked played really this tournament? He's played Aurelia, he's played Jace, and he's played Malphite. Malphite's available. He can work against Vladimir in the lane. Unless he has something else perfectly practiced. That's what I see him going for here, because it's all about CLG's comfort zone. They did practice the Morgana, they practiced a lot of Jace, but Wicked, his champion roster is somewhat limited, and that's what Azubu Frost has been attacking with 2 bans for him. They're baiting him into a Malphite. They want to do that. They have a lot of caster damage already coming out. It's going to be a dangerous pick to do Malphite, but I don't know if Wicked has a choice. If he pulls out Riven, that's something he used to play a lot of. Thinking back, the last time I saw him in Riven was Kings of Europe even, and he played fairly well. Rengar isn't even available in this tournament, though, and that
not Rengar, sorry, Renekton.
Oh, Renekton. He did play Renekton in this tournament. But a Riven could actually work out fairly well. That's a strong lane up against Vladimir.
And Maokai, obviously, course, still left open. Because Skarner was taken, they were like, we don't need to take it now. We know Skarner's going to be the jungler. They've left it open. So the final pick for Azubu Frost here coming in. A Riven versus Vlad. Definitely something we'll talk about in a moment. Let's just see what the final pick is for Azubu Frost here. I mean, what would you go with? Is it going to be the AP? Is it going to be the Zyra AP?
I don't know, actually. This is, I'm stumped. Is the Zyra in AP? Is the Vladimir mid? Who's top?
Shy on Singed.
Shy Singed was devastating in the group stage. There is so much deception coming down from Azubu Frost here. You don't know where Zyra is going to go. You don't know where Vladimir is going to go. It's making counterpicking for CLG really hard. It looks like he picked that Riven thinking he was going up against Vladimir, because that's what happened last game. How versatile is Azubu Frost if they switch Vlad between players in between games and then do the Singe? They've done it. They're in with that. This is going to be about the split push. It's almost like the last game where we had Macnoon split pushing with Italy. Expect Shy to try hard on split pushing CLG EU.
How will they handle this one? So, CLG EU, they've got their Morgana, they've got their comp. Is it the comp they wanted, or were they trying to counter Azubu Frost? And has Azubu Frost countered it so heavily that maybe they're not going to feel comfortable in that lineup? Or are they just so versatile that they can play what they need?
And here's the thing. Cloud Templar is going to try to start fights on the situations with the Skarner pulls. It's whether Froggen can really twitch Black Shield and get the right targets to stop the Impales is going to be the decider in these back-and-forth team fights. The support Zyra has been really good for them in the past. They were the first ones to start playing it months ago, so Mad Life has a lot of practice on that. And I mean, this Game 3, one game to decide who goes up against TPA in the finals. These semifinals overall now stretching the full amount of games. Can't wait to get into this game.
Minimum of $100,000 to the winner of this game.
And the chance at $1 million.
That's
unreal.
And a chance at $1 million. That is a pressure matchup, ladies and gentlemen. I would not want to be in the situation of these players. And I don't think you would either. Well, I mean, honestly, obviously for the chance for winning $1 million, yes.
The stress,
pressure?
though? I don't know.
Not so much. Yeah, so we saw Shy with Singed against SK. They tried to double gank him. Just did not work. He was so strong. Do you think Wicked, a very, very confident top laner, can deal with him now that he's on Riven, a champion that he's not played all tournament?
And so much of it's going to be about Snoopy's ability to support him in that lane. One thing that does slow down Singed is chain slows, and Maokai can put out a lot of that, so he might be in a bit more danger this time on Singed than he was the last time. But now that we're right into the game, these teams just running out, will we see any crazy level 1s? Because who would think in this game an early level 1 could very well decide at any small mistake. As we've seen, both teams so good at just snowballing their advantages. CLG off the back. What happened that last game? They gave up 13 kills to 0. They got absolutely destroyed. Both these teams have proven that they can bounce back. Everything's on the line right now.
Everything is on the line, and if you've just joined us, CLG EU are on the blue side, Azubu Frost on the red. It is 1-1, all square, last game of the night. Who will join Taipei Assassins in the finals on October 13th, this Saturday, here at the Galen Center in Los Angeles? That will be at 5 p.m. The question is, who will get there? Azubu Frost just put up an absolutely dominant performance, and both teams are on the invade.
And they really went exactly mirror of each other at the start, going into the same triangle brush, but now CLG EU working around, they put a ward onto Azubu Frost's red buff, and here Azubu Frost is actually just staying around their blue. This is the exact mirror early of what happened to them that put Snoopy behind on Skarner. They gave up the red while taking their own blue, and they could not counter back, but now they're actually roaming around a bit more. Shy taking a very dangerous route through his own jungle, base checking. That could have been death. 2 wards in the jungle there. Azubu Frost with the invade and now backing out, and they're not actually taking an early red. And this might be the most standard start we've seen yet.
We are seeing Shy get spotted by that ward, and he's going to start off at the race, which as you can see, Froggen immediately going back there.
He's going to try to steal the big blue one.
He does manage to land it on Shy instead, which means he will not get to steal it. Does a bit of damage to Shy though. Causes him to have to use a health pot already. Azubu Frost going to pick up their own blue here. You can see the blue buff also being picked up by CLG. Wicked slowly but surely stepping through into those bushes.
And actually we see CLG EU with 2 members in the top lane. Shy going to have to deal with the 1v2. And the big thing about this is they have 2 invaded wards in the jungle, and they're going to go for an invade on the red buff here because they completely outman them, and they can't fight up against this. He saved his smite, so he has the potential for a steal, but they'll have no vision. CLG's going to pull this around, and Cloud Templar is either going to get himself killed trying here, or he's going to have to back away. This is a great aggressive play by CLG EU.
Yeah, they're baiting it out. Now they're going to go in, twisted advance on towards Cloud Templar. They're going to try and finish off first blood, surely coming in. Cloud Templar, no, he's just getting away. They waited for Yellow Pete to pick up the kill. And now they're going to try and take away that red buff. Of course, Smite is still there. There's Snowpay using it up. They could go to Shy here. Shy on that top lane. He's already realized that he's backing straight away and desperately going to run off. And he will back away from that danger.
That early start so clutch. The 2 wards, the super delayed invade. And that could have been recognized by Azubu Frost when they realized Wicked was bottom and that the 80 carrying support hadn't showed yet. Maybe just a slight slip up. So much pressure on these guys right now, you can hardly blame him, but losing the blue buff and giving it to Ezreal early could be devastating. Now,
this is clever.
Trying to invade Snoopy. Behind him, Cloud Templar has not been spotted yet, but this could get turned around and be disastrous.
Snoopy already picked up the wraiths of Cloud Templar. Now Cloud Templar's out of position. He's just going to try and bully his way out of it. He could just twist to advance straight across to Cloud Templar. Cloud Templar instead forces the flash from Snoopy. Clever, good play there. Madlife could come up. You can see the 2 AD in support had headed north. They're going to turn reverse around and steal the red buff away.
And this is clever because they just took the same man advantage. The only disadvantage here is that they will not get the kill onto Snoopy. So the jungle advantage isn't quite there. How's Shy going to end up dealing with this top lane though? He had the 1v1. You need to get ahead on Singe in order to do things in the top lane. And if we go up there, you can see he's getting poked down rather heavily. He got that early cloth armor, but it doesn't seem to be enough. The poke from that Ezreal Sona lane, the lane that destroyed CLG in the previous game, is now in the hands of Yellow Pete and Crepo. Was that the difference? Can they turn it around? It's going to be very important in that top lane for Shy.
Snoopy going into that top lane, Shy very low, and it is incredibly hard in the early levels, of course, for Singed. Could they just try and drive home the advantage and take this turret? They've got a wave coming in. They're going to have another wave backing up in a moment. They're going to try and fend this one off. Shy has had to back completely away. He's going to take the golems, which in turn is going to cause problems for Cloud Templar.
But with that, if CLG just decides to take this turret, they could get it because he's taken his health low on this, and Snoopy would be able to dive in on him. They have Skarner coming up to potentially defend, but low mana, level 3 Skarner's not going to be able to hold this turret. We could very well see a 5-minute tower by CLG, but they are able to repel them, and they're actually ghosting in.
They were
Not
trying
sure
to
why I used that one.
Desperately trying to force away from that turret, but eating a lot of damage. Of course, those saplings going in, the poke from Crepo. Yellow Pete putting a couple of mystic shots across. We are seeing the wraiths taken away in that mid lane, but don't worry, we want to stick to this action because CLG still 3-man stacking in that top lane. Froggen's just desperately defending. He's going to clear out that problem. No worries at all. And Snoopy's staying here. Crepo's just covering off, managed to keep away in that distance, but that turret is slowly but surely going down. The poke again on Cloud Templar. He's going to back away. While this is all happening, neither jungler is gaining anything.
They're just leeching in the lanes, and that's actually good for Cloud Templar because he was behind, but he's actually pulled ahead of Snoopy in experience. The problem here is, with them sticking around, every time they get to the tower, the turret gets lower, their health gets lower, and their mana gets lower, and CLG EU is not really expunging much to get there. They're going to try to just get this turret fast at 6 minutes. The counter push on the bottom lane is not getting this close.
Oh my
Rapid start, just at an inch of health. The solo almost coming out from Froggen, and this is pressure being applied right back at Azubu Frost, and they have to concede this top turret.
They've conceded the top turret. Shoy has backed away. Here comes Snoopy on towards that top, and that is Cloud Templar already gone away, and they will take the turret. Meanwhile, that bottom lane is being pressured, but here we go. Could be first turret of the game. 6 minutes gone into this game, very early. I'm amazed how low that mid lane was taken. It wouldn't have been a kill for anyone, of course. It had just been a funny death, but again, look at this. Yellow Pete immediately recognized the situation, says, we know we're going to take the turret, the minions are going to take it, we'll just carry on farming.
Perfect timing on that turret, actually making sure as many minions were denied as possible. They got the cannon dead there. In the bottom lane, though, it's Zyra and Wound trying to get as much pressure on this turret as they can. Wicked just hit 6. He's going to try to clear the tower. But they're going to get this turret shortly as well.
Yeah, they will do a return just as well. Gunwon will take the bottom turret. There you go. You can see the last hit coming in. Very fast pressure. Oh, Wicked flashing away there.
And healing. He actually burned both of those summoner spells. That could have been a bit of a panic.
That was a misclick, surely, to hit both.
It had to be. The keys are right next to each other. It's a very rare mistake we see from Wicked. There's no way he meant to hit both. That makes him vulnerable in that lane.
And that is the pressure we talked about. I mean, he's going to back away. He's going to go to top lane now. Immediately we're seeing the switch out, so maybe... In fact, no, I mean, the fact that he was backing away had no reason to use the heal. So definitely a misclick. Absolutely sure of that one. So now we're seeing Shy. We do not want to leave Shy left alone because Singed can farm like crazy. Oh, we're seeing Morgana there using the ultimate. Rapid Star forced to back away from Froggen. Black Shield on there. So how is... I mean, we've not really managed to catch a chance of this one. We saw Rapid Star was incredibly low, but this one is still seeming pretty even.
And he's been farming out pretty well considering Morgana... Actually, Vladimir should have a favorable matchup against Morgana. He should have been able to bully up early. That's actually props to Froggen for keeping even in the minion score right there. Snoopé level 4 trying to just go around because Shy went between the turrets, and they're going to try to run him down. They have potentially 3 men coming to gank here. He's got ult and ghost to try to get away from this one.
There's the twisted advance and the knockup. They're going to get the damage. Froggen's just waiting in the wings. He's going to realize that Dark Binding comes if he goes that way. Snoopé taken down very low. He's got to back off there. Snoopé goes down to the ignite and the poison from Shy there. Now Wicked is in trouble. Shy 2v1 in CLG EU.
That's just, they thought you could keep him down by putting 2 members up against him. Nothing but Ninja Tabby. He pops the ult, and Snoopy's got to think twice before he goes for another one. Rapid Star mid.
In mid, and he's going to get ignited. That will drop him. The pull will not save him from that ignite, and Froggen will pick up the kill. And now they're going to try and turn that pressure in the mid. Crepo there at the moment. Meanwhile, down that bottom, with Yellow Pete just quite happily farming off on his own. Wicked having to force Cloud Templar away from this turret. So it started off as a really great advantage for CLG EU, as Zuby Frost do not rule them out yet.
I'm not sure what happened with Rapid Star there. He really just got caught in a Dark Binding and spiked down. Back and forth, this gold is very close between them. They split the towers. Shy's looking very strong and formidable. It's a matter of how much pressure is he going to apply in that top lane, because it's already evident that they need to send 3 members to go for him. Froggen, though, being an assassin with those Dark Bindings, Wound taken to half health right away. He's only got that blasting one. He's going to rush an Abyssal Scepter once again. That's going to make their team fight extremely strong. Rapid Star struggling in this lane against Froggen.
Absolutely. Down the bottom, Yellow Pete keeping the farm, this time up with Wound, which is definitely something he's not been able to do, but that bully top and lane, I'm not too sure how that's going to work out. Shy on Singed seems a dangerous, dangerous thing. We're going to get a double Wota coming out here for Azubu Frost, though.
Hextech Revolver just going to keep the sustain. Wicked can't out-harass him. You can see him already having to just concede off that turret. Shy in between them. It looks like they're just going to accept their fate and let Shy farm. That's been dangerous in the past. Maybe they'll try to poke around bottom near the Dragon, but it's very difficult and dangerous to try to Dragon against that Zyra ultimate. They're trying to poke onto it now, but they have vision of it. Shy coming down as well. They're going to try to rush it down, but this is a really risky, aggressive play by CLG EU.
CLG EU with a 5-man on the Dragon. Can they manage to catch it? Oh, good one, nearly getting caught out by Dark Binding. There's the Dragon.
They're going to go for a fight here.
They're going to dive into it. That's going to seem Froggen. Actually, they've split off there. Gunwon getting away from it. The damage going down. Snoopy's going to get dropped. That's going to be Zyra going down, but honestly, a jungler, I'd take that. Wicked going down as well. Zuby Frost coming out with a 2-for-1 exchange. Really nice exchange for them. And you can see Crepo desperately trying to run away from Shy there. Getting the proc from the phase, though.
Taking the Dragon is actually gold-wise worth about 2 kills, and they traded 1 kill back, so that did favor CLG EU, but the problem with that is they've lost the map control, and can Azubu take anything with that advantage? They know the red buff is up. Rapid Star might try to steal this as well. Shy continue to free farm, and they're pushing down on the mid. Even half that turret is a lot of pressure. The mid lane is getting pressured. Man, this game is back and forth. 3 kills to 3, only 11 minutes in. And I really just have to keep my eye on Shy, because 2-0 with that revolver. CLG doesn't seem to have something that can take him down. It's going to be about him split pushing this whole game. Will he be able to suck this pressure from CLG? Will he be able to distract them enough? Because right now he looks unstoppable.
Zubu Frost farming out any advantage they could there. Took away the golems, took away the red buff, took away, I believe, the wraiths as well, and put pressure on towards that turret. Took mid half health off. However, Wicked is farming in that top lane, but he's a long way behind, like you mentioned. Willie the Ancient's almost completed that. It's just, look at that, the difference in gold. It's around about 800 gold for Singed. Big advantage there. Very much even between junglers. Massive advantage for Froggen though. 1,000 difference already. And a big difference, importantly, Yellow Pete ahead of Gunwoo. This is probably the first time.
That is a good lane for them. It's just the swapping. We saw the Sona Ezreal lane has proven to be pretty much the best, and that's what's granted them something here. Wicked trying to ult in mid lane, trying to get out of Rapid Star, but they disengaged. Nice route by Madlife.
Just roots him up and pulls away. And that's the danger though. Bottom lane, Woong's got to be careful. There's Yellow Pete and Crepo trying to push the advantage here. They've got Snoopy creeping around in towards that tri-bush, although he's going to walk straight in towards Rapid Star. Rapid Star's going to go in towards that tri-bush, and immediately you can see that Snoopy's being very cautious about that. You can't see it, it's just above the screen, and it is just poking around there. There is Rapid Star, spotted the sapling, and Snoopy does back away. Shy, he's going to come around the backside of Wicked. Wicked's got to be careful here.
Wicked has no control over this lane. This is what we've seen Shy do to Kevin in the previous game. He's just sitting in the tower, daring CLGU to come, but they're actually just leaving Wicked up there. They're pinging down onto their blue. They think Shy could go there. He very well could. Wicked trying to push through and get minions for himself. They need to figure out a better solution to Shy here because this free farm is going to end badly.
Yeah, they do not want to get close to him. He's going to get the flip on Snoopy. Look at that instant burst damage there. Snoopy going down to half health straight away. Good lord, is he going to go back? And again, that flip would be back available shortly. The cooldown on. And now you can see Zyra and Vladimir coming across. Rapid Star really wants to get that blue buff, steal it away. Cloud Templar in there as well.
But over in the bottom lane, they do have a 2v1. Woong actually doing a fantastic job clearing the wave, so they're not able to get quite onto that yet. The blue buff, all of this is coming on the back of Shy. He is carrying their team through right here. The blue buff's there.
They're going to dive Wicked. There's nothing you can do. That tower absolutely dead. They could just walk straight through it and do the damage on the turret. The turret almost gone. You can see they're going to close around it. Shy can tank this one up all day. Cloud Templar's going to come around. You can see Wicked dives up towards Madlife. Can he take anything from this one? He's trying. No! He flashed out of the damage. Beautiful play there, and Shy manages to pick up the kill. They're going to get the turret on the back of that and just absolutely destroying CLG in that top lane. Very well played. Shy is unstoppable right now, 3-0.
And look at how they're holding the other lanes. Rapid Star is holding off mid, and Gunwoong is just soloing Yellow Pete and Crepo, who I thought would be able to take down that wave, but they can't get the creeps to stay in the turret, blowing them all away. So much attention is being devoted to Shy, and Azubu Frost is actually supporting him very well. Dominating that lane, dominating the game, and this game is close in gold, but from a pressure and control perspective, it's all Shy.
We talked about the dominance that Stanley put down, and Shy proving it once again with Singed. He did the exact same thing against SK. Kevin has nightmares about that lane. He insisted it was all about that one kill early on, but honestly, he's proven it right here against Wicked. He is a absolute fantastic Singed. He was kept in a 2v1 lane, and he still managed to hang on in there.
He kept his gold up, he did the jungle, they turtled the tower for quite a while, and as soon as he saw that window, he's 3 levels ahead of Wicked right now. He is destroying, and look at the actual wards coming out by everyone on Azubu Frost. They got 6 across the team, 5 different members. They're going to be warding up everything. This tells me that they're looking for early control again. Could we see another early Baron? Could we see another early Dragon? At the very least, it's just to help with the control. Froggen trying to stop that mid lane pressure, but it's all about Shy.
It is all about Shy, but the saving grace for COG EU on the back is straight away the fact that Gunwoong's been out-farmed, so there is going to be damage on Yellow Pete this time around. Where is Shy going? I'm keeping my eye on him in that Wolves. He's going to come round towards the middle. I'm not too sure. He's just sticking off to the side there. They spot him. In the mid lane, you can see very close between the two, but a 2-0 has given the big gold advantage, I believe, to Froggen. I think it's around about 1,000 gold difference. Crepo going to walk in and immediately puts that little poke on Shy and says, no, I'm not going to let you back quite so easily. Quick power chord and pokes him. Bot lane, though, is still continuing to get forced.
And here's one of the big things. It's only a 1,000 gold advantage, but Snoopy just hit level 7. Cloud Templar has been sitting on level 9. He's almost 10. There's a 2-level advantage for Shy over Wicked as well. They just have more experience across the board. This Dragon's coming up in 1 second. You see the ping going down onto it. CLGU can't contest this. Wicked's trying to catch up by farming the top lane. He's trying to get strong enough to hold off Shy. They're going to pick up this Dragon uncontested. And off of this, they might just try to push mid or really go wherever they want, because where Shy goes, they're seemingly untouchable.
And of course, picking up that Dragon will give them yet more experience. So there's experience spread across the team. And yes, you can see that mid wave has been stacked up. As it is, they're pinging across. Ezreal just used True Shot Barrage, so Yellow Pete can't get in that one. Mad Life using those plants to keep them at bay. And that is going to be a very clean Dragon pickup. So, gold. Nearly 2,000 difference now for Azubu Frost.
And all of that 2,000 is actually in Shy. If you just compare Wicked to Shy, 6,100 to 4,100, that pretty much explains it. There's a few back and forth between the other ones. Yellow Pete has more than Wound, and Cloud Templar has more than Snoopy, but really, it's Shy. It really is. I can't harp on it enough. His Singe is unstoppable right now, and they need to mob him. They need to maybe get some kind of teamfight phase, but right now, Yellow Pete's not strong enough. You need to kill Singe with a very strong AD carry presence, and they just don't have it yet. It's all on Azubu Frost pressure right now. They've taken the Dragon, they have the experience. They're going to try to go down mid here. That tower's at half. How can CLG hold this off?
The question is, can they control him when they get to the fights? We're at the closing in on the 20-minute mark. The mid-fight, they do, of course, have the Dark Binding. They have the Crescendo. They have Wicked Stun as well. Have they got enough to control Shy? Or is he just going to pop that ulti, sprint through the team, flip someone in there? Are they trying to bait something here? It looked like Froggen was trying to bait something in. Now Templar, of course, could just impale straight onto his Yellow Pete, drag him in. He will Arcane Shift away, but honestly, he could get controlled as well.
Shy actually popped his ultimate accidentally there. They thought they had the root down on a Froggen, but he black shielded it at the last second, and that baited him to go in because Shy was going to try to flip Froggen right after that. It just didn't happen, so now he ended up using his ultimate to run top lane. Luckily for him, it's on a pretty short cooldown, 68 seconds. With all that, though, they see a 5-man advantage. CLG EU should be able to take this blue pretty safely. No Shy, that's no pressure for Azubu. They're going to have to give this up.
Well, Cloud Templar wants to try and get and snipe this one. They're both trying to smite it away. You can see Snoopy wants to smite it as well. He comes in, they try to catch on towards Cloud Templar. Woong just off the side there, but Twisted Advance already used up on Cloud Templar. Snoopy out smiting him this time around, but Shy again off on the side, free farming.
And the blue buff is up. He could even take this by himself. He does enough damage. The Rod of Ages and the Hextech Revolver. He's actually doing a lot of damage. 140 AP onto Shy, as well as being unkillable. Even with the blue buff, he's going to be able to have shorter cooldowns on that fling, which are actually doing 440 damage. And there's a duel in the bottom lane. Woong might fall.
Woong might fall here. Yellow Pete tries to pull him into the bush, but it is going to be Yellow Pete that picks up the kill. We didn't quite catch the start of that fight. It looked like True Shot Barrage managed to hit early on.
That's exactly what happened, and that's the mid-game power spike you get when you go Trinity Force on Ezreal. He got the slow with the Phage proc on that, and that was just Woong getting caught by surprise. They were lulled into just watching Shy go around the map, and he got caught free farming. He'd been safe in that lane for so long, and that was on Yellow Pete. Great job soloing Woong and maybe trying to take their team back into the game pressure-wise.
And they might take the mid turret as well. This could be 2 turrets for CLG straight away. Quick response. 3-level difference, by the way, between Wicked and Woong and Shy at the moment, and they immediately look at that. Whole team had to react. They could not handle Shy coming around the back of them. And that bottom lane turret will go down. So that is going to be the second turret for CLG EU. Even in the turrets, still 1k difference. Advantage of Azubu Frost.
Still a very good play there by Yellow Pete, and we saw the fear there by Shy. He has 2-level advantage on every member of CLG EU, and the experience is actually starting to look really bad for them. Mad Life, level 10, Crepo's level 9. Cloud Templar has 2 levels on Snoopy. Shy out-levels all of them. If they can force a fight right now, they're actually going to have a very, very good chance of getting these things. More dragons, more fights, maybe even if they started baiting Baron, because all they need to do is find a spot for Shy to be unleashed on the backline, and CLG will have to fall away. They have total control here. It's just a matter of getting the mid-turret down so they can roam the map more freely. Right now, CLG is actually doing a pretty good job of trying to get through Shy's strong phase so that Yellow Pete gets strong enough to kite him and potentially kill him.
So as it stands, 100. Well, very even in the mid lane now, actually. 2-0 to 1-0-1-2. Willie the Ancients has been stacked out by Rapid Start. Expect to see it completed at some point by Shy. As it stands, it looks like he may well go for... Maybe a Badge Spell on there, or which way will he go? There's Cloud Binding standing. Azubu Frost going to pick up this mid lane turret. That is pulling the advantage back to Azubu Frost. See True Shot Barrage flashing across, but CLG pretty much helpless to stop that one.
They're trying to keep back at them, but Shy's just going to go right back to that lane, continue the pressure. Yellow Pete's going over to farm his lane as well, and they actually don't have anyone on their team that can solo Yellow Pete right now, so they're going to send Woong to defend, but he's got to be very careful not to get caught out of position. The Aegis of the Legion just getting completed onto Snoopy. That's going to be big for team fights, and a bunch of members of Azubu Frost are coming here for Yellow Pete. He's going to have to pull some tricky moves to get out of this one.
Ward. He's on a Tribush Ward. They're just going to wait this one out until that looks like he's about to go back. Maybe he's even looking at the shop now. There's the bookshot comes across. He realizes, and you can see the damage straight into Woong there, but Rapid Star's going to come around, and immediately the Yellow Pete Arcade shifts into it. He is going to go down. Woong is going to get away from that one. He has nothing to respond, and really that's the team not communicating quick enough, saying they are all coming.
He just remembered the kill he got on Woong and thought he could do it again. And that was Azubu Frost with a better memory and a better response. They sent 3 members there, and he almost turned it around right onto Woong again, but now he did get the Infinity Edge, so that duel is no longer going to be in huge favor of Yellow Pete. Still stronger, though, so that's going to be a play for them. 30 seconds on this Dragon. They're sending Shy out the top lane. He's going to need a while to push that before they can draw COG members. COG might be able to get this Dragon if they decide to go for it right away. Azubu slow playing this a little bit, relying on the split push. Might be a little unwise in the long run.
Yeah, Wicked desperately trying to gain those levels, you can see, but Shy, as soon as he appears, he backs off, in which case it looks like he's going to head towards that Dragon. It is up in 6 seconds, as you can see on your top corner of your screen.
Shy's not far behind him, though. He's chasing down. If anything, Wicked's going to be there 5 seconds earlier, and they're not going to be able to create this. If Shy can somehow flank around behind, we've seen Moscow 5, they're one of the best flanking teams. Really, that's where Shy needs to be. They need to force CLG and stop them from being able to run away. They need to somehow prevent the disengage, because they really, all they have is Skarner pull and some Zyra CC. It's all about the extended, long team fights, and that's not usually what happens. Will they catch out Wicked? Here's the Skarner ult!
They do the impale on towards Wicked. They pull him back. The crescendo goes across. Is it enough? Wicked managing to hop, skip, and a jump, but he's exhausted. He's going to go down. It is Shy that picks up the kill. The Dragon's still yet to be taken out. But honestly, now that Azubu Frost have managed to impale on Wicked, they're going to get it for free. And there's nothing at all COG you can do about it. That is going to be Azubu Frost in control yet again.
Azubu Frost doesn't want to get poked at. Skarner ult. Create the fight, kill Wicked, get the Dragon. 4 kills on Shy. He's looking to go for that Abyssal Scepter. Really becoming unstoppable. This is a big advantage brewing for Azubu Frost. You don't see it in the gold, but the experience is massive. Shy, level 16. Froggen and Yellow Pete just hit 14. Living in that top lane. The bans to take out Wicked's Jace and Aurelia look to really be paying off, because even though they shut down Shy early with that 2v1 lane, ever since it's been Riven on Singed, he's been completely dominating. And also in the jungle, 3-level advantage for Cloud Templar. They mirrored that matchup in the last game, and it's really just Azubu Frost and their coordination helping out the jungler more, and maybe Cloud Templar just finding ways to get experience better than Snoopy, because that's the 2nd game in a row Snoopy's fallen behind of Cloud Templar.
It is indeed. That Oracle. That's why he didn't want to get involved. The fact that he's level 9, he got the Oracle. Snoopy was just like, we cannot fight this. We cannot get in there unless Froggen could flash and ulti the entire team, and even then he'd be able to just get controlled and manhandled. And look at the hit points on Shy now, 4-0 dominant.
And Froggen doesn't have his Zhonya's Hourglass yet, so if he did flash in, he'd get obliterated right away. There's a pretty good counter initiation from Azubu Frost as well. It's very hard to teamfight through his Zyra ultimate. That's why support Zyra is so potent. And you can see he's actually picking up a fair amount of minions for himself, so you actually know that Woong is 45 behind Yellow Pete, but Madlife has 48 minions to Krapo's 16, so really overall gold from those bottom lanes is pretty close. They're trying to get enough gold onto Madlife just so that he has more of a presence in these later fights. The Saplings are trying to scout them out. They're maybe trying to force around here. They really need to flank around the back of COGU. They're walking through a ward. Can they get something? They're trying to Shirelia's in.
They're going to go for the Impale. What an absolute clutch Black Shield there. Straight away. And Cloud Templar, no doubt, was about to Impale there. In fact, he may have been using it. Yes,
burn the cooldown.
Burn the cooldown. The Impale came in. Black Shield crescendo across. Brilliant play from Froggen to get that Black Shield down. Perfect timing.
Getting too excited here. Sometimes I'm not even stopping to take breaths during my sentences, but Madlife clearing out that bottom ward. They can still poke around the Baron. They're going to wait for the ultimate cooldown on Cloud Templar before doing anything too sneaky. And actually, they have Vladimir and Singed split up in the side lanes here, and all 5 members of COGU with the Dark Binding. This is going to be a very difficult tower to hold.
Very difficult. CLG going to push onto this one. They realize the situation. Shy's a long way off. They're going to have to back off. They've got to be careful they don't get caught out by any crazy twisted advance from Snoopy. Doesn't want to dive too deep, of course, like I said, but they do know the Impale is not available. Madlife, of course, has his ultimate on their Dark Bind. He's trying to catch him out there, and they will back off here. Now the Shy is coming down. Shy is heading straight down south. There's Vladimir coming across. Vlad manages to get the ultimate across. Vlad Rapid Star just dogs away from that one. Snoopy's going to be taken low. There's the ultimate from Zyra. They do manage to catch across. Collateral damage obliterating Wicked there. And now they flash through. They're trying to catch on. There's a Dark Shield comes through.
Shy's trying to make it in. He still has his ult. Ghost coming up soon. They're going to chase this for a while.
There's the glue landing on towards Froggen. Froggen is going to get ultimate straight away. Tries to turn around, tries to do the damage. It does not matter. Crepo's been dropped. Cloud Templar's going to
go down bottom. Here comes Shy. Flying in for two members.
Shy with the Ghost on, with the ultimate running. He's going to be able to catch on towards Yellow Pete. The slow from Snoopy isn't enough. If he gets the flip, Yellow Pete will drop, and he's just going to finish him off. Oh, the Arcane shifts at the crucial moment, and Shy has to back away. Really well played by Yellow Pete.
But look at this. No one on a Zubu Frost died. They tried too hard to go in onto Rapid Star. They're going to go for this Baron. How can CLG EU stop this? They're kind of low, but look at this. All 5 members, 27 minutes in, they have more than enough damage. The Zyra plants chunk it down, and that was CLG EU actually trying to force something, and Zubu Frost doing a brilliant job at counter initiation. Shy wasn't even in on that fight, and they won it regardless. Now with the Baron, how does CLG EU respond?
Yeah, and Rapid Star just caught them out with the Hemo plague straight across the entire team. Oh, Wicked, oh my word. He's hop, skipping into jump. Has he got enough to get away with it? Cloud Templar has got, as Impale, it's just come up. Oh my word. He used it and flashed at the exact time. The Impale didn't get used out though. And he managed to dodge the damage.
Wicked just dashing away at the exact right time. If you lose vision on the guy when you try to impale him, it won't go off. If they would have had vision, it would have. So that was just almost a lucky use of vision there by Wicked. When he dashed, he did get out of vision, and it caused the impale. You heard the sound start to play, but it never actually went off. That was so close to just being Wicked's life, but with this Baron buff, they can essentially tower dive. Shy is ignoring everyone on CLG EU right now. Rapid Star showed he can get caught up by 3 people and still survive. They have Will-O-Be Ancients for both of them. That even benefits Graves. Zeke's Herald on Zyra. The auras are coming out galore for them. They're looking really strong. They win this game. They're in the finals against TPA. This is huge.
This is enormous. Taipei Assassin is going to be sat at the side, sat in the player lounge, watching the match, along with all the other teams. They're all down there watching it. Like I mentioned, the chance of TPA were coming out, showing that they didn't want Moscow 5 in that final. Big Asian presence, of course. There'll be an all-Asian final, Taipei versus Korea. If Zubu Frost were to make it, Cloud Templar is going to get caught with the Dark Bindings from Froggen, but they don't want to engage this so that
he's all by himself.
They're so scared of him. They used Shirellia's Reverie there. Could use the Impale in a moment. Froggen's used that Black Shield. That's going to run out. Manages to get the Dark Bindings on, but Shy is 2v1 in CLG EU here. Wicked and Snoopy are all in trouble. Froggen's going to get knifed. Crescendo goes across. Does use a good Zonya's out.
Rapid Star.
Look at Shy. He's just in the middle at the turret. May go down finally. No, the turret's not got enough damage. Nothing can stop Shy. He's running through the entire team. Finally, he goes down. A little bit too aggressive, one might ask. It was a 2v1 exchange that CLG, oddly enough, came out on the back of. But is it too much? I mean, that's just the Zubu Frost confidence, surely.
That was way too aggressive by Zubu Frost. They thought they'd be able to force that down, and they actually lost a lot in that fight. The shutdown to Shy does give CLG a window to potentially come back in this. That was a failed tower dive, and whenever you fail a tower dive like that, you put the brakes on your team's aggression. That also lost the Baron buff from 2 of their members. Rapid Star and Shy no longer have it. They will get the Dragon here.
Oh,
Yellow Pete might be able to solo Woong here.
Yeah, he's going to go straight for him. Woong's going to have to get away, but it's going to be a twisted advance, and Woong will get dropped. It's Yellow Pete that picks up the kill. Dragon was picked up just as well, but that is a really dangerous move from Zubu Frost. Have they just thrown a big advantage to CLG?
They may not have thrown their advantage, but they gave a lot of it back, because giving away the kills onto Woong, they lost that blue buff as well. They could get the Dragon, but they threw away Baron buff on 3 members. The Singed can only tower dive for so long before Yellow Pete has enough damage to take them down. Zhonya's Hourglass has been completed, and they're getting cut out again!
Winston Advance going straight on towards Rapid Star. Yellow Pete
voice
will
is
take it
cracking
down.
at these.
The Hemo play comes down. Meanwhile, down the bottom there, Templars also getting caught out down the bottom. What are Zubu Frost doing here? The Power Bindings could go across. It does. It lands at max range. Wicked is going to get back on towards him. The rest of Zubu Frost are nowhere to be seen. And Cloud Templar got out of position. Now he got Shy coming on towards the top there. He's got Mad Life with him. Shy, you are not unstoppable. Yellow Pete is going to put the damage down. They have the wave coming in. He's going to clear it out. But Zubu Frost are doing the damnedest to throw this game away.
That is just the pressure they could be breaking under it. CLG EU, so much composure, they were able to repel that dive, and then just member after member after member of Zubu Frost got caught out. We're now past the 30-minute mark. This is where CLG seems to take over these games. D-Man, are we going to see another turtle comeback from CLG EU? Because it would only be fitting that they come back from such a huge disadvantage, from giving up a Baron, the turned around tower dive. Zubu Frost has to reset themselves right now. They clearly were on a bit of a tilt there after the lost team fight. Missed communications, missed wards. They need to take control of this game again. They know when the Baron's going to be up. It's no longer a benefit for them. They've given up a lot of kills. Their team fight strength here is questionable. Looking at the items, they have Death Cap and Will of the Ancients on Rapid Star, close to a Ranwood's Omen on Shy. They're still really strong. They still have these advantages. They just have to initiate the right fight. CLG got it turned around when they tried to go onto a Zubu Frost. How can they recreate that situation? If they do that, they'll still be able to come out on top. But boy, do they have to be careful, because this game is razor close now.
Both AD carries are incredibly strong. 4-2-2 for Gun Wung. Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer. 5-1-2 for Yellow Pete. Trinity Force, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper. He's got enough that he can start to shred Shy. We saw it in that last fight there, just as he started to poke, which is why you can see the Warden's Mail now on Shy. He's realized he's going to have to start building a little bit more tanky. There's just a single Mystic shot there on Mad Life, shredded his hit points down. They've got to start being a little bit more cautious about their play. The pressure, you know, the confidence that CLG would have just picked up off the back of catching out all those fights. I mean, we didn't get the player audio, but I can only imagine the shouting that was coming out from Froggen after they caught out those fights, especially with that 2v1 down the bottom. And Zubu Frost, until that point, had them demoralized.
And the biggest thing about killing Shy in that tower dive is the experience it granted the whole team. When you take down someone who's more than 3 levels above you, you get almost an entire level. So that has just caught CLG EU up enormously. You can see they're all getting close to level 18 now, and they have really got themselves back in the game. You don't see that level value in the gold, but it is so, so important. The Baron coming up in 51 seconds. There are a lot of wards out. Azubu is going to try to litter the jungle. Snoopy with his oracles will try to clear them out. They need to peel for this fight. Wicked's only a level behind Shino. He's close to 18. They're trying to initiate in mid.
They managed to catch onto Wung there and immediately put some damage down on him. And now the Baron is up in 30 seconds. Shy starting to head south. CLG EU realizing they're at that position. Can we initiate a fight? Do we have something in us? And Zubu Frost have to be a collective unit. Sure, were they to come into the next fight, they got away with it in a 4v5, but I'm not sure they're in the position to do that again. Snoopy is still a long way behind, 3 levels behind Cloud Templar. He cannot dive in. He can't twist in advance and initiate quite as crazily as he normally would. We are seeing the AP carries and the AD carries both at their similar levels, just a slight difference between Rapid Star and Froggen. But like you mentioned, Wicked now just that 1 level behind Shy. He can't get bullied, and CLG EU are poking around the Baron area. There's no wards down there. They're just trying to draw something out. There is a huge wave on the bottom that's going to push itself. CLG EU, ooh, that doubt binding normally like a sniper shot did not land.
So now it's going to be about Skarner trying to initiate the right team fights. We've seen in the past, Froggen's been great with his Black Shield, and he's actually fizzled a couple of pills. The fight CLG EU got in trouble is when they tried to initiate onto Rapid Star. They have to be careful with that. Here, it's going to be Shy just trying to zone out as many people as he can. In the fights where he distracts enough members of CLGU and splits them up, they're good. Really, it's going to be about when Froggen goes in to commit, can Shy unleash himself onto CLG for the distraction, because they have enough magic resist within their team that if Shy takes care of Yellow Pete and Wicked, the rest of the team will win the fight. It's really about poking back and forth here. They're pushing down the mid lane. Krepo is actually going back to base. Will Azubu Frost actually try to rush down a Baron? or are they too worried if CLG's initiate?
Well, they pinged on towards Snoopy there. They thought they could maybe engage. Pull Snoopy out the way, take away that smite, flash engage, a flash impale, anything really to just drop him down. And Woong actually doing a lot of damage to that mid turret. While Crepo was gone, so no Crescendo to save them. Now he's back in there. They should be able to defend this one out there. They did also spot that the red buff was being picked up. They've got clever ward placement here at Zubu Frost. And you notice a lot of the times when they do back away, Woong will quite happily sneak in there and take away that buff. Now we've got Shy around the back. Shy is thinking of engaging for this one. He's just behind the turret.
They could take out this turret and then start a fight. And they're going. The turret's not dead, but here it comes.
They've impaled on towards Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete's going to get dropped down very quickly. This is a Zubu Frost can turn his fight incredibly strong. That's going to be a crescendo on the turret. The turret's trying to do as much damage, but Shy is just laying his poisonous weight across the entire CLG. They're going to have to evacuate this one. You can see Snoopy. He's going to get dropped. The Oracle's going to get burnt out there. Does manage to escape. No, Rapid Star takes him down as well. Sniped off. Wicked's going to get dropped. The Zubu Frost turned in this fight massively in their advantage. Guardian Angel's going to drop back up, but there's nothing you can do about it. But the Dark Binding's on Shy, just the person they wanted to land it on. Zonya's Hourglass popped by Froggen. Is he going to be able to come out of this one alive? No, he's not. Zubu Frost take him down as well. 14-9 in kills. They're going to pick up the inhibitor turret. Zubu Frost just turned that fight perfectly.
Everyone's still alive on them, and 4 kills. That was brilliant initiation. They got the Skarner pull, and CLG got sucked into the Zyral, and Shy pulled off the successful flank behind them there. They're going to try to just rush down this Baron. They see there's fairly long death timers for everyone on CLG, and they have enough damage. Even though they couldn't teamfight here, they don't have to worry about it. This will be their second Baron. That is the inhibitor. They regroup from their last disaster push, and this could be a Baron. The True Shot Barrage is going to try to come through, taking them low, but I think they're still going to get that Baron. Wicked now coming in as well. They're going to peel this afterwards.
Yeah, Wicked comes in, and gets a brilliant route, and now he's going to get dropped. He might be able to get Mad Life, but really that's nothing. And Shy just walks away and picks up the kill. I cannot believe that. Wicked throwing himself at the deaths. And wow, what a turnaround. I talked about how CLG managed to drag themselves back into it, but as Zubu Frost have just performed perfect replay. Let's check it out.
See the replay of this last battle, and this is just crazy. They get the Skarner Impel onto Yellow Pete, and this is the big thing. The only person who can take down Shy is Yellow Pete. Once he drops, look at CLG just sit there doing damage, and Zubu Frost doesn't care. Shy, everyone is trying to run away, and he is just behind them. The tower doesn't matter. The Ranwood's Omen is so much. Flashing in, look at Rapistar just finishing them out, and look at Woong freely running around the backline, taking out everyone. And this is just the long back and forth. They're just tanking turret shots left and right. That continues on. They get the Baron, and it's the flank that they pulled off there. Stopped CLG's disengage and created with Skarner. That's why they picked Skarner instead of Maokai, because they can get things like kill Yellow Pete. Interestingly enough, Quicksilver Sash, CLG's not going to let that happen again.
They are not going to let that happen again. And I think he just arcane shifted when he caught him with the Impale. Is that possible?
It is possible. Like we saw earlier, if you have vision when the Impale tracks, it will always pull him to it. It's only if you lose vision will it fizzle. And they didn't get the Black Shield on that either. It was just even more death for Yellow Pete. The timing coming down to the fractions of a second. Crepo in that interview right after the WE game said these are the two maybe best team fighting teams in the world, and it's all going to come down to those fraction of a second moves. They're just tanking up this next turret, trying to push the lane. CLG really having to turtle their lives on the line here. Lose this game, they're out. We'd have an Zubu Frost versus TPA final. So much on the line 40 minutes into this game.
CLG EU. They said in the back room, if they were going to lose, they'd quite happily let Taipei Assassins win it. It's pretty safe to know who they're going to be cheering on for Zubu Frost to make it to this final, but honestly, Zubu Frost have really proved their worth here. CLG EU picking up the first game, incredibly strong. They're going to engage. They're just going to
tower
tank
down.
them. Absolutely tanking it through, and Woong, of course, with the Guardian Angel, he is pretty safe to just keep on hitting that turret. The Dark Pine is coming across, not quite landing at full range, and Shy's just going to walk on in there. He could pick any old target he wants. He is not worried, and that's going to be the turret going down. There we go. There's going to Crescendo going across. Shy is going to get dropped down. No! He's just going to troll and run away. Finally goes down. Froggen ultimate. He's going to manage to get Zonya's Hourglass, but Rapid Star is in there. Woong is in there, destroying the opposition. Crepo's going to dunk down. They have super minions coming up the mid lane. This could well be the end.
That's an ace!
That's a typical. That's the ace. That is the game. Zubu Frost are in the finals against Taipei Assassins. They have done it. They've managed to make it in there, coming back from a 2-1, just like Taipei Assassins did against Moscow 5. And that is CLG and the whole of Europe out of the tournament in the semi-finals. Fantastic, perfectly executed moves by Azubu Frost.
They had the one slip-up where they almost threw the game, and you can see the relief on them. That's the second time they've had a set against COG EU where they've been one game from elimination and then swept it from there on out. So amazing. This was one of the most exciting games I've ever casted. I was losing it during that game, and they just had the relief. Woong so excited. Congratulations to Azubu Frost. That was honestly very impressive.
Very impressive, and yet again, we're talking about the top lanes. Shy, absolutely at his best throughout this entire tournament. That's twice we've seen him play Singe. That's twice we've seen him 2v1 in teams without issue. And, you know, Cloud Templar versus Snoopy in the middle, constantly 3 levels ahead. Shy, constantly 3 levels ahead. Big advantages forged out by these players.
And Shy versus Stanley in the finals, I can't wait for that because they're the two highest pressure top laners, and they're just writing this tournament in a lot of ways. We've seen some games where it's been the mids, a couple 80 carries, but when we really see these guys shine, it is the top laners. And that finals, I mean, the stage has been set. We've had 2 best-of-3s. Like, the top 4 teams in the world have proven that they're very close. And we have a replay of that final push. This is just so impressive by Azubu Frost. Let's take a look. And here, I thought maybe they'd get in trouble because they started the fight before the turret was down, but Woong did a good job finishing it off. And from here, it's Shy. Even though he dropped so much distraction, it allows Woong to clean up the house because he has his Guardian Angel. No one could touch him. Yellow Pete spent so long killing Shy, and they really didn't have an analog for him on the other side, that Woong could just run through and clean up the entire team. The triple kill came to Vlad, but that was just because of all the AoE going out. And that was an impressive team fight for them. Really, the first team to lock down COG in a team fight, it's the first team to take him out of the tournament.
And they did it twice. Perfectly executed. We got the final brackets, of course. You all know what they are. You've been watching all night. You guys have been joining us and enjoying this final day, the day that was extended, some to say. Azubu Frost there, Taipei Assassins, well, absolutely fantastic matches. 2-1, both of those games. And really, we have an all-Asian finals. Azubu Frost from Korea, Taipei Assassins, of course. Wow, what an amazing match that is going to be. I mean, both these teams have performed brilliantly. Taipei Assassins were brutal in their execution against Najin Sword, and Moscow 5 just got swept aside. The #1 seed of the tournament, it's safe to say that,
it is,
were absolutely brutalized in those last 2 games.
And no one expected TPA coming into this tournament. People did expect Azubu Frost coming into this tournament, and it's going to be a clash. We've seen COG EU practice up against TPA, so they've taken out one practice partner. Can they take out the next? Really, they've rolled through the top seeds in this tournament. I mean, we saw out of the group stage, Najin Sword, TPA 2-0'd them. Moscow 5, everyone coming into this tournament said, we want to play Moscow 5. Even Taipei Assassin said Moscow 5 was the team they respect the most. They took him out. Now it's on to Azubu Frost.
And you saw Goon Woong celebrate when that draw was made on the stage. Goon Woong was like, yes, I didn't get Moscow 5. They're on the other bracket. We are split away from them. They wanted to avoid them. Now they get to face the team that knocked them out. How will they handle it? Ladies and gentlemen, that is all going to be coming up on October 13th. What a final. We are here in the Galen Center. You can see it behind us. It is almost prepped and ready. There's still a lot of work to be done, ladies and gentlemen. There is brilliant sportsmanship. Crepo there saying, Cloud Templar, you are the man. And honestly, Cloud Templar, yeah, he really is
He controlled those games. Cloud Templar, the strategy caller, the tactician for them, they had big adjustments to do after that first game. Really, that looked hopeless in a lot of ways. 1-0 down. There was nothing they could do to CLG EU. We'd seen so much of it. We were thinking, is anyone going to be able to fight CLG? Can they ever start a fight? Yeah, they can. They figured out a way. They moved around. CLGU, good sports. They know how strong they are. They know the future in League of Legends. They finished 2-1, 3rd place. They're still walking away with $150,000. That's a lot of change. That's the biggest prize pool they've ever walked away with, so they can still walk away with this happy. They know how well they've done. They can just watch the finals.
They can watch the finals, and of course, wow. What a final we're going to have. The thrilling conclusion to the World Championships will be decided during the World Finals right here at the USC Galen Center this Saturday in just a few days' time. On October 13th, of course, there's going to be many, many thousands of you joining us here in the center. There's going to be many, many millions of you, I'm hoping, for the finals online. Just like the playoffs, we will be broadcasting around the world in free HD in 13 different languages. So, you know, if you're unsure what you're watching, you don't want to listen to us, guys, there's many people out there you can tune in at. It will be at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time for a phenomenal pre-game show we got set up for you guys, featuring in-depth analysis and unique content made by your favorite League of Legends community superstars. I and D-Man, and of course, Rivington Freak and Jat and the entire crew, thank you very much for watching tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We know it's been hard, we know it's been an extended series, but we will see you for the World Finals on October 13th.